Jiang Ci, an intern, accidentally slept with Lu Yudong, the company president, during a company team-building trip. She knew that Lu Yudong had always carried a white moonlight in his heart, and that their encounter had been nothing more than a moment of drunken passion. So she quietly slipped away, hoping to pretend that nothing had ever happened. Unexpectedly, 2 weeks later, Lu Yudong summoned her and asked her to marry him. Jiang Ci married into a wealthy family and quickly won the affection of everyone in the Lu family. Everyone except Lu Yudong, who never once treated her warmly. Chapter 1. She longed for the warmth of his embrace. Jiang Ci woke up in the middle of the night, her entire body aching. No one would believe it, but last night, she had slept with Lu Yudong. It was her first time. She hadn't felt much, only pain. The one thing that had left the deepest impression on her was the intimate sensation of Lu Yudong's stubble brushing against her face. It had been incredibly sensual. He had breathed against her neck and kissed her ear, while his deep, magnetic voice and the warmth of their bodies made Jiang Ci feel unbearably hot. Throughout the entire encounter, Lu Yudong had kept murmuring a woman's name into her ear. Jiang Ci hadn't been able to make out what that name was from beginning to end, but somehow, that didn't diminish the fluttering emotions she had experienced during her first time. In the middle of the night, Jiang Ci woke up to find Lu Yudong still asleep. She looked at the man's cold, handsome face beside her and, for some inexplicable reason, felt as though she had suddenly grown much closer to him. She was reluctant to leave the warmth of his embrace. In fact, she even foolishly wished she could stay beside him and hold him as they slept. But she knew that staying any longer would only bring trouble upon herself. Lu Yudong was the president of Shindong International. An intern like Jiang Ci had slept with him. She didn't need more than her toes to figure out the consequences. At best, she would lose her job and be forced to leave. At worst, she would be accused of seducing the president, her reputation would be ruined, and she would never be able to make a living in Jiangzhou again. Yesterday had been the first day of the team-building trip. That night, Lu Yudong had gotten drunk. When Jiang Ci helped him into his room, he grabbed her hand and, without giving her any chance to react, kissed her on the face. At first, Jiang Ci's mind had gone blank. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw Lu Yudong's face, she somehow became dazed and found herself unable to resist anymore. And before that, intern Jiang Ci had barely even interacted with Lu Yudong in person. With unsteady legs, Jiang Ci staggered back to her own room and pretended that nothing had happened. She stayed there until 6 that evening, when several company buses arrived outside the hotel to take everyone back. Jiang Ci boarded one of the buses with another intern, Han Lan. The moment she stepped aboard, she saw someone sitting in the first row, eyes closed as if resting. Jiang Ci was startled. Who else could it be but Lu Yudong? The bus was completely full, with the only empty seats being the one beside Lu Yudong and the one directly behind him. Jiang Ci's face immediately turned bright red. She and Han Lan had arrived late, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the seats behind Lu Yudong. Didn't President Lu drive here himself? Why is he taking the bus back with us this time? Han Lan whispered into Jiang Ci's ear. Han Lan had a naturally loud voice. Even when she whispered, everyone nearby could hear her clearly. I don't know, Jiang Ci replied, lowering her head. When she had first boarded the bus, she had deliberately covered part of her face with her hand, terrified that Lu Yudong might recognize her. Yet she also held on to a faint sense of hope. Perhaps Lu Yudong didn't remember what had happened last night at all. Or perhaps, even if he remembered, he didn't know that the woman had been Jiang Ci. After all, they had barely interacted before. He had also been drunk, and the lights had been off for most of the night. The long journey was boring, so Han Lan began playing on her phone. Jiang Ci felt tempted to take out hers as well, but no matter where she looked, she couldn't find it. She nudged Han Lan beside her. Call my phone. I can't find it. Where did you put it? Han Lan asked absent-mindedly as she dialed the number saved as Jiang Ci. A pleasant ringtone suddenly rang out, but it wasn't coming from Jiang Ci's bag, nor was it coming from her suitcase. It was coming from the seats at the very front of the bus. More precisely, it was ringing from Lu Yudong's hand. Every hair on Jiang Ci's body instantly stood on end. Chapter 2. How about marrying me? Perhaps because Lu Yudong was on the bus, everyone was unusually quiet, making Jiang Ci's phone ringtone sound especially conspicuous. Last night, when Jiang Ci had helped Lu Yudong back to his room, her phone had been in her pants pocket. It had probably fallen out while she was taking off her clothes. After everything that happened between them, She had completely forgotten about her phone. After the initial shock, Jiang Ci quickly regained her composure. Judging from this, Lu Yudong's decision to take the company bus today might have been deliberate. Perhaps he had been waiting for his rabbit to walk right into his trap. Maybe he already knew that the woman he'd slept with was her. Or perhaps he hadn't known before. But once the ringtone went off, combined with what Han Lan had just said to her, Jiang Ci, I guessed that he knew now. If so, she'd practically given herself away. Han Lan looked at Jiang Ci in confusion and jerked her chin toward Lu Yudong, her meaning obvious. What's going on? Stop calling. Jiang Ci pressed down on Han Lan's hand. She couldn't take any more embarrassment. She had no idea how she was supposed to explain this. What exactly happened? How did your phone end up in President Lu's hands? Han Lan asked in a hushed, gossiping voice. Just as Jiang Ci was feeling utterly mortified, Lu Yudong suddenly turned around from the front row, nearly scaring her senseless. Is this your phone number? Lu Yudong asked Han Lan, holding up Jiang Ci's phone. The screen displayed the name Crazy Lan. Crazy Lan was the nickname Jiang Ci had given Han Lan. Han Lan nodded eagerly like a puppy. Yes, President Lu. Jiang Ci couldn't find her phone, so she asked me to call it. Han Lan had even said Jiang Ci's name aloud. There was no way Jiang Ci could pretend to disappear now. Your phone. Lu Yudong's gaze shifted toward Jiang Ci. You were carrying your suitcase when you got on the bus. Your phone must have been left on the seat in front. His gaze was calm, yet there was a profound meaning hidden beneath it. That look was warm and familiar, yet unfathomably deep. A look that seemed uniquely his, and one Jiang Ci could never quite understand. Oh yes, it was my mistake. My mistake. Thank you, President Lu. Lu. Although her heart was pounding, Jiang Ci still nodded profusely and accepted the phone from Lu Yudong with both hands, cooperating with him in this little act. After resolving the awkward situation, Lu Yudong turned back around. Jiang Ci pretended to scroll through her phone, but she didn't absorb a single thing on the screen. The way Lu Yudong had returned her phone had felt somewhat like a warning. Jiang Ci could clearly hear the unspoken message in his voice. What happened last night ends here. Jiang Ci was an adult. She wasn't someone who couldn't handle such a thing. She had already intended to treat what happened that night as nothing more than a dream. She just didn't know whether having her name, Jiang Ci, registered in Lu Yudong's mind was a blessing or a disaster. Then she consoled herself with a stroke of luck. He was busy with countless matters every day. Why would he keep something like this in mind? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ci didn't see Lu Yudong again. Even when the group held meetings, they were meetings for senior executives. She was merely an intern whose future with the company was still uncertain. Aside from worrying that she might not be able to stay at Shindong Group after her internship, Jiang Ci occasionally thought about Lu Yudong. What she remembered was that night, the intimate encounter neither of them had spoken openly about. After all, it had been Jiang Ci's first time. One day, the internal phone on Jiang Ci's desk suddenly rang. Jiang Ci, a voice asked from the other end. Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat, and she looked completely bewildered. Why did that voice sound so much like him? Ever since that night, Lu Yudong's deep, magnetic voice saying, "Turn off the lights," had repeatedly echoed in Jiang Ci's mind. So that voice was anything but unfamiliar to her. Yes. Come to my office. Huh. Come to my office. The person on the other end repeated himself. Oh. Jiang Ci's heart began pounding. She thought, it shouldn't be about work. Our positions are worlds apart. Even if there's something work-related, he wouldn't come looking for me. Could it be about the team-building trip? Is he going to fire me to prevent what happened that day from becoming known to more people? After knocking on the door and entering Lu Yudong's office, Jiang Ci discovered that he was nothing like the casual, indifferent man he'd been during the team-building trip. Instead, he was examining her from head to toe. That scrutiny made Jiang Ci even more flustered. And yet, the pair of eyes studying her, though deep and unfathomable, were strangely captivating. Jiang Ci couldn't help but stare greedily at Lu Yudong. She kept looking at him until Lu Yudong felt somewhat puzzled. Is there something on my face? He asked. Only then did Jiang Ci snap back to reality. Huh. Lu Yudong didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he went straight to the point. How about marrying me? Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Huh. The topic was 180 degrees away from what she had expected. Chapter 3, we're living together. Jiang Ci looked around. There was no one else in the office. I'm talking to you, Lu Yudong said. What? Marry me. Lu Yudong repeated himself. Only then did Jiang Ci's mind slowly catch up with those words. Marry me. She still couldn't quite process it. She had only 1 month left before graduating from university. She had once considered marriage, but now, it wasn't even on her mind. Jiang Ci wondered if Lu Yudong was testing her. After all, from a president's perspective, being slept with by an intern might not exactly mean he had suffered a loss, but it certainly wasn't good for his reputation. Perhaps he wanted to see whether Jiang Ci had any ulterior motives. Jiang Ci's feelings were complicated. To her, Lu Yudong was different from other men. She had experienced the warmth of his embrace, been captivated by his eyes, and then, through a bizarre twist of fate, slept with him. But she also knew that the two of them could never be together, not in this life, nor even the next. For Lu Yudong to propose marriage to a woman like her, whose family background and social standing were worlds apart from his, certainly wasn't because he liked her. Remembering the subtle warning he'd given her when returning her phone, Jiang Ci became even more certain. He must be afraid that she would cause him trouble. So she lied. I have a boyfriend. Are you planning to get married? Lu Yudong asked. Oh no, not yet. I haven't graduated, after all, and I don't have a financial foundation. Jiang Ci remained calm in the face of danger, pretending to be composed. Then how far have things progressed between you two? Lu Yudong's unexpected interest in Jiang Ci's private life caught her off guard. She had no idea what he was getting at, so the words slipped out before she could think. We live together. What she meant was, I have a boyfriend, and I've already slept with him. I don't want my boyfriend to get suspicious, so I won't go around telling people about sleeping with another man. I'll bury what happened during the team-building trip deep inside me and never mention it again. President Lu can rest assured. Live together? Lu Yudong frowned slightly. That night, she had clearly been. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Jiang Ci immediately knew what he was thinking and hurried to explain. I've been dating this boyfriend for several years. We only officially started living together after returning from the team-building trip. I only moved out of the dorm recently, and we just found a suitable place. You don't want to ask why I chose you for marriage? Lu Yudong asked. He didn't seem particularly shocked to hear that Jiang Ci had a boyfriend. Why? My grandfather is seriously ill. Before he passes away, he wants to see me get married, but I don't have a girlfriend. As for why I chose you, you know the reason better than anyone. I looked around, and you're still the most suitable. Lu Yudong sat in his office chair, speaking with the confidence of a man who had everything under control. Those 4 words, you're the most suitable, inevitably hurt Jiang Ci's pride. After all, they'd already slept together. Of course she was the most suitable. If he chose someone else, she might have all sorts of concerns and reservations. But with Jiang Ci, that particular obstacle had already been eliminated. She had known all along that Lu Yudong wasn't marrying her because he liked her. Still, hearing his reason left her disappointed. Apparently, he not only remembered what happened that night, he remembered it very clearly. And there was even a faint trace of disdain in Lu Yudong's voice. Although he needed Jiang Ci's help, he still looked down on her. And why wouldn't he? In his eyes, she was probably just a woman who had deliberately slept with her superior. She had slept with him and then deliberately left her phone in his room. She clearly wanted to catch a wealthy husband, yet had played hard to get, pretending to be an innocent white lotus. How could she expect him to think highly of her? Name your terms. Whatever you want, Lu Yudong said, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. But preferably, don't ask for more than 5 million. 5 million was certainly a huge sum. But for Jiang Ci, it wasn't something she couldn't refuse. After a moment of silence, she tactfully suggested, President Lu, perhaps you could consider getting a fake marriage certificate. My grandfather would see through it. That would cause a lot of trouble. And besides, the certificate is secondary. The most important thing is finding someone. My grandfather needs to see that person in order to feel at ease. Lu Yudong answered Jiang Ci's question patiently enough. Jiang Ci nodded a moment later, then bit her lip as she thought about how to refuse him. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Yudong added, This marriage will have a time limit. If you agree, we'll get the marriage certificate tomorrow. As for the end date, I don't agree. Jiang Ci declared firmly. Lu Yudong. The rest of what Lu Yudong had been about to say would never have a chance to leave his lips. He simply stared intently at Jiang Ci. For the first time in his life, someone had rejected him without even trying to negotiate a discount. Chapter 4. Lu Yudong waits to see what happens. Lu Yudong stared at Jiang Ci. If his guess was correct, she must have had ulterior motives when she slept with him that night. Otherwise, how could it have been such a coincidence that she left her phone in his room? Yet her decisive rejection of his proposal had made him see her in a slightly different light. Of course, if she changed her mind later, he would look down on her even more. After all, the tactic of pretending to reject someone in order to entice them was nothing new. Trying such tricks in front of him would only humiliate herself. Fine, then you can leave. He dismissed her coldly. After returning to her office, Jiang Ci realized that she wasn't actually angry. She just felt cold inside. But since she had already rejected Lu Yudong's request, there was no point dwelling on it. The most important thing now was to stay at Shindong. After all, there wasn't another company in all of Jiangzhou that could match Shindong International's benefits. Just as she was wrestling with her thoughts, she received a WeChat message from her older brother, Jiang Yi. Jiang Ci, the doctor said you need to come to the hospital at 4 this afternoon. Jiang Ci was irritated. I'm still at work at 4. Then tell the doctor yourself. Jiang Ci knew there was no point arguing with Jiang Yi. It was already 3 o'clock. If she needed to be at the hospital by 4, she'd have to leave at 3:30, and once again, she'd have to ask the financial director for permission. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Jiang Ci was actually quite capable. She had been an outstanding student at university, and later, she even applied a new accounting method she'd developed to her work, earning praise from her superiors. But she was always asking for leave. And now, with the company deciding which interns would be retained, her frequent absences were certainly not a good thing. Sure enough, when she went to request leave, Financial Director Xing Baohua said, "Xiao Jiang, although your performance has been good, you keep asking for time off. How am I supposed to write your internship evaluation? You want to stay at Shindong Group too, don't you?" "Director, of course I want to stay at such a great company. But I really do have something I need to take care of. Once I'm done, I'll come back and work overtime to make up for everything." Jiang Ci spoke humbly. Xing Baohua reluctantly approved her request, and Jiang Ci left, taking a bus to Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Jiang Ci's mother had been lying in the hospital's neurology department for 2 years. "Xiao Jiang, your mother's hospitalization fees are due again. Did you bring the money today?" Dr. Fu was her mother's longtime physician and knew Jiang Ci well. He knew that the eldest son of the family was the type to wash his hands of everything and wouldn't help with their mother's medical expenses. For all this time, Jiang Ci had been running around trying to keep up with the bills. "Oh no, I won't get paid until a couple of days from now." Embarrassed by her lack of money, Jiang Ci lowered her head. "Then hurry. If this keeps going on, the hospital is going to have to take action." I know. Jiang Ci nodded repeatedly. She went to see her mother. Her mother was still receiving oxygen, and for the past 2 years, she hadn't responded even once when Jiang Ci spoke to her. Jiang Ci's father had originally been a project manager at a construction site. The family of 4 had once lived a happy, peaceful life. But 6 years ago, her father had unfortunately fallen from a building more than 20 stories high during one of his projects and died. The incident dealt a devastating blow to Jiang Ci's mother. Later, while in a daze, she was involved in a car accident, which left her in her current condition. Her father's compensation, together with the money paid by the driver involved in the accident, had kept her mother in the hospital for more than 5 years. But eventually, the money ran out. Jiang Ci had started helping her professors with various tasks at university and working as a private tutor to earn money for her mother's medical bills. Her brother's suggestion had been to simply remove their mother's oxygen tube and put an end to everything. But Jiang Ci thought Jiang Yi was far too heartless. As long as she could still call this woman mom, even if her mother couldn't respond, that was still better than having her disappear from this world entirely. At that moment, Jiang Ci held her mother's hand tightly. "Mom, I'm preparing to take the CPA exam now. You have to bless me so I can pass, okay? Once I pass, my salary will increase several times over. I might even earn $1 million a year. Then paying for your medical expenses won't be a problem at all." Jiang Ci smiled at her mother. Her mother gave no response. For 6 years, Jiang Ci had always hoped that one day her mother would suddenly open her eyes and speak to her again, just like when she was a child, gently stroking Jiang Ci's head and calling her, Xiao Ci. "I'm going back to work now. I haven't passed the CPA exam yet, and the most important thing right now is staying at Shindong." Jiang Ci encouraged herself. If she could stay at Shindong, she'd at least have a steady income every month. At the very least, she could use that money to pay the rent and cover part of her mother's medical expenses. But because she was always asking for leave, even staying at Shindong was becoming difficult. Chapter 5. Waiting for him to walk into the trap. It was after 8 in the evening when Jiang Ci left the hospital. A light drizzle had begun to fall, and she took a bus back to the company. The moment she entered the company lobby, she saw Lu Yudong standing tall and straight. One hand was tucked into the side pocket of his suit trousers, while the other held his phone as he spoke to someone at the reception desk. The lobby's brilliant spotlights illuminated him, making him look even more distinguished yet distant. Jiang Ci's heart suddenly began to race. She had barely seen him once in several months before. Why did she keep running into him lately? Lu Yudong walked past Jiang Ci while talking on the phone. She quietly called out, "President Lu." She didn't know whether he'd heard her. After getting into the elevator, Jiang Ci turned around. Lu Yudong's figure had already disappeared into the vast darkness of the night. The rain was quite heavy tonight. She wondered whether he had brought an umbrella. Her father had also rarely carried an umbrella when he went out. Jiang Ci would always run after him from behind and hand him one. Her father would then gently pat her on the head and say, "Xiao Ci has grown up. You know how to take care of your dad now." Tears blurred Jiang Ci's eyes. Jiang Ci worked overtime until 4 in the morning. She decided not to go back to her rented apartment. Instead, she planned to sleep at the office for a while and wait for work to begin. She had barely rested her head on the desk when her phone rang and woke her. Seeing that it was Dr. Fu calling, Jiang Ci immediately answered. Over the past 2 years, whenever Dr. Fu called her, it was either because her mother's condition had worsened or because another hospitalization payment was due. "Jiang Ci, after you left yesterday, your mother developed a fever. Our initial assessment is that it may have been caused by phlegm accumulating in her lungs." "Is it serious?" Jiang Ci jumped to her feet nervously. "Don't panic. We've already given her emergency treatment, and for now, she's stable. But yesterday's procedure, plus this month's hospitalization fee, comes to a little over 60,000 yuan. You should pay it all at once. You keep falling behind on the payments, and it's becoming difficult for me to speak on your behalf to the hospital. Also, Jiang Ci, your mother's condition is special. You and your brother both work. Could you hire a caregiver for her? Having someone regularly turn her over, clean her, and take care of her would prevent a lot of infections." Jiang Ci stood there in a daze. She had worked all night, leaving her eyes dull and exhausted, and now this news hit her like a bolt from the blue. Forget 60,000. She couldn't even come up with 6,000 right now. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant when people said that even a hero could be defeated by a lack of money. Her monthly internship salary at Shindong was only 6,500 yuan. She still had rent to pay, and her next paycheck was still half a month away. Even if she managed to pass the CPA exam and eventually earn a high salary, that was still at least a year away. She also knew that Dr. Fu had already done everything he could for her. If he hadn't repeatedly spoken on her behalf, her mother might not even still be in the hospital. 60,000 yuan. That was so much money. She had already borrowed from every relative she could think of. No one was willing to lend them anything anymore. Just when Jiang Ci was at her wit's end, she suddenly remembered what Lu Yudong had said the night before. Compared with 5 million yuan, 60,000 was practically nothing. Jiang Ci's resolve began to waver. She had once thought that she could earn 5 million yuan herself someday. Now, looking back, that had been nothing more than wishful thinking. Her mother needed a caregiver. Dr. Fu had mentioned it to her before, but she had never been able to afford one. Now the consequences of not having a caregiver had become painfully clear. Her mother's inadequate care had resulted in phlegm accumulating in her lungs. Hiring a caregiver was now absolutely necessary. Jiang Ci knew that with Lu Yudong's circumstances, finding a woman willing to marry him would be incredibly easy. And last night, he had said that he'd looked around. She didn't know whether anything had changed after last night's events. The thought made Jiang Ci extremely anxious. She got up and headed toward Lu Yudong's office. It was only a little after 5. Lu Yudong wasn't in his office yet. Jiang Ci stood outside the door, waiting for her rabbit to walk right into her trap. Just as her eyelids were beginning to droop and she was struggling to stay awake, Lu Yudong arrived. Chapter 6. He was going to make her suffer. When Lu Yudong saw Jiang Ci standing outside his office, he immediately knew she had changed her mind. His contempt for her deepened. Trying to play hard to get in front of me? How overconfident. Jiang Ci instantly snapped back to reality. She knew she had come here to ask Lu Yudong for a favor, so her voice naturally carried a hint of flattery. "Good morning, President Lu. Not as early as you." With that, Lu Yudong opened the door, sat down in his office chair, turned on his computer, and began looking through some documents. "Do you need something?" Lu Yudong asked coldly and casually. Hearing the slight hoarseness in his voice, Jiang Ci remembered that he hadn't had an umbrella in last night's heavy rain and hurriedly asked, President Lu, do you have a cold? Drink more water. Do you have any medicine? Getting caught in the rain might seem like a trivial matter, but it could also become serious. Once, Jiang Ci's father had worked overtime at a construction site in the rain and ended up bedridden for several days. Just say what you came here for. There was impatience in Lu Yudong's voice. To him, Jiang Ci's concerns sounded nothing but insincere. President Lu, what you said yesterday, does it still count? Jiang Ci asked, bracing herself. What? Lu Yudong didn't even raise his head. Jiang Ci wondered, is he pretending, or did he really forget? The marriage, the thing you mentioned yesterday. Jiang Ci raised her voice, her tone trembling slightly. Lu Yudong acted as though he had only just understood. That? What's the matter? Actually, Jiang Ci had already expected this attitude from him. Once she took the initiative to ask him, he would naturally put on airs. But even if he acted aloof, she had no choice. She had already lost the initiative. Lu Yudong was now the butcher, and she was the meat on his chopping block. Do you still need someone to marry? Jiang Ci tried her best to make her voice sound flattering. And Lu Yudong could hear the ingratiation in it perfectly well. I do. Lu Yudong lit a cigarette, calmly leaned back in his office chair, and stared at Jiang Ci. Yesterday, when you asked me, I hadn't thought it through. But after considering it carefully, I think I can agree. Jiang Ci endured the humiliation as she spoke. But in Lu Yudong's eyes, her behavior looked like nothing more than pretentious acting. I do need someone to marry, that's true. But how do you know I haven't already found someone? Lu Yudong countered. Huh. Anxiety flashed through Jiang Ci's eyes as she quickly calculated what she would do if Lu Yudong's offer fell through. How was she going to find the money elsewhere? Seeing the look in her eyes, Lu Yudong thought. The person who thought she was playing games with the eagle has ended up being caught by the eagle. I thought she was so confident. Turns out this is all she's got. And now she's already panicking. Why did you suddenly change your mind? I remember you said you had a boyfriend. After a moment of silence, Lu Yudong asked. You said yesterday that I could name my conditions. I need money, and you need to give your grandfather an explanation. We each get what we need. I think that's a perfectly reasonable arrangement. Fine. Straightforward enough. Lu Yudong curled his lips into an enigmatic smile. Can I ask what someone as young as you needs so much money for? Jiang Ci thought about it. If she told him that her mother was seriously ill, she would inevitably expose the fact that she was always taking time off work. That could jeopardize her chances of staying at Shindong. Since she'd already invented the lie about having a boyfriend, she decided to keep using him as a cover. You know how expensive housing is in Jiangzhou. It's 6 or 700,000 yuan per square meter. My boyfriend and I would probably have to go without food or sleep for 200 years before we could afford a house. My boyfriend told me yesterday that he's going to another city for his internship. I want to use this time to make some extra money and surprise him when he comes back. Jiang Ci was quite skilled at lying. She didn't even hesitate. Would your boyfriend agree to this? Lu Yudong continued. Of course not. I'll keep it from him. I'll keep it completely secret. How much do you want? Lu Yudong asked coldly. How much can you give me? Jiang Ci had once again returned to her righteous, composed manner. Lu Yudong had originally intended to offer her 5 million yuan. But since she was so desperate to make money, and since his opinion of her had fallen even further, he suddenly didn't want to let her earn it so easily. He wanted to make her suffer. 1 million in base pay. Lu Yudong spoke casually. And there will be some detailed terms. I'll give you a written agreement later. There will be performance-based assessments. In short, earning 5 million yuan a year won't be a problem as long as you're with me. Stay for 2 years, and I'll give you a house. Jiang Ci froze. 5 million yuan a year? Could making money by staying with Lu Yudong really be this easy? Deal. Then let's add each other on WeChat. If you need anything, just let me know. Hashtag Chapter 7, the bonus breakdown. Lu Yudong's WeChat account used his real name, Lu Yudong. A prominent figure like him didn't need a nickname. His name alone said everything. Jiang Ci even took a look through his moments. There was almost nothing there, apart from a few articles written by Shindong International's PR department that he had reposted. To keep Lu Yudong's name from standing out too much on her phone, Jiang Ci deliberately changed his contact name to Mr. Nobody. The moment she accepted his friend request, Mr. Nobody sent her a message. Tomorrow, sign the agreement and get the marriage certificate. There were no complications. Lu Yudong really was a man of his word. Jiang Ci replied with a simple, Okay. After work, Jiang Ci first went to her university and retrieved her household registration card. Then she went to Shindong Mall and bought a red shirt. After all, she was getting officially married. She needed to dress appropriately. Shindong Mall also belonged to Lu Yudong. He had a vast number of businesses and properties. Early the next morning, Jiang Ci deliberately put on slightly heavier makeup. Her skin was naturally fair, and with the makeup accentuating her features, she looked even more delicate and beautiful. She also put on the red size S shirt she had bought. She looked stunning in the mirror, but Jiang Ci didn't notice it at all. She simply thought, since I'm getting married today, I should at least look like someone who's getting married. The morning bus was rather crowded. Just as the bus was approaching her stop, a WeChat message from Lu Yudong arrived. Come to my office. Jiang Ci replied. 10 minutes. When she arrived at Lu Yudong's office, her outfit gave him a momentary feeling of surprise. The fullness beneath her shirt also vaguely reminded him of that night. For an instant, his thoughts drifted. It was merely a man's instinct, and he said nothing. He was Jiang Ci's ATM. Jiang Ci was his tool. There was another person in the office, a legal advisor hired by Lu Yudong. He had Jiang Ci sign several agreements. The basic terms were as follows. Lu Yudong's property had nothing to do with Jiang Ci. Their marriage had to be kept confidential from the public. However, on the day the agreement ended, Jiang Ci would receive 1 million yuan. There would also be additional bonuses during the contractual marriage. The bonus breakdown was as follows. First, make grandpa smile once, 10,000 yuan. Second, cook grandpa a delicious meal, 20,000 yuan. Third, accompany and care for grandpa once during his hospitalization, 100,000 yuan. Fourth, attend grandpa's funeral and see him off after his death, 1 million yuan. Finally, Jiang Ci saw the most important clause. Upon signing this agreement, the husband shall pay the wife a deposit of 200,000 yuan in advance. Additional clause, for matters not covered by this agreement, the husband shall have the final right of interpretation. The sheer generosity of the compensation left Jiang Ci speechless. All she could think was that Lu Yudong was incredibly wealthy, and every single bonus revolved around grandpa. The money she could earn from accompanying grandpa during just one hospitalization could pay for a caregiver for her mother for 10 months. Privately, Jiang Ci actually hoped that Lu Yudong's grandfather would live to 100. That way, she'd have an endless stream of money and would never again have to worry about her mother's medical expenses. Lu Yudong's salary system was actually quite similar to the compensation structure at Shindong. The base salary wasn't particularly high, but if you performed well, the amount you received at the end of the month could be substantial. It was the kind of system that made people work extremely hard. Jiang Ci thought, asterisk, I have to do my best. I need to earn as much as I can, asterisk. She picked up the pen and signed her name without hesitation. Have you prepared everything? Lu Yudong asked coldly. Yes, my ID card and household registration card. As she spoke, Jiang Ci took the two documents from her bag and placed them on Lu Yudong's desk. Lu Yudong merely glanced at them. Let's go. They went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It took less than 10 minutes to register their marriage. Before Jiang Ci could even process what was happening, the official seal of the Civil Affairs Bureau had already been stamped across the photograph of her and Lu Yudong. Although Jiang Ci still felt as though she were dreaming, officially speaking, she was now a married woman. When they returned that afternoon, Jiang Ci acted as though nothing had happened and went back to work as usual. But there was one thing she couldn't stop thinking about. Why hadn't the 200,000 yuan deposit arrived yet? That 200,000 yuan was the life-saving money Jiang Ci desperately needed. Hashtag Chapter 8. Are you in such a hurry? Her mother's surgery and hospitalization fees still hadn't been paid. Jiang Ci was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Dr. Fu had told her that today was the final deadline. But when she saw Financial Director Xing Baohua heading to a group meeting and still not returning, Jiang Ci guessed that Lu Yudong was probably in the meeting too. She knew that sending him a WeChat message at a time like this wouldn't be wise. If she happened to annoy him, she might lose everything. So Jiang Ci could only wait patiently. It was after 10 that night when Jiang Ci finished working overtime and walked into the elevator, exhausted. By sheer coincidence, Lu Yudong was already inside. The moment Jiang Ci saw him, she instantly perked up and moved to the corner of the elevator. The issue of money had been weighing on her for a long time. President Lu. Seeing that there was no one else around, Jiang Ci gathered her courage. Lu Yudong stood in front of her and answered casually. Their exchange sounded nothing like that of two people who were not only legally married but had even slept together. I remember the agreement says there would be a 200,000 yuan deposit after we signed it. About that money. After all, she was asking for money. And Jiang Ci hadn't graduated yet, so she was still somewhat shy about asking. You haven't received it yet? Lu Yudong never turned around. He didn't even glance at Jiang Ci, standing behind him. No, not yet. Are you in a hurry? Jiang Ci. She was so desperate she could practically climb the walls. And the day was almost over. I thought Attorney Guan had already transferred it to you. Send me your bank account number. Lu Yudong was straightforward. He didn't continue questioning whether she was in a hurry or not. He simply asked for her account number. His straightforward attitude finally put Jiang Ci at ease. I'll send it to you once I get on the bus. When they reached the first floor, Lu Yudong got out of the elevator without saying another word. There weren't many people on the bus. After getting on, Jiang Ci took out her bank card and snapped a photo for Lu Yudong, making sure the account number was clearly visible. Before long, Jiang Ci received a transfer of 200,000 yuan. Just as she was praising Lu Yudong in her heart for being so efficient, she received another WeChat message from him. If you'd been a little more diligent and typed out the numbers, the transfer might have been 30 seconds faster. Jiang Ci, was he calling her lazy? Worried that this might affect her marriage performance evaluation, Jiang Ci unnecessarily added, "Oh, it's because there were a lot of people on the bus, President Lu. It wasn't convenient to type. Asterisk asterisk. You're in such a hurry, and you still care whether it's convenient?" Jiang Ci, no matter how she looked at it, he was still implying that she was desperately impatient to get the money. Just as Jiang Ci was struggling to come up with a response, another WeChat message from Lu Yudong arrived. This Saturday, come back to Qingqing with me to see Grandpa. Jiang Ci's heart sank slightly before she asked, how many days will we stay? Go Saturday morning, stay one night, and come back Sunday. To be honest, Jiang Ci was happy when she saw that she would be visiting his grandfather. After all the performance bonuses revolved around Grandpa. Only by seeing Grandpa could Jiang Ci earn more money. On Friday, Jiang Ci went to the hospital to visit her mother. Her mother was doing much better after the surgery. Jiang Ci also told Dr. Fu to keep an eye out for a suitable hospital caregiver and arrange one as soon as possible if he found someone. However, when Jiang Ci entered her mother's room that day, she saw her elusive older brother, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had never amounted to much. He had recently found a new job as a driver's chauffeur for the owner of a technology company. His driving skills, however, were pretty good. Jiang Ci, how about I introduce you to someone? Jiang Yi said with a cheeky grin. Jiang Ci ignored him. How good could one of Jiang Yi's drinking buddies possibly be? Besides, she was technically already married. There was absolutely no way she was going to cheat and give Lu Yudong something he could use against her. No thanks. I'm not in the mood right now. Maybe after Mom gets better. Jiang Ci held her mother's hand and pressed it against her cheek. After Mom gets better? You might as well wait until the end of time, Jiang Yi casually remarked. The comment annoyed Jiang Ci, but she didn't respond. I remember there used to be plenty of guys chasing after you. Besides, what about that guy? He's already dead. Are you really going to stay single for the rest of your life because of him? Jiang Yi had come to the hospital specifically to corner Jiang Ci. He rarely visited their mother. I won't let you mention him. You're not worthy of talking about him. Jiang Ci's voice was firm. Seeing how upset she was, Jiang Yi stopped bringing it up. It was clearly a painful subject for his sister, and he was afraid of pushing her too far. After a pause, he continued, Fine. I won't mention him. Look how worked up you are. But this time, the guy I'm introducing you to is the son of President Chu. He's a genuine rich second-generation heir. He's handsome and wealthy. Are you really not going to consider him? Jiang Ci said nothing, completely ignoring him. Seeing how stubborn she was, Jiang Yi became angry and embarrassed. Jiang Ci, people need to know their own worth. Sure, you're somewhat pretty, but there are plenty of girls at your level. Don't think too highly of yourself. Besides, Mom's illness costs money. As her daughter, you don't even think about helping with her medical expenses. That's completely irresponsible. Jiang Ci closed her eyes and let Jiang Yi's voice go in one ear and out the other. Ungrateful brat. Seeing that Jiang Ci was ignoring him, Jiang Yi cursed under his breath and left. Hashtag Chapter 9. Which one? Shindong Group was far from the university. To make commuting easier, Jiang Ci had rented a 2-bedroom apartment near the company and shared it with someone else. Jiang Yi was currently living alone in their mother's house. Saturday, 10 a.m. Lu Yudong picked Jiang Ci up from outside her residential complex. At Lu Yudong's request, Jiang Ci had dressed appropriately. A white t-shirt, a red short skirt, and white sneakers made her look youthful and energetic. Young people simply looked good no matter how they dressed. This time, Lu Yudong didn't drive himself. He and Jiang Ci sat side by side in the back seat. When Jiang Ci got into the car, Lu Yudong merely glanced at her without saying anything. Once they got onto the highway, Jiang Ci suddenly remembered something. Did their contract marriage include sex? She hadn't even clarified this before signing the agreement so carelessly. She really must have been desperate for money. Since they were putting on an act for Grandpa, and they would soon arrive at his house, they would obviously have to sleep in the same room that night. Would Lu Yudong expect them to have sex? The thought suddenly jolted Jiang Ci wide awake. She didn't know whether the driver knew about their contractual marriage, and she was afraid the driver might overhear. So she sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. President Lu, does our agreement include that? Lu Yudong only picked up his phone leisurely when he heard it ring. Jiang Ci sat upright, but from the corner of her eye, she could tell that Lu Yudong replied with extreme casualness. Jiang Ci tightly gripped her phone. Before long, her screen displayed. One contact sent you one message. She unlocked her phone and opened the chat with Mr. Nobody. Which one? Jiang Ci felt like her head was about to explode. This was such a serious question, yet he was deliberately playing dumb with her. Did he really not know what she meant by which one? Or was he pretending? You know, that one. A moment later, her phone chimed. She immediately unlocked it with facial recognition. What do you think? Jiang Ci stared at the reply and nearly lost her mind. She was completely speechless. Just as her fingers unconsciously hovered over the keyboard, unsure what to type, his voice suddenly sounded beside her. I'm Mr. Nobody. The sudden question made Jiang Ci's body jerk. She hadn't expected Lu Yudong to ask about that. She turned her head and saw him looking down at her phone with his eyes slightly lowered. And on her screen was the chat showing that she was talking to Mr. Nobody. Huh. Jiang Ci looked confused, but then explained, it's just a code name. I was afraid that if I saved you as President Lu, someone might see it and figure out our relationship. With those words, Jiang Ci was also making it clear to Lu Yudong that she hadn't been telling people about their relationship. On the contrary, she was keeping it very private. Lu Yudong couldn't be bothered to continue talking to her, so he turned his head back toward the window. Jiang Ci thought. Why is Lu Yudong so evasive? Can't he just answer a simple question properly? Since he wouldn't answer her on WeChat, she might as well ask him directly. She didn't care whether the driver knew or not anymore. President Lu, did you bring any condoms? Jiang Ci looked directly at Lu Yudong and asked with absolute seriousness. She absolutely couldn't get pregnant. She had to pass the CPA exam, become a successful career woman, and make money. She couldn't let a child hold her back. When Lu Yudong heard her question, he turned to look at her with a slight frown, as if his expression were saying, don't young women have any sense of restraint these days? I didn't bring any. After saying that indifferently, Lu Yudong turned his head back toward the window. Jiang Ci swallowed nervously, but then she thought, maybe not bringing any means he doesn't intend to do anything. After what happened last time, he probably felt that having an intern like Jiang Ci around had only caused him trouble and regretted it deeply. Now that he was completely sober, how could he possibly make the same mistake again? Besides, he was the dignified president of Shindong International. How could he possibly let a little intern give birth to his child? With that thought, Jiang Ci finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hashtag chapter 10. Okay, hubby. They arrived in Qingqing at 4 in the afternoon. Before getting out of the car, Lu Yudong said to Jiang Ci, remember to change the way you address me. Huh? What? Jiang Ci didn't understand. Don't call me President Lu anymore. Jiang Ci thought for a moment, then said without the slightest hesitation, okay, hubby. Her reaction was so quick, and she called him hubby so naturally, that even Lu Yudong couldn't help glancing at her. He guessed she must have often called her boyfriend that too. Girls these days really are so open. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Yudong felt slightly uncomfortable at the thought. But Jiang Ci knew exactly what she was doing. He was paying her so much money, so naturally, she had to make the act convincing. Jiang Ci had always been professional. She wasn't the type to act coy and refuse to work unless her boss forced her to. She knew how to read the situation. When they arrived at Grandpa's house, Jiang Ci immediately became serious. She knew that they were here to comfort an elderly man suffering from a serious illness, and she was afraid that one careless action might upset him. She reminded herself to be careful at all times. Lu Yudong's grandfather had originally been a professor at Qingqing University's School of Law and was highly respected in legal circles. He had even appeared regularly on television as a guest, explaining various legal disputes involving marriage. No wonder Lu Yudong had said that his grandfather would see through a fake marriage certificate. How could such a highly educated man fail to recognize a fake certificate? Lu Yudong's grandmother had passed away just last year. This year, his grandfather was diagnosed with lung cancer. Lu Yudong had grown up with his grandparents and was deeply attached to them. His grandfather simply wanted to see Lu Yudong settle down and have a happy family before he could leave this world in peace. Grandpa looked at Jiang Ci kindly from head to toe. How old are you, Jiang? 23, Lu Yudong answered. Jiang Ci was slightly stunned. How does Lu Yudong know my age? Then she remembered that before they registered their marriage, he'd glanced at her ID card. Just one glance had been enough for him to answer his grandfather naturally and appropriately. He really was the type who planned 10 steps ahead. She's quite a bit younger than you, Grandpa said to Lu Yudong. 8 years. Yes. Lu Yudong smiled and spoke in a gentle tone that Jiang Ci rarely heard from him. She's so much younger than you. You have to treat her well. Of course. Both Lu Yudong and Jiang Ci were sitting on the sofa. Suddenly, Lu Yudong took Jiang Ci's hand and naturally brought it to his lips, giving it a gentle kiss. A current seemed to shoot through Jiang Ci's entire body. She felt tingling and weak all over. She wanted to pull her hand away, but she was afraid of ruining their act, so she let Lu Yudong hold it. Her palm quickly became covered in sweat. Jiang Ci is an intern, and she doesn't want the people at the company to know about our marriage. She doesn't want any gossip. Lu Yudong's tone suddenly became suggestive. He even turned his head and glanced at Jiang Ci. His eyes seemed capable of speaking, and there was a hint of teasing and mockery in his gaze. It's just that the timing was right recently, so we registered our marriage. I brought her back to let you have a look. There was no doubt that when Lu Yudong said the timing was right, he meant that they had slept together. You two really came at an unfortunate time, Grandpa said. You didn't tell me you were coming, and the part-time housekeeper took another job. There's no one to cook for us. Let's go out to eat. Then Grandpa suddenly remembered something. If your grandmother were still here, how wonderful it would be if she could make you hand-pulled noodles. You loved them when you were little. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes turned red. Grandpa was a scholar. He and Grandma had lived together for years and had never hired a full-time housekeeper. After Grandma passed away, Lu Yudong had repeatedly wanted to hire a live-in housekeeper and several caregivers for Grandpa. But Grandpa had said, I'm already half dead. Don't waste your energy on me. He had continued living alone, with a part-time housekeeper occasionally coming over to cook. I can make hand-pulled noodles. If Grandpa doesn't mind, I'll make them. I make them for Yudong all the time. Don't I, hubby? Jiang Ci stood up and spoke naturally and appropriately. She volunteered for 2 reasons. First, she was genuinely touched by Grandpa's story about him and Grandma. Second, there was the money. She clearly remembered that the agreement said making Grandpa a delicious meal was worth 20,000 yuan. Besides, she and Lu Yudong had played the loving couple so convincingly. Grandpa should be very happy and would be able to leave this world with peace of mind. Lu Yudong sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, one hand resting against his chin. He hadn't expected Jiang Ci to be so proactive. He didn't know whether she was trying to take advantage of the opportunity to turn their fake marriage into something real or whether she was simply acting. But her acting was already far beyond that of a professional actress. Yes, Grandpa. Let her do it. Lu Yudong curled his lips and smiled. Then his meaningful gaze swept across Jiang Ci's face. Jiang Ci immediately looked like someone whose secret had been seen through and hurried into the kitchen. Hashtag chapter 11. How many have you passed? Jiang Ci wasn't as lucky as Lu Yudong. When she was in elementary school, her father spent most of his time working at construction sites while her mother worked outside the home. So Jiang Ci had learned to cook for herself. She had been barely tall enough to reach the stove, yet she would still stand on a stool, light the burner, and cook for herself and her useless older brother. She had already learned how to make hand-pulled noodles when she was in 6th grade. It was second nature to her. Before long, she brought steaming bowls of noodles and tomato and egg soup to the table. Grandpa's face lit up with happiness. For a moment, it was as though Grandma had returned. He ate with great enjoyment. Lu Yudong, however, showed little reaction. Jiang Ci kept sneaking glances at him, trying to figure out whether her performance had been worth the 20,000 yuan bonus. After dinner, they watched television for a while. Then came the moment Jiang Ci both dreaded and looked forward to most. At 10 that night, Grandpa went back to his bedroom to rest. Go to bed. Lu Yudong glanced at Jiang Ci. Okay. Jiang Ci followed Lu Yudong into his bedroom. His bedroom was extremely spacious, almost as large as the two-bedroom apartment Jiang Ci rented. It had a private bathroom, exercise equipment, bookshelves, a desk, and a huge double bed. You shower in the bedroom. I'll go to the living room. With that, Lu Yudong took his pajamas from the wardrobe and walked out, leaving Jiang Ci standing nervously in the bedroom. Jiang Ci felt like a puppet whose strings were being pulled. She answered with a quiet mm and took her pajamas into the bathroom. When Jiang Ci came out wearing her pajamas, Lu Yudong was already leaning against the headboard reading a book. He occupied half the bed. Naturally, the other half belonged to Jiang Ci. Lu Yudong was wearing luxurious silk pajamas, while Jiang Ci was wearing plain cotton pajamas. Not only were hers ridiculously childish, they didn't match Lu Yudong's at all. From beginning to end, Lu Yudong never once looked up at her. He simply continued reading. Seeing that he had no intention of going to sleep yet, Jiang Ci took her copy of economic law out of her suitcase. She had been preparing for the CPA exam all along. She secretly glanced at Lu Yudong. He looked completely detached from worldly desires. Jiang Ci knew that when he'd been drunk that night, he had probably mistaken her for someone else. Now that he was completely sober, he shouldn't make the same mistake again. After all, Lu Yudong was a company president. Surely he wouldn't force himself on a subordinate. While Jiang Ci was lost in her thoughts, Lu Yudong suddenly asked, "You're taking the CPA exam?" Oh, how many subjects have you passed? It was rare for him to show any interest in making conversation. I've passed 4. There are only 2 left, plus the professional ethics exam. But this time I only registered for 1 subject because I don't have much time now that I'm working. I'm also about to graduate, so I have a lot of things to deal with. Preparing for just 1 subject is safer. I need to put most of my energy into my work. Jiang Ci answered honestly. The hidden meaning was obvious. I'm working very hard at Shindo. You're not going to dry your hair? Lu Yudong glanced casually at her and noticed that water was still dripping from her hair. Oh, I'll dry it later. The main reason was that Jiang Ci had never developed the habit of drying her hair after washing it. Lu Yudong raised his hand and pointed toward the bathroom, seemingly wanting her to go dry her hair. But at that moment, his phone rang. Jiang Ci was sitting beside Lu Yudong and vaguely heard the other person talking about the issue of which interns would be retained by the company. Jiang Ci's heart immediately tightened. After the other person spoke at length, Lu Yudong simply replied, "Just send the results to the entire company on Monday." Then he hung up. Jiang Ci licked her lips and finally gathered the courage to ask, "President Lu, did they mention whether I'm being retained?" Chapter 12. You're so wrong for following me? Lu Yudong said coldly, "I didn't say." Jiang Ci was a little disappointed by the answer, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions. After all, she was just a junior intern, and her future at the company shouldn't attract Lu Yul's attention. Just then, her phone beeped, and she picked it up to take a look. Someone on WeChat requested to add her as a friend, and the request only contained 2 words, Chu Shua. Jiang Ci, I didn't remember knowing such a person, so she ignored her. After all, there are too many scammers online these days. I'm going to sleep now. After saying that, Jiang Ci hurriedly turned off the bedside lamp and shrank into the quilt. The air conditioning in the bedroom was quite cool, and it was actually very comfortable to be covered with a silk summer blanket. Lu Yudong didn't turn his head and simply hummed in agreement. He seemed to be busy with work. Jiang Ci buried her face in the quilt, only revealing her doe-like eyes, and secretly sized up Lu Yudong. My gaze inadvertently swept across his face. His features were sharp and cold. Actually, his face doesn't resemble Xiao Zheng at all. The only resemblance is slight when he smiles. But Lu Yudong rarely smiled, and Jiang Ci didn't know why she mistook him for Xiao Zheng that night. Thinking of Xiao Zheng made Jiang Ci even sadder. His death was truly tragic. Jiang Ci buried her head under the covers and silently shed tears. Perhaps the tears flowed too heavily, because in the end, even the nose started to sneer. You're so wronged after following me? Lu Yudong's calm voice came from outside the blanket. No. Jiang Ci's voice was muffled under the covers, sounding heavy and muffled. Then why are you crying? He asked again. I'm just a little homesick, she said casually, then turned her back to sleep. Lu Yudong did not ask any further questions. Although she said she wanted to sleep, she just couldn't fall asleep. At that moment, a display stand on the bedside table caught her attention. She picked it up. The photo showed a young woman, who, though covered in dust, was still very charming and not much older than Jiang Ci. Turn the frame over, and you'll see 3 words written on the back. Jiang Ci read it aloud softly, "In Shui Mo." She suddenly remembered that on their first night, Lu Yudong had called out someone's name. Could it be her? Is this the white moonlight in Lu Yudong's heart? Put it down. Don't move. Suddenly, Lu Yudong's icy voice rang out. Jiang Ci shuddered, and the photo frame in her hand fell to the floor beside the bed with a thud. Lu Yudong bent down to pick it up, but accidentally landed on Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci's breathing became rapid instantly, her chest heaving. She was terrified. Lu Yudong picked up the tableware and stuffed it haphazardly into the drawer, but he remained pressed against her, not moving away for a long time. Just as Jiang Ci was at a loss and didn't know what to do, suddenly, snap, Lu Yul turned off the light. Is this something I need to do? A hint of ambiguity suddenly filled the air, along with a sense of impending conflict. Jiang Ci gritted her teeth and suddenly said, "President Lu, I want to stay at New Oriental. Please talk to the HR department about it." These words were definitely not a request, but rather an exchange with Lu Yudong, who was evenly matched with him. The voice also conveyed a message. "I know you've gone wild, Mr. Lu, but if you want to do it, there must be a condition. Let me stay at New East." She knew that Lu Yudong had the right to interpret all the terms of the agreement, but Lu Yudong had not written the clause about doing in the agreement beforehand, and when Jiang Ci asked him about it, he did not give a clear answer. Jiang Ci needs money and a job, and now is the time to make her demands. Jiang Ci handled this juncture perfectly. "Threatening me?" Lu Yudong's deep, magnetic, and gloomy voice rang in Jiang Ci's ear. "No, it's my confidence. I'm confident I did a good job," Jiang Ci said again. Lu Yudong didn't respond at all. He lowered his head and began to kiss Jiang Ci's neck. Lu Yudong's arm brushed against Jiang Ci's soft chest, intentionally or unintentionally, accurately evoking her first memory. This made Jiang Ci feel a tingling sensation all over her body. Her mind was alternating between clear and foggy, and she repeated, "So, Mr. Lu?" Lu Yudong pressed down on Jiang Ci, looking at her red and swollen eyes, her pitiful yet fierce appearance, just like a cornered rabbit. Grandpa told him not to bully her, since she was 8 years younger than him. Lu Yudong's anger had subsided somewhat. He ran his hand across Jiang Ci's cold cheek and asked, "What's your boyfriend's name?" Chapter 13, I find it dirty. Jiang Ci, I didn't know why he suddenly brought up this topic, but since she had already lied about being a boyfriend, she had to keep making it up. Ex-boyfriend or current boyfriend? Lu Yudong sneered, never expecting that he would marry a heartthrob woman. How many boyfriends has she had? Just 2. 2. Just one. My current boyfriend. What's his name? Lu Yudong asked in a hoarse voice. It's not easy to think of a name, but that Chu Shua just added her on WeChat. Therefore, Jiang Ci answered without hesitation, "Chu Shua." The world is so big. How could Lu Yudong know about Chu Shua, this swindler? Surname Chu. Lu Yudong frowned slightly again. Yes. Why does President Lu need to see him? Jiang Ci replied matter-of-factly. During the marriage of convenience, you are not allowed to have sex with him. I find it disgusting. Lu Yudong gave Jiang Ci his order. Lu Yudong's dislike of dirt instantly made Jiang Ci blush, as if she were a commodity that had been bought and was therefore second-hand and looked down upon. This kind of pickiness made Jiang Ci feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I have excellent professional ethics. I know what I should and shouldn't do. Besides, he's interning out of town and can't come back. Even if I wanted to, it wouldn't be possible. Jiang Ci's words were righteous and out of place with the atmosphere of the bed tonight. Jiang Ci's sexual frigidity probably caused Lu Yudong to suddenly lose his desire. Although Jiang Ci's soft body reminded Lu Yudong of the first night he was with Jiang Ci, the pleasure of breaking through and the warmth of her cheeks made Lu Yudong unable to resist. But tonight, he also realized one thing. This in turn was not easy to handle. He couldn't let her trick him like this. If he did, she would know there was an opportunity to take advantage of him and become even more reckless. He got off Jiang Ci. Lu Yudong's sudden reaction made Jiang Ci even more certain. Lu Yudong might have liked In Shuama before. Last time he was drunk, he mistook her for In Shuama. This time, she mentioned In Shuama's name, which made Lu Yudong unhappy again. He didn't plan to do it tonight, but because of In Shuama's provocation, he still had to do it. I'm not going to sleep anymore. After saying that, Jiang Ci turned around and went to sleep. Fortunately, Lu Yudong didn't do it today. He didn't bring a condom. If he had, he would have had to take birth control pills. Jiang Ci wasn't familiar with the area around her grandfather's house and didn't know where the pharmacy was. That's great. It saves us the trouble. The next day, Jiang Ci behaved very well at her grandfather's house, always smiling. Her grandfather nodded repeatedly, saying that Lu Yudong had good judgment. After getting through the morning, they got in the car at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and returned to Jiangzhou. Jiang Ci felt her cheeks were a little stiff from smiling all morning, and her face immediately fell after getting into the car. A CEO and an intern, whose living environments were completely different before, now have nothing to say to each other. Jiang Ci's phone rang. It was a message from her school counselor asking her to write a speech about an outstanding graduate to be read at the graduation ceremony. Jiang Ci was completely clueless, so she discussed it with her teacher, including the entry point and focus of the manuscript, as well as the several examples she wanted to share, and asked her advisor if it was okay. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. When Jiang Ci sent a WeChat message, her phone screen displayed. She had received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. It was from Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci paused as she sent the WeChat message. Logically, she should be very happy to receive so much money in just one day, but she suddenly felt it was ironic. He buys, she buys, it's a one-off deal. After sending the WeChat message to her teacher, Jiang Ci sent Lu Yudong a message. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Yudong did not reply. Jiang Ci suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Yudong, Mr. Lu, how often will you come back to see Grandpa in the future? I'd like to know. Maybe weekly. Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment, thinking, luckily she didn't have a real boyfriend. If she did, this frequency of visiting her grandfather would basically have caused her to break up with her boyfriend. Chapter 14, Understand? On Monday, not long after Jiang Ci joined the company, she received a mass email from the group's Human Resources Department. After review and compilation by various departments, the Human Resources Department has decided that the following personnel have officially passed their internships and are eligible for permanent employment. Jiang Ci was so nervous her heart was about to jump out of her chest. When she saw her name on the list of officially hired employees, she finally felt relieved. She was very happy, but also very surprised. Yang Manny, another highly regarded intern from Huaqiao University in the finance department, failed to pass the interview. Xing Baohua had previously mentioned that the finance department needed an intern this year, and now that spot has gone to Jiang Ci. Xing Baohua looked at Jiang Ci with a strange expression. Originally, there were 2 interns in the finance department this year. The other intern, Yang Manny, was a graduate student from Huaqiao University. She was close to the finance director, Xing Baohua, and had solid professional knowledge. If Jiang Ci didn't take leave, she could compete with Yang Manny. However, because Jiang Ci always took leave, and because Lu Yudong didn't agree to let Jiang Ci stay at Shindong last time, Jiang Ci originally thought that she wouldn't be the one to be promoted this time. But suddenly she was the one again, which made Jiang Ci feel like a huge pie had fallen from the sky. Judging from Xing Baohua's attitude, the list of candidates for permanent positions that he submitted to the personnel department should also include Yang Manny. Jiang Ci guessed that Lu Yudong might have said something, which is why even Xing Baohua felt something was off. Jiang Ci had no idea what Lu Yudong had said to the HR department, whether he had told them about their arranged marriage. After get off work, Han Lan and Jiang Ci made plans to have hot pot together to celebrate. Han Lan had also officially been promoted to a permanent position and was now working in the public relations department. As soon as the two got on the elevator, they found Lu Yudong already standing inside. He kept one hand in his pocket and didn't even glance at Jiang Ci, exuding an air of arrogance and aloofness. Several senior executives followed behind Lu Yudong, and they were discussing this year's advertising campaign. Han Lan and Jiang Ci didn't dare to breathe and automatically shrank behind the elevator. Now that you've been officially hired, you need to apply for a dormitory room. Have you submitted your application yet? Han Lan asked Jiang Ci in a low voice. Even if Han Lan spoke quietly, others could still hear her clearly, especially in the enclosed space of an elevator. Fortunately, several high-level executives were talking, so Han Lan's voice wasn't too jarring. Not yet, Jiang Ci said. Why haven't you applied yet? If you don't apply soon, there won't be any rooms left. Han Lan turned her head to look at Jiang Ci. Okay, I'll hurry, Jiang Ci said, stealing a glance at Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci didn't apply for a dormitory room because she was worried about visiting her grandfather once a week. If she left every Saturday and returned on Sunday, her roommates would definitely ask her questions, and she was afraid that if it went on for too long, the truth would come out. She wanted to ask Lu Yudong's opinion first, but she also felt that he probably wouldn't care about something that only a small intern like her did, so she didn't ask. She wasn't short of money right now, so she wanted to stay in her original rented apartment. It would be more convenient for her to live alone, whether she was visiting her mother or returning to Qingqing. However, on Wednesday, Jiang Ci received a dormitory check-in procedure from the Human Resources Department, which required her to fill in her personal information. Jiang Ci was confused and was about to ask Xing Baohua what was going on when she received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. Understand. Lu Yudong really overestimated Jiang Ci's intelligence, thinking that Jiang Ci could understand his meaning with just one word. However, after thinking for a long time, Jiang Ci finally understood what this understand meant. It must have been Lu Yudong's instruction to the personnel department to let Jiang Ci stay at Xingdong. If it was Xing Baohua's idea to keep people, it would definitely be Yang Mani. Keeping Jiang Ci was simply because Lu Yudong was afraid that Jiang Ci would be difficult to control if she left Xingdong. Also, Jiang Ci also figured out why Lu Yudong applied for a dormitory for her. It was because Lu Yudong had said before that he thought it was dirty. There are 4 people in the dormitory. If Jiang Ci's boyfriend comes to stay with her, Lu Yudong will definitely find out. This is both a hint to Jiang Ci and a way to control her. Lu Yudong is truly far-sighted. No wonder he's the CEO. He's arranged things so clearly for a mere intern. Jiang Ci replied with only one word, understood. Chapter 15, he saw it at first glance. Jiang Ci moved into the company dormitory, which was right across from the company. It was very close, saving her on transportation costs and rent. She, Han Lan, and 2 girls from the customer service department were assigned to an apartment. It wasn't very big, and because they moved in late, the sunny room had already been taken by the 2 girls from the customer service department. Han Lan was going to argue with the 2 girls, but Jiang Ci said, "There's no name written on the room, so let them take it." Han Lan then decided to let the matter drop. Jiang Ci gave Han Lan the larger room on the shady side, while she herself stayed in the smallest room, which had no windows and poor ventilation. Although it was summer, the room was stuffy and damp. After only a few days, Jiang Ci felt that the dark room was not very good. It was an apartment building with many rooms in the hallway. Their apartment was in a bad location to begin with, and her room was the worst one. After washing her clothes, she would often let them air dry in the bathroom before taking them to her room to remove the smell. However, because this apartment belonging to Xindong Group is located in the financial district, where land is incredibly valuable, and where housing prices in Jiangzhou are among the highest in the country, the rent is almost equivalent to a month's salary for a recent graduate. Therefore, employee apartments have become a very scarce resource, and employees must apply for a room as soon as they become full-time employees. Otherwise, they won't be able to get one. Jiang Ci knew this, so she wasn't picky. On Friday, Jiang Ci got her period. She thought to herself, "This time when I go back to my grandfather's house, I finally don't have to worry about whether or not to do it." That evening, Jiang Ci received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. "Going back to Grandpa's tomorrow, get ready." "Okay, Mr. Lu, please wait for me near the Fengyue Cafe at the top of Financial Street." She was afraid that Lu Yudong would pick her up downstairs at the apartment building, as her colleagues were gossiping a lot. On Saturday, Jiang Ci got into Lu Yudong's car. Lu Yudong changed his car this time, a Mercedes with a high configuration. It wasn't as flashy as the Maybach. It looked like an ordinary luxury car. The 2 sat in the back row as usual and didn't talk much. Suddenly, Lu Yudong sniffed and said, "What's that smell?" Jiang Ci then came to her senses and sniffed, but couldn't smell anything. Lu Yudong frowned slightly and looked Jiang Ci up and down. "What's that smell on your clothes?" Jiang Ci was used to wearing it and didn't notice what the smell was. She just felt embarrassed that Lu Yudong smelled an unpleasant odor on her. She is, after all, a girl. She thought for a moment. Is it a trendy smell? Almost. Oh, maybe it's because my room is always damp and my clothes never dry properly. That's how it got that smell over time. Jiang Ci instinctively attributed the problem to external factors. After all, it would be too embarrassing if Lu Yudong thought the smell was coming from her. Lu Yudong glanced at Jiang Ci silently, said nothing, and continued to look out the window. Grandpa was very happy when we went back to his house this time. There was a lot of love and affection between Grandpa and Jiang Ci. Compared to Lu Yudong, Jiang Ci and her grandfather are more like grandfather and grandson. Perhaps because Lu Yudong is mature beyond his years and never complains to his grandfather when he encounters difficulties, he always shoulders everything on his own. His grandfather can't help him even if he wants to. Therefore, his grandfather lacks the kind of love that should be present in Lu Yudong's generation. They are more like peers. Jiang Ci was different. She always asked her grandfather about everything and talked to him about everything, big and small. For example, she talked about the differences in the course arrangements between Qingqing University and Jiangzhou University, which she attended, the interesting stories about her grandfather's teaching back then, and the students who gave him headaches. Her grandfather had never talked about these things with Lu Yudong, but in front of Jiang Ci, he talked about them fluently and with a radiant face. Even when Lu Yudong was reading alone, bursts of laughter could be heard, as if he were the superfluous one. Grandpa jokingly reminded Jiang Ci, "Little Ci, aren't you planning to have a child?" Grandpa really wants to see what little Ci will look like. It seems that Jiang Ci is his biological granddaughter. Grandpa has changed his way of addressing her from little Jiang to little porcelain. When her grandfather called Jiang Ci Xiao Ci for the first time, Jiang Ci's heart warmed instantly, and her eyes welled up with tears. She seemed to hear her parents and Xiaozhen calling her Xiao Ci again. They were all her closest relatives. But now, her closest relatives are gone, and she doesn't know if her mother's generation will ever have the chance to call her little porcelain. Grandpa is the only person in the world who calls her little porcelain. Jiang Ci froze, her hand still as she ate. She felt guilty, realizing that her grandfather's wish might not come true. She had agreed to a marriage of convenience with Lu Yudong, but she had no plans to have children. Once she had children, there would be many more entanglements. Grandpa, you're an intellectual who's always been focused on self-development. When did you become so concerned about your child? Lu Yudong smoothed things over for Jiang Ci. Alas, I am not. Grandpa's eyes dimmed for a moment. The past is the past, and things are very different now. Seeing his grandfather like this, Lu Yudong said nothing. He knew that his grandfather's wish was absolutely impossible to fulfill. Jiang Ci was also in a very bad mood. Thinking of her father's dying moments and looking at her grandfather, she felt even more sad. After returning to her room, Jiang Ci made a point of placing a sanitary napkin on the bedside table. Lu Yudong saw it at a glance. He was very knowledgeable. Chapter 16. Who is keeping her as a sugar daddy? Jiang Ci was writing something at her desk with her notebook in her hand. What are you writing? The bed was behind the desk, and Jiang Ci had her back to Lu Yudong. Perhaps Lu Yudong felt the room was too stuffy, so he said something to Jiang Ci. Report on outstanding graduates. Jiang Ci typed, casually replying to Lu Yudong. You? Upon hearing these two words, Jiang Ci felt increasingly uneasy. How much did Lu Yudong look down on her? Jiang Ci turned around and met Lu Yudong's gaze. What, Mr. Lu? Don't you know that Shindong Group always recruits outstanding graduates? If I weren't outstanding, how could I have been officially promoted? Or am I not outstanding enough to begin with? And you just gave your subordinates a few instructions so that I could work under you, and you could control me. Lu Yudong's use of the word you was just a casual remark, but he didn't expect Jiang Ci to target him so directly, and every word she said hit the nail on the head. He had known all along that this woman was no ordinary person. Lu Yudong ignored Jiang Ci, closed his book, and went to wash up. Jiang Ci felt that what she had said was too much after being provoked by him. After all, he was the president, and it was indeed impolite for her, as the lowest-ranking subordinate, to respond like that. She felt a little guilty towards Lu Yudong and couldn't continue writing the report, so she went to wash up. When Lu Yudong entered the room, Jiang Ci was already sitting on the bed. Lu Yudong picked up the book again and continued reading. President Lu, how did you manage to keep me in the finance department? Jiang Ci asked, trying to make conversation, and besides, she had always wanted to know the answer to this question. Do I need to explain to an intern that I'm leaving behind? Lu Yudong asked casually. Jiang Ci thought to herself. As expected, Lu Yudong had made a request before he allowed her to stay. But if you don't explain, people will start to overthink. Lu Yudong's gaze swept over her casually. What are you overthinking? Is it true that you slept with me? Or that you got a marriage certificate with me? Jiang Ci had nothing to say. She lay down and listened to the sounds of Lu Yudong turning pages, turning off the light, and lying down, and slowly fell asleep. This time, the trip back to his grandfather's house went smoothly. On the way back, Lu Yudong transferred another 10,000 yuan to Jiang Ci. This time it cost 20,000 yuan less than last time, which is 20,000 yuan less for cooking, because this time we had a part-time housekeeper. However, neither of them said a word. Now, every time Lu Yudong sends money to Jiang Ci feels uncomfortable, but she can't figure out why. Lu Yudong parked his car at the spot where he had picked up Jiang Ci the day before, and then sped away. Before Jiang Ci even arrived at her dormitory, she received a WeChat message from HR Director Zhu Xiaojiang. The previous dormitory arrangement was temporary. Room 1507 is now available. A female employee from the operations department got married and bought a new house with her husband. You and Han Lan can move into this room. It's a double room. What do you think? Jiang Ci was slightly taken aback, thinking, just because Lu Yudong couldn't smell the dampness on her, he changed her room, and it's a double room. Sure enough, being in a higher position can be very oppressive. Han Lan went to check out room 1507. It was about the same size as the previous four-person room, but there were only 2 people in it. Han Lan's mouth never stopped moving all afternoon. She felt like a huge windfall had fallen from the sky as she packed her things and moved dorm rooms. After changing dorm rooms, Jiang Ci kept washing clothes, planning to wash all the clothes that had a musty smell. Jiang Ci, come quick. I'm so angry. Jiang Ci was washing clothes in the bathroom when she heard Han Lan shouting angrily. Then, Han Lan took her computer into the bathroom. You went to the hospital to see your mother yesterday, didn't you? Look at what these people are saying. Jiang Ci turned off the tap and tilted her head to look at the computer. The company's Fenghua forum is open on the computer. Tens of thousands of employees frequently post on it, making it very active. The title of this post is, Who is keeping her as a sugar daddy? There are more than a dozen photos above, all taken yesterday when Jiang Ci went to the Fenghua Cafe in Financial Street. She was wearing a very elegant dress and makeup, clearly dressed up carefully. She got into a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, and as she got in, she looked around. The Mercedes tint is so thick that you can't see who's sitting inside. Because you can't see them, everyone's talking about who's keeping her as a mistress. People were quite interested in this kind of gossip, and more people posted about it, quickly making it a hot topic. Han Lan posted, This is my roommate. I guarantee it. She went to the hospital yesterday. But Han Lan's reply was not convincing enough, and someone quickly replied, Do you need to dress up carefully to go to the hospital? It's not hard to park in front of our dormitory. Why don't you park right in front of the dormitory and go 2 miles away? Also, I heard that this year she and another graduate student from Huazhong University of Science and Technology were competing for a position at New East China Normal University. The other person is hardworking and conscientious, so how come she, who is always taking leave, got the position? I wonder what's going on. Keep your voice down. They have connections. During the team building event, I saw her toasting the HR vice president. Maybe. There were all sorts of opinions, but they were all pretty unpleasant. During the team building event, Jiang Ci did toast the deputy general manager of the human resources department, but she did so along with Xing Baohua. It can only be said that she was taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives this time. There is a lot of infighting within large corporations. Chapter 17. What are you thinking? Jiang Ci continued washing the clothes. She didn't want to deal with this kind of thing. It was too much of a brain drain. Jiang Ci, everyone's riding roughshod over you. Aren't you going to fight back? Forget it. Don't worry about it. These kinds of posts will naturally lose their popularity after a while. No way. Han Lan tilted her head and looked at Jiang Ci. You don't really have something going on with the vice president, do you? Jiang Ci looked at Han Lan and said, I can't be bothered with you. After saying that, Jiang Ci took the washed clothes to the balcony to hang them up to dry. The only thing that worried Jiang Ci was whether Lu Yudong would blame her for this, since she had been featured in the Peach Blossom edition. After hanging up the clothes, Jiang Ci took her notebook and wrote an outstanding graduate report on the bed. Han Lan wanted to say something, but seeing Jiang Ci's reticent expression, she shut up and only said, Don't forget the new employee physical examination tomorrow. Jiang Ci hummed in agreement. Having just become the target of everyone's criticism, Jiang Ci wasn't looking forward to tomorrow's group physical examination because the email said, Monday morning, all newly promoted employees should gather in the parking lot and take the company bus to Shindong Hospital for a physical examination. In the past, Jiang Ci could have just stayed out of the way, but now, the whole company would probably recognize her. Just as Jiang Ci had predicted, the next day, The 30-odd newly promoted interns were all on the bus to Shindong Hospital. The bus hadn't started moving yet. It was parked in the parking lot. Even though she sat discreetly in the last row, Jiang Ci still heard many people asking, "Which one is Jiang Ci? Who exactly picked her up? I heard that her family is of average means, quite poor, with no family background. She must be a kept woman." Many people have looked back at Jiang Ci. Just then, someone said, "Look outside." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and Jiang Ci also wanted to see what it was that could divert attention from this gossip topic. Then, the understated Mercedes that had appeared in the previous post gracefully made a huge arc and stopped next to the bus. Some curious people even took out their phones to check the license plate number against the one on the forum to see if it was the same car. Everyone is holding their breath, trying to see who is getting out of the car. Jiang Ci can even hear the tension in their voices. The car door opened. Lu Yudong stepped out of the car, locked the door, got out, put his hands in his pockets, and walked casually toward the office building. The car was deathly silent. Han Lan turned her head and looked at Jiang Ci in surprise. "Is the person you're rumored to be dating President Lu? I happened to be at the hospital that day and ran into him. He gave me a ride." Jiang Ci covered up the incident, but Han Lan clearly didn't believe her. The car was now completely silent. The post had been quietly deleted at some point, and no one dared to gossip about the CEO. Jiang Ci didn't know what Lu Yudong meant. It might have been intentional or unintentional, but it warmed her heart and made her feel inexplicably closer to him. She really wanted to see Lu Yudong again. This was the first time Jiang Ci had really looked forward to Saturday. After finishing work on Thursday, as Jiang Ci was packing up to go back to her dorm, she received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. "Tell me your height, weight, bust, waist, and hip measurements." Jiang Ci was looking at WeChat when she inexplicably got on the elevator. Lu Yudong happened to be in the elevator as well, which saved her the trouble of sending a WeChat message. "Mr. Lu, what do you mean?" Jiang Ci asked, waving her phone. "Taking wedding photos and ordering a wedding dress. Such a grand affair." Jiang Ci was taken aback. She thought it was just about getting their marriage certificate and going home to see her grandfather. Jiang Ci hesitated. If a wedding were held, wouldn't the whole city know? And if the agreement ended and they got divorced, wouldn't she be a discarded wife, known throughout the city? What size? Lu Yudong ignored Jiang Ci's emotions and continued to ask. "I haven't measured it, so I don't know," Jiang Ci said honestly. She always buys size S clothes, and she doesn't know her size. She's never thought about participating in a beauty pageant. Lu Yudong turned his gaze over and looked Jiang Ci up and down a few times. His gaze was piercing, which made Jiang Ci shrink back. The elevator dinged as it arrived on the first floor. Lu Yudong said nothing and went downstairs. Jiang Ci stood there stunned for a moment in the hall. Lu Yudong never wasted words with Jiang Ci, and he never answered questions he didn't want to answer. When Jiang Ci got home that evening, she received another WeChat message from Lu Yudong. "Going to take wedding photos on Saturday. Aren't we going to see Grandpa? Is the wedding going to be held?" Jiang Ci asked impatiently. "What's on your mind?" One sentence was enough to snap Jiang Ci out of her reverie. Chapter 18, you'll see it someday. Jiang Ci guessed that Lu Yudong was probably worried about his grandfather being alone in Qingcheng, so he was planning to bring him over to live with them. If his grandfather came, their wedding photo had to be hung up in the house. So, if Grandpa comes, does that mean Jiang Ci will also be staying at Lu Yudong's house? On Saturday, Jiang Ci went to a large photography base according to the address given by Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong is already here. Jiang Ci changed into her wedding dress, which fit her perfectly. She couldn't help but recall the look he gave her. In just one glance, he knew her measurements perfectly. His eye for detail was incredibly accurate. When Jiang Ci came out, Lu Yudong glanced at her with what seemed like disdain. The adjectives like "in the prime of life," "graceful figure," and "beautiful face" were all somewhat inadequate to describe Jiang Ci. The pearl necklace on her chest accentuated her collarbone, giving her a youthful and beautiful aura. Looking at Jiang Ci in her white wedding dress, Lu Yudong's mind was filled with the 8 words, "holding hands, growing old together." Fuck it. Lu Yudong's gaze didn't linger on Jiang Ci for long. He continued talking to the photographer, but he didn't seem to hear what the photographer was saying. Jiang Ci also saw Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong was wearing a black suit and was so handsome that people dared not look directly at him. While other people find a whole day too rushed for their wedding photos, they finished everything in just 1 hour. After changing her clothes, Jiang Ci excitedly said to Lu Yudong while slinging her bag over her shoulder. Mr. Lu, when the wedding photos are out, can you send me a picture? Lu Yudong rolled up his sleeves and said expressionlessly, You're looking forward to it? Yes. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. Don't worry, you'll see it sooner or later. You can make your own arrangements for not going to Grandpa's house today. I'll let you know when to go. Lu Yudong acted as if he were giving orders to his subordinates. Jiang Ci concealed her desire to see Lu Yudong and said with a smile, Perfect timing. I signed up for a CPA exam preparation course online a few days ago, and they asked me to go to the site to confirm it in the next few days. I'll take care of it. Lu Yudong didn't reply. He got in his car and drove away. Jiang Ci felt both embarrassed and disappointed. She was embarrassed because after all the blatant lies she had said, he hadn't replied to a single word and had simply left. Jiang Ci felt awkward. It seems that Jiang Ci won't see him for who knows how long. In the afternoon, Jiang Ci went to the Zhongfu building to register for a CPA exam preparation class. In fact, she has always had a strong learning ability. She passed the first 4 courses by self-study. However, she is busy with work now, so she spent 18,000 yuan to enroll in a guaranteed pass class online because she heard that the teachers here were all famous exam gods and academic superstars back then. Class started at 3 p.m. A handsome young man walked onto the podium, and the girls in the class all exclaimed, Wow, in amazement at the teacher's good looks. The teacher wrote the 2 characters, Chu Shuo, on the blackboard and said, This is my name. From now on, you can call me Teacher Chu. Let's begin the class now. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Chu Shuo? Is it a coincidence? Teacher Chu passed all 4 courses in one go and obtained the CPA certificate, which was a legend that year. His lectures were insightful and easy to understand, and his predictions of exam questions were also very effective. Jiang Ci was completely convinced by this teacher, and she felt it was a coincidence, since the teacher didn't know her before and wouldn't have added her on WeChat so casually. After class, Jiang Ci walked out of the Zhongfu building and saw her brother Jiang Yi waiting for her in his car by the roadside. What are you doing here? Jiang Ci asked. Oh, my dear sister has money to go to training classes now? Did you suddenly become rich? I also heard from the doctor that you're going to hire a caregiver for Mom. Jiang Yi asked Jiang Ci, leaning forward. Last time when they went to the hospital, Dr. Fu mentioned to Jiang Yi that he was looking for a caregiver for his mother. Jiang Yi wondered where Jiang Ci got the money. I've been promoted to a permanent position. Jiang Ci tried to brush it off. Wow, you've struck it rich, haven't you? When are you going to treat your brother to a meal? Jiang Ci didn't want to talk to Jiang Yi and was just about to leave when she heard Jiang Yi's tone change to a fawning one. Young Master Chu, get in the car, get in the car. Jiang Ci turned around and saw Chu Shuo. Jiang. Chu Shuo recognized her too. They had just met in class. Young Master Chu, you know my sister? Haha. That's like a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, like family members not recognizing each other anymore. Jiang Yi said, his shifty eyes fixed on Jiang Ci, then on Chu Shuo. Hello, Teacher Chu. Jiang Ci bowed politely to Chu Shuo. Jiang Ci, get on the bus too. Chu Shuo said to Jiang Ci. Yes, yes, Xiao Chu always tells you to get in the car, so stop being coy and hurry up. After saying that, Jiang Yi shoved Jiang Ci into the car. Jiang Ci and Chu Shuo both sat in the back row. Mr. Chu, have you added my sister on WeChat yet? Jiang Yi asked, beaming with joy, as he sat in the driver's seat. Oh, I added her once before, but Jiang Ci didn't agree, so I didn't add her again, Chu Shuo said. When they were taking attendance just now, I thought it was a case of the same name, so I didn't dare to think about it. Shall I add her now? Okay, Xiao Jiang. Okay, sure. Jiang Ci took a beat slow to take out her phone, found her QR code, and had Chu Shuo add her on WeChat. Chu Shuo's WeChat name is also his own name, so Jiang Ci didn't add any other notes. Chapter 19, Convenient Access. Jiang Ci finally understood that the time when Chu Shuo added her at her grandfather's house was not a coincidence at all, nor was he a scammer, but a rich second generation introduced to her by her brother. However, Chu Shuo is very polite and talented, the kind of person Jiang Ci admires. The so-called introduction was probably just her brother's wishful thinking. Then it will be much easier for me to ask Professor Chu questions about economic law in the future, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Yes, I'll find you some practice questions in a few days. Economic law is the easiest subject. Just memorize it and you should be able to pass. You should put more effort into the next one. Once you have the certificate, everything will be easier. Chu Shua said as he added a note to Jiang Ci's WeChat account, which was called Little White Rabbit with Flowers. Jiang Ci, you've been officially hired by Shindong Group, and I haven't celebrated with you yet. I heard that Shindong Group has a very high turnover rate. My sister is really outstanding. Jiang Yi took every opportunity to praise his sister, trying his best to leave a good impression on Chu Shua so that he could sell her for a good price in the future. Yes. Jiang Ci didn't want to talk to him, so she turned her head to look out the window after saying that. Chu Shua didn't answer, which made Jiang Yi feel very awkward. When they arrived at the dormitory building, Jiang Ci got out of the car. She walked while looking at her phone. When people around her saw Jiang Ci, they all looked like mice seeing a cat and quickly hid. In their minds, Jiang Ci was already Lu Yudong's woman. Whether she would become the boss's wife in the future was uncertain, but for now, no one dared to provoke her. Before Jiang Ci even opened the dormitory door, she received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. I'm going back to my grandfather's house at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'll pick you up from the dormitory. Jiang Ci's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She hadn't expected to see Lu Yudong again so soon. Jiang Ci closed her phone and began packing her luggage. Jiang Ci, are you dating President Lu? Han Lan suddenly moved closer to Jiang Ci, lowered her voice, and gossiped with winks and bulging eyes. No. Jiang Ci hesitated for a moment, but facing her best friend, she still answered honestly. We just slept together. Tisk, Han Lan gasped. I didn't realize you were so ruthless. You took him down right away. No, it was just an accident. This accident was also Jiang Ci's accident, although Lu Yudong thought she did it on purpose. So what's the situation for you now? That's fine. Oh, by the way, I won't be there tomorrow night. I'm going out. Where are you going? You're not going to spend the night with President Lu, are you? No. There's something else. Tisk, and you still say you're not in a relationship. Anyway, it's not. Jiang Ci thought for a moment. Although she couldn't see Lu Yudong now and occasionally felt like 3 autumns had passed, there were reasons for it. For example, this time, Lu Yudong saved her from the center of public opinion. But Jiang Ci still didn't think they were dating. People who are dating have endless things to talk about. They weren't. When they were together, they were always bored. All right, stop being so dramatic. I know office romances aren't allowed at the company, but don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. When you become the company's boss's wife, just don't forget to recommend me for the position of public relations director. Han Lan's aspirations weren't high. Jiang Ci. The next day, Jiang Ci got into Lu Yudong's car with her suitcase. His car was parked right in front of the apartment building, and everyone who came in and out saw it. Now, Jiang Ci couldn't hide it anymore. After Jiang Ci got into the car, Lu Yudong only glanced at her before the car started moving. Mr. Lu, why did you drive your car to the apartment building? Now everyone in the company knows, Jiang Ci said. She remembered that the agreement stipulated confidentiality. Didn't they already know? Lu Yudong said. It's better to know sooner rather than later than to make such unpleasant guesses. This way, it'll save us from having to sneak around later. If your boyfriend finds out in the future, I'll make it up to him. Jiang Ci clutched her clothes. She hated that he mentioned money and everything, but he seemed to enjoy it. What if he doesn't want compensation? Jiang Ci's tone was somewhat fierce, clearly unhappy. Lu Yudong laughed mockingly. No money. Jiang Ci lowered her head and said nothing. She had no right to say anything either. The reason she married Lu Yudong was for money. If a girlfriend is like this, then her boyfriend is probably no better. They're both obsessed with money. Jiang Ci was speechless at Lu Yudong's humiliation. Furthermore, Lu Yudong already knew about the original post. On the day of the medical checkup, he deliberately drove that Mercedes, and that one car was enough to silence all his colleagues. Lu Yudong is a ruthless man. Ask Xing Baohua for leave. We'll be back on Monday. Seeing that Jiang Ci didn't speak, Lu Yudong gave the order again. A request for leave? Now, whenever Jiang Ci hears the word a request for leave, her scalp tingles, and she always thinks of Xing Baohua's strange look. Yes. What's wrong? Are you having trouble? Lu Yudong turned his head and squinted at Jiang Ci. If it's difficult, I'll help you ask. No need. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Hearing Lu Yudong's sarcastic tone, Jiang Ci hurriedly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Xing Baohua. Mr. Xing, I have something to do tomorrow and would like to ask for a day off. Jiang Ci said nervously. After all, Xing Baohua's expression was already quite unpleasant when she asked for leave before. Monday is a busy day, and asking for another day off seemed a bit like she was shirking responsibility. Okay, sure. I'll find someone to do your work for you. If you need anything, just ask me when you get back. The attitude behind this reply was completely different from before, and Jiang Ci almost got goosebumps. Presumably, Xing Baohua also knew about her and Lu Yudong's affair. As usual, Jiang Ci made her grandfather very happy during their visit. He looked radiant and didn't seem like someone with lung cancer at all. Soon it was evening again, and Jiang Ci went to take a shower. Her phone was on the bed. It rang once, but Lu Yudong, who was sitting next to her reading, didn't pay any attention to it. After that, Jiang Ci's phone kept ringing. Lu Yudong impatiently glanced at Jiang Ci's phone, which showed that Chu Shua had sent 15 messages. Lu Yudong frowned slightly. Just then, Jiang Ci came out of the bathroom, drying her hair. Did you see your boyfriend yesterday? Lu Yudong asked. Boyfriend? No. If Jiang Ci had known she was going to marry Lu Yudong and that the marriage agreement would last this long, she wouldn't have lied about having a boyfriend. It wouldn't have been easy to cover it up. Jiang Ci was considering whether or not to tell Lu Yudong the truth. After getting into bed, Jiang Ci was pinned down by Lu Yudong. Chapter 20. Good at it. Lu Yudong felt that Jiang Ci must have met Chu Shua yesterday. Otherwise, Chu Shua wouldn't have suddenly sent so many messages. Of course, it's also possible that he used to send this many messages every day without realizing it. Lu Yudong felt slightly relieved. She was very trustworthy. From now on, behave yourself. Tell me if you need anything. Lu Yudong leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. Jiang Ci closed her eyes and didn't say anything. She didn't know what she had done wrong. This experience made Jiang Ci feel very pressured. She thought back to how eager she had been to see him before, realizing that she had misplaced her sincerity. After she finished, Jiang Ci lay down facing that direction, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what she did. She picked up her phone and saw Chu Shua's message. She now understood why Lu Yudong was acting this way. He must have seen Chu Shua's WeChat messages on his phone's home screen and mistakenly thought that she and Chu Shua had met. In Lu Yudong's mind, Chu Shua was Jiang Ci's current boyfriend, and when boyfriends and girlfriends meet, they naturally fall in love at first sight. So Lu Yudong just now made a reckless demand, even though he had clearly stated that he found it dirty. So Jiang Ci explained, President Lu, I've said before that I'm a very professional person. Once I take your job, I won't serve anyone else. Please rest assured about that. Work? Yes. It's a job where you pay and I just show my face. Jiang Ci's tone also carried a hint of unhappiness. You're pretty good at it. Lu Yudong's words had a double meaning. His doubts had probably dissipated, and his tone was much more relaxed. President Lu, there's one thing I think you should understand. We're not really together. Jiang Ci said righteously. Lu Yudong suddenly laughed, but the laugh didn't reach his eyes. He thought Jiang Ci was very childish. Jiang Ci didn't continue speaking. She started looking through Chu Shua's WeChat messages. He sent her past exam questions for economic law, as well as exam questions for financial cost management, a subject Jiang Ci hadn't registered for, and highlighted key points from a textbook. Chu Shua is indeed a good teacher. The content is very detailed. Jiang Ci replied to his WeChat message. Thank you. I was taking a shower just now and didn't see it. Okay, no problem. Take some time to look at these past exam questions. Once you've mastered them, you should be fine. Jiang Ci didn't speak to Lu Yudong. After turning off the bedside lamp, she fell asleep. Jiang Ci's dissatisfaction with Lu Yudong did not affect her performance in front of her grandfather. She performed very well, as usual the next day. Her grandfather was even reluctant to let his granddaughter Jiang Ci leave. He did not feel as much attachment to Lu Yudong. On the way back, Lu Yudong transferred 50,000 yuan to Jiang Ci. The 50,000 yuan was given casually. After all, she was just trying to make her grandfather laugh and didn't cook anything. Looking at the 50,000 yuan, Jiang Ci sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. What's this? A moment later, Lu Yudong replied, Good job. Jiang Ci's face flushed instantly. Not wanting Lu Yudong to see her embarrassment, she turned her head towards the car window. She didn't even know that he paid for this every time. Since you're so good at your job, Mr. Lu, feel free to book with us often. After all, we're regular customers, and it's always better to stick with what we know. Mr. Lu is a very generous person, Jiang Ci replied defiantly. If you're going to meet up regularly, you'll need to come up with some new tricks. Okay, money talks. I'm a newbie and not good enough for someone as experienced as Mr. Lu. I need to keep practicing and improving. After sending the message, Jiang Ci tossed her phone onto the seat and closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 21. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Ci was woken up by her phone. It was Jiang Yi's WeChat message. Sister, didn't you want to find a caregiver for mom? Someone introduced me to one. I heard she's really good. Do you want to come with me to check her out? This is followed by a string of hotel addresses. Jiang Ci thought to herself that her brother had finally done something worthwhile. She had just had a fight with Lu Yudong and felt uncomfortable staying with him. So she told Lu Yudong that she wanted to get off the bus and took a taxi to the hotel. Upon arriving at the designated 1402, Jiang Yi was already waiting. Seeing Jiang Ci approach, he was overjoyed and asked solicitously, "You've arrived? Why did the caregiver arrange to meet at the hotel?" Jiang Ci looked around the hotel, feeling that something was off. She's taking care of another patient at the hotel. She should be done soon, so wait a bit. Have some water first. As he spoke, Jiang Yi pushed a glass of water towards Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was also thirsty, so she picked up the cup and drank. After finishing her drink, she felt something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the air conditioning on in this room? Why is it so hot? It's open. Are you still feeling hot?" Jiang Yi's gaze wasn't on the air conditioner, but fixed on Jiang Ci, his eyes revealing his smug, petty nature. Jiang Ci subconsciously sensed something was wrong, and instinctively took 2 steps back and sat on the bed. Her gaze became unfocused, and she tugged at her clothes, still feeling hot. She already knew what had happened. Jiang Yi had drugged the water. Despair and chills washed over Jiang Ci. She gritted her teeth. "Brother, how could you?" Seeing Jiang Ci's expression, Jiang Yi was very pleased and coaxed. "Little sister, I'm doing this for your own good. When CEO Chu comes later, as long as you serve him well, you'll live a life of luxury, and our Jiang family will be rich. You actually sold your sister for personal gain, you scum." Enraged, Jiang Ci struggled to sit up in bed and slapped Jiang Yi across the face. But she was too weak to hit him properly, and Jiang Yi felt no pain. Instead, he shamelessly pushed her back onto the bed and made a phone call, saying, "Mr. Chu, I'm in room 1402 of the Xingyue Hotel. Just come here to find me." Jiang Yi pulled off her clothes, covered her with the blanket, and encouraged her before leaving. "Do your best." The room fell silent. Jiang Ci felt dizzy, and then there was a knock on the door. A short while later, a man pushed open the door and walked in. "Jiang Yi, are you inside?" Through her hazy eyes, Jiang Ci saw Chu Shua, who had broad shoulders, long legs, and a strikingly handsome appearance. Jiang Ci felt even hotter all over. As Chu Shua spoke, he took off his shoes in the entryway, and then saw Jiang Ci lying on the bed with a flushed face. "Jiang Ci, what are you doing here? Do you have a fever?" Seeing Jiang Ci's flushed face and alluring demeanor, Chu Shua immediately realized something, and his heart trembled. He wasn't unmoved. He was captivated by Jiang Ci's beautiful eyes and brows the first time he saw her. But he wouldn't be a despicable person who took advantage of someone in distress. "I'll take you to the hospital," Chu Shua said with concern. Jiang Ci breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that Jiang Yi had acted unilaterally, and Chu Shua was unaware of the situation. "Don't come any closer. My brother is such a bastard." With that, Jiang Ci staggered out of bed and ran into the bathroom. She closed the door tightly, turned on the shower, and poured cold water over her entire body. Although it was summer, the cold water was still icy cold, but thankfully, it also extinguished some of her pent-up desires. Chu Shua stood at the bathroom door and asked, "Jiang Ci, are you sure you're all right? Come out. I'll take you to the hospital." Jiang Ci felt that if this matter reached Lu Yudong's ears, it would be no laughing matter. She had just gotten out of his car and taken this drug, so he would definitely think she was indecent. Therefore, she absolutely could not let Lu Yudong have this handle. "Teacher Chu, could you please check the drawer to see if there are any needles or anything like that?" Jiang Ci felt increasingly dizzy. "Jiang Ci, listen to me. You should go to the hospital for this kind of thing." Chu Shua's voice was very serious. Jiang Ci didn't respond. With a thud, she fell out of the bathroom and landed on the flocked carpet in the living room. Her head and body were wet. She crawled toward the bedside table. "What are you looking for?" Chu Shua was startled. "I'll help you. Needle. Help me insert it." Chu Shua frantically pulled open the drawer to look for the needle, found it, and handed it to Jiang Ci. Without a word, Jiang Ci pricked her fingertip with a needle. The pain jolted her awake, making her much more alert. "Chu Shua, get up and lie down on the bed." Chu Shua helped Jiang Ci up from the floor, and tucked her into the blanket. Jiang Ci was probably shivering from being splashed with cold water, and her temperature had dropped, so her face wasn't as red anymore. Teacher Chu, thank you, thank you. Jiang Ci's teeth were chattering. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Shua touched Jiang Ci's forehead. Silly girl. Have you done chapter 22? Jiang Ci was afraid that Jiang Yi would come back soon and come up with other underhanded tricks. She said to Chu Shua, Teacher Chu, let's go quickly. I'm afraid my brother will come back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You should rest first. No, you don't know my brother. Maybe he's plotting against you and me. Jiang Ci had already gotten out of bed. She was wearing a white dress, a very innocent style, but the dress was now soaked with sweat. The thin fabric clung to her body, revealing her curves, and the two of them were immediately embarrassed. Chu Shua only glanced at her before his ears turned red. He turned his face away, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders. When the two arrived at the hotel, Chu Shua offered to take Jiang Ci back, but Jiang Ci was worried that her roommates would see them and it would get back to Lu Yudong. So she said, No need. Thank you, Teacher Chu. Can you manage on your own? Chu Shua was really worried. It's just a few steps. I can walk there in no time. Jiang Ci forced a bitter smile. I'll take you, Chu Shua said, worried that something else might happen to her. As the two were declining, suddenly, 2 car horns sounded from the roadside. Jiang Ci turned her head, and her face turned pale. It was Lu Yudong's car. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Jiang Ci felt a sudden pang of guilt. Lu Yudong's face was gloomy, and his gaze was like lightning as he slowly swept over the two of them. His young wife was seen arguing with another man at the hotel entrance, and she was even wearing the stranger's clothes. He really made a name for himself. In an instant, Lu Yudong's eyes seemed to spit fire, and his voice was filled with anger. Meeting your lover here? Jiang Ci was speechless with distress. Knowing that Lu Yudong had misunderstood, she was so frightened that she quickly tried to explain. But at that moment, Chu Shua pulled her into his arms and met Lu Yudong's gaze forcefully. Who are you? What right do you have to tell her what to do? Do you know that Jiang Ci was wronged just now? Lu Yudong gave him a cold look and said, It's none of your business to feel sorry for me. Having said that, he stared coldly at Jiang Ci. Aren't you coming over? Jiang Ci quickly broke free from Chu Shua. Teacher Chu, I'm sorry, I'll explain later. She hurriedly ran to the car and obediently sat down in the back seat. Lu Yudong started the car and drove away. A short while later, the rear window opened and a man's jacket was thrown out. Chu Shua, Jiang Ci knew Lu Yudong had misunderstood, so she quickly said, Mr. Lu, please let me explain. It's not what you think. My brother tricked me into coming to the hotel, and then he drugged me. Chu Shua was just trying to help me. As Jiang Ci spoke, she frantically grabbed her phone, wanting to show Lu Yudong the message her brother had sent her. Unexpectedly, Chu Shua sent a message. Was that Lu Yudong just now? Jiang Ci, how did you get involved with him? Be careful. Lu Yudong is not a good person. Don't fall into his trap. It was obvious that Chu Shua quickly checked Lu Yudong's information after they left. I'm not a good person? Lu Yudong sneered. Is he a good person? He glanced at Jiang Ci from head to toe, growing increasingly displeased. So he's Chu Shua? Is it your boyfriend? This. Jiang Ci felt like she was going crazy. She had really shot herself in the foot. One lie requires 100 lies to cover it up. She frantically deleted the messages, then quickly found her brother's messages and showed them to him. But Lu Yudong wouldn't listen to her explanation at all, and just asked, Did you do it? Jiang Ci felt a tightness in her chest, and a wave of humiliation washed over her. It turns out that this was what he cared about most. He thought it was dirty. She bit her lip, lowered her eyes, and whispered, No, it's best if there isn't one. After that, Lu Yudong remained silent. Although he said no, Jiang Ci felt that he didn't believe her. The reason he didn't continue to argue with her was probably because he had other things to do. We drove in silence until we arrived at the company. After Lu Yudong got out of the car, he said to the driver, Take her back to her dormitory. After that, Lu Yudong left coldly. Chapter 23. Back then, Lu Yudong put his hands in his pockets and entered the company lobby. Wherever his eyes fell, there was a beautiful figure. He was slightly taken aback. In Shuama had been looking at the 9 heavens flying snow, painting hanging in the hall with her back turned, but when she heard a noise behind her, she turned around. Yudong? Long time no see. In Shuama approached with a smile. She wore a noble and luxurious emerald green dress, paired with matching high heels, revealing a glimpse of her fair and alluring calves. Her hair was like wet and charming seaweed, and she wore a noble emerald ring on her hand, exuding the charm of a mature and elegant woman. Long time no see. Come to my office, Lu Yudong said to In Shuama when he saw that there were quite a few people around. Okay. In Shuama smiled. After saying that, she followed Lu Yudong into the elevator. Watching the woman's graceful figure, the receptionists couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Miss In is so beautiful. Big stars are just different from ordinary people. Yes, and their status is different too. Look at our CEO's office. When has he ever let a woman in? But when Miss In came, she just walked in. So you guys don't know, do you? At this moment, the front desk manager said with a smile, Miss In is no ordinary person. I heard that she was President Lu's ex-girlfriend, and the two almost got engaged, but later. What happened next? I won't tell you, alright? Alright, we can't gossip about the boss. Just know that Miss Yin's status is extraordinary, so treat her well next time she comes. What about Jiang Ci? I heard she's been getting quite close to the CEO lately. When women get gossipy, they can dig up someone's ancestral graves. Her? She's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Just because the CEO picked her up a few times, she thinks she's all that. How could the CEO possibly be interested in her? That is. Then, several receptionists chuckled softly. Lu Yudong's office is quite large, with a cool black and white color scheme that complements his personal temperament. Lu Yudong lit a cigarette. Back in China. And you're one to talk. I came back to China, and you didn't even come to pick me up, In Shuama said with a hint of coquettishness. There's a lot going on at the company. In Shuama parted her lips slightly. So, I came all the way here to see you. I even brought you a gift, see if you like it? Lu Yudong glanced at it, then placed the lavish gift package on the table. Thank you. You don't even look at it, In Shuama said reproachfully. This is an eye gift set that I specially brought back from abroad. It's specially for the eyes. You should try it. As she spoke, In Shuama stepped forward, opened the gift box for Lu Yudong, and put the blindfold on his eyes. The warm, moist environment, coupled with In Shuama mentioning eyes, softened Lu Yudong's tone slightly. My eyes are all better now, so don't worry. How could I not worry? You almost went blind back then. You couldn't see anything, and it broke my heart to see you like that. We waited so long for a cornea transplant, In Shuama said, sitting on the sofa with red eyes. You had just started your business and suffered such a huge blow. Sometimes I feel that it was all God's arrangement. In some mysterious way, my father entrusted me to you. Now that my father is gone, you're better. Upon hearing this, Lu Yudong removed his blindfold, walked up to In Shuama, and patted her on the back. Why bring up the past? Taking advantage of the situation, In Shuama grabbed Lu Yudong's hand and said, Yudong, I was wrong back then. I'm sorry. I came back specifically to tell you in person that I'm sorry. As she spoke, In Shuama gently grasped Lu Yudong's hand and shook it. Lu Yudong instinctively resisted for a moment, then broke free. He said, the past is the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm doing fine now. In Shuama raised her eyes, staring pitifully at Lu Yudong. Yudong. Her face was like a pear blossom in the rain, so pitiful that I felt sorry for her. But Lu Yudong interrupted her. Where will you stay after you come back? I'll take you home. In Shuama could only wipe away her tears and glance at the clock on the wall. Well, it's fine. There have been paparazzi taking pictures of me lately. She lingered in Lu Yudong's office for a while longer, until 5 p.m., the company's closing time. Considering that there would be many employees leaving get off work at this time, Lu Yudong took her to the president's private elevator. However, this scene was still witnessed by some employees. Before long, news of Lu Yudong's ex-girlfriend In Shuama's visit to the company spread among all the employees. Chapter 24 Handling Business Officially. After Jiang Ci returned to her apartment, she took a shower and changed her clothes before the discomfort caused by the medication gradually subsided. She lay in bed, thinking about what had happened, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How could there be such a brother in the world? Not only does he disregard his mother, but he also schemes against his own sister. Moreover, Lu Yudong won't listen to her explanations, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Just then, Han Lan returned from get off work and asked with concern, Are you all right, Jiang Ci? Jiang Ci replied softly, It's nothing. What's wrong? Han Lan recalled the rumors she had overheard from her colleague and felt worried, fearing that her friend had been bullied. He quickly said, You and President Lu didn't have a fight, did you? Just now, I heard that a woman came to the company to see him, and he even took that woman through the private elevator. What's wrong? They all say that she's President Lu's ex-girlfriend. Actually, Han Lan's words were quite tactful. The colleague's original words were, Jiang Ci is just a small, ordinary employee. She got carried away after riding in President Lu's car twice. She doesn't even bother to look at herself in the mirror. That's right, that's right. Miss Yin came to the company to see the president today. They are a perfect match. If President Lu is to be matched, he should be matched with an elegant and intellectual woman like Miss Yin. She and the president ride in the president's private elevator. Jiang Ci has never ridden in it, has she? But it seems that she will never have the chance in her life. Hearing Han Lan's words, Jiang Ci was a little surprised. She didn't expect the woman in the photo to be back so soon. Moreover, In Shuama did indeed have a past with Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci felt a little regretful. Presumably, when In Shuama returned, Lu Yudong would terminate the agreement ahead of schedule, and she would no longer be able to earn money or see those eyes up close. Those eyes made her feel so close to them. The next day, Xing Baohua went to the president's office to submit the Ministry of Finance's New Star of the East list for this year. Every year, Xindong Group selects Xindong stars from its interns who are promoted to full-time employees. These stars are given special training and will be groomed for future management positions. Originally, this matter was entirely up to Xing Baohua, since the Ministry of Finance only had one intern, Jiang Ci, who was to be promoted to a full-time position this year. Whether she was promoted or not depended solely on his arrangements. But for Jiang Ci's sake, Xing Baohua came specifically to test Lu Yudong's attitude. After all, there were many rumors in the company recently, saying that Jiang Ci and President Lu had broken up, which made him unsure of which side to take. Lu Yudong glanced at the form and said, "Let's do business as usual." "Okay, I understand," Xing Baohua said. Last time, when interns were promoted to full-time positions, Jiang Ci took Yang Mani's spot, which already made Xing Baohua somewhat unhappy. Yang Mani was quite adept at handling things, knew what he was thinking, and was easy for him to use. Jiang Ci, on the other hand, was extremely strict and meticulous in her work, insisting on being strict about things that could be overlooked. Such an intern was good for the finance department, but what would happen if she entered management? He would definitely be in deep trouble. Therefore, Xing Baohua also removed Jiang Ci's New East Star spot. Chapter 25. Don't attract any bad romantic prospects for me. On Thursday, Jiang Ci received a WeChat message from Lu Yudong. Please take Monday off to pick up Grandpa. Monday. Jiang Ci hated always taking leave, so she asked this question. Any problems? Lu Yudong's rhetorical question carried a tone that left Jiang Ci speechless. What time is it? 3 p.m. Returning Tuesday morning. Just as Jiang Ci was happily thinking that she only needed to take 2 hours off, she received another WeChat message. Xiao Ci, Xiaozheng has another diary, do you want it? The WeChat message was sent by Wang Xian, who is Xiaozheng's mother. Of course I want it. Where? Jiang Ci was very excited. At the place where Xiaozheng was teaching. We've retrieved all of Xiaozheng's belongings, but they found this diary later. I think you should contact the principal of the elementary school where Xiaozheng was teaching. After Wang Xian finished speaking, she sent Jiang Ci the principal's business card. The principal said that their area was too poor to have express delivery, so Jiang Ci had to pick it up herself. Jiang Ci and Dr. Fu had agreed beforehand that she would visit her mother on the weekend, but she definitely wouldn't be free on the weekend. Since Lu Yudong told Jiang Ci to go back to her grandfather's house at 3 p.m. on Monday, Jiang Ci decided to take a day off on Monday and go to Ningxiang County in the morning. She thought it would be easy to ask for leave this time, but unexpectedly, Xing Baohua was not so good-tempered this time. Xiao Jiang, you just got promoted and you're already taking so much leave. Is that acceptable? Mondays are always busy, and you always take leave on Mondays. How much work have others done for you? Don't you have any idea? Jiang Ci thought to herself. Even Xing Baohua's attitude has changed since In Shuama came. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to get leave, Jiang Ci said, "It was President Lu who told me to ask for it." After a long while, Xing Baohua replied, "Go quickly and come back quickly." Sure enough, Lu Yudong's name is the most effective. In the past 2 days, Jiang Ci did meet Lu Yudong once, quite coincidentally, at the first training conference of New East Star. Jiang Ci's good friend Han Lan has been selected as a New East Star. She has to attend an hour of employee training after get off work on Friday. After getting off work, Jiang Ci scrolled through her phone and waited for Han Lan in the room next to the training room. Lu Yudong came in. He had come to retrieve some documents he had forgotten there. Upon seeing Jiang Ci, he seemed to pause for a moment, and Jiang Ci also paused for a moment. You haven't left yet? Lu Yudong asked her. Jiang Ci hurriedly stood up, behaving like an employee respectfully meeting their boss. Yes, they haven't left yet. New East Star is a training program for Lu Yudong's management team, and he will be attending the first training conference. You'd better explain what happened last time clearly to me. Lu Yudong was about to walk out when he suddenly turned back and said to Jiang Ci. After all, the matter was dropped last time, and Lu Yudong was in a bad mood and didn't listen. Then, Mr. Lu, shouldn't you explain your relationship with Inshuama to me? Jiang Ci raised her head and looked directly at Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong's lips curled up slightly, seemingly with a hint of sarcasm. With you? His meaning was very clear. Do I even need to talk to you? Husbands and wives should have an obligation to be loyal to each other. Mr. Lu, you don't think our marriage certificate is fake, do you? It's true that we slept together. Why is it that in this matter, only officials are allowed to set fires, while ordinary people are not? If anyone should explain, it should be you who explains first, Jiang Ci said. Lu Yudong only wanted to remind Jiang Ci not to be promiscuous, but he didn't expect her to turn the tables on him. Jealous? Lu Yudong lowered his head, calmly rolling up his sleeves. Jiang Ci smiled. It's not that bad, but my situation at the company has changed since Inshuama came. I'm feeling indignant. I don't want the fact that we're already married to be exposed in the future, and everyone will say I've been cheated on. Besides, Mr. Lu, your reputation for two-timing isn't good. Any ambiguous relationship you have with your ex-girlfriend during your marriage is closely related to the company's stock price. You'd better be careful. Lu Yudong paused as he adjusted his cufflinks. Jiang Ci's words were spot on. However, Lu Yudong's expression didn't linger for long. So, you should probably avoid doing things like wearing another man's clothes in front of a hotel in the future. Thinking back to what happened that day, Lu Yudong became somewhat angry again, and his tone became a bit harsher. I believe I have acted uprightly and stood straight. I will not embarrass you, Mr. Lu, but please don't bring me any unwanted romantic attention. Lu Yudong went out, his face dark with anger. She probably forgot that he spent 5 million. Chapter 26 How Can I Earn More Money? At 4 a.m. on Monday, Jiang Ci took a 2-hour high-speed train and then changed buses 3 times on winding mountain roads before finally arriving at her destination at 10 a.m. Upon arriving at the Love Primary School where Xiaozheng taught, Jiang Ci vomited. Principal Li is a very kind and amiable person. He said that Xiaozheng is the only person who has come here to teach with sincerity in recent years. Others are just here to gain experience, but Xiaozheng truly cares about the students here. Principal Li handed Xiaozheng's diary to Jiang Ci. Inside were photos of Xiaozheng with the children. Xiaozheng, wearing a red scarf, looked even more handsome next to the children. Jiang Ci cried. Seeing this photo brought tears to my eyes. She felt sorry for Xiaozheng. After touring the campus with Principal Li, Jiang Ci checked her watch. It was almost noon, and she still had to go to her grandfather's house at 3 p.m. Unexpectedly, while waiting for the bus on the mountain road, Jiang Ci saw a private car parked on the side of the road. The driver was a young man with a bad temper, and he was kicking the tires in frustration. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Ci asked as she stepped forward. The man was overjoyed to see Jiang Ci. The car is completely out of gas. There's no village or shop in sight, and the place is huge with no cell phone signal. Jiang Ci recalled that when she went to the school earlier, there was a storage room with several barrels of gasoline inside. Principal Li said that it was prepared for the children to use for lighting stoves in the winter. Go straight ahead from here. Turn left. There's a big locust tree. There's a charity primary school there, and they have gasoline, Jiang Ci said, pointing ahead. Seeing the other person's blank expression, Jiang Ci sighed and said, Let's go. I'll take you there. The other person locked the car and went to Aishin Primary School with Jiang Ci. The two chatted along the way. It turned out that the young man was also from Jiangzhou. He said he was a small employee in a small company and was here on a business trip. He originally thought the gas station was not far away, but he didn't find one until he ran out of gas. If it weren't for Jiang Ci, he probably would have had to spend the night on the mountain. They were both from Jiangzhou, and meeting in such a remote place felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. He and Jiang Ci added each other on WeChat. The man's name was Deng Yu. With Principal Li's help, Deng Yu's car was able to refuel. Deng Yu was grateful to Jiang Ci and took her directly to Ningxiang County Railway Station. Jiang Ci hurriedly boarded the high-speed train. After settling in, she took out her phone to check. Lu Yudong had called her more than a dozen times, but she hadn't heard a single one, probably because there was no signal. There was also a WeChat message with only 2 words. "Where are you?" Jiang Ci hurriedly replied, "My phone had no signal just now. I just saw it." The other party didn't reply, but instead called directly, coldly saying, "You took a day off in my name. Where did you go?" Even through the phone, Jiang Ci could hear his cold tone and the anger he was suppressing. "Aren't you supposed to pick up Grandpa at 3 o'clock? Why are you calling me this morning?" Jiang Ci was clear-headed and quickly changed the subject. "Where did you go?" Lu Yudong was not swayed by Jiang Ci and continued to speak coldly. Jiang Ci thought to herself, just a few days ago, she had righteously told Lu Yudong that she would not let him have 2 relationships at the same time. Now that she was going to retrieve her ex-boyfriend's diary, she was bound to be suspected of walking into the line of fire. So she said, "I went shopping. I didn't get selected for New East Star. I was angry with Xing Baohua and felt bad, so I went shopping all morning." Lu Yudong knew that Jiang Ci was unhappy about this. He was also involved in this. He was angry at the time. Therefore, Lu Yudong didn't ask any further questions. "I was planning to go to Grandpa's house this afternoon and return to Jiangzhou tomorrow morning, but I have a meeting tomorrow, so I've decided to go in the morning and return in the afternoon. I'm already on my way, so don't go back to Qingqing. I'll send you the address. You can go back to the villa first and wait for Grandpa to come back," Lu Yudong said to Jiang Ci, his tone softening slightly. Jiang Ci replied. She thought to herself, "Grandpa is sick and lives alone in Qingqing. I'm really worried about him. I can understand bringing him here. But does this mean that Grandpa is going to live with Lu Yudong? Does that mean I have to move in and live with Lu Yudong too?" Thinking of this, Jiang Ci felt a chill run down her spine. She had to follow Lu Yudong's arrangements and everything. Jiang Ci didn't let herself dwell on it for too long. She started reading Xiao Zheng's diary, from when he met her to when they started dating to when he went to teach in a rural area. It was as if every day before that happened was flashing before Jiang Ci's eyes. Jiang Ci's tears fell plop, plop onto his diary. In his diary, Xiao Zheng mentioned several times the isolation between the children of Ningxiang County and the outside world. His biggest wish was to buy a computer for each child at the Love Primary School, but that would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and he didn't have that much money on hand. Jiang Ci clenched her fist. She was determined to help Xiao Zheng fulfill this wish. After calculating the money she had, she realized that after signing the agreement, Lu Yudong gave her 200,000 yuan, and then she received less than 100,000 yuan from her visits to her grandfather's house. All in all, she still had less than 300,000 yuan. Moreover, most of this money was used to pay for her mother's medical expenses. Dr. Fu was looking for a caregiver, and she needed to keep the little money she had to hire one. Jiang Ci thought to herself, how can I earn more money? Chapter 27. Is she good looking? Where's Xiao Ci? Why didn't she come? Grandpa complained in Lu Yudong's car. In his grandfather's eyes, Jiang Ci was more like a child, and being with her made him feel the joy of family life. She's at work, and you don't want to interfere with your granddaughter-in-law's work, do you? Lu Yudong added. This time when you come, you can stay with me. I've already contacted the hospital and doctors, and we have all the necessary medical facilities at home, so you don't need to go to the hospital regularly. Lu Yudong's car arrived at his half-mountain villa at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Several of the family's housekeepers came out to greet her, but Jiang Ci was the only one not to be seen. Lu Yudong frowned deeply and asked the aunties, has Madam not returned yet? Yet. Not yet. Should we call your wife? Lu Yudong had already discussed the matter of Madam with several aunts last night, so they were mentally prepared and were able to handle it with ease in front of their grandfather. No need. Don't delay Xiao Ci from going to work. She'll see me when she gets off work. I'll pack my things first, Grandpa said. Lu Yudong looked back again with dissatisfaction, but there was no sign of Jiang Ci. He didn't see Jiang Ci, but he saw another woman driving up. What? Is it telepathy? You turned around, and I came right away. After getting out of the car, In Shuama asked Lu Yudong in a very ambiguous tone. Just then, Lu Yudong opened the trunk of his car, which was full of his grandfather's luggage. I'll do it. I'll do it. In Shuama stepped forward to take down her grandfather's luggage. When Grandpa saw In Shuama, he frowned slightly, but being an intellectual, he didn't say anything. Let the aunties take it, Lu Yudong said, and went inside. Clearly, Jiang Ci has once again thrown a bomb at him today. He was unhappy. In Shuama had already obsequiously pestered her grandfather to go into the room to rest. Grandpa is very tired and has gone to sleep. In Shuama came out of her grandfather's room, tiptoeing. Lu Yudong sat on the sofa, lost in thought. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Ci rushed in, her face flushed and her hair disheveled, looking like she had just returned from a very far place. Where's Grandpa? As soon as she came in, she didn't care about Lu Yudong's feelings at all and just glanced at In Shuama. Jiang Ci recognized her. This was In Shuama from the photo, the same In Shuama her colleagues were talking about. It's in his room, on the first floor on the left. He's asleep, so don't disturb him yet, Lu Yudong said. This was Jiang Ci's first time visiting Lu Yudong's home, and Lu Yudong subtly gave her pointers. At this moment, In Shuama also noticed the wedding photos of Lu Yudong and Jiang Ci hanging on the wall. Her face turned pale instantly. Why did it take you so long to get back? Lu Yudong pulled Jiang Ci's hand and made her sit on his lap, his lips naturally landing on Jiang Ci's face. In Shuama was also sizing up Jiang Ci, tall and slender, with delicate skin, big, round, bright eyes, a pert little nose, and cherry lips. Her features were quite exquisite. Her hair was tied into a ponytail at the back. She was young and energetic, and even without deliberately dressing up, she was very beautiful. Who is this lady? Jiang Ci knew that this woman was In Shuama, and she also knew that Lu Yudong was doing this for In Shuama's benefit, just to make In Shuama jealous. She, Jiang Ci, was just a tool. Given that Lu Yudong couldn't reach Jiang Ci by phone this morning, Jiang Ci cooperated very proactively in order to quell his anger. Jiang Ci's hand instinctively wrapped around Lu Yudong's neck. I missed you too. Why did it take you so long to come back? When Jiang Ci acts coquettishly, she becomes very clingy. She shook Lu Yudong's neck and said something that was half serious and half joking. The fresh scent emanating from her wafted into Lu Yudong's nostrils, making him feel incredibly comfortable and wishing he could carry her to bed right now. Oh, right, you still haven't told me who this lady is? Jiang Ci glanced at In Shuama, a regular friend before. Honey, I'll go upstairs and put my bag down first. After saying that, Jiang Ci went upstairs, thinking to herself, just friends? Who knows? Jiang Ci didn't even know where Lu Yudong's room was. She was just using this to show that she often came back to this house. This hillside villa was so understatedly luxurious, it was almost frightening. Jiang Ci almost tripped and fell while walking up the stairs. You're married? You didn't say anything last time. In Shuama's face was pale, and she forced a smile. You didn't ask last time either, Lu Yudong replied. Lu Yudong didn't know what his mindset was. He was probably very dissatisfied with Jiang Ci's performance this morning, so he used the excuse of making In Shuama jealous to get intimate with Jiang Ci properly, and then he would abuse her in bed that night. Is this your little wife? In Shuama asked Lu Yudong. Having just witnessed Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong's intimate moment, In Shuama felt extremely jealous and wished she could throw Jiang Ci away. She sat on Lu Yudong's lap, but she had never sat on Lu Yudong's lap before. She even wondered if the two of them were putting on an act for her, but she felt that it didn't seem like it. A wife is a wife. What do you mean by little wife? Lu Yudong lit a cigarette, looking at In Shuama with a hint of pride in his eyes. Is she pretty or not? In Shuama raised her head slightly, not answering the question at all, and only said, Your wife is your decision. I'm leaving. Chapter 28. The first time I argued with him over price. Lu Yudong found Jiang Ci in the study on the second floor. She was flipping through an original English novel. I've come over to talk to you about something. Lu Yudong knocked on the study door. Jiang Ci was startled. She thought Lu Yudong wanted to talk to her about what happened this morning. Lu Yudong walked towards his bedroom. Jiang Ci followed him nervously. After closing the door, Jiang Ci looked around the room. Its size and luxury far exceeded her expectations. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it another luxurious house. Lu Yudong was changing clothes casually, and the 8-pack abs he inadvertently revealed made Jiang Ci's scalp tingle. She quickly turned her head away. Lu Yudong revealed a strange smile. What? Afraid to look? Or just pretending to be coy? We've slept together, we've touched each other, and now you're acting all coy? Or were you just a hypocrite before? I'm not good. Lu Yudong's words were clearly implying that Jiang Ci was obsessed with sex. How could she not blush? Not good? That was just my imagination, Lu Yudong said mischievously. He had changed into a gray loungewear shirt and was buttoning it up. You'll be moving in with me from now on. Huh? Jiang Ci asked in surprise. Although Jiang Ci had suspected that Lu Yudong might move in, she was still quite surprised when he said it. What? In Grandpa's eyes, you and I are husband and wife. If you live outside every day, what does that mean? Are you cheating on me? Or are we living separately? I don't want to trouble Grandpa. Jiang Ci understood this logic. After all, 5 million was a considerable sum, but she suddenly thought of Xiaozheng's wish, which she couldn't obtain right now. When we will receive it is still unknown. Jiang Ci steeled her resolve, licked her lips, and said, "It costs more." Lu Yudong paused, his hand still on his button. "How much more?" 10,000 a night. Jiang Ci did the math. If each computer cost 4,000 yuan, then 200 computers would cost 800,000 yuan, which is not enough to cover 500,000 yuan. So, Jiang Ci hardened her heart and said, 10,000 a night is too slow. 1 million, once it arrives in my account, I'll move in tonight. Lu Yudong's shirt had only the top 2 buttons undone, but he left them undone, leaving his chest half covered. He walked over to Jiang Ci and looked her over. This in turn was indeed not as easy to control as he had expected. You've learned how to negotiate prices? He stared intently at Jiang Ci. Everything has to rise with the tide. Jiang Ci puffed out her chest. Living together every day, we must be exhausted from worrying about any mistakes. It's very tiring. So you're just going to quit if you don't get paid? Lu Yudong continued coldly. Yes. In the end, he is your own grandfather. From an ethical standpoint, he is a stranger to me. Jiang Ci said righteously. Last Thursday, her words to him hit the nail on the head. Now that Grandpa has arrived, she has chosen this hurdle and is once again making exorbitant demands, leaving Lu Yudong no room for negotiation. This was the first time Jiang Ci had argued with him about the price. 1 million for a single bet? That's ruthless. Aren't you afraid I'll divorce you? Lu Yudong looked at Jiang Ci's flushed face. Grandpa likes me very much. If you get a divorce, Grandpa will definitely be angry with you. A sly glint flashed in Jiang Ci's eyes. Are you sure you can take me by heart? Or do you think I'm stupid, rich, and easy to fool? No, it's more like I got a great deal, Jiang Ci said shamelessly. Lu Yudong took a deep breath, his face darkened, and transferred 1 million to Jiang Ci. Then he growled, sleep here tonight, and move your luggage over tomorrow. Don't let Grandpa see you. Jiang Ci finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had 200 computers. During dinner, Jiang Ci chatted happily with her grandfather. She was his source of joy. Even Grandpa said, with Jiang Ci, Grandpa can live for several more years. I hope Grandpa lives to be 100 years old, Jiang Ci said with a smile. She glanced to the side and saw Lu Yudong staring at her. He was probably saying, if you live to be 100, you'll have decades left, and then you'll never get a divorce. The next day, Jiang Ci went back to her dormitory during her lunch break to pack her luggage. Upon seeing Xiaozheng's diary, Jiang Ci was at a loss. In the end, she locked the diary in her suitcase. Even if Lu Yudong wasn't interested in her things, he wouldn't know the combination to his own suitcase. In the afternoon, she rode home in Lu Yudong's car. When her grandfather wasn't looking, she took her suitcase upstairs, unpacked her clothes, and then placed the suitcase in an inconspicuous corner of the balcony. Chapter 29, He didn't hit you, did he? This week, Jiang Ci made a point of making her grandfather happy every day. Grandpa was all smiles. Lu Yudong would occasionally send money to Jiang Ci, and sometimes he wouldn't. Jiang Ci didn't mind, since she already had enough money for the computer. On Sunday, Jiang Ci asked Lu Yudong for leave to attend a CPA training course. Unexpectedly, in the corridor of the training center, Jiang Ci ran into someone, her former colleague Yang Manny. Manny, you're taking the CPA exam too? I didn't see you last time. Jiang Ci felt somewhat guilty when she met Yang Manny, since she had squeezed out Yang Manny's spot by staying at Shindong. I just started working at the new company, and I only signed up for the training course this Wednesday, Yang Manny said while drinking her coffee. Have you found a new job? Yang Manny said casually. President Lu introduced me to a certified public accountant firm. The salary is twice that of Shindong. As long as I pass the exam, I will be a formal accountant. Hearing Yang Manny's explanation, Jiang Ci felt slightly relieved. At this moment, Chu Shuo walked over from the opposite side, and Yang Manny smiled broadly. She came here specifically for Chu Shuo. Chu Shuo was Yang Manny's senior at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. They shared the same master's supervisor and had met several times on forums. Yang Manny has long harbored feelings for Chu Shuo. Senior, I bought you a cup of coffee. Yang Manny handed another cup of coffee to Chu Shuo solicitously. Chu Shuo shook his head. Thank you, but I can't sleep if I drink coffee, so thank you. After saying that, he frowned slightly and pulled Jiang Ci aside. Lu Yudong didn't do anything to you last time, did he? Chu Shua asked with concern. Jiang Ci shook her head blankly. No? What's wrong? I think he's pretty violent. I'm just glad you're okay. I was worried he might hit you. Chu Shua recalled the scene of Lu Yudong throwing his shirt out of the car. He scrutinized Jiang Ci's face and asked, "What is your relationship with Lu Yudong? Why did you get into his car that day?" This question stumped Jiang Ci. After all, her marriage to Lu Yudong had to be kept secret. Although Lu Yudong didn't pay much attention to it later, she could sense that Lu Yule and Chu Shua didn't get along. If she told Chu Shua about their private matters, Lu Yudong would definitely be unhappy. At work, we are in a superior-subordinate relationship. In life, we are friends. Jiang Ci thought for a moment, then decided to downplay the issue. Just friends. For some reason, upon hearing this, Chu Shua visibly breathed a sigh of relief and seemed quite pleased. Jiang Ci nodded, thinking to herself, I'm sorry, I have to keep this from you for now so as not to upset President Lu. The two talked for a while longer, their voices very low. This scene caught young Manny's eye, and she clenched her fists tightly. Why does Jiang Ci always try to take everything from her? Young Manny secretly took a picture of Jiang Ci and sent it to her half-brother, Yang Dong, along with a message. Brother, do you like this girl? She's my classmate. She's very pretty. When you pick me up from get out of class tonight, take a sneaky look. Yang Dong sent Young Manny a funny emoji and agreed. Young Manny knew that her brother had always been a womanizer, so it would be strange if he didn't cause trouble. The bell rang for class, and the students entered the classroom. Although Chu Shua was lecturing, his gaze kept glancing at Jiang Ci. Young Manny saw it all and felt resentful. After class, Jiang Ci read a book in the classroom for a while. When she came downstairs and reached the entrance of the lobby, she saw a lecherous man walk over and reach out to touch Jiang Ci's face. Hey girl, you're pretty. Jiang Ci glared at him coldly. Who are you? There are security cameras here. This is harassment. Brother, what are you doing? Young Manny pretended to advise her brother, but she stood there without moving. After all, he was her half-brother, and she didn't care about the consequences. The more exciting it was, the more she enjoyed watching it. Come on, I'll treat you to lamb skewers. Without saying a word, Yang Dong reached out to put his arm around Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci slapped Yang Dong across the face. Yang Dong's face immediately burned, and his eyes were bloodshot. You dare hit me? You don't know what's good for you. Young Manny felt inexplicably pleased when she saw that a fight was about to break out. Just as Yang Dong was about to slap Jiang Ci, his hand was grabbed. This is a place for learning, not a place for you to run wild. Stop. The speaker was Chu Shua. He had just come downstairs when he saw the hall in chaos, with a thug harassing Jiang Ci. Seeing Chu Shua protecting Jiang Ci like this, Young Manny became even angrier. Who are you? The little bitch's lover. Yang Dong kept swearing. Watch your voice. Chu Shua's eyes were bloodshot with anger. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. You're talking to me. Yang Dong said, casually pulling a spring-loaded dagger from his shoe. Watch out, Jiang Ci shouted when she saw it. Then, instinctively, she picked up her bag and slammed it down on Yang Dong's head. The object struck Yang Dong squarely on the zipper pull of his backpack. Since the backpack contained heavy books, Yang Dong's head was instantly split open, and blood gushed out. The onlookers quickly dialed 110. Chapter 30, He is my husband. When the police arrived, Yang Dong was shoving Jiang Ci. The police took Jiang Ci and Yang Dong away. Chu Shua followed in his car, but he could only linger outside the police station. The sky was overcast, and it started to rain, making Chu Shua increasingly impatient. Ultimately, the police had Jiang Ci's relatives and friends pay money to bail her out. Jiang Ci was afraid that Lu Yudong would find out about this, so she naturally didn't dare to call him. Besides, they only had a contractual relationship, and Lu Yudong had no obligation to do so. She called Jiang Yi. You want money? I have no money, but you can take my life. With that, Jiang Yi hung up the phone. Afterwards, Jiang Yi asked Chu Shua about the incident where he drugged Jiang Ci. Chu Shua scolded him severely and almost fired him. Jiang Yi then realized that the plan had failed, and he had only gotten himself into trouble. He harbors resentment towards Jiang Ci, so why would he help her? The beeping sound from the phone made Jiang Ci extremely embarrassed. It was her own brother. Jiang Ci hadn't been hoping for a lucky break, but since he was her closest relative, what could she do? She didn't want to trouble Chu Shua. Can't find anyone? The policeman asked Jiang Ci. I can't find it, Jiang Ci said, sounding a little aggrieved. The police investigated Jiang Ci's social connections and discovered that she was actually married, and her husband was none other than the famous Lu Yudong. They called Lu Yudong. Fighting? Her. Lu Yudong's voice was somewhat incredulous, but he remained rational. She's coming. After arriving at the detention center, the police explained the whole story to him in detail. As Lu Yudong listened, his face darkened. After paying Jiang Ci, the police released her. Going to the training course and all this troublesome romance has gotten me into. At the entrance of the detention center, Lu Yudong lit a cigarette and asked Jiang Ci, "Do you even understand what married means? How much was the bail? I'll pay you back. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Jiang Ci felt guilty and aggrieved. Prepared to pay back the money? 6,000. Lu Yudong said sarcastically, it was simply a huge joke. The woman who just swindled him out of 1 million yuan a few days ago wants to return 6,000 yuan to him. Even between brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. After saying that, Jiang Ci took her phone and transferred 6,000 yuan to Lu Yudong via WeChat. Lu Yudong didn't look at his phone, nor did he accept any money. The money comes from the sheep, so it's meaningless. Don't tell Grandpa, Jiang Ci said in a pleading tone. I can't be bothered to talk about your messy affairs. Lu Yudong walked out of the detention center lobby. Jiang Ci followed him closely, carrying her school bag. It was getting dark, and a light drizzle was falling. Lu Yudong didn't take an umbrella. He walked in the rain, and the raindrops fell on his hair, forming beads. Jiang Ci was somewhat dazed. She had been walking beside Lu Yudong, but Lu Yudong's strides were too large, and she couldn't keep up, gradually falling behind. Lu Yudong never liked to bring an umbrella when it rained. Jiang Ci jogged a few steps and placed her school bag over his head. She was much shorter than Lu Yudong, so she had to stand on tiptoe. Why do you never like to take an umbrella when it rains? Jiang Ci's words were heartfelt concern, which naturally sounded different to her. What if you catch a cold from the rain? Lu Yudong frowned slightly and glanced at Jiang Ci. We usually get off in the underground parking lot. We won't get wet from the rain for more than a few steps, Lu Yudong said succinctly. You should still bring an umbrella, Jiang Ci said earnestly. Lu Yudong remained silent. When Chu Shua saw Jiang Ci come out of the parking lot, he quickly went up to her and asked what was wrong. Lu Yudong's face darkened even more. Jiang Ci was even more embarrassed, as Lu Yudong had just mocked her for having a lot of unwanted suitors. Who are you to Jiang Ci? Chu Shua felt even more indignant when he saw Lu Yudong's indifferent expression and Jiang Ci fawningly holding his bag to shield him from the rain. Didn't you tell him? Lu Yudong frowned slightly and turned to ask Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci didn't answer. Although it was raining and the ground was dirty, she was so embarrassed that she could have dug a ditch out of her feet. Why didn't you go and protect her? Lu Yudong questioned Chu Shua, looking unfathomable. I don't know what happened inside, and no one called me. Lu Yudong raised the corner of his lips slightly, but the police called me. So, Jiang Ci, you told the police he was your friend, right? Chu Shua asked nervously. You can tell me too. I'm not afraid of trouble. Lu Yudong gave another sarcastic smile as he looked at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci's feet were constantly stepping on each other, making her extremely embarrassed. Jiang Ci. Chu Shua had a bad feeling. The police found out about him. He is my husband. Chu Shua. Chapter 31. Coaxing me? Let's go. Lu Yudong pulled Jiang Ci's hand, and the two got into the car. Chu Shua stood there, stunned. Jiang Ci got married. He sent Jiang Yi a WeChat message. Your sister got married? In Lu Yudong's car. Why haven't you told him yet? Lu Yudong questioned Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci could only clutch her bag tightly. It was all her own fault. She had really shot herself in the foot. I'm sorry. Jiang Ci lowered her head. It seemed it was time to explain the matter of her fake boyfriend. What's there to be ashamed of about being married? Or are you afraid of blocking his ambiguous path with you? Lu Yudong said sarcastically. No. Didn't he go to do his internship? Why is he accompanying you to class? Lu Yudong asked again. Lu Yudong maintained a cold and aloof tone throughout the day, which sent chills down everyone's spine. He was a teacher at the training course and taught me economic law. So, every time you go to training, it's actually to meet him in secret? No, let me explain. In short, you are not allowed to go to training classes anymore. Lu Yudong sternly ordered. Jiang Ci panicked when she heard this. I paid 18,000 yuan for this guaranteed pass class. They won't refund the money, Jiang Ci said stubbornly. You're not allowed to go, Lu Yudong said coldly. I'll give you 180,000 yuan. You're not allowed to go. If you dare to go, I'll break your legs. Jiang Ci knew that struggling was futile, and the more she argued with him, the more severe his suppression would be. So she simply leaned back in the back seat of the car in a huff and closed her eyes to rest. The car stopped at the villa halfway up the mountain. Lu Yudong took out his phone and transferred 180,000 yuan to Jiang Ci. It was deposited directly into her account. Jiang Ci stormed off with her school bag in a huff. She didn't eat dinner and went to bed early. What's wrong, Xiao Ci? Grandpa asked Jiang Ci with concern. Aren't you going to eat dinner? They're having a tiff upstairs. Grandpa laughed heartily. Even if you have a disagreement, you should still give in to her. After all, you're so much older than her. Lu Yudong remained silent. When he went upstairs, Jiang Ci was lying in bed covered by a blanket. Lu Yudong yanked her blanket off. What? Jiang Ci said angrily, squinting her eyes as she was suddenly exposed to the light. Sulking won't change anything. You'd better accept it, Lu Yudong said coldly. Jiang Ci snorted, turned around, and ignored Lu Yudong. It seems I'll have to take other measures if I want to attend a training course. It wasn't that Jiang Ci was particularly obsessed with the training course, but rather that there was nothing between her and Chu Shuo, and she felt bad about wasting 18,000 yuan. Jiang Ci didn't sleep well last night. When she woke up this morning, Lu Yudong was standing by the bed getting dressed. Jiang Ci got up, picked up Lu Yudong's shirt, and put it on him. Lu Yudong frowned slightly, wondering what Jiang Ci was thinking, but she looked very gentle and kind, like a virtuous wife and loving mother. Chu Shuo isn't actually my boyfriend. I was lying to you before. Jiang Ci put a sleeve on Lu Yudong, her fingers tracing across his chest. The warm touch and feel gave Lu Yudong a deep sense of comfort. So, do you still have any truth left in your mouth? Lu Yudong looked down at her. Although it was a reprimand, it also had a hint of leniency. Jiang Ci sensed his soft heart and was even more encouraged. Before, you asked me to marry you, but I didn't want to. So I just made up an excuse about having a boyfriend. He happened to add me on WeChat, but I didn't accept. When you asked me what my boyfriend's name was, I just gave you a random name. I never expected that there would actually be such a person in the world. He's my brother's boss's son, and he's a teacher at a training center. My brother wanted to introduce him to me, so he added me on WeChat. You'd better tell the truth. Of course I'm telling the truth. Jiang Ci's hands were buttoning his shirt, and her innocent big eyes were looking at him naively. Trying to coax me? Do you think you, President Lu, are so easy to fool? You have intelligence and brains. Who can fool you? Jiang Ci complained. He's relentlessly pursuing you, and you're playing hard to get. It might not be that easy now, but who knows what the future holds. Lu Yudong's tone was gentle, but there was still a hint of displeasure in his voice. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, I have a husband. If I dared to cheat on him, he would definitely break my legs. Jiang Ci moved closer to Lu Yudong's chest. Lu Yudong stopped talking and prepared to leave. Honey, please let me take this training course. There's nothing between Chu Shuo and me. My brother tricked me that day. Nothing happened between us. Jiang Ci called out to Lu Yudong. We'll see. Honey, our money is our family's money. But the money that goes from one pocket to another, like the money given to the training course, is what truly goes into someone else's pocket. It hurts me to see that, Jiang Ci persisted. Sure enough, Lu Yudong's anger subsided. Tell me when you're going to class. Also, have Aunt Fong accompany you to class every time. Thank you, honey. Jiang Ci was overjoyed and even mustered up the courage to kiss Lu Yudong on the cheek. She thought Lu Yudong would be very angry about her behavior, but Lu Yudong just glanced at her and didn't say anything, as if he was quite pleased. Through this experience, Jiang Ci learned about Lu Yudong's weakness. As long as she didn't argue with him and just praised him and went along with him, everything would be fine. Chapter 32, Is Your Wife Tired? On Sunday noon, Jiang Ci reported to Lu Yudong that there was a training class in the afternoon. Lu Yudong was calmly drinking his soup. Let Aunt Fong keep you company. Honey, you really keep your word. Jiang Ci was very happy. Don't flatter me. If anything happens again, you can forget about ever going there again. Lu Yudong picked up a tissue to wipe his hands. Jiang Ci stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself, nothing can be hidden from Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci saw Yang Manny at the training course. Unexpectedly, Yang Manny's words were evasive, and her body was trembling slightly, as if she was somewhat afraid. Jiang Ci, I'm really sorry about what happened last time, Yang Manny said. My brother shouldn't have treated you like that. It's okay, you can't control your brother anyway. Perhaps because Jiang Ci has a good-for-nothing brother, she understands Yang Manny very well. During this class, Yang Mani deliberately hid in a corner far away from Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was somewhat puzzled. When Chu Shua came to class, his gaze seemed to instinctively fall on Jiang Ci. Although Yang Mani felt resentment, she could only lower her head and say nothing. Yang Dong's leg was broken by Lu Yudong, and Lu Yudong even specially arranged for someone to beat her in front of everyone, as if to make an example of her and tell Yang Mani not to be ungrateful. When Yang Mani first saw the powerful Lu Yudong lose his temper, how could she not be afraid? To avoid running into Lu Yudong's gun, Jiang Ci deliberately avoided Chu Shua's eyes and left the classroom as soon as get out of class ended. When Aunt Fong saw Jiang Ci, she said with a smile, "Madam, are you tired?" "I'm not tired, just one class." Jiang Ci and Aunt Fong left. Chu Shua, standing behind, frowned. Last time, Jiang Ci said Lu Yudong was her husband, but when he asked Jiang Yi flatly denied it. But now, the Lu family's aunt has come to pick up Jiang Ci herself. What's going on? Chu Shua decided to investigate the matter himself. 2 days later, Chu Shua threw a photocopy of Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong's marriage certificate in front of Jiang Yi. "Take a look for yourself." Chu Shua was naturally very angry. After all, Jiang Yi had previously tried to introduce his sister to him. "What's going on?" Jiang Yi picked it up and looked at it, incredulous. "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? You'd better not do this kind of thing again. Could these be fake?" Jiang Yi asked hesitantly. Chu Shua smiled wryly. "I have a friend at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Bureau? After saying that, Chu Shua left. He was very disappointed. He never expected that Jiang Ci would get married. Jiang Yi's initial surprise gradually turned into delight. Lu Yudong, the Lu Yudong he never dared to imagine, was actually his brother-in-law. No wonder Jiang Ci didn't hesitate to find a caregiver for her mother. If he had known this would happen, why would he have bothered arranging things between Jiang Ci and Chu Shua? He even made Jiang Ci hate him. On Saturday, Jiang Yi went to Lu Yudong's villa. Lu Yudong was surprised. He didn't know Jiang Yi. "Xiao Ci isn't here?" After saying that, Jiang Yi sat down on Lu Yudong's sofa as if he were a familiar brother-in-law. Jiang Ci visits her mother every Saturday without fail. Jiang Yi already knew she wasn't there, but he asked on purpose. "She's not here. Should we look for her?" Lu Yudong frowned. "Oh yes, brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Lu Yudong asked, his brows slightly furrowed. He knew who the person in front of him was, Jiang Ci's reckless older brother. "Yes, Xiao Ci only told me about your marriage. I know there must be a reason for keeping it a secret, but tell me, for the brother-in-law of the dignified President Lu to still live in a shabby, run-down house, isn't that a bit unworthy of your reputation? Shouldn't you get him a villa? Also, you should probably change my job. I'm driving for Chu Linxing now. It wouldn't sound good if word got to your subordinates." Jiang Yi seemed determined to have Lu Yudong completely under his thumb. "Chu Linxing? Chu Shua is his son." Lu Yudong frowned deeply. "Yes. Also, Mom is sick and needs money. The hospital fees are 100,000 a month, and the caregiver's fee is 10,000. If there are any emergencies, you should at least provide enough money for 5 years, right? How much do you want?" Lu Yudong asked calmly. Jiang Yi held up his palm. 5 million. Lu Yudong smiled, as if he was laughing at Jiang Yi's unrealistic and outrageous demands. "I can give you a job, and my money didn't grow on trees," Lu Yudong said calmly. "If you don't give it to me, I'll make Jiang Ci divorce you. Anyway, she and Chu Shua are in love and feel like they've known each other forever. Chu Shua doesn't mind that Jiang Ci is a divorcee." Jiang Yi couldn't hold back any longer and stood up from the sofa to say this. "Talk to her first before you say this to me," Lu Yudong said coldly. Seeing that neither persuasion nor coercion worked, Jiang Yi became enraged and said, "I'm going to your company and spreading the word that you're married." "Really? I couldn't be happier. It'll help me ward off a lot of unwanted suitors." Lu Yudong laughed again. Jiang Yi. Seeing that he had gotten nothing from Lu Yudong, Jiang Yi became furious and left. Chapter 33 Admitting faults and feigning innocence always works. Lu Yudong called his subordinates and asked them to investigate the situation of Jiang Ci's mother. He even specifically looked up what happened on the day Jiang Ci and he got married. The assistant said that Jiang Ci's mother had phlegm buildup in her lungs that day, and with the hospitalization fees, Jiang Ci needed to pay 60,000 yuan. Jiang Ci had initially refused to marry him, but then returned. Lu Yudong finally understood why. She needs money. She had no feelings for him whatsoever, and it wasn't a case of playing hard to get. Lu Yudong felt a slight sense of disappointment. But there was one thing Lu Yudong didn't quite understand. Calculating the money he gave her, not including the 180,000 yuan he gave her out of spite, it was still over 300,000 yuan, more than enough to cover the 60,000 yuan hospital fee. Moreover, he had told her that if the mission was completed, she would receive an income of no less than 5 million yuan. So why did she insist on asking him for that 1 million yuan? Was she greedy? Jiang Ci returned at 3 p.m. Is Hanlan's mother's cooking good? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci slowly as he sat on the sofa. Jiang Ci's excuse for not being there today was that she was going to Hanlan's house for dinner. Hanlan lives in the suburbs of Jiangzhou and goes back home every weekend. It's delicious. Oh, what dishes did you make? Jiang Ci, I didn't expect Lu Yudong to care about such trivial matters. The dishes I made were kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork, and braised eggplant. They were all home-style dishes. Lu Yudong stared at her. Jiang Ci, don't you know that your nose grows longer when you lie? Huh? Well, why would I tell? No, I didn't. Jiang Ci's eyes began to flicker, and her blushing ears betrayed her. It's not a bad thing to get your mother medical treatment, so why not just say so? Lu Yudong was probably very disappointed with Jiang Ci, so he went upstairs. Jiang Ci stood there, stunned, wondering. How did he know? Last time she told Chu Shua that Lu Yudong was her husband, but Chu Shua shouldn't know that his mother was hospitalized. Did he ask Jiang Yi? Thinking of this, Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat, and she sent Jiang Yi a WeChat message. Have you been here before? Jiang Ci didn't reveal any information about her current situation. It was just a tentative statement. If Jiang Yi hadn't contacted Lu Yudong, he would definitely have said that Jiang Ci was acting strangely. Girl, your house is huge. I've never seen such a big villa in my life. I asked Lu Yudong for money, but he wouldn't give it to me. How about you give me 1 million? 1 million is nothing to the wife of a rich man like you. Jiang Ci got angry when she saw this and sent a single word. Get lost. It seems that Jiang Yi came to extort money from Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci suddenly felt very guilty towards Lu Yudong. She threw down her school bag and went upstairs, where Lu Yudong was changing his clothes. Jiang Ci suddenly hugged him from behind, pressing her face against his back. Since the last time, Jiang Ci has learned that in front of Lu Yudong, being submissive and obedient is a tried and true method. So what's going on? Lu Yudong asked, his voice much softer than before. Jiang Ci hugged him, and the feeling of flesh against flesh was very comfortable. Do you know about what's going on in my family? Jiang Ci asked. Your brother already said it. Jiang Ci also learned that Jiang Yi had indeed come and had indeed extorted money from Lu Yudong. Ignore him. I won't talk to him at all. I apologize to you on his behalf. Okay, honey. I have exams soon, and after I finish them, I'll stay home with Grandpa every day. Jiang Ci felt that Lu Yudong's body was extremely hot, which was quite comfortable, and his words were quite flattering. Now you've learned to beg for mercy? Then it must be my fault. Does this mean I don't need to go to tutoring classes after the exam? The sooner the exam is over, the better. After saying that, Lu Yudong took a step forward and put on his shirt. Jiang Ci understood Lu Yudong's implication. Finish the exams as soon as possible and stay away from the junior master's program. Suddenly separated from Lu Yudong's body, Jiang Ci felt a sense of emptiness. Jiang Ci felt that Lu Yudong must harbor resentment towards Chu Shua. After all, Chu Shua had caused him, the aloof and arrogant CEO, so much trouble. Jiang Ci also felt that it was better to finish the exam as soon as possible. Chapter 34, Asking for money for her dead boyfriend. The economic law exam is held on Saturday afternoon from 5:30 to 7:30. When Jiang Ci arrived at the examination hall, she realized that she had not brought her ID card with her, and she couldn't remember where she had put it. She was extremely reluctant to trouble Lu Yudong, but she couldn't pass the exam without his help. She called Lu Yudong. Honey, could you help me find my ID card? I didn't bring it with me. Although she was in a hurry, she still tried to keep her voice down when speaking to Lu Yudong. Where's your brain? Lu Yudong's voice was completely flat. I didn't bring it. It's extremely urgent. Please, I beg you. Jiang Ci pleaded. Wait a minute. After saying that, Lu Yudong hung up the phone. He said to In Shuama, who was sitting on the sofa, wait downstairs for a moment. What's wrong? In Shuama asked, feigning concern. Jiang Ci went to take the exam without her ID card. After saying that, Lu Yudong went upstairs. Really? Then go find it quickly, In Shuama said with a fake smile. In Shuama came to the Lu family today under the pretext of visiting her grandfather, but her grandfather happened to be taking a nap. She originally wanted to chat with Lu Yudong, but since her grandfather wasn't around, it gave her some free time. Lu Yudong was manipulated by Jiang Ci to go upstairs to find something for her. In Shuama appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was twisted and deformed. Lu Yudong searched around but couldn't find it. He asked Aunt Fong to help him, since women are the best at finding things. Lu Yudong found a leather suitcase on the balcony. It belonged to Jiang Ci. He opened it. The password was child's play to him. He didn't see Jiang Ci's ID card, only a notebook with a slightly worn cover. Lu Yudong had a bad feeling, and Jiang Ci had hidden it in such a secluded place, so he picked it up and looked at it. A photo fell out of it. He picked it up and looked at it. It was a very handsome man with a group of children. The man was very handsome. Sir, Madam's ID card has been found. It's in a hidden compartment of her old canvas bag, which she washed in the bathroom. Aunt Fong's cheerful voice rang out behind Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong's thoughts were interrupted. Go and deliver it to her. I'll send you the address. Take a taxi. Okay. After saying that, Aunt Fong went downstairs. As In Shuama passed through the living room, she saw Aunt Fong in a hurry and asked her, "What's wrong, Aunt Fong? Where are you going?" "Oh, I found Madam's ID card. I'll take it to her." With that, Aunt Fong hurried out. In Shuama thought to herself, now that the ID card has been found, why hasn't Lu Yudong come down yet? At this moment, Lu Yudong was upstairs reading a diary, a very thick book that contained records from about 3 years ago. The owner of the diary is named Xiao Zheng. His name and home address were written on the cover. Xiao Zheng. This was the first time Lu Yudong had heard this name. 3 years ago, Xiao Zheng met that pure girl with curved eyebrows and a bright smile, and he fell in love with her at first sight. Later they fell in love. They studied together, ate together in the cafeteria, built snowballs together in winter, and swam together in summer. They are the most harmonious couple in the world. The girl had even met Xiao Zheng's parents. They were waiting for the day they would get their marriage certificate. Until Xiao Zheng graduated, he was going to teach in a mountainous area. Almost every diary entry has a title, Little Porcelain. Xiao Ci is Xiao Zheng's girlfriend. Xiao Ci is Jiang Ci. Xiao Zheng's love letters to Xiao Ci are passionate and tender, revealing his sympathy for children in mountainous areas and his compassionate spirit. In his last diary entry, Xiao Zheng only wrote half a page before the rest was written in Jiang Ci's handwriting. "I had planned to get our marriage certificate right after graduation, but you will never come back." Xiao Zheng's biggest wish is to provide 200 computers for the children in the school. Jiang Ci's comment was, "I will definitely help you achieve it." Lu Yudong's mind slowly replayed the events. The day his grandfather came, Jiang Ci returned home travel-worn, having not answered her phone beforehand. Then he asked her to move to his grandfather's house, but she demanded more money, which surprised Lu Yudong, and for the first time, she even argued with him over the price. If nothing unexpected happened, that money wouldn't be for her mother, but for her first love. Thinking of this, Lu Yudong clenched his fist tightly. For the first time in his life, he was taken for a fool. No wonder she's been so gentle these past few days. She was pretending to please him. Her real intention was to get money for her deceased ex-boyfriend. Chapter 35 Business Trip. "Yudong, why aren't you coming down yet?" In Shuama came up at some point. Lu Yudong felt heavy-hearted and even angrier. He closed Xiao Zheng's diary and said, "Coming. In Shuama has arrived." "What's this?" In Shuama picked up Xiao Zheng's photo from Jiang Ci's suitcase. In Shuama knew that this was Jiang Ci's suitcase. Yudong wouldn't use a suitcase of this quality. She also knew that the notebook Lu Yudong was holding was related to Jiang Ci. The reason Lu Yudong hasn't gone down for so long is probably because he's discovered something. "Yudong, this man looks just like you." In Shuama looked up as if she had discovered a new continent. Actually, Xiao Zheng and Lu Yudong only look alike by 1 point, but after In Shuama said that, they seem to look alike by 10 points. "Is that so?" Lu Yudong's face was ashen. He forced a smile and said. Seeing Lu Yudong's expression, In Shuama continued, "That's right, especially when he smiles. He looks even more like you. Let's go downstairs." After saying that, Lu Yudong took the photo from In Shuama's hand, put it in the diary, and put everything back exactly as it was. "Who is this person? They look so much like you." In Shuama pretended to know nothing and subtly sowed discord. "Nobody." Lu Yudong's expression became even more serious. After In Shuama left, Jiang Ci and Aunt Fong returned together at 9 o'clock. Aunt Fong waited outside the examination hall for Jiang Ci to finish the exam. Grandpa asked Jiang Ci how she did on the exam. "Grandpa, you're so kind." Thanks to you for giving me so much extra help with international commercial law. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have passed the exam, Jiang Ci said while eating, wolfing down her food. Lu Yudong didn't say anything. He was always serious and rarely smiled, so Jiang Ci didn't pay any attention. Don't flatter me unnecessarily. Grandpa smiled broadly. No, I mean it. I've never studied international commercial law before. It's like being in a completely different field, Jiang Ci said earnestly. My grandfather studied civil and commercial law, including international commercial law, which is also a part of economic law. Pack your things, you're going on a business trip tomorrow, Lu Yudong said. A business trip? Where to? Jiang Ci was a little stunned. I agree to the finance department's temporary decision. Jiang Ci was still a little confused, thinking, so what if I go on a business trip? Although I miss my grandfather, if I stay at home all the time, it will be easy for him to give me away. Are you going to send Xiaozi on a business trip? Although Grandpa was reluctant, he was an intellectual and knew that he couldn't delay his granddaughter-in-law's career development. Right. How long? I don't know. We'll see. After dinner, we went upstairs. Lu Yudong said to Jiang Ci, the business trip is just a pretext. You'll be staying elsewhere. Your dorm room has been empty all this time. Jiang Ci nodded a beat late, humming in agreement, not quite understanding why. I'm scared. Afraid you won't be able to sleep? Lu Yudong asked with a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Ci blushed. No, I'm afraid it will affect Grandpa. No, your mission is complete. Lu Yudong was the client, and Jiang Ci didn't ponder his words too much. Although they had lived together for more than 20 days, they were far from being able to talk about anything. In fact, they communicated as much as before, except that they were extremely familiar with each other's bodies. I will pay the money as promised, making it 5 million. When Lu Yudong so bluntly mentioned money, Jiang Ci didn't refute it. After all, she was also after money, so she didn't pretend to be high and mighty. Since he said so, she would just accept it. I'll go pack my luggage. After saying that, Jiang Ci went to the balcony to get her suitcase and quickly packed her clothes inside. Lu Yudong watched all of this with indifference. The next day, after saying goodbye to her grandfather, Jiang Ci put her suitcase in Lu Yudong's car. As Jiang Ci carried her luggage back to the dormitory, everyone started to look at her sideways again. She broke up with President Lu. President Lu was probably just playing around, and he'll send her back when he gets tired of her. She came back looking so pathetic. How embarrassing. Then came a low, mocking laugh. Jiang Ci returned to her dormitory under the gaze of everyone. Hanlan knew that Jiang Ci had brought her suitcase back from President Lu's house, and this question would make Jiang Ci feel awkward, so she didn't ask anything. She just said, have you eaten? Let's go to work together, it's almost time. Jiang Ci ignored the gossip and started another busy week. Chapter 36. Lu Yudong stood in front of her. Although Jiang Ci had fantasized about Lu Yudong, she never had any illusions about this marriage. She moved out without any hesitation or anxiety. She even sent Jiang Yi a WeChat message. Look at this. You tried to blackmail Lu Yudong, and he took his anger out on me, kicking me out. Do you think I mean much to him? He might give me a few coins when he's in a good mood. I don't even dare ask for them, and you're trying to extort him. Jiang Ci's move was intended to dissuade Jiang Yi from continuing to extort Lu Yudong, and to show him that Lu Yudong was not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Yi was furious when he saw this WeChat message. He could also see that Lu Yudong was not a good-tempered person, nor was he a sucker. Heartless, Jiang Yi muttered 2 words. Who are you talking about? Chu Shua asked. Jiang Yi is the Chu family's driver, and today he is taking Chu Shua to the accounting firm. Chu Suk has his own agency. Lu Yudong, he kicked Jiang Ci out. On what grounds? I don't know. They're just humiliating us poor people. Who knows why? Jiang Yi smiled maliciously and cunningly. As expected, Chu Shua frowned deeply. A moment later, Jiang Yi added, also, last time I went to see Lu Yudong, he said that his marriage with Jiang Ci was just a name only. Because Lu Yudong's grandfather was sick, he wanted to find someone to marry to complete his life's most important event for his grandfather, so he chose Jiang Ci. This was the result of Jiang Yi's careful consideration. The last time he went to Lu Yudong's house, his aunt said that his grandfather was sick and sleeping, and asked Jiang Yi to speak softly. Jiang Yi also noticed that Lu Yudong's home contained syringes and other medical equipment, as well as a lot of medicine. Later, Jiang Yi discovered that Lu Yudong's grandfather had moved in later and was probably terminally ill. Lu Yudong must have hired someone to put on an act, getting married and divorced quietly, with no one knowing except his grandfather. Lu Yudong kicked Jiang Ci out, which shows he has no feelings for her. No wonder he doesn't show any mercy to his brother-in-law. Therefore, Jiang Ci felt that the key to this marriage lay with his grandfather. Grandpa is the snake's Achilles heel. Jiang Ci felt that he had to juggle both sides, carefully managing Lu Yudong while also maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Chu Shuo. Jiang Ci is working hard to bring Chu Shuo and Jiang Ci together. No wonder Lu Yudong treats Jiang Ci so badly, Chu Shuo said angrily. This Lu Yudong dares to treat Xiao Ci like this. It's really too much. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ci thought to himself, there's hope. The Chu family is the most reliable. Jiang Ci didn't tell Chu Shuo about Jiang Ci and Xiao Zheng's relationship, fearing that Chu Shuo would be suspicious if he knew that Jiang Ci had a first love. I'm hoping they get a divorce soon. I don't want Lu Yudong to make my sister suffer. Anyway, it's a marriage in name only, Jiang Ci said in her usual protective sister tone. How do you know they'll get a divorce? How novel. A marriage without love must have a time limit. It's impossible for Lu Yudong to never marry the person he loves, right? He's so rich. Why would he suffer such injustice? Jiang Ci said matter-of-factly. Chu Shuo thought Jiang Ci's words made a lot of sense. The training course ended, and he originally thought Jiang Ci was already married, so he wanted to quietly leave. But after Jiang Ci said that, Chu Shuo's hope was rekindled. Jiang Ci has been in a difficult situation lately. If she had remained an ordinary employee, no one would have commented on her. Or if she had married Lu Yudong, she would have been surrounded by praise. But her situation is special. She went from being an unknown employee to a highly sought-after person, and now she has fallen back down. Everyone was delighted to see her fall from grace, and the mocking laughter around her was incessant. Xing Baohua often made Jiang Ci work overtime and assigned her the heaviest tasks, claiming that young people need to be trained. Jiang Ci didn't say anything. She just quietly did her work. She knew that Xing Baohua was deliberately making things difficult for her, but she had no complaints. After all, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. She did indeed rely on Lu Yudong to solve her practical difficulties in life. So she accepts the backlash she is suffering now. That day, Jiang Ci worked overtime until 5 a.m. before getting off work. While packing her school bag, she stared at the umbrella inside, lost in thought for a long time. She wanted to see Lu Yudong again, but she could never see him. As Jiang Ci was yawning and carrying her bag while riding the elevator, a man appeared in front of her. Jiang Ci thought she was sleepy and her eyes were blurry, so she rubbed her eyes. Never seen it before. Lu Yudong's cold voice came from behind. President Lu? Why are you here so early? Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. She always wanted to see him, but she could never see him. Perhaps God heard her complaints. Now, at this moment, Lu Yudong is standing in front of her. Was Chapter 37 given to me specifically? Lu Yudong had no intention of paying attention to Jiang Ci and was about to enter the elevator when Jiang Ci stopped him. President Lu. What? The elevator doors closed again, and Lu Yudong didn't get on the elevator. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Jiang Ci rummaged through her bag. Her canvas bag contained everything: wallet, books, tissues. The umbrella was small and not easy to find. Feeling guilty for not being able to touch it, Jiang Ci gave Lu Yudong an awkward smile. Just finished working overtime? Lu Yudong frowned slightly as he looked at her. Lu Yudong rarely smiled. Most of the time, he was expressionless. Yes, I found it. After saying that, Jiang Ci magically produced an umbrella. Mr. Lu, here's an umbrella for you, so you don't catch a cold. Lu Yudong stared at the umbrella but didn't take it. So what's this? He thought she just wanted to use an umbrella to slightly change his attitude. After all, the attitude of the top leader towards him determines everything for her in the company. Jiang Ci's current situation is not very good. Working overtime until 5 a.m. is a perfect example. The umbrella, Jiang Ci said innocently, her eyes bright. You never use an umbrella when it rains. What if you catch a cold? After saying that, Jiang Ci pushed the umbrella towards him. Seeing that Lu Yudong still didn't answer, she suddenly realized something. Mr. Lu, this umbrella was specially sent back by my classmate who is studying abroad. It's not a no-name brand. It's a foreign brand, Mariotalerico, and it's very expensive. Is this especially for me? Lu Yudong took the umbrella. He glanced at the eagle on the handle. Yes, it suits your status perfectly. Remember to use it. With that, Jiang Ci turned and left. Lu Yudong got on the elevator, his mood improving somewhat. Jiang Ci returned to her dorm room just as Han Lan got up to use the bathroom. Han Lan asked, "You're up so early?" As Han Lan emerged from the restroom, she muttered to herself, "I could sleep for another 2 hours." Then, she suddenly remembered something. "Wait a minute, Jiang Ci. You're not asleep yet, are you?" "Yeah, I just got back. I'm going to lie down for a bit." Jiang Ci hung her bag by the door. Han Lan instantly sobered up. "Is this how you bully people? Why doesn't the finance department work overtime and just boss you around? Don't they think they treated you too well before and want to make up for it by suppressing you? Is this how you treat people?" "All right, I didn't say anything. Why are you complaining?" Jiang Ci was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Han Lan was so angry that she didn't even sleep. She picked up her computer and posted on the Fenghua forum, saying that some people were sycophants who would kick someone when they were down. It was just a regular rant post. It didn't name anyone or include any photos. But everyone knows she was referring to Xing Baohua. After all, Jiang Ci was the only one working overtime until the early hours of the morning last night. After Han Lan finished posting, she went to sleep. She was woken up by her phone. The public relations director asked her to come to the office after she arrived at work. "Fine, I'll go. I'll just quit if it doesn't work out." Han Lan was very loyal. Anyway, everyone in the company is like that. "What happened?" Jiang Ci asked Han Lan as she combed her hair after getting up. "Fine." After Han Lan went to the director's office, she was scolded by the director, who said that she was showing off and standing up for others. He also said, "The relationships between departments are so sensitive. Are you stupid or brainless? If you offend the finance department, who will pay your salary in the future? Starting today, you don't need to attend the new E-Star training every Friday. Also, the article you were going to publish on the official WeChat account has been withdrawn due to space issues. Go ahead." Although Han Lan was indignant, she did not regret it. Jiang Ci only found out what had happened after she went to work. Her colleagues were all pointing fingers at her. She sent a WeChat message to Han Lan, urging her to delete the post immediately. Han Lan was in the director's office at the time and didn't see it. When she finally did, she thought, "Since I've already been punished, what difference does it make whether I delete it or not? Let everyone see Xing Baohua's true colors." Xing Baohua, his face grim, sneered at Jiang Ci. "Jiang Ci, your friends are all people you'd risk your life for." What could Jiang Ci say? She couldn't do anything if the post wasn't deleted. Jiang Ci knew that Xing Baohua had a lot of grievances against her. This was not Han Lan's fault. Ever since she was officially hired, Xing Baohua had been single-mindedly trying to get rid of Jiang Ci. Chapter 38 gave her a thumbs up. Offending your boss is something you can't avoid. Jiang Ci had to work even harder and continue to keep a low profile, trying her best to prevent Xing Baohua from finding any fault with her. However, there's one thing she does every night: send a WeChat message to her grandfather. She has been working on this ever since she moved out of the Lu family home. She sent her grandfather a lot of photos, all of them from Nancheng, the place she was on a business trip. When her grandfather asked her when she was going back, she replied, "Grandpa, the accounts here are very complicated, so I'll probably have to stay for a while. Grandpa misses you." When Jiang Ci saw the 5 words her grandfather sent, her eyes welled up with tears. Jiang Ci's parents had said this to her before. Now, no one says this to Jiang Ci anymore. Although Jiang Ci has friends and classmates, none of them can compare to the power of family. Jiang Ci replied, "Little Ci misses Grandpa too." Grandpa took off his reading glasses, took his phone, and went into the living room. He asked Lu Yudong, "When are you going to let Xiao Ci come back? She's been gone for over 10 days. What did she say to you?" Lu Yudong asked, casually flipping through a financial magazine. "Send me photos of Nancheng. She says the accounts there are very complicated, and she won't be back for a while." "Yudong, can't you talk to her boss? Grandpa doesn't know he shouldn't be interfering with her work." "Her work? But with Grandpa's health, every day I see her is one day less I can take." Grandpa was already pleading with Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci has been gone for more than 10 days and hasn't sent Lu Yudong a single WeChat message. Their chat history goes back about 10 days. "I had a pleasant chat with my grandfather." This contrast made Lu Yudong feel neglected. However, they hadn't discussed sending a WeChat message to Grandpa properly beforehand. Perhaps Jiang Ci was being filial, or perhaps her grandfather was her last bargaining chip to return to the Lu family. She knew that her grandfather was Lu Yudong's weakness. As long as she could get rid of him, Lu Yudong would be much easier to deal with. Jiang Ci was probably getting anxious now. After all, her situation was precarious. Nevertheless, Lu Yudong did not intend to bring her back. Although it was a marriage of convenience, he couldn't tolerate her treating him as a substitute. Thinking about every time they were intimate, even though she was with him, she was thinking of another name. Lu Yudong felt like killing her. But when he thought about the umbrella Jiang Ci had given him, Lu Yudong's heart softened again. She seemed very sincere when she spoke, and the umbrella was even bought from abroad. He could change her current situation with just a simple gesture. Lu Yudong scrolled through Jiang Ci's WeChat moments. She doesn't post much on her WeChat moments. It's mostly forwarded content and links to the CPA exam. However, yesterday morning, she posted a new message. A day full of energy begins again. She also attached a photo of her breakfast, a tea egg, a steamed bun, and a box of soy milk. Lu Yudong gave it a thumbs up. Then, many people followed suit and gave Jiang Ci a thumbs up, including Xing Baohua and many of her colleagues. Before long, Jiang Ci's WeChat post received 108 likes. Jiang Ci thought in surprise, as expected of Lu Yudong. But why would he give me a like when he's free? For a moment, everyone was puzzled by Lu Yudong's attitude. It didn't seem like they had broken up, but rather like they had a quarrel, and now that the quarrel was over, they had made up. Everyone was sweating profusely, holding their breath in relief. The next day, something even more amazing happened. When Jiang Ci entered the office, Xing Baohua greeted her specially and said, "Jiang Ci, you're here for work. Every year, New Star has some substitute spots to replace those who don't perform well in training. I've nominated you this time." Yes. Jiang Ci was somewhat apprehensive. Shortly after, Han Lan sent Jiang Ci a WeChat message. "Jiang Ci, my article that was retracted last time has been accepted again, and the director has even reinstated my status as a new E-star. Aren't you surprised?" Jiang Ci quickly realized that this was all thanks to Lu Yudong. Yesterday, he casually gave Jiang Ci a thumbs up, which changed the company's direction. When he stomps his foot, the company trembles. Jiang Ci couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine, wondering if Lu Yudong had considered these things when he liked her post. So what exactly did Lu Yudong mean by liking the post? Was he trying to save Jiang Ci from her predicament? Or was it just a slip of the hand? Chapter 39, he's going to scheme against Jiang Ci. Lu Yudong went to a meeting today and passed by Daning Street in the afternoon. He clearly remembered that Xiao Zheng lived on Daning Street. He thought to himself, it's just Jiang Ci's first love. It has nothing to do with him. Why is he going to her house? But he couldn't control his curiosity, so he had the driver stop the car and went to Xiao Zheng's house alone. Xiao Zheng's home address was written on the title page of his diary. Lu Yudong didn't know if he was too concerned or if his memory was too good, but he remembered Xiao Zheng's address clearly. A middle-aged woman opened the door for him. "Is this Xiao Zheng's house?" Lu Yudong asked. "Yes, you are. I was Xiao Zheng's partner when he was teaching in a rural area. My surname is Shang. I originally wanted to sponsor computers for Xiao Zheng's school, but unfortunately, this happened to Xiao Zheng," Lu Yudong said. "It's President Shang. Come in quickly, come in quickly." With that, Xiao Zheng's mother, Wang Xian, pulled Lu Yudong's arm and entered the house. Since Xiao Zheng passed away, she has been very affectionate towards any of his friends, as if she could see her son's shadow in them. Xiao Zheng's father, Xiao Luhua, was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Zheng's mother introduced him, saying, "This is General Manager Shang, a friend of Xiao Zheng when he was teaching in a rural area." "Hello, Mr. Shang." Xiao Luhua greeted Lu Yudong very warmly, but unfortunately, he was still holding a serving spoon and didn't take it. "President Shang, please have dinner here tonight." Xiao Zheng's parents are clearly honest people. "It depends," Lu Yudong said, his expression always serious and unsmiling. He glanced at the photo hanging in the living room. It was of Xiao Zheng, and he was indeed very handsome. Sacrificing oneself to save others, such virtue is truly unmatched by many in the world. Xiao Zheng. Wang Xian started crying before she could finish her sentence. "We all supported Xiao Zheng going to teach in a rural area, but who knew this would happen? This is just a small token of my appreciation." After saying that, Lu Yudong took out a wad of cash and placed it in Wang Xian's hand. "No, no, no, we can't take this money. Mr. Shang, take it back. If you give me any more money, I'll kick you out." Lu Yudong took the money back. "My mobile number is 139XXXXXXXX. You can call me if you need anything," Lu Yudong said. He gave his assistant's phone number. The assistant had 2 phone numbers, and this one was his personal number, which no one in the company knew. He wanted to see if Jiang Ci would contact this phone number privately, since General Manager Shang was a friend of Xiao Zheng's from the past, and happened to be in the computer business. Lu Yudong, for reasons unknown, was trying to trick Jiang Ci. He went back to the company. Xiaojing's mother called Jiang Ci and told her that Xiaojing's friend had come to visit him today. She also mentioned that Mr. Shang was in the computer business and had originally planned to donate computers to Xiaojing's school. Since Xiaojing passed away, Wang Xian would talk to Jiang Ci about anything related to him. Computer? Jiang Ci muttered these two words. She's already received the money, and she's been searching online for reliable computer suppliers. Since he is Xiaojing's friend and is going to sponsor him, he should be trustworthy. Jiang Ci was overjoyed. Yes, he said he was going to sponsor it before, but unfortunately Xiaojing had this kind of thing happen. Auntie, do you have his phone number? Wait a minute, I'll tell you. After saying that, Wang Xian gave Lu Yudong's phone number to Jiang Ci. Okay, I'll contact him. How? Donating computers is an expensive activity, and it will cost a lot of money. Jiang Ci was afraid that her aunt would feel guilty if she knew, so she didn't say anything and just said it was a secret. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ci made a call to this cell phone. Of course, she didn't know that the person on the other end was Lu Yudong's assistant. Lu Yudong had already given instructions to his assistant, who knew how to answer. Just then, Lu Yudong walked into the office, and his assistant came in with his phone. Mr. Lu, Jiang Ci, the assistant said to Lu Yudong, holding up his phone. Lu Yudong lit a cigarette, slammed the lighter on the table, and said sarcastically, "She's quick. Say it the way I taught you." Jiang Ci and her assistant finalized the plan. Jiang Ci will visit the factory in the suburbs this Saturday. Jiang Ci also added her assistant on WeChat, and the assistant sent her location. Lu Yudong had previously acquired a small computer company, intending to do OEM manufacturing, and now that has come in handy. He set a trap, and she took it. Chapter 40 President Lu falls for this. Jiang Ci was very happy and excited that the matter was settled. This was her first time making a deal worth over 100,000 yuan, and she was a little nervous. Jiang Ci was afraid of encountering scammers or thugs, so she asked Han Lan to go with her. Han Lan no longer has to keep a low profile, and she feels quite triumphant. She readily agreed to Jiang Ci's request. Actually, it would be best if we found another man for this kind of thing. It would be best if you let President Lu go with you. Who would dare to lie to him? They wouldn't dare even if they had 10 times the courage. Han Lan said to Jiang Ci while eating snacks. It's not that easy. We're having a falling out. Besides, this has to do with my ex-boyfriend. Would I be stupid enough to ask him to come with me? Jiang Ci said. Why are you being so stubborn? You can see it yourself. Just one like from him and our situations are worlds apart. People would fawn over this guy, and you're still being stubborn. Han Lan was exasperated. Don't even mention it. I've always held it in high regard. To this day, Jiang Ci still doesn't know why Lu Yudong suddenly asked her to move out. If you don't know the reason, how can you cater to their preferences? Just beg him for mercy and act all innocent. President Lu will fall for that, Han Lan said again. How do you know? Did you flatter him before? Jiang Ci said, her tone slightly sour. No, I can't even get a chance to see President Lu. Han Lan started to fawn over Jiang Ci. But seriously, my sister is coming to bring me some food this afternoon. Your sister? Isn't your sister about to give birth? She's heavily pregnant and bringing you food. How can you be so shameless? She didn't come in person. She sent her brother-in-law. I heard he's quite handsome, Han Lan said with a longing look. You haven't seen it before? Han Lan rolled her eyes at Jiang Ci. No, he didn't attend my sister's wedding. I think he was out of town. I'll take your fortune this afternoon. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the dormitory doorbell rang, and Jiang Ci went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, her eyes widened, and she exclaimed in great surprise, Deng Yu? Jiang Ci, who are you looking for? Me? Deng Yu held up the lunchbox in his hand. I was delivering food to my sister-in-law's younger sister. I never expected you two would be sharing a dormitory room. It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. When Han Lan came out, she saw that Deng Yu was quite handsome, and her eyes lit up. How about I treat the two beautiful ladies to dinner tonight? Deng Yu said. What about the food my sister brought? Jiang Ci asked, her brows furrowed slightly. Han Lan had already been tempted. After all, who wouldn't want to have dinner with a handsome guy? Just put those in the fridge and eat them slowly. They won't spoil. Come on, let's go have hot pot, Deng Yu said enthusiastically. Jiang Ci and Han Lan were suppressed a while ago and needed to relieve their stress, so they hit it off immediately. Besides, Jiang Ci loves spicy food. The spicier the better, she can't live without it. During the meal, Deng Yu asked Jiang Ci. We haven't chatted since we added each other on WeChat. Oh, you work at Shindong Group. You have a bright future. What future can a low-level employee have? Han Lan has a much brighter future. She's a rising star at New East. A future executive, Jiang Ci said, not forgetting to praise Han Lan. Jiang Ci could tell that Han Lan had feelings for Deng Yu. Han Lan and Deng Yu also added each other on WeChat. Oh, by the way, Jiang Ci is going to the suburbs to inspect a computer factory on Sunday. We've never been there before and are afraid of running into scammers, so we'd like to find a man to go with us. Why don't you come with us? Han Lan invited Deng Yu. My sister told me that her brother-in-law owns a game company, so you'd be the perfect person to inspect the computers. Visiting the computer factory? No problem. I'll drive the two ladies around. Planning to buy a computer? We can just go to the computer mall. Why go directly to the source? 200 units. Donated to children in mountainous areas. The school we visited together that day. Jiang Ci explained easily, since she and Deng Yu had visited the charity primary school together that day. 200 units. That's impressive. You've got plenty of money. No way. I sold my dad's house back in our hometown, Jiang Ci said, trying to brush it off, afraid that Deng Yu would ask about the source of the money and put her in an awkward position. She had never mentioned her arranged marriage with Lu Yudong to Han Lan, and Han Lan was unaware of the origin of the money. My father's old house is in the countryside, and Jiang Ci has never been there. Besides, the homestead can't be sold. Fortunately, Deng Yu didn't ask any further questions. What could Jiang Ci say? Could she say that she sold herself to get it? Chapter 41, The Heartthrob. Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Deng Yu picked up Han Lan and Jiang Ci downstairs in his Audi. The factory is located in Zhongruan Economic Development Zone, which is mostly factories and sparsely populated. They arrived at 1 p.m. Manager Sun from the factory warmly welcomed them, gave them a tour of the workshop, and explained the processor in detail. Can you ship to Ningxiang County? Jiang Ci asked. Yes, that's fine. The factory has a very well-established logistics system. Ms. Jiang, you can rest assured. Jiang Ci nodded. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ci, Lu Yudong was sitting in the manager's office at that moment, watching a video of the entire factory. Lu Yudong saw Jiang Ci and her two companions as soon as they entered the room. Seeing Deng Yu following her, Lu Yudong thought to himself, sure enough, his wife is a heartthrob, with different men around at any time. The training course has ended, the initial master's degree program has come to a close, and now I'm working with Deng Yu again. How much would it cost if I ordered 200 units? Jiang Ci thought the computer quality of this store was very good and the logistics were also very efficient. So she wanted to place an order as soon as possible. Deng Yu works for a game company and knows a lot about computers. He also said the computer was good. Manager Sun frowned slightly. I can't make the decision about the price. That's up to our CEO. Is this President Shang? Jiang Ci remembered that the person who answered the phone that day was President Shang. Oh, it's not him. Our company has been acquired, and we're going to do OEM manufacturing. It's a big shot from our parent company. I'll give him a call. After saying that, Manager Sun went to the side to make a call. Jiang Ci was also discussing the price with Deng Yu. If you're buying in bulk, see if you can get it for 3,500 yuan per unit. Deng Yu is an expert in this field. Jiang Ci nodded, thinking to herself that Han Lan's invitation to Deng Yu was definitely the right decision. At that moment, Deng Yu received a WeChat message from Big Brother. Don't say you know me later. Deng Yu frowned, somewhat puzzled. Big Brother is Lu Yudong. 3 years ago, Deng Yu opened a game company, but unfortunately, it was poorly managed and was about to go bankrupt. As a last resort, he applied for a job as Lu Yudong's driver at Shindong Group. After asking about his experience, Lu Yudong said, how about this? You quit being a driver. Get up wherever you fall. Lu Yudong invested 2 million, which brought the company back to life. Deng Yu was very grateful to Lu Yudong and saved his WeChat contact as Big Brother. He would send Lu Yudong WeChat blessings during holidays, but Lu Yudong never replied. For Deng Yu, a drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude in return. Since Lu Yudong said to pretend he didn't know him, then he would pretend he didn't know him. The word later puzzled Deng Yu. Could it be that Lu Yudong was at this company now? Our boss is here, Manager Sun said. Ms. Jiang, you can talk to him about the price. Because the workshop was very long, Jiang Ci and the others were standing at the very back of the workshop. Jiang Ci looked around and shuddered. How could it be Lu Yudong? Lu Yudong walked towards this side step by step. Jiang Ci's emotions were in turmoil as she quickly calculated. Logically speaking, A big shot like Lu Yudong wouldn't come to a small factory like this in person, but he did, and he even wanted to personally negotiate the price with Jiang Ci. Isn't this strange? Does he already know something? Jiang Ci wanted to find a photo of Lu Yudong on her phone, but she couldn't find it anywhere in her album. Han Lan tugged at Jiang Ci's sleeve. What should we do? What about President Lu? If he finds out you came here because of your first love, I wonder how angry he'll get. Calm down. Jiang Ci downloaded a photo of Lu Yudong from the internet and sent it to Aunt Wang Xian. Aunt Wang Xian? Was the Mr. Shang who went there that day the same person? Jiang Ci's first impression was that Lu Yudong must have come prepared this time. Otherwise, he would never have spent the weekend guarding this small factory. Chapter 42, He knew everything. Shortly after, Wang Xian received a WeChat message. Yes, it's him. He's quite handsome. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. It seemed that Lu Yudong had been to Xiao Zheng's house. How did he know about Xiao Zheng? She suddenly remembered her diary. Had Lu Yudong read it? The day she asked Lu Yudong to find her ID card? Jiang Ci quickly sent a WeChat message to Aunt Fong. Aunt Fong, the day you helped me look for my ID card, did you find it in my suitcase? Aunt Fong hadn't returned yet when Lu Yudong arrived. Mr. Lu, this Ms. Jiang would like to discuss the price with you. She wants 200 units, manager's son said. Oh, so you're one of my company's employees. What do you need 200 computers for? Lu Yudong smiled calmly, but the deep meaning in his eyes was impossible to decipher. Han Lan was so frightened that she trembled slightly. Ding Yu had no idea what Lu Yudong was up to. He figured that Lu Yudong probably didn't want to reveal their acquaintance to his subordinates. Lu Yudong wanted to get more information from him. Ding Yu became Lu Yudong's undercover agent without his knowledge. Oh, I see. I had a boyfriend named Xiao Zheng before. He was teaching in Ningxiang County. His wish was to donate 200 computers to the primary school where he taught. Unfortunately, he sacrificed his life to save a child who had fallen into the water. I helped him fulfill this wish, Jiang Ci said generously. Since Lu Yudong already knows, she might as well just say it. Oh, is that so? Lu Yudong said with a smile. So, you and your ex-boyfriend have a good relationship? Jiang Ci paused for a moment. Xiao Zheng had recorded their relationship clearly in his diary. She didn't hide it anymore, saying, it's very deep. We're even planning to get married. Han Lan, unaware of the inside story, anxiously squeezed Jiang Ci's hand, scolding her for being foolish. She had deliberately tried to make Lu Yudong jealous, but she hadn't gone to such lengths. Lu Yudong narrowed his eyes, his gaze utterly cold. Knowing that Jiang Ci had such a first love, Lu Yudong was extremely upset. His words were always laced with provocation and a clear dislike for Jiang Ci. Oh, really? But these 200 units are not cheap. Even if they are expensive, they would cost hundreds of thousands. You are so young. If you didn't have a good family background, how could you come up with such a sum of money? Lu Yudong stared at Jiang Ci. It's what I saved up, Jiang Ci said righteously. Oh, you saved it up? Lu Yudong smiled. To save money, you have to earn it. How did you earn it? Jiang Ci's face was already pale. She couldn't reveal her embarrassment in front of Han Lan, Ding Yu, and manager's son. She earned this money from Lu Yudong. It was money she obtained by selling herself. President Lu, although Jiang Ci works in finance, she keeps her books meticulously and would never embezzle anything. Besides, she's not a cashier and wouldn't handle money. President Lu, you have to trust Jiang Ci. Han Lan felt that Lu Yudong was asking about the source of the money because he thought her money was ill-gotten, so she hurriedly defended Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci works in finance, and her position is sensitive. Hearing Han Lan say this, Ding Yu finally realized that Lu Yudong probably didn't want him to talk about their acquaintance because of this. He wanted to find out from Ding Yu where Jiang Ci's money came from. Really? Since you're going to donate to the mountainous area, consider it a donation from our Shindong group. The group will cover the cost, which will relieve you of any pressure, Lu Yudong said casually. Jiang Ci clenched her fist and hummed in agreement. Although Jiang Ci didn't spend any money, she was still unhappy. She had originally thought that when the children at the charity primary school used the computers, they would think of her and Xiao Zheng. But now, when they used the computers, they thought of Shindong Group and Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong was a man of deep and unfathomable character. Jiang Ci has become nothing more than a tool. Lu Yudong instructed manager Sun to order 200 computers and send them to the mountainous area of Ningxiang County as soon as possible. Where's the address? Aren't you going to give me an address? Lu Yudong frowned slightly and asked Jiang Ci. Oh, I know, Ding Yu said. I ran into Jiang Ci near Aishin Elementary School last time. Really? When? Lu Yudong asked Deng Yu with a smile, glancing at Jiang Ci. These coincidences are becoming more and more frequent. I remember it clearly. It was Monday. The address was Aishin Primary School in Shihizi Village, Dai Town, Ningxiang County. Jiang Ci's face was already pale. Today, Lu Yudong had given her a piece of his mind, and all her secrets would be exposed, including the fact that she hadn't received a call from Lu Yudong on the day she went to pick up her grandfather because she had gone to Ningxiang County. Aunt Fong finally replied to the WeChat message. Madam, I just saw your message while cleaning. I found your ID card in the canvas bag you washed. Your husband looked for your suitcase. That's it. He knows everything. Chapter 43. Mr. Lu Yudong and Miss Jiang Ci. After finishing this task, Jiang Ci and the other two returned. She's afraid to contact Lu Yudong now, not knowing how many secrets he might reveal from her with just a few words. After Lu Yudong returned home, Aunt Fong told him about the WeChat message his wife had sent him that day. Lu Yudong glanced at the time the WeChat message was sent and said coldly, "You're quick-witted. No wonder you were so frank." Less than a week later, Lu Yudong's secretary personally delivered a donation certificate to Jiang Ci. Mr. Lu Yudong, Ms. Jiang Ci, the 200 computers you donated to the Love Primary School have been distributed to the students. Sincere thanks. Jiang Ci looked at the certificate, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had originally wanted her name to be listed next to Xiao Zhang's, but now it was changed to Lu Yudong's. Everyone was already curious when Lu Yudong's secretary came to deliver the certificate in person, and now they've all gathered around to see what it is. When they saw Mr. Lu Yudong and Ms. Jiang Ci, their expressions froze. It seems that President Lu and Jiang Ci weren't exaggerating at all. Things are actually getting better and better. Everyone, especially Xing Baohua, felt a chill run down their spines. They realized that their previous attitude towards Jiang Ci had been somewhat extreme, and they should make amends in time. The next day, Xing Baohua sent Jiang Ci the news that she had become the new star of the East. Jiang Ci knew that this was all Xing Baohua's way of currying favor with Lu Yudong, so she was somewhat disinterested and couldn't muster much enthusiasm. Xing Baohua also sent it to Lu Yudong in a flattering manner. Lu Yudong did not reply. That day, Jiang Ci received a call from Lu Yudong in her office. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Since everyone in the office already knew, Jiang Ci didn't hesitate and directly said, "Mr. Lu." Sure enough, everyone in the office perked up their ears. "Grandpa has fainted. I'm in a meeting out of town. Go home and see Grandpa." Although the matter was urgent, Lu Yudong's voice remained calm and composed. "What?" Jiang Ci's feelings for her grandfather were genuine. "I'll ask for leave right away." After finishing her call with Lu Yudong, Jiang Ci went to Xing Baohua's office to ask for leave. Xing Baohua agreed without hesitation and told Jiang Ci to be careful and come back after finishing her business. When Jiang Ci arrived at the villa halfway up the mountain, she saw Yin Xiuma serving her grandfather at his bedside. She's a frequent visitor to our home. If it weren't for her deep affection for her grandfather, Jiang Ci wouldn't have wanted to go in. She walked up to Yin Xiuma. Yin Xiuma was using a damp towel to moisten her grandfather's lips, worried that they might get dry. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Yin Xiuma said reproachfully. "Luckily, Yudong's family has medical equipment. The doctor said that Grandpa's blood sugar was low and he has already been given glucose. This isn't a movie shoot. Your technique is unprofessional. Let me do it," Jiang Ci said calmly. She immediately saw through Yin Xiuma's attention-grabbing tactics. That might be how it was when filming, but it wasn't like that when she was actually taking care of patients. "Oh, is that so? I haven't taken care of patients much. I have no experience. You should do it." With that, Yin Xiuma left her seat with a sinister smile and stood next to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci carefully dipped her lips in the lipstick. She had taken care of her father for a few days and her mother for 6 years. To be honest, Jiang Ci was not old, but she was already an old caregiver. She could tell that Yin Xiuma's words were very well spoken and flawless, but Jiang Ci could also detect the sarcastic tone in them. After observing Jiang Ci's technique, Yin Xiuma felt somewhat ashamed of her own earlier actions. As expected, Yudong didn't marry the wrong person. "If he had married me, I wouldn't be able to do this," Yin Xiuma said with a smile. "If something were to happen to Grandpa, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. But you are different. You're practically a nurse." Yin Xiuma's words made it very clear that Lu Yudong was marrying Jiang Ci as a nanny to take care of his grandfather. Moreover, it sounds like it's not that Lu Yudong doesn't want to marry her, but that she doesn't want to get married. Whether it was intentional or not, Inshuama touched her hair with her right hand while she was speaking. A gleaming silver bracelet on her wrist was then exposed to Jiang Ci. Moreover, Jiang Ci could see the two characters above very clearly, Dong and Mo. She knew perfectly well why Inshuama was showing off in front of her. Adding to what Inshuama had just said, Jiang Ci guessed that Lu Yudong might have told Inshuama about the arranged marriage, and that he might be going to marry her later, asking her to be patient, and that he would divorce her soon. Chapter 44. Standing here. Just as Jiang Ci was serving her grandfather, Inshuama said, "All right, you're tired. Let me do it." Jiang Ci, I didn't think much of it, and stood up. Just then, Lu Yudong came in. Inshuama's words came at just the right time. When Jiang Ci saw Lu Yudong, she was reminded of the awkwardness of the day she bought the computer. He glanced at his grandfather, slowed down the four-drip a bit, and then said sternly to Jiang Ci, "Come out with me for a moment." Jiang Ci had no choice but to go out with him. When they reached the corridor a little further from Grandpa's bedroom, Lu Yudong had Jiang Ci stand against the wall. "How can you let her do this kind of work?" Lu Yudong asked sternly. Jiang Ci thought to herself, "Why can't she do this kind of work? When are we getting a divorce?" Feeling annoyed, and with the computer buying incident adding to her displeasure, Jiang Ci's tone was rather harsh. Clearly, her question surprised Lu Yudong. "You're really looking forward to a divorce?" He frowned, looking at Jiang Ci, who was still defiant about being punished. "Inshuama has already returned, and I've moved out of the Lu family home. I think divorce is inevitable. I just want to ask for a date. Otherwise, I'm not sure what to do." Jiang Ci looked up, not at Lu Yudong. "Oh, really? Don't you know why I told you to move out of the Lu family? Or do you want to come back and make more money?" Lu Yudong's tone was quite sarcastic. "Oh, right. Now that you've bought the computer, you're not short of money. Is it really necessary for you to do this for Xiaozheng? He's already gone. What are you still fussing about? Why didn't you say you were reading my diary? My diary is my privacy. I'm going to sue you." Jiang Ci looked directly into Lu Yudong's eyes. "Go sue." Jiang Ci knew that her little tricks wouldn't scare Lu Yudong at all. He would probably just laugh it off. She snorted and turned her head to the side. "Stand here. When are you getting a divorce?" Jiang Ci asked again. "Relax and be your Mrs. Lu." After saying that, Lu Yudong went into his grandfather's hospital room. It seems that Jiang Ci will have to remain Mrs. Lu for a while longer. He will probably marry Inshuama after his grandfather passes away. What a cheapskate. Jiang Ci muttered softly after Lu Yudong walked away. Unexpectedly, Lu Yudong froze, and then he fell back. "What did you say?" he asked Jiang Ci, his brows furrowing slightly. Jiang Ci lowered her head even further. "It's nothing. You're really handsome." Lu Yudong knew that she hadn't meant those three words, but he obviously didn't want to dwell on it and left. When Lu Yudong entered the ward, Grandpa was already awake. He asked Lu Yudong, "Where's Xiaoci? Has she come back yet?" "I'm back. I was outside. Let her in quickly." Grandpa waved his hand anxiously. "Grandpa, I'll go call her." With that, Inshuama went out. Seeing Jiang Ci standing against the wall, Inshuama smiled strangely. "He really does treat you like an employee. Go on, Grandpa's calling you." Jiang Ci felt incredibly wronged. It was Inshuama who called her again, and a feeling of being ostracized welled up inside her. Grandpa smiled as soon as he saw Jiang Ci. "Little Ci, you're back from your business trip? You're not leaving again, are you?" Jiang Ci didn't dare to answer easily, and stole a glance at Lu Yudong. "Yes, I'm not leaving. I'm going home." "Oh, so you two are having marital problems? You've only been married a short time. Yudong, you're being unfair." Inshuama patted Lu Yudong's shoulder with an affectionate tone, as if it was up to her to decide whether Lu Yudong and Jiang Ci were doing well or not. "I have a scheduled event this afternoon, so I have to go." Inshuama stood there gracefully. "I didn't drive. Yudong, aren't you going to give me a ride?" She completely ignored Jiang Ci's existence. Out of courtesy, and because it was difficult to get a taxi at the hillside villa, Lu Yudong and Inshuama went out. Chapter 45. This umbrella is a fake. In the bedroom, only Jiang Ci and her grandfather remained. "Grandpa, are you hungry? I'll go cook you some porridge." Jiang Ci hadn't seen her grandfather in a long time, and her eyes lit up, a little moist. "I'm not hungry, Grandpa." Grandpa sat on the bed and moved closer to Jiang Ci. Grandpa was just pretending to faint. Jiang Ci was taken aback. "For what?" "So that you could come back. Grandpa doesn't have many days left, and he won't have many more days to see Xiao Ci." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ci burst into tears and choked out, Grandpa. Grandpa heard everything Inshuama said just now. I haven't liked her for 6 years. I always felt she was very scheming. Grandpa is on your side, but you have to be strong too. Don't let Yudong kick you out all the time. If you're kicked out, Inshuama will take advantage of the situation, Grandpa said kindly. Grandpa, how did you know? Jiang Ci asked, her face streaked with tears and feeling extremely ashamed. She hadn't expected her grandfather to have noticed. Grandpa is so old. What can't you tell? Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her grandfather also knew about their arranged marriage? If Grandpa finds out, how will Jiang Ci face him? Listen to your grandfather. Make something of yourself. Yudong is a very stubborn child. He won't listen to reason. Jiang Ci nodded. I can see that. He's much older than you, so he should be pampering you. But sometimes you have to go along with him, don't you? Grandpa said kindly. Okay, Grandpa, have some oranges. Jiang Ci peeled an orange segment for her grandfather. When Inshuama got into the car, she saw the umbrella placed on the passenger seat. The European brand Mariota Larico. Inshuama remembered that Lu Yudong didn't have the habit of using an umbrella. He likes to walk alone in the rain, and he never has an umbrella in his car. It's unlikely that such a long-standing habit would suddenly change. Therefore, he didn't buy the umbrella himself at all. As for who bought it, it goes without saying. Inshuama felt both jealous and resentful. Yudong, why did you buy a fake umbrella? Inshuama asked Lu Yudong, holding the umbrella in her hand. Lu Yudong never uses an umbrella, so he doesn't know anything about umbrella brands and can't tell if they're genuine or fake. What? Lu Yudong had already started the car. This umbrella is fake. You've been fooled, haven't you? Inshuama pretended to examine the umbrella. Really? Lu Yudong frowned deeply, having lost count of how many surprises Jiang Ci had given him. Oh right, this umbrella, if it were genuine, would cost over 9,000. This fake, judging by the workmanship, is less than 1/20th the quality of the genuine one. Inshuama seemed to find it quite amusing. Yudong, you're making a fool of yourself by carrying this umbrella. What if your clients ride in your car? How embarrassing would that be? They'd think the Shindong group is just bluffing. I'll throw it away for you. No need. Just leave it there. Lu Yudong's voice was chilling. Inshuama curled her lips into a smile and put it down. She estimated that Lu Yudong wouldn't verify the truth. He didn't have the time. He would only take his anger out on Jiang Ci. Inshuama was already quite satisfied with Lu Yudong's attitude in making Jiang Ci stand as punishment today. Given time, she will surely be able to make those two break up completely. When she saw Inshuama off, she said to Lu Yudong, she's a young girl from a humble family, and she doesn't understand many things. Don't be too strict with her. Being too strict will backfire. Do you hear me, Yudong? I'm leaving. With that, Lu Yudong's car sped away. On the way, he glanced at the umbrella again. Even if she couldn't bear to spend over 9,000, she could buy a cheaper one. What does she really think of him? Moreover, all her money came from him, yet she wouldn't spend a single penny on him. When Lu Yudong got home and locked his car, he received a WeChat message on his phone from Deng Yu. Brother, regarding the computer purchase, please don't think Jiang Ci had ulterior motives or used company money. Money. She told me she sold her father's old house. Lu Yudong gritted his teeth. There were quite a few people who came to plead for him. It seems that if we don't torment her a bit, we'll be letting down all those who came to the rescue. He didn't know why Deng Yu would suddenly bring up the computer incident today, even though so much time had passed. Are you trying to walk right into his line of fire? This only added fuel to the fire in his already raging heart. Chapter 46. Sleep with him. After getting out of the car, Lu Yudong took an umbrella and went into the villa. Jiang Ci had just returned to Lu Yudong's bedroom from her grandfather's room. You haven't gotten your things back yet? Lu Yudong asked her. Not yet. It would be too much trouble to carry a suitcase around if you kick me out again, Jiang Ci said. Besides, there's a diary in the suitcase, so it's safer to leave it in the dorm room. Take your umbrella back. Sleep in the next bedroom tonight. Lu Yudong handed the umbrella to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci looked puzzled, but mostly aggrieved. Why don't you want it? I specially asked my classmate to buy it for you from abroad. Jiang Ci raised her eyes and asked Lu Yudong. Getting soaked in the rain must be so uncomfortable. Jiang Ci felt sad when she thought about her father's pneumonia. Lu Yudong didn't say anything, but he had already put the umbrella on the bed for Jiang Ci. It means, I don't want it anymore. Jiang Ci didn't know what Inshuama and Lu Yudong had just said, which caused Lu Yudong's attitude to suddenly change like this. Forget it, Jiang Ci said. You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a kind heart. Just let yourself get soaked to death. Thinking that Lu Yudong was instigated by Yin Shuama, Jiang Ci's tone became a bit harsh, and she spoke somewhat recklessly. Jiang Ci. Lu Yudong probably didn't expect Jiang Ci to curse him with such vicious language, and he growled. Jiang Ci ignored him, picked up the blanket, and went to the next room. Sleeping separately is just right, so she won't have to endure his beastly behavior all day, which makes it impossible for her to get up every day. Jiang Ci didn't go downstairs for dinner that evening. She lay in bed for a long time, wondering where Lu Yudong's anger came from. Although he had always been angry with her, it was because of Xiao Zheng's matter, which Jiang Ci understood. But why did I suddenly return the umbrella to her today? What is the reason for this inexplicable anger? Jiang Ci thought for a long time before realizing that Yin Shuama might be trying to sow discord by saying that her umbrella was fake. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci also got angry. Why should he listen to Yin Shuama in everything? Is her word an imperial edict? The next day was the new East Star training session, and this was Jiang Ci's first time attending as one of the newly selected members. It just so happened that I arrived at Lu Yudong's class. Generally speaking, he only teaches once every 1 or 2 months. He talks about the company's development and vision, which is a relatively macro-level course, since those sitting in the audience are the future management of his company. Jiang Ci sat in the first row. He was sitting next to Han Lan. Lu Yudong, dressed in a dark gray suit, was serious and unsmiling. When he gave lectures, he explained things in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Perhaps because he is the president, all the young colleagues are meticulous and rarely make any noise. Just 2 minutes after he started the class, Jiang Ci dramatically slumped onto the table. She's asleep. She fell asleep in the first row, right under Lu Yudong's nose. She was just sleeping in front of him. You treated me like that last night. I'll make you lose face in front of all your colleagues. Although there were only about 20 people present, selected from this year's newly promoted interns, it was like having 20 loudspeakers. Soon the whole company would know. Han Lan anxiously nudged Jiang Ci's arm, muttering under her breath. The president's class. Are you trying to kill yourself? No matter how much Han Lan tried to wake Jiang Ci, she couldn't get her to wake up. Lu Yudong stared intently at Jiang Ci. But in the end, they didn't lose their sense of proportion. They continued to teach the lesson as they always had. During the lesson, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Ci for most of the time. He wanted to see how long she could keep up this stalemate. Jiang Ci slept through the entire class period. More accurately, he was pretending to be asleep. I didn't give him any face at all for the entire class period. Okay, very good. She holds grudges very well. His colleagues behind him found it amusing and whispered among themselves. President Lu can't control Jiang Ci anymore. Lu Yudong's tone of voice changed slightly as he suppressed his anger. Sleeping in Lu Yudong's class. In the 6-year history of Shindong Group, Jiang Ci is the first person like her ever before and will never be repeated. Jiang Ci has set a new record, and it is estimated that no one will break it in the future. She challenged Lu Yudong's authority. After class, Lu Yudong knocked on Jiang Ci's desk, and Jiang Ci opened her eyes sleepily. Come here for a moment. In front of his colleagues, Lu Yudong tried his best to be good-natured. After Lu Yudong left, Han Lan said to Jiang Ci, You made a fool of yourself, didn't you? You angered him. Jiang Ci then followed Lu Yudong back to his office. Chapter 47, A very important person. Don't you want to work here anymore? Lu Yudong was naturally angry after Jiang Ci made him lose face. He lit a cigarette and slammed the lighter onto the table. Do you suspect that the umbrella I bought for you is a counterfeit? Jiang Ci asked angrily. You're quite clever. Lu Yudong looked at Jiang Ci with half-closed eyes. Jiang Ci couldn't figure out what that gaze meant. Look, is it a fake or not? Jiang Ci's temper flared even more. It turned out that he had really been instigated by Yin Shuama and was easily swayed. Jiang Ci took her phone and moved it to Lu Yudong's side, scrolling to her chat history with her classmate Shen Jingwei. The Friday before last, I transferred 10,000 yuan to Shen Jingwei. She had euros, which is more than 9,000 yuan. I gave her 10,000 directly. She's not a personal shopper. She was just helping out. Even if she wanted to scam me, she couldn't find a source of goods. What else could it be but genuine products? Jiang Ci finished speaking and put her phone in her pocket. Lu Yudong's anger subsided. Jiang Ci rode very fast, but he managed to make out 2 sentences. Who is this umbrella for? It's so expensive. Anyway, she's a very important person. Boyfriend, right? Jiang Ci did not reply. Therefore, in Jiang Ci's eyes, he is now a very important person. So, Lu Yudong's expression softened considerably. He should have realized earlier that Shuama was deliberately sowing discord, but he simply lacked the ability to judge whether the umbrella was genuine or fake. Also, it concerns Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci still loves money so much. So, it was wrong of you to make me move to the next room to sleep. You're nitpicking. You only allow the magistrate to set fires while forbidding the common people to light lamps, and you listen to slander. Jiang Ci was furious when she remembered that he made her move to the next room to sleep because of Shuama's words. What's wrong? Not used to being alone? Can't sleep? Lu Yudong asked with a hint of amusement. I feel so wronged. Scared? Want to move back into my bedroom? Don't flatter yourself, Jiang Ci said, twisting her neck. To be honest, Jiang Ci was indeed a little scared last night. After all, the Lu family villa was so big, and she had never been inside that bedroom before when she lived in the Lu family. It was very unfamiliar, and it was natural to be a little scared to be alone. If you want to move back to my bedroom, there are conditions. It depends on your performance. Lu Yudong raised the corners of his lips, in a good mood. Jiang Ci scoffed at the idea of judging by performance, as there was no definite standard for judging performance. It all depended on his likes and dislikes. I gradually got used to sleeping alone. Jiang Ci had a sour grapes tone. Oh, it seems you're really not used to it. Is there something you're missing? Lu Yudong was usually stern and rarely spoke to people like this. Not to mention such vulgar language. I feel uneasy without you. Mr. Lu, you just wanted to get me to say that to satisfy your vanity. Anyway, you made me sleep in the next room, and I made you lose face in class, so we're even. Jiang Ci said, tilting her head back. What's it that you're not used to without me? Lu Yudong persisted. Jiang Ci blushed instantly and turned to leave. Since you bought a real umbrella, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to make me lose face first? Lu Yudong had just gained the upper hand in the argument and wanted to continue teasing Jiang Ci. It's just to embarrass you, Jiang Ci said casually. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yudong switched back to speaking to his subordinates, his voice magnetic yet serious. Come in. The person who came in was Xing Baohua. He's been eavesdropping outside. The news that Jiang Ci was sleeping during the training class has spread throughout the entire company. Logically, as the director, he should have taken measures and wanted to ask Lu Yudong for his opinion. But he heard everything outside just now. President Lu and Jiang Ci had a disagreement yesterday over the umbrella. It seems that President Lu felt Jiang Ci didn't care about him enough, so he bought him a fake and made Jiang Ci sleep in the next room. That statement contains a lot of information. In other words, Jiang Ci used to share a bed with President Lu, but it's unknown how long they shared that bed. Moreover, what President Lu just said was simply unbearable to listen to. What's missing from him? I never expected that President Lu would make such a joke. Although former colleagues had spread rumors that President Lu picked up and dropped off Jiang Ci every day, Xing Baohua thought that with Jiang Ci's status, how could she possibly get into President Lu's bed? Unbelievably, it's true. President Lu is usually very mature and composed. Just his presence makes the temperature around him drop 3 degrees. New employees who have joined the company tremble when they see him. He made lewd remarks in front of Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci dared to sleep in front of him. Xing Baohua felt ashamed when he thought about what he had done before. He had taken it seriously when they were just having a disagreement and made things difficult for Jiang Ci. Hello, Director Xing. Jiang Ci turned to go back to her office and greeted Xing Baohua. Xing Baohua also nodded to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci found it strange. Xing Baohua was never one to talk to people easily, so why did he nod at her this time? Chapter 48 Ambiguity. When she got home that evening, Jiang Ci went to sleep in the next bedroom as usual. Lu Yudong did not let Jiang Ci return to his bedroom. The next day, Saturday, when Jiang Ci woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock. She walked down the stairs, still half asleep, and saw Lu Yudong and his grandfather sitting at the dining table chatting. I don't know what time they ate, or how long they talked. Jiang Ci's stomach was growling with hunger. Lu Yudong glanced at her, then continued chatting with his grandfather. Madam, are you getting ready for breakfast or lunch? Aunt Fong teased Jiang Ci as she came downstairs. Okay, please get me something to eat. Thank you, Aunt Fong. Having been used to being self-sufficient since childhood, Jiang Ci was not used to being waited on hand and foot. She always felt guilty for troubling others, and her words were full of gratitude. Okay, I made you some braised pork rice. It'll be ready soon. What are your plans for today, Xiao Ci? Grandpa asked Jiang Ci. The way Grandpa spoke to Jiang Ci was different from how he spoke to Lu Yudong. He automatically switched to a tone that sounded like he was talking to a child. Jiang Ci turned her gaze to Lu Yudong. I visit my mom every Saturday, and I want to go this week too. Do you agree? Jiang Yi's last visit to blackmail Lu Yudong revealed everything about his family, so he might as well just tell the truth to avoid having to make excuses every time he visits his mother. Go ahead, Lu Yudong said. Is Xiao Ci's mother sick? Aren't you, as her son-in-law, going to visit her? Grandpa seemed somewhat surprised. This isn't like the Lu family. Jiang Ci was surprised. It was good that Lu Yudong agreed to let her go. As for him going, she never dared to hope for it. Or rather, deep down, Jiang Ci always knew that her relationship with Lu Yudong was fake, and she never had the idea of letting Lu Yudong go to see her mother. Okay. Lu Yudong surprisingly agreed very readily. Jiang Ci felt uneasy, but she didn't know exactly what made her uneasy. In short, she wasn't feeling happy or excited. Aunt Fong brought out the braised pork rice, and Jiang Ci finally snapped out of her reverie. She immediately noticed the side dishes in the braised pork rice. About a bowl of rice, braised pork on the side, stir-fried cabbage and shredded wood ear mushrooms, and half an egg, including the egg white and yolk. Jiang Ci never eats egg yolks. She has been allergic to them since she was a child and would vomit if she ate them. Eggs are usually eaten for breakfast, but she always eats them with Lu Yudong and her grandfather in the morning. So even if she doesn't take eggs, no one will notice. She has never told Aunt Fong that she is allergic to egg yolks because she feels that she and Aunt Fong are both working people, and she is afraid that she is too picky and will make others dislike her. Jiang Ci started eating, finishing all the braised meat and vegetables, leaving only a little rice. The half-eaten egg in the bowl looked rather out of place. Jiang Ci had planned to secretly throw away the egg while washing the dishes, even though she knew that wasting things was not a good habit, but she really felt like throwing up after eating it. Aren't you going to eat the yolk? Give it to me. Lu Yudong's voice came. Huh? Jiang Ci looked up blankly, as if she had seen a savior. Didn't you refuse to eat egg yolks? Eat the egg whites, and give me the yolks, Lu Yudong reiterated expressionlessly. Jiang Ci thought for a long time before she realized that Xiao Zheng's diary had betrayed her. In one of his diaries, Xiao Zheng mentioned that once, when Jiang Ci was eating tiger skin eggs, she accidentally ate the yolk as well, and then suffered from vomiting and diarrhea. Xiao Zheng took care of her for a long time. It seems he not only looked into Xiao Zheng's request for a computer, but also this. She couldn't tell whether Lu Yudong's gaze was sunny or gloomy. She didn't know if he genuinely cared about her or was just trying to mock her. Where should I put it? Jiang Ci asked. He had already finished breakfast, and there were no bowls or chopsticks in front of him. Give it to me, he said casually. Jiang Ci's hand hesitated slightly. She was familiar with the bed, but she had never experienced such ambiguity before. Jiang Ci held the egg yolk in one hand and carefully caught it with the other, afraid of dropping it, and put it into Lu Yudong's mouth. Then, she lowered her head and continued eating, her heart pounding. She heard Lu Yudong say, Grandpa, continue. Jiang Ci automatically ignored what they said. What stirred in her heart was the intimacy she had just shared with Lu Yudong. Chapter 49, A Marriage in Name Only. After dinner, Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong went to the hospital. Lu Yudong didn't even need to ask Jiang Ci before the car drove to Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Jiang Ci knew Lu Yudong's extensive connections and knew everything about her mother. When they arrived at the parking lot, Jiang Ci got out of the car. You'd better not go see my mom, Jiang Ci said. As for why she was afraid, she herself wasn't quite sure. What's in the ward? You won't let me see, Lu Yudong asked, lighting a cigarette. He squinted, speaking casually, like a worldly wise man teasing a naive young girl. It was precisely his appearance that made Jiang Ci so attractive. Whether it was from the eagerness to refute him that made her blush, or from the attraction she felt that made her shy, Jiang Ci's cheeks were flushed. A hospital is a sensitive place, full of people and gossip. It would be beneath your dignity. Lu Yudong glanced at his watch. I'll come back to pick you up at 4 o'clock. Okay, good. Jiang Ci breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he didn't intend to come in to see his mother today. He only came to see her off because of his grandfather's orders. Jiang Ci went to the neurology department. The corridor was crowded. Jiang Ci saw lighting and a camera, but she didn't know what they were filming. Just as Jiang Ci was about to walk through the crowd, she suddenly saw a woman with a charming and graceful figure, wearing a dark green cheongsam, holding a cigarette in her hand, exuding an indescribable allure and charm. Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment. then looked at In Xiuma. It turns out she was filming here. Jiang Ci didn't have a good impression of In Xiuma. She always felt that In Xiuma was very scheming and that she might fall into her trap if she wasn't careful. She rushed into her mother's hospital room. Unexpectedly, my mother's ward was very lively today. Not only were Jiang Yi and Chu Shua there, but there was also a middle-aged woman who looked very gentle and seemed to be a caregiver. Miss Jiang is here. The caregiver greeted Jiang Ci politely. I am your mother's caregiver. My name is Zhou Qi. Dr. Fu contacted you? Jiang Ci felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Although she only glanced at it, she could tell that Zhou Qi's technique was skillful and professional. She had just been cleaning her mother's bed sores. Isn't it you? Zhou Qi was clearly puzzled as well. No, that's not it. Jiang Ci, didn't you ask Dr. Fu to find this for Mom? Jiang Yi also looked at Jiang Ci with a suspicious gaze. It was President Fu who asked me to find Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi is the most expensive caregiver in our hospital, costing 30,000 yuan a month, Dr. Fu said as he entered. President Fu? Jiang Yi and Jiang Ci were both surprised. Chu Shua, on the other hand, was very lonely. After all, he wasn't the one who hired a caregiver. Yes, none of you knew? Dr. Fu said. Jiang Ci felt a warm feeling in her heart. After explaining a few key points about care to Zhou Qi, Dr. Fu left. This Lu Yudong is very cunning. I wonder what he's up to. Jiang Ci, has he made any unreasonable demands on you recently? Jiang Yi said. He said this to Chu Shua, intending to show that the relationship between Lu Yudong and Jiang Ci was merely a transaction, so that Chu Shua could pursue her without worry. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Ci ignored Jiang Yi's attempts to sow discord. Chu Shua tugged at Jiang Ci's hand and said, Come out here. I want to say a few words to you. Jiang Ci followed him out. Long time no see, Teacher Chu. Jiang Ci said gracefully outside her mother's hospital room. The course is over. Why call me Teacher Chu? Chu Shua was very generous. Chu Shua had seen Jiang Ci several times, but he hadn't had a suitable opportunity to ask her any questions. And then that incident happened at the training class last time. He heard from Jiang Yi that Jiang Ci would come to see his mother every Saturday, and he asked Jiang Yi to come with him. Otherwise, Jiang Yi would not come to see his mother. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Teacher Chu, what's the matter? Jiang Ci asked. If you need money, you can tell me. I know we didn't even know each other when you needed money, but it's not too late now. Once you get your CPA certificate, you won't be worth this much. Why did you choose to enter into a marriage of convenience with Lu Yudong? Chu Shua said through gritted teeth. When Jiang Ci first heard the words, marriage of convenience, she frowned slightly. She thought that Jiang Yi might have guessed it from Lu Yudong's attitude. Since Jiang Yi failed to extort money from her, he wanted to match her up with Chu Shua. He might even say that the marriage between Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong was in name only. Jiang Ci didn't want to get caught up in the awkwardness of a love triangle during her marriage. Teacher Chu, actually, the relationship between Lu Yudong and me isn't just a name without substance, as you think. We are in a real relationship. Jiang Ci smiled slightly at Chu Shua. Chu Shua frowned deeply and couldn't help but grasp Jiang Ci's hand. Jiang Ci. Teacher Chu, I'm getting married. After saying that, Jiang Ci turned and went back to her mother's room. If she doesn't clarify, the news of their marriage in name only might reach her grandfather's ears someday. After all, the world is small, and the name Chuziak is a perfect example of that. Chapter 50. Is this why you came to sleep in my bed? After Jiang Ci returned to the ward, she discussed taking care of the patients with Aunt Zhou Qi. Just then, Grandpa sent Jiang Ci a WeChat message, inquiring about her mother's condition. Jiang Ci was deeply moved. Her grandfather was a highly cultured intellectual. She replied to her grandfather via voice message. Grandpa, Mom is fine, don't worry. Jiang Ci, who are you talking to? Jiang Yi asked again. That's none of your business. Jiang Yi guessed that it must be related to Lu Yudong's grandfather. It seems that Jiang Ci and her grandfather do have a good relationship. His eyes lit up, and he hatched a wicked plan. Jiang Yi, is Auntie all right? Chu Shua called out to Jiang Yi from the doorway. It's nothing, are you leaving? Right. Jiang Yi glanced at Jiang Ci one last time. Judging from Chu Shua's attitude just now, Jiang Yi knew that the two had broken up. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and left. Jiang Ci was really stubborn. He'd have to resort to some underhanded tactics. Jiang Ci glanced at her watch. It was almost 4 o'clock. She gave Zhou Qi a few more instructions and then left. In Xiuma's filming is not finished yet, She has been working continuously. Jiang Ci didn't take it to heart. What Jiang Ci didn't know was that In Shuama had seen her and Chu Shua talking in the corridor. Jiang Ci sent a WeChat message to Lu Yudong downstairs. Lu Yudong called her, quickly said, "Wait for me for 5 minutes," and hung up. After getting in the car, Lu Yudong kept making phone calls, discussing work matters, such as how to tender the land in the South District, what the estimated price would be, how many houses to build, and also his idea of building another high-end shopping mall. Feeling bored, Jiang Ci started looking at her phone. As she looked at it, she got sleepy and fell asleep in the car. Lu Yudong finished his phone call when he was almost home. "Asleep?" he asked. Jiang Ci woke up from her drowsy state and said sleepily, "Is it spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, and summer naps? What did you do last night? You're so sleepy." Lu Yudong teased Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci ignored him, turned over, and continued to sleep. During dinner, Grandpa kept asking about Mom's illness, what it was, how her treatment was going, and if she had any problems. He was very concerned. Jiang Ci felt that her grandfather was a really good person. Even though he had lung cancer, he still cared so much about others. She was very touched and warmed up. However, when she thought that her grandfather would not live much longer, she felt like crying. After finishing his meal, Lu Yudong went upstairs. A moment later, Jiang Ci, carrying her quilt, came from her bedroom to his bedroom. Ever since Lu Yudong started sleeping alone in this double bed, he has been sleeping in the middle. Upon seeing Jiang Ci, Lu Yudong put down the book beside him, clasped his hands together, and stared at Jiang Ci with great interest. "What do you mean? He's really something," not caring at all that Jiang Ci is standing there holding the blanket. "Want to sleep here?" Jiang Ci asked, her eyelids drooping, looking like a lost dog. "Oh." Lu Yudong started to laugh, seemingly quite pleased. "Did I hear that right? Didn't someone get used to sleeping alone? I'm still not quite used to it. I'm a little scared. Could you move over there a bit?" Jiang Ci said meekly. Jiang Ci was, after all, just a little girl, and she had already explained the umbrella to Lu Yudong. Although Lu Yudong still harbored resentment over her donating the computer, it was all in the past, and his ex was dead. Even if he was still upset, there was nothing he could do. He moved over there, making room for Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci spread out the blankets and accidentally touched his burning hot arm again. He was so hot. The air conditioning in Lu Yudong's room was set quite low, and the temperature was a bit chilly. Jiang Ci mustered all her courage and crawled into his air-conditioned blanket. Lu Yudong was agitated and restless by her. But he was Lu Yudong after all, and he still had that much composure, although, in Jiang Ci's view, Lu Yudong didn't react at all. "Thank you." Jiang Ci lay in his bed. He leaned against the headboard, and Jiang Ci looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, as she spoke to him. "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for finding the best caregiver for my mom. I only found out today." "So, that's why you came to sleep in my bed?" "Of course not." Lu Yudong couldn't hold back any longer. He leaned down and pressed himself against Jiang Ci, then turned off the bedside lamp. Jiang Ci placed her hands on his chest. "Wait a moment. What now?" Lu Yudong asked impatiently. "Be gentle. Was I very heavy before?" Lu Yudong knew what Jiang Ci meant and teased her on purpose. You're so heavy," Jiang Ci said innocently, which always hurt her. "Okay, I'll lose some weight later." Jiang Ci. Chapter 51. A gift to Jiang Ci in the finance department. On Monday, Jiang Ci got out of Lu Yudong's car at the entrance of Shindong Group. She ran into Han Lan in the company lobby. "You're all smiles, beaming with joy. You had a great time last night, didn't you?" Han Lan asked Jiang Ci. "Don't talk nonsense." After Jiang Ci finished speaking, she looked back and saw that Lu Yudong had parked the car and hadn't gone into the company with her. Now, Jiang Ci feels a sense of loss whenever she can't see Lu Yudong. She knew this marriage would eventually come to an end, so she might as well live for the moment and enjoy life to the fullest. After a busy morning of work, Jiang Ci stretched and was about to go eat when she suddenly heard a rustling sound at the door. Several people came into the office, pushing carts filled with beautifully packaged shopping bags. "Everyone has worked hard. This is a treat from Ms. Yin," the staff member said. Jiang Ci hadn't even lowered her hand from her stretch when she thought, "Miss Yin? In Shuamo?" Everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci thought to herself, "Why are you all looking at me when In Shuama gave it to me?" When the tote bag was handed to Jiang Ci, she took it out and found a stone pot bibimbap. The dishes were exquisite, including various mushrooms, seasonal fruits and vegetables, half a cut egg, and yogurt. Miss Ian is so kind and generous to us. Oh yeah, it seems like she treated the whole company to a meal. That must have cost a fortune, considering there are thousands of people in this building. It must cost tens of thousands. What's on this handbag? These people seemed afraid that Jiang Ci wouldn't know, so they deliberately praised Yin Shuama, as if they were intentionally stirring up trouble for Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci also noticed the tote bag, which read Dear Dr. Luo, and featured a large still from the drama, with Yin Shuama prominently in the center, sporting fiery red lips and exuding charm and allure. It turns out it was to promote her new drama, which should be the one filmed at her mother's hospital. Because Jiang Ci doesn't eat egg yolks, she picked them out and was about to put them in the trash can. Although she felt it was a huge waste, she couldn't find anyone to eat her egg yolks, so there was nothing she could do. Just as she put the egg yolk into the trash can, she heard from the side, "The official competition has begun." Jiang Ci paused for a moment, then understood. They thought that Jiang Ci threw the egg yolk into the trash to compete with Yin Shuama. Jiang Ci, I didn't think too much about it, and ate heartily. She really disliked this kind of gossip. Yin Shuama went to Lu Yudong's office. The staff just delivered a meal to Lu Yudong, but his meal was much more luxurious, an upgraded version of what ordinary employees get. Yudong, please help promote my new workplace drama, Yin Shuama said with a smile. I'm neither a PR firm nor a publicity department. Your approach will have minimal effect, Lu Yudong said bluntly. Yin Shuama said, Isn't this just doing my little bit? Is it delicious? I've already ordered food, and we're eating now, Lu Yudong said. I'm sorry to have troubled you with all this. The drama looks good. Where was it filmed? Lu Yudong casually asked, and then called his secretary, asking her to deliver his meal to Jiang Ci in the finance department. Yin Shuama gritted her teeth tightly. Lu Yudong was deliberately trying to embarrass her. The secretary came and took the food away. At Jiangzhou First People's Hospital, Yin Shuama said, watching as her secretary delivered the meal she had carefully prepared to the finance department. Lu Yudong frowned slightly. Oh, is that so? Oh, by the way, I ran into Jiang Ci when I was filming at the hospital on Saturday, Yin Shuama said. She seemed to be chatting with a man outside for a long time. It's her brother. She has 2 older brothers? Yin Shuama seemed to suddenly realize something. I was wondering why she was holding his hand if he were her brother. I was just about to tell you to keep an eye on your little wife. Lu Yudong's face had darkened. Jiang Ci didn't tell him anything about what she saw and heard at the hospital. She only thanked him for hiring a caregiver for her mother and went to sleep in his bed. The 2 men were probably Jiang Yi and Chu Shua. Jiang Yi was the Chu family's driver, so it wasn't surprising that he went with Chu Shua. Lu Yudong guessed that Jiang Yi hadn't gotten a good result from him and wanted to continue introducing Jiang Ci to Chu Shua. Oh, Yudong, I have to go now. I have a schedule this afternoon. You didn't even like the food they ordered for you. You wasted their good intentions. After saying that, Yin Shuama left. Chapter 52 is because she's afraid that if she gets divorced in the future, she won't be able to remarry. The secretary delivered Lu Yudong's meal to the finance department. This move silenced the whispers in the finance department. All the women's gazes shifted from onlookers to those filled with envy. After all, Jiang Ci was just an ordinary employee like them. What made her so special? Aside from being pretty, what was the value of being pretty these days? She just moved out of the Lu family home a few days ago, and she's already regained their favor so quickly. I'm full. Jiang Ci looked up at her secretary with some difficulty. You can take it back to him. President Lu has already eaten. He brought this especially for you, the secretary said. Thank you. Unable to refuse, Jiang Ci decided to eat it after get off work in the afternoon. She had just finished tidying up her desk when she received a WeChat friend request from Fengkaidi Styling. Jiang Ci thought it was an advertisement and didn't accept it. A moment later, her phone rang. It was Lu Yudong. Why not use WeChat? His voice was always calm, but with a hint of sternness. Jiang Ci believed that she hadn't offended this man today, so she naturally felt that his attitude was none of her business. What WeChat? Fengkaidi Styling wants to make you a dress. Approved. After saying that, Lu Yudong hung up the phone. Jiang Ci felt confused and didn't know what was going on with making a dress. Lu Yudong didn't bring it up, and she didn't ask. She accepted the request via WeChat. The other party said in a very obsequious tone, Mrs. Lu, could you please send us a full-body photo? We'd like to tailor a small gift for you based on your overall style. Mr. Lu has already given us your measurements, but we still need to custom make the color and suit your style. Jiang Ci has made a fortune. Mrs. Lu, It will be done in 3 days, and your satisfaction is guaranteed. Jiang Ci had a lot of work to do today, so she didn't think much about the dress. Around 4 p.m., Jiang Ci was a little hungry. If it were any other time, she would have gone home to eat, but Lu Yudong's food was on the table, and it would be a waste not to eat it. Jiang Ci took her food to the tea room, but unfortunately, the microwave was broken again. She opened the lunchbox and saw that Lu Yudong's rice had a heart-shaped tomato sauce sprinkled on it. She guessed that Lu Yudong was the only one in the whole company who received this treatment. In Shuaman knew that Lu Yudong was married, so why did she still sprinkle a heart on his rice? The food wasn't too cold, and Jiang Ci managed to eat it. Moreover, Lu Yudong thoughtfully removed the egg yolk. Jiang Ci saw this, and a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Jiang Ci seemed quite pleased with herself, and she thoroughly enjoyed the meal. After get off work, she got into Lu Yudong's car. His expression was cold. Who upset you? Jiang Ci asked. You. Jiang Ci was indignant. She hadn't seen him all day, so how did she provoke him? She didn't speak, turning her head to look out the window. The more she spoke, the more money Lu Yudong might extort. I have a dinner appointment with someone on Saturday, and I'll be wearing the dress that day, Lu Yudong suddenly said. Then, isn't our marriage of convenience supposed to be kept secret? Can I go out with you? Jiang Ci asked with some concern. The marriage is becoming known. It can't be kept secret anymore. It doesn't matter. Lu Yudong turned the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes looking ahead. Jiang Ci thought to herself, you don't care, but rich people are popular even if they get married 5 times, let alone twice. But if she gets divorced in the future, how will she get married? Everyone will think that she got half of Lu Yudong's property in the divorce, and they will all be after her money. Will she pretend to be rich when she is not? Jiang Ci wasn't very happy. Originally, Jiang Ci was very grateful to Lu Yudong for removing the egg yolk for her, but now, he completely disregarded her situation, and Jiang Ci resented him. Jiang Ci's mood today is like a roller coaster. All thanks to Lu Yudong. Why are you unhappy? Lu Yudong turned his head and glanced at her. No. Jiang Ci's voice inevitably carried a hint of grievance. Are you afraid that if you get divorced in the future, it will be difficult for you to remarry? Lu Yudong's tone was slightly sarcastic. You're thinking quite far ahead. Lu Yudong's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Jiang Ci feeling awkward. She simply leaned against the car and pretended to doze off. Chapter 53, Aren't you jealous? When she got home, Jiang Ci said, I'm not hungry tonight, so I won't eat. Grandpa was concerned about Jiang Ci. Why aren't you eating? You eating? Are you trying to lose weight? No, Grandpa. I already ate at the company. Don't try to lose weight haphazardly. Your health is the most important thing, Grandpa said earnestly to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci chatted with her grandfather for a few more minutes before going upstairs. Around 8 p.m., Jiang Ci experienced abdominal pain. She was sweating profusely, her stomach was cramping, and she curled up in bed. When Lu Yudong came up and saw Jiang Ci's appearance, he frowned slightly. Does she have a fever? It doesn't seem so. Jiang Ci's teeth were chattering as she spoke, and she was covered in cold sweat. Seeing Lu Yudong's expression, Jiang Ci felt that she couldn't fathom his emotions. Taking advantage of the situation, she grabbed Lu Yudong's wrists with both hands. What have I done to offend you? I can't even grasp your moods. Lu Yudong looked up at her and said, What time is it? Why are you still talking about this? He glared at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was so frightened that she dared not speak. To the hospital. After saying that, Lu Yudong picked Jiang Ci up from the bed and carried her downstairs. When they arrived at the nearest private hospital, Lu Yudong carried Jiang Ci down again. Jiang Ci is about 1.7 meters tall and weighs about 100 kilograms. After entering the hospital, she saw fine sweat on Lu Yudong's forehead. At that moment, Jiang Ci felt that pair of eyes were even more endearing. You don't need to carry me. It's not a serious illness. I can manage on my own. Jiang Ci's stomach pain was getting worse, but she still felt that stomach pain was not a big deal. Perhaps she was used to seeing more serious illnesses, so she didn't take this little problem seriously. What kind of illness is considered a serious illness? Lu Yudong asked her in return. Jiang Ci was speechless, wondering if a disease that could cost her her life or leave her in a vegetative state was a serious illness. The doctor quickly performed a thorough examination on Jiang Ci and diagnosed her with gastritis. Jiang Ci used to eat spicy food all the time, including hot and sour noodles, hot pot, and spicy hot pot. She would eat anything spicy, and the cold rice she ate this afternoon directly triggered her gastritis. Jiang Ci quickly moved into a single room. Lu Yudong took care of her. Jiang Ci felt quite bad about it. What cold food did you eat? Lu Yudong questioned Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci then recounted everything that had happened that day. Recalling the gossip in the office, Jiang Ci clarified, I didn't plot to frame Yin Shuama, nor did I pretend to be sick to harm her. The food she gave you was good. It's just that the microwave in the office was broken, so I had no choice but to eat cold food. As she finished speaking, Jiang Ci lowered her voice, as if she knew she had done something wrong. Was I wrong? Did I become a burden to you, you foodie? Lu Yudong asked her with a slight frown. Oh, I absolutely didn't mean that. Whatever you say is right. Whatever you do is right. I adhere to the three whatevers principle with you. Jiang Ci stared wide-eyed, her face pale, and solemnly swore to Lu Yudong. He's so sick, and he's still making jokes like this. Aren't you jealous? Lu Yudong asked her. I have no right to be jealous, Jiang Ci said, her eyes drooping. Lu Yudong stopped talking to Jiang Ci and made a call to the logistics department, asking them to replace the microwave oven in the finance department. Then, Lu Yudong called Xing Baohua again to ask Jiang Ci for leave, without explaining the reason. There's no need to say anything at all. How many days do I need to stay in the hospital? Jiang Ci asked Lu Yudong. Listen to the doctor. Have 3 days of 4 drips first. 3 days? If you take away the beginning and the end, it's just the weekend again. Jiang Ci lowered her head and muttered to herself. Lu Yudong. The whole company knew about Jiang Ci's leave the next day because the logistics department replaced the microwave in the finance department. The microwave oven had been broken for a while and hadn't been replaced until Jiang Ci got sick, at which point it was finally replaced. It seems Jiang Ci's influence through her pillow talk is quite strong. Look, Yin Shuama just delivered lunch to the company yesterday. Everyone else is fine, but Jiang Ci is sick with a stomachache. It's so obvious who Jiang Ci is after. I didn't realize she was so scheming. The company was buzzing with discussion. Given how much Yin Shuama has feelings for President Lu, how could Jiang Ci not use some scheming? Look, this illness has erased all of Yin Shuama's achievements. TSK, TSK, TSK. The whole company is talking about it. When the news reached Han Lan's ears, she said, Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Ci is not that kind of person. No one dared to utter a sound, only gossiping behind her back. After all, Jiang Ci was very cunning, and after regaining favor, President Lu listened to her so much. If we continue to discuss it, we might end up getting ourselves into trouble. Stay away from Chu Shuo after Chapter 54. Jiang Ci stayed in the hospital for 3 days. I was discharged from the hospital on Friday. Lu Yudong picked her up from the hospital and told her not to go to work, saying that the dress would be delivered in a little while. The dresses, accessories, pearl earrings, and pearl hair clips were delivered by the people from Fengkaidi in the afternoon. Jiang Ci changed upstairs into a light pink dress. The dress was simple yet sophisticated, perfectly complementing her fair complexion and lively personality. Is it pretty? Jiang Ci asked Lu Yudong, who was sitting on the sofa downstairs, as she stood at the top of the stairs. Lu Yudong looked up, and she seemed like a bright pearl, shining with the sunlight, like the rising sun, like the morning glow. Lu Yudong felt a surge of heat instantly, unable to contain himself. I think I felt this way 6 years ago, at the moment that girl held his hand. But when he later held Yin Shuama's hand, he didn't feel that same sensation. He lowered his head and continued reading, saying casually, It's good. Jiang Ci, I didn't care about her appearance, and she was used to wearing hoodies and jeans, so she felt a little constrained wearing such a formal dress all of a sudden. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and she seemed a little impatient. She felt that Lu Yudong's attitude was somewhat perfunctory, but that made sense. He was just a marriage of convenience, so who cared whether she was beautiful or not? She felt that asking Lu Yudong was unnecessary. Mrs. Lu's clothes are a little loose, said the people at Fengkaidi. Oh, I was sick a few days ago, so I probably lost weight, Jiang Ci said. I knew it. How could the size provided by Mr. Lu be wrong? Miss Jiang, take it off and I'll adjust it for you. It'll only take a few stitches. Jiang Ci returned to her bedroom. She didn't know who Lu Yudong was going to see, but she figured it was probably someone she didn't know. Moreover, because of this social engagement, Jiang Ci changed her visit to her mother to Sunday. On Saturday night, at the Golden International Hotel, Jiang Ci met the person Lu Yudong had arranged to meet. He was probably in his 50s and was extremely humble when shaking hands with Lu Yudong, almost bending down, saying repeatedly, Hello, Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Yudong simply asked, "How have you been?" He did not mention the guest's last name. Jiang Ci didn't recognize this person either. "This is my wife, Jiang Ci," Lu Yudong said, introducing Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci nodded politely, and the other person began to compliment her on her beauty and elegance. After they sat down, they started discussing business, and Jiang Ci couldn't get a word in edgewise. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating the food on the table. Lu Yudong brought up the other party's son, asking, "Why isn't he here yet?" "Oh, he said he has something to do tonight and will be coming later." "You have a girlfriend?" Lu Yudong joked. "Oh, no. No, he has his own accounting firm called Zhongnan Accounting Firm. He's very busy and doesn't have a girlfriend yet. If Mr. Lu meets a girl who is a good match, don't forget to introduce her to my son." The other person was sweating profusely as he spoke to Lu Yudong, as if he were speaking to Lu Yudong with great trepidation. "Definitely," Lu Yudong said. Jiang Ci thought to herself, "Zhongnan Accounting Firm, that's the most famous accounting firm in Jiangzhou, and it's actually his son's. My wife is also taking the CPA exam," Lu Yudong said. Steer the conversation toward Jiang Ci. "Oh, really? You have a bright future ahead of you. How many exams have you passed?" Chu Shua's father asked. "3 gates." Lu Yudong returned in place of Jiang Ci. Very impressive, Chu Shua's father said again. The other person's phone rang. He answered it and gave them the room number. "I guess his son is coming." "The young master has arrived?" Lu Yudong asked with a smile. When Lu Yudong smiled like that, the corners of his lips were slightly upturned, exuding the composure and calmness of a superior, and he looked very noble. "Yes, they'll be in right away." A moment later, there was a knock on the door, and then someone came in. "Dad," he called out to the previous guest first. Jiang Ci froze, her hands stilling as she ate, her mouth stopping, completely stunned. "Master's degree?" It's clear that Chu Shua also noticed Jiang Ci. "Jiang Ci," he said in surprise. The two people looked into each other's eyes. "Chu Shua, do you know Mrs. Lu?" Chu Shua's father asked. When Chu Shua saw Lu Yudong next to Jiang Ci, he said, "Oh, Jiang Ci is my former student in the CPA training class." Chu Shua sat next to his father, feeling extremely awkward. Jiang Ci's hand remained frozen in place, then began to tremble. She suddenly understood why Lu Yudong had brought her here, to humiliate her and Chu Shua. But why did Lu Yudong suddenly choose today? Jiang Ci was eating, but she couldn't enjoy her food. Originally, there was nothing between her and Chu Shua, but Lu Yudong's actions made it seem as if there was something between them. Lu Yudong used this opportunity of treating everyone to warn Jiang Ci to stay away from Chu Shua in the future. Chapter 55 Want a Divorce. Chu Shua is such a handsome man. How come he doesn't have a girlfriend yet? Lu Yudong asked with a smile. "We haven't found a suitable one yet." Chu Shua's face was pale. Lu Yudong stopped talking to Chu Shua and started talking about a scandal that had made headlines in Jiangzhou. The wife of Zhu Fan, a famous financier in the city, was having an affair with a young gigolo. She thought her husband wouldn't do anything to her, but little did she know that Zhu Fan had caught her and her gigolo in bed, taken nude photos of her, and caused her to leave with nothing. The gigolo and she were both ruined and could no longer make a living in Jiangzhou. Yes, this woman doesn't even care about her status, actually making a dignified financier wear a green hat. Chu Shua's father said with emotion, wiping his sweat with a tissue. "This pretty boy brought this mess on himself and dragged others down with him. He deserves to be torn apart by 5 horses." Lu Yudong picked up his wine glass and gently swirled it. He seemed to be genuinely talking about gossip. Jiang Ci was terrified when she heard this. Chu Shua's father, Chu Linxing, was also covered in sweat. He is such a shrewd person. Just now, Jiang Ci mentioned that she was taking the CPA exam, and Chu Shua also knows Jiang Ci. Lu Yudong is not a gossipy person, and he would not invite him for no reason. Now that he is talking about these things in front of him, he must have something in mind. This is probably a warning to Jiang Ci and Chu Shua. Lu Yudong's move was truly brilliant. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong left. Chu Shua was about to say something to Jiang Ci when he was frightened back by a cold look from his father. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Chu Linxing roared. After getting on the bus, Chu Shua asked Chu Linxing, "Do you know Lu Yudong? How did you meet?" "You're not allowed to see Jiang Ci anymore. No matter how much you like her, she's Lu Yudong's woman now." Chu Linxing sternly reprimanded Chu Shua. "But there's no love between them. They'll get divorced sooner or later," Chu Shua argued. "As long as she's not divorced, you're the one who deserves to be torn apart by 5 horses." Didn't you understand what Lu Yudong meant? But Dad, why are you afraid of Lu Yudong? Chu Linxing's face was all scrunched up, and he didn't say a word. More than a decade ago, Lu Yudong was studying abroad. Chu Linxing was involved in framing Lu Yudong's father. Later, Lu Yudong obtained the evidence and kept him under control. So, even though he was over 50 years old, he acted like a grandson in front of Lu Yudong. In Lu Yudong's car, Jiang Ci remained silent, her face ashen. She wrapped her clothes tighter and began to pretend to sleep, ignoring Lu Yudong. She was wondering why Lu Yudong was hosting a dinner at this time. Feng Kaiadi sent her a WeChat message on Monday, which means that Lu Yudong had already had this idea by then. That day, In Shuama delivered meals to everyone in the company and specially printed a large photo of herself on the tote bag. The location where she filmed this drama was the hospital where her mother worked. Jiang Ci picked up her phone and quickly sent Han Lan a WeChat message. Did In Shuama go to the company on Monday? Shortly after, Han Lan replied on WeChat. Girl, I just subtly asked the receptionist, and they said yes. She usually goes directly to the president's office. That must be it. In Shuama must have said something to Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci couldn't understand how Lu Yudong, the president of New Oriental International, could so readily believe In Shuama's words. Or is it because In Shuama is Lu Yudong's white moonlight, and he believes everything she says? That day, Jiang Ci thought In Shuama was filming seriously, but unexpectedly, she noticed Jiang Ci, who was quite far away, as she passed through the crowd. This thought process must have been quite difficult for In Shuama. Back home, Jiang Ci grabbed her blanket and headed to the bedroom next door. Today, Lu Yudong utterly humiliated her. Feeling sorry for her, Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci coldly, "Where do you place me today? Why don't you just ask me directly if you have something to say?" Jiang Ci stood in the living room, speaking righteously. "You can talk," Lu Yudong said sarcastically. "I won't tell you. I'm waiting for In Shuama to tell you. Everything she says is true, isn't it true?" Jiang Ci was speechless. She was furious. She had only seen what they said that day, but she hadn't heard what they said. Therefore, what In Shuama conveyed to Lu Yudong was probably just that Chu Shua shook her hand, and she even embellished the story a bit. As for Jiang Ci's mention of a marriage in name only, she didn't hear it, and even if she did, she wouldn't tell Lu Yudong. In Shuama only wanted to sow discord and get Jiang Ci to divorce as soon as possible. Try hooking up with another man again next time, Lu Yudong said coldly, issuing Jiang Ci his final ultimatum. Jiang Ci found the word flirting rather offensive, and she angrily sat on the bed, clutching her blanket. "You're not allowed to sleep in the next room tonight." Jiang Ci looked up at him with her reddened eyes. "Tyrant, you are a tyrant, possessive, selfish, and inconsiderate of others' feelings. Want a divorce?" Lu Yudong smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "I want to escape your cage as soon as possible. Don't even think about it." Chapter 56. The money is gone. After Lu Yudong finished speaking, he vented his hatred on Jiang Ci. As a result, when Jiang Ci woke up, her whole body was covered in bruises. Jiang Ci felt that this matter was not her fault at all. She blamed Lu Yudong for being easily swayed and only listening to In Shuama, which she found very unacceptable. After getting up and washing up, she didn't speak to Lu Yudong. She grabbed a large shopping bag, packed a few pieces of her clothes in it, and even stole the marriage certificate. She didn't come back to stay that night. Then, she took a taxi to the hospital without troubling Lu Yudong. As expected, she ran into In Shuama again in the hospital corridor. She was still filming. Jiang Ci stood there. In Shuama could tell at a glance that Jiang Ci was in a bad mood today, but she wasn't sure if it was related to Lu Yudong. After all, she told Lu Yudong about it on Monday. Logically speaking, if Lu Yudong wanted to lash out, he should have done so long ago. "Miss In, I will handle my own affairs from now on. You don't need to relay my wishes. I know you want to marry him, and sooner or later, I will give him to you." After saying that, Jiang Ci left. A group of people were left behind, completely bewildered. In Shuama has always been known for her gentle and generous image. She came to Jiang Ci's rescue, saying, "This is my sister. She's quite willful, so please forgive her. Let's quickly film the next scene." In Shuama watched coldly as Jiang Ci entered the ward. In Shuama had seen Jiang Ci's mother's hospital room that day. The patient's name on the medical record card was Tu Ying. Because of her unusual surname, In Shuama remembered the name. It was her back then. Jiang Ci wants to stay in her mother's hospital room today and go back to her dorm tomorrow. Mom was in a single room with a bed for a caregiver. She chatted with Jiang Ci, so she wasn't lonely. Inshuama sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. What's wrong with your little wife? She came to the hospital today and immediately questioned me about what I said to you. She even insisted that she'd divorce you sooner or later and give you to me. Everyone on set was making fun of me, so I had to tell them she's my sister. Lu Yudong was sitting on the sofa at home when he saw these words. His thin lips tightened, and his temples bulged slightly. He told his grandfather that Jiang Ci wouldn't be coming home tonight because she had to take care of her mother, fearing something might happen to her. Grandpa is an extremely knowledgeable and reasonable person. It's only right. You can't rely on caregivers for many things. Lu Yudong's mind was not on that. On Monday, Jiang Ci had just arrived at work when the internal phone on her desk rang. Come here for a moment. Lu Yudong made a sound. Jiang Ci was still angry with Lu Yudong. He asked Jiang Ci to go, but Jiang Ci refused, especially since there were so many things to do on Monday. Lu Yudong waited and waited, but Xing Baohua didn't come, so he called her. Have Jiang Ci come to my office. Xing Baohua felt a chill run down his spine. The reason President Lu made him call Jiang Ci was definitely because he himself couldn't do it. If Xing Baohua couldn't do it either, then it was Xing Baohua's responsibility. Jiang Ci, President Lu wants you to go to his office, Xing Baohua said to Jiang Ci in a humble tone. I'll finish this account. Jiang Ci focused intently on the account book at hand, her eyes glued to it. This account is very complicated. Xing Baohua's head was about to explode. He called Lu Yudong back and said that Jiang Ci was doing the accounting. Lu Yudong took a deep breath and controlled his temper. Tell her, if she doesn't come, there's no money. Xing Baohua didn't understand what money meant and thought it was a joke between the two of them. He, a finance director, became a runner on Monday morning. After telling Jiang Ci this, Jiang Ci was slightly taken aback, then marked the accounts she had made and went to Lu Yudong's office. Jiang Ci understood perfectly well that the money Lu Yudong was referring to was the final payment of 5 million. She's worked so hard on the show for so long. She can't just give up halfway through, can she? She didn't spend her own money on the computer, and she's not short of money now, but she's not reconciled. After all, the 5 million was agreed upon beforehand. She knocked on Lu Yudong's office door. Chapter 57. Why did you give me to Inshuama? Emotionless, come in, led Jiang Ci into Lu Yudong's office. She lowered her eyes and stood in the center of Lu Yudong's office. Lu Yudong leaned back in his chair and sized up Jiang Ci. I'm useless, but money is that it? Lu Yudong's tone was full of sarcasm. President Lu, please speak frankly. I'm busy with the accounts right now, Jiang Ci said coldly. Something went missing from my house. I don't know if you've seen it. Jiang Ci frowned slightly and looked up at Lu Yudong. What did he mean? Was he looking for her because something was missing from his house? Did he mistake her for a thief? What's missing from your house? Jiang Ci's tone was already somewhat angry. Did you take the marriage certificate? If not, then there's a burglar in the house, and I'm calling the police, Lu Yudong said seriously. Jiang Ci was finally relieved. It turned out he hadn't wronged her after all. But fearing that Lu Yudong would call the police, she said, I took it. Oh, what's the point of getting a marriage certificate? Are you trying to seize the initiative in a divorce? Jiang Ci replied, yes. Lu Yudong started laughing, as if he was laughing at Jiang Ci's naivete. Do you know that both people need to be present for a divorce to be valid? I know. If that's the case, why are you giving me up to Inshuama? With the marriage certificate in your hand? Lu Yudong stared at Jiang Ci. His gaze was piercing, as if he had already seen through Jiang Ci's heart. Jiang Ci's heart was in turmoil. Her mind was in a state of confusion, and she felt a chill run down her spine as if she had been sold out. Why did Inshuama tell Lu Yudong everything? And why did Lu Yudong believe everything? Seeing Jiang Ci's helpless and angry expression, Lu Yudong seemed to see through her thoughts and said, it seems you really did say that. Jiang Ci doesn't lie. What she said can't be ignored and silenced. If you ever talk about this kind of person outside again and someone gets hold of it, watch out. I'll deal with you. Jiang Ci thought to herself, it's just tidying up in bed. What else can I do? If there's nothing else, Mr. Lu, I'll be leaving now. Jiang Ci's arrogance had subsided by half. Lu Yudong was well-versed in negotiation skills. He knew how to talk Jiang Ci into a corner. Jiang Ci felt extremely uncomfortable under his control. That evening, she returned to her dorm room, carefully opened her suitcase, and looked through Xiao Zheng's diary. It was intact. She placed the marriage certificate on top of Xiao Zheng's diary. Just then, Han Lan rushed into Jiang Ci's room like a gust of wind, saying, Jiang Ci, you're back? I just opened the door and found it wasn't locked. It really is you. Jiang Ci, I tried to cover it up, but it was too late. Han Lan's gaze was fixed on the two small notebooks. You're married? Han Lan stared at him, then picked up the two little notebooks from her diary. Lu Yudong, Jiang Ci. Han Lan was incredulous. She knew that Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong were living together, but she never expected them to get married. With Lu Yudong's status, wouldn't he marry someone of equal social standing? Even Han Lan thought that President Lu was going to marry Yin Shuama in the future, and that he was only temporarily attracted to Jiang Ci's youth and beauty. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, Jiang Ci had no choice but to lay her cards on the table. Don't tell me. It's a secret. As for the marriage by agreement, Jiang Ci didn't say a word. If she did, it would be a breach of the agreement, and she would have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. Don't you trust me? Han Lan patted his chest. Why are you back in the dorm? Did you two have another fight? Don't even mention it. Jiang Ci locked her suitcase and put it in the closet. He suspects that Chu Shua and I set a trap for us. Caught in the act with someone else. Han Lan asked, looking like she wanted to stir up trouble. How could that be? There's nothing between Chu Shua and me. He's just making wild guesses, Jiang Ci said anxiously. Then he must love you so much. Han Lan said wistfully. I can't even imagine what our usually aloof, quick-witted, and sharp-eyed Xiao Lu would be like when he's jealous. TCH, Jiang Ci said dismissively. That's his possessiveness, not jealousy. He absolutely won't allow anything bearing his mark to be tainted by another man's scent. You've been marked by him? Where? Where? Han Lan pretended to sniff Jiang Ci's body. Oh, I see. He left a mark inside you, didn't he, Jiang Ci? Jiang Ci's face flushed red instantly. Get out. Chapter 58 is really disrespectful to your husband. Jiang Ci slept in her dorm room tonight. Lu Yudong neither contacted Jiang Ci via WeChat nor by phone, which made her uneasy, wondering what he was thinking. The next day at work, the training department suddenly sent a message. Friday's training mentioned that this afternoon's lecturer is General Manager Lu. Today's topic is implementation of corporate crisis management. Everyone should attend on time. The training department created a special group for new East Stars, which also includes the senior executives who gave the lectures. Lu Yudong was among them, of course. Logically speaking, Lu Yudong's course should be next month, so why was it suddenly brought up to today? His thinking was always lofty and unpredictable, something Jiang Ci couldn't fathom. If she couldn't figure it out, Jiang Ci simply stopped thinking about it. Han Lan sent Jiang Ci a WeChat message. Let's go together this afternoon. Jiang Ci didn't want to see Lu Yudong. She had decided to go all out in front of Lu Yudong. I'm not going, Jiang Ci replied. You two are having a disagreement, but it can't let it interfere with your careers. I don't want to see him. Whether you want to see him or not, he's still your husband. You and President Lu are already married. If you don't go, how can you give your husband face? Won't he give you a piece of his mind? Han Lan was probably working and had too many chat windows open, so she sent it to the training group she was in earlier. Jiang Ci was also at work. When she saw that Han Lan hadn't sent a message, she assumed that Han Lan hadn't replied yet, and didn't pay any attention to it. It wasn't until Han Lan's colleague nudged her and asked, wide-eyed, Jiang Ci, and you got your marriage certificate with President Lu? Han Lan's eyes widened. How did you know? Didn't you say so? The colleague held up his phone. Han Lan frantically tried to retract the message, but it was too late. Han Lan knew she had made a huge mistake and was extremely embarrassed. There were over 20 people in the training group, but only Jiang Ci from the finance department was in it. She was slow to react, but since this was a major scandal, it quickly spread like wildfire. When everyone started whispering about Mrs. Lu, Jiang Ci was taken aback. Who were they talking about? Until Han Lan said, somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Ci, go check the training group. Jiang Ci thought to herself, it's just training in the afternoon, what's so interesting about it? But when she opened the training group, she was completely stunned. You should withdraw your request immediately. There's no going back. Punish me. Han Lan also sent a crying emoji. Jiang Ci thought to herself, oh no. He explicitly asked that the marriage be kept secret, but now the whole company knows. What is he going to do to her? Lu Yudong was also in the training group. I don't know if he saw it. Colleagues were all discussing. Jiang Ci's counterattack is amazing. She's got Yin Shuama hooked and won't let go. First, she got the president to replace the microwave, and then she announced her marriage. She's ruthless. Of course, Yin Shuama is a formidable opponent after all, and her position is clearly in jeopardy. Jiang Ci's colleagues seemed to want her to hear them on purpose, and they didn't hold back in their conversation. Shoo, she's Mrs. Lu now. Say less, or you'll regret it later. Jiang Ci had originally planned not to attend the training in the afternoon, but because she had caused such a big mess, she wanted to see Lu Yudong's attitude. In the afternoon, Jiang Ci went to the training room under the watchful eyes of everyone. She didn't sit in the first row, she sat in the last row. It's all your fault, you've ruined me. Jiang Ci complained to Hanlan. Hanlan also looked extremely resentful. I don't know how it got sent to the training group. It wasn't intentional. It was sent to the group while we were chatting, and I didn't look at it carefully. Lu Yudong went up on stage, turned on his computer, and began his lesson. Jiang Ci's colleagues all glanced at her from behind. She lowered her head even further. Lu Yudong had a refined and aloof appearance, with a tall and upright figure, and he was serious and unsmiling when he lectured. Throughout the entire class, Jiang Ci tried to read his emotions from his face, but she couldn't discern anything. After class, Lu Yudong assigned homework. Someone didn't want to see me, but ultimately gave me face and came to class. I'm sure this student knows exactly what to do next. Tomorrow, this student will hand in their homework to me separately. Lu Yudong was smiling, but it was not a gentle smile, much less a devout one. There was no warmth in his eyes. He was being sarcastic, telling the person who was giving him face, I accept the challenge. All of Jiang Ci's colleagues turned their attention to her. They all understood one thing. President Lu had seen Hanlan's message and hadn't refuted it. Therefore, President Lu and Jiang Ci are probably really married. Jiang Ci wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her mind was in turmoil, and she thought, it's over. Chapter 59, I've been really angry with you these past few days. Jiang Ci had planned to stay in her dorm room tonight. However, she leaked the news of her marriage, which is a breach of contract and she has to pay a penalty. Not only is the 5 million yuan gone, but she may also have to pay back the money she had before. For now, she could only bow her head and apologize to Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong walked to the front of the car and saw Jiang Ci standing beside it. He paused for a moment, then asked, Miss Jiang, what do you mean by this? Mr. Lu, I slept in my mother's hospital room last night. The caregiver couldn't manage on her own, so as her daughter, I had to do my part, didn't I? Jiang Ci said, her smile a little stiff. So what? Lu Yudong took out a cigarette and leaned against the car door to smoke. I'm afraid Grandpa will worry, so I'm going home with you now. What do you take the Lu family for? What do you take me for? Someone who comes and goes as they please without saying goodbye. Even though Jiang Ci had a million rebuttals waiting for her before, this time, she was in the wrong first. She violated the terms of the agreement and may suffer considerable losses, since the right to interpret the agreement belongs to Lu Yudong. She looked down at her feet, said nothing, and looked rather pitiful. Lu Yudong smoked a cigarette, looking down at her. If you just go back like this, wouldn't that seem too frivolous? You should at least make a vow, like you won't leave without saying goodbye in the future. Jiang Ci thought for a moment, then raised one hand. I swear that if I ever want to leave the Lu family in the future, I must inform President Lu in advance and obtain his consent before leaving. Besides, what else? Jiang Ci asked in surprise. I don't flirt with men indiscriminately. I didn't flirt with her. Jiang Ci was a little anxious. Did he really need to use such a strong word as flirt with her? Lu Yudong stubbed out his cigarette, threw it on the ground, and turned to get into his car. This means, let's not talk about it anymore. President Lu, Jiang Ci stepped forward and stopped Lu Yudong. I swear, I will not seduce other men. Jiang Ci felt that using the word flirting was beneath her dignity, but she had no choice. Get in the car. Jiang Ci finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where's the marriage certificate? Aren't you going to give it back to me? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci. Marriage certificate? I keep it in my dorm room. Lu Yudong took out his phone and called Sister Zhu, the director of the Human Resources Department, asking her to vacate bedroom 1507, where Jiang Ci was staying, and arrange for the newcomer to move in. Jiang Ci panicked as soon as she heard this. It's true what they say, the devil is 1 foot tall, but the righteous are 10 feet tall. She just took out the marriage certificate and did nothing else, and her dormitory room was gone. Lu Yudong didn't seem to mind that everyone knew he was married. He accepted it as it was. Yes, she got married and doesn't need the dorm room anymore. Lu Yudong was still on the phone with the HR director. You don't need to call her separately. She's in my car. I'll go with her to pack her things. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Jiang Ci and said, we're getting a new dorm roommate. Go and get your things. Jiang Ci had a look of bewilderment, neither laughing nor crying. The car left the parking lot and stopped at the dormitory opposite the company. Jiang Ci, like a stray dog, shuffled to her dormitory. When Han Lan saw Jiang Ci return, she asked anxiously, "Did he punish you?" Jiang Ci frowned, threw all her things into her suitcase, and said disappointedly, "I lost my dorm room. He wants me to move out. You'll have to have a new roommate." Han Lan plopped down on the bed, regretting that she had sent the wrong message today. The new person was someone she didn't know, and she didn't know if they would be easy to get along with. "I told you long ago, you're still arguing with him. You won't get any benefit from it," Han Lan said. Jiang Ci deeply resonated with the sentiment, but said nothing. Back at the villa on the hillside, Jiang Ci went to her room to do her homework. Lu Yudong was leaning against the headboard reading a book when Jiang Ci had a question she couldn't answer, so she took the book and went over to ask him for help. "Mr. Lu, I don't know how to do this problem. Can you explain it to me?" Jiang Ci walked to Lu Yudong's side, bent down, and prepared to humbly accept his teaching. How to handle a public opinion crisis. "Haven't I already talked about this? You didn't sleep in this class either. How come you don't know?" Lu Yudong frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Ci. He really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. It wasn't enough to trample Jiang Ci underfoot. They had to stomp on her a few more times, getting revenge for what happened last time. The light shone from behind, making Jiang Ci's face flushed and her ears appear transparent. She licked her lips, not daring to look at Lu Yudong, and stared intently at the book, saying, "Could you please tell me about it? How will you repay me?" Lu Yudong's gaze fell unreservedly on her face. What do you want?" Jiang Ci suppressed her anger. "Take good care of me tonight. You've made me really angry these past few days." Jiang Ci. After a long silence, she licked her lips and said, "Okay." Lu Yudong then explained it to her in detail. Chapter 60. She knew she wasn't qualified. Jiang Ci stayed at the Lu family villa for several days. Until one day, Lu Yudong told her that it was her grandfather's birthday in a few days. "Grandpa's birthday. Should we have a big celebration?" "What should I do?" Jiang Ci asked seriously. Grandpa was against extravagance and waste, so it was just the three of us living together. Jiang Ci glanced at the calendar and found that it was Sunday. On Friday night, she went to the mall to order a massage bed for her grandfather, wanting to surprise him. The massage bed was delivered to her home on Sunday. She also plans to cook a big meal for her grandfather herself. On Saturday night, Lu Yudong kept her up until very late, and because she was young and liked to sleep in, she didn't get up until 10 a.m. on Sunday. She stood sleepily on the stairs and saw her grandfather sitting in the living room, with the remaining longevity noodles on the dining table next to him. Jiang Ci thought it was made by her aunt. "As soon as I got downstairs, I saw Inshuama wearing an apron and slippers, carrying a fish out of the kitchen. Just woke up? You even forgot Grandpa's birthday." Inshuama joked with Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci wanted to say that she hadn't forgotten, but she had just gotten up and hadn't done any work yet. "Grandpa." Jiang Ci felt she had overslept and looked apologetically at her grandfather. Grandpa smiled kindly. "It's all right if Xiao Ci doesn't remember Grandpa's birthday. It's only the first year." Jiang Ci thought that her grandfather didn't have much time left. There might not be a second year, let alone a third. But she missed most of this year's most important birthday. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci felt very sad. "All right, Grandpa knows Xiao Ci meant well. Don't take it to heart. Here, Grandpa's longevity noodles. I didn't finish them this morning. Xiao Ci, help Grandpa eat them. You haven't had breakfast yet. Are you hungry?" "Young man, Grandpa understands." Grandpa said in a bad mood. Jiang Ci knew what her grandfather meant by understanding. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't let them fall. She just said shyly, "Grandpa." Just then, Inshuama came out of the kitchen carrying dishes and saw Jiang Ci and her grandfather being so intimate, and she also heard their conversation. A dark cloud immediately settled over Inshuama's face. But she was, after all, an actress, and soon, that dark cloud turned into a gentle spring breeze. "Where's my husband?" Jiang Ci looked around but couldn't find Lu Yudong. She said those 4 words, "Where is my husband?" specifically to Inshuama. Jiang Ci knew that Inshuama was stirring up trouble. Not only did Inshuama falsely accuse Jiang Ci's umbrella of being a fake, but she also told Lu Yudong about Jiang Ci and Chu Shua, as well as her previous statement that she would give Lu Yudong to her. "Your husband? He went out to buy me some seasonings. We didn't have enough at home." Inshuama spoke of Lu Yudong as if she were talking about my husband. "Oh, Jiang Ci sensed something was off about In Shuama's tone and replied calmly. I came early this morning to make longevity noodles for Grandpa. Now I'm cooking for you all. Wait, it'll be ready soon. In Shuama went to the kitchen again. She acted like the lady of the house. Jiang Ci looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table. Stir-fried lotus root with salted egg yolk, stewed lamb spine with Chinese cabbage, lotus seed, lily bulb and white fungus soup, golden broth with fatty beef, steamed sweet potato, braised fish. There were about 20 dishes in total, including both meat and vegetables. These should have been dried ginger. In Shuama's move may be aimed at undermining Jiang Ci's position. The massage bed that Jiang Ci ordered arrived, and the installer busied himself moving it into Grandpa's room. Grandpa was very happy. Grandpa likes anything Xiaozi buys. He likes everything Xiaozi buys. Jiang Ci smiled too. In Shuama then said jokingly, You just ordered it for Grandpa? You got up late, but this is a good way to make up for it. Her implication was that Jiang Ci had genuinely forgotten her grandfather's birthday and had just made the date for it. Jiang Ci knew she was extremely manipulative and didn't bother to argue. Anyway, Grandpa doesn't like In Shuama. After Lu Yudong returned, he went to the kitchen to put down the seasonings. In Shuama saw Lu Yudong covered in grime in the kitchen and said, Look at you. Where did you get this on? Let me give you a good slap. After saying that, In Shuama picked up her apron, put one hand on Lu Yudong's shoulder, and started whipping him with the other. Jiang Ci saw it, but pretended not to, though she felt a pang of sadness in her heart. But she knew she wasn't qualified. Chapter 61 took the opportunity to show off their affection. What was supposed to be a birthday celebration for 3 people turned into a birthday celebration for 4. In Shuama also ordered a big cake for her grandfather, and it was she who put the birthday hat on him. The doorbell rang, and the aunt went to open the door. An unexpected guest arrived, Jiang Yi. When Jiang Ci saw Jiang Yi, her face turned pale. She knew that he had failed to blackmail Lu Yudong last time, and this time he had come right on time. What are you doing here? Jiang Ci asked. Look at what my sister is saying. It's my in-law's grandfather's birthday. We're such close relatives. How could I not come? Happy birthday, Grandpa. Jiang Yi presented his grandfather with a bouquet of flowers. Jiang Ci knew that Jiang Yi would never be so kind, and she remained wary of him. Lu Yudong knew Jiang Yi's purpose, but with his grandfather present, he remained aloof and observed. Little Ci, this is yours. Grandpa asked Jiang Ci. Oh, my name is Jiang Yi. I'm Jiang Ci's older brother. You were sleeping when I came last time. Jiang Yi sat down at the dining table as if they were old friends. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yudong, you're such a close relative. Why don't you call him? Grandpa asked Lu Yudong. In Shuama sat there watching the show. Originally, she wanted to sow discord between Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong today. But judging from Jiang Yi's appearance, he didn't come with good intentions. Don't blame him. It's a marriage of convenience. So logically none of us should have come, Jiang Yi said. My sister told me about the marriage of convenience, didn't she, Jiang Ci? The table fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Ci lowered her head and ate her rice, her face pale. She had never told Jiang Yi about the arranged marriage, and she didn't know how he had guessed it. Oh, a marriage of convenience? What's that all about? In Shuama asked. She started to sing along with Jiang Yi. In Shuama had already noticed Jiang Ci's pale face. Jiang Ci, why don't you say it? Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Ci. His meaning was clear. If Jiang Ci was sensible and gave him money, he would naturally keep quiet. But if Jiang Ci was stubborn, then he wouldn't be able to speak up. He felt that Jiang Ci had a good relationship with his grandfather and shouldn't disregard his grandfather's life or death. Jiang Yi is extremely ruthless. He chose the perfect time. If Jiang Ci had hesitated even slightly, Grandpa would have found out. A marriage of convenience? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. A thing. Lu Yudong's icy gaze sent a shiver down Jiang Yi's spine. Jiang Yi quickly shifted his gaze to Jiang Ci. Judging from Jiang Ci's appearance, the marriage agreement must be real. Jiang Yi was even more confident. If Jiang Ci wanted to keep the secret, she had to give him money. A marriage of convenience? I'm pregnant. Doesn't that count as a marriage of convenience? Jiang Ci looked up and said with a smile, According to your idea, my husband and I will have a marriage of convenience and a divorce of convenience. You probably think we're just putting on a show for Grandpa, but now we have a child, who will have custody if we divorce. Knowing my husband's personality, you tried to blackmail him last time, and now you're doing it again. You should have seen what kind of person he is. If it's a marriage of convenience, Would he let me keep the child? Do you think your sister is that stupid? Divorced with a child? Besides, I'm going to be an accountant in the future. I will never be blinded by small amounts of money. Divorce has a bad reputation, and I'd be digging my own grave with a child. This caused a huge stir and incidentally brought up Jiang Yi's previous extortion attempt. The implication is that Jiang Yi is also trying to extort money this time, and his words are not to be trusted. Jiang Ci confronted Jiang Yi for two reasons. First, Jiang Yi is her brother, and she would never allow him to ruin the marriage agreement. Second, it was because of her grandfather. Jiang Ci hoped her grandfather would live to be 100 years old. If he knew that the Xiao Ci he had always liked was not the granddaughter-in-law he had always hoped for, how sad would he be? In Shuama's face turned pale. She was pregnant? Lu Yudong originally wanted to ask Jiang Yi, "How much money do you want to stop talking nonsense?" But he saw that Jiang Ci's replies were all to the point. He's now watching the show, just like In Shuama. "You're pregnant? Why didn't you tell me?" Lu Yudong looked at Jiang Ci gently. Jiang Ci had no idea how much of Lu Yudong's gentleness was genuine and how much was fake. But he cooperated very well. It's all your fault." Jiang Ci looked reproachful at Lu Yudong and turned her head to the side. Lu Yudong thought to himself, "So, Jiang Ci is a better actress than In Shuama. Why are you blaming me?" Lu Yudong wanted to see what Jiang Ci was really up to. As for the pregnancy, if it's just talk, I can say it too. Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Ci. He knew that this younger sister had always been full of clever ideas since she was a child, and he wondered what kind of mischievous idea she had come up with this time. Jiang Ci pouted, angrily scolding Lu Yudong. "We had a fight a few days ago, and I wanted to go back to my dorm. You found out, so you dragged me back from my dorm and even offered to give it to someone else, insisting that I go home. My pregnancy test results are in my dorm. If you don't get my dorm back now, you can forget about seeing my pregnancy test results." Lu Yudong finally understood that Jiang Ci wanted to take this opportunity to get the dormitory back. She brought all her things back. There was nothing left in the dorm room. But given the current situation, it's clear that Lu Yudong can't openly discuss it. Jiang Ci is very opportunistic. "Even in this extremely urgent moment, I can't forget this matter. Are you determined to separate from me?" Lu Yudong asked with a resentful look. "If you ever upset me again, I'll move into the dorm and not sleep in the same bed as you." Jiang Ci looked like a spoiled child. "Call now and don't let the HR director assign the dorm room to someone else." Lu Yudong had no choice but to call the HR director. However, in Jiang Yi and In Shuama's eyes, it seemed that Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong took the opportunity to show off their affection. Chapter 62. You're pregnant? Lu Yudong started making phone calls. "I asked you to vacate Jiang Ci's dormitory room before. Did you give it to someone else?" Lu Yudong said in a tone of being oppressed, but having no choice but to comply. He even put the call on speakerphone so that Jiang Yi could hear it, and also to dissuade his grandfather from the idea. "Not yet. Are you going to take it back again?" Director Zhu asked leniently. "Yes, Jiang Ci still has some things in the dormitory, so we'll keep the dormitory for her." "Okay, Mr. Lu." Director Zhu hung up the phone. Jiang Yi and In Shuama were disappointed when they heard this. It seemed that Lu Yudong had indeed given Jiang Ci a room in his dorm room. Jiang Yi was still somewhat ambiguous. Were they really not in a marriage of convenience? "That's more like it. I'll have Han Lan bring my pregnancy test results over," Jiang Ci said casually, taking out her phone and starting to type. "Aren't you going to make a phone call?" Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci, but he was also speaking to Jiang Yi and In Shuama. "If you call, you'll hear where I hide my things. I'm not letting you know." Jiang Ci stole a glance at her grandfather, who was smiling broadly. He probably already thought Jiang Yi's words were nonsense, and since he was about to become a great-grandfather, he felt that this was the kind of joy in life that everyone experiences. Jiang Ci felt a little sad. What if one day, her grandfather found out that all of this was fake? How heartbroken he must be. Jiang Ci quickly sent a WeChat message to a classmate, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan is a doctor at an obstetrics and gynecology hospital. Gao Yuan, Han Lan, and Jiang Ci were a close trio in school, but Jiang Ci and Han Lan had more contact because they worked at the same company. Yuan, I need an emergency. Could you please get me a pregnancy test report? I'm 3 weeks pregnant. I'll have Han Lan pick it up from the hospital in a bit." "Oh, so you're planning to use your child to take over the position? Hurry up. Han Lan needs to be at the hospital in 10 minutes. The other party didn't ask any further questions, only sending an okay gesture. Soon, Gao Yuan finished processing the order and took a picture of Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci said, "I'll have Han Lan go get it right away." Gao Yuan then asked, "Tell me about your romantic history. I heard from Han Lan that you've already married President Lu from your company. Are you afraid of being forced out by a mistress?" Before Jiang Ci could reply, she quickly sent Han Lan a WeChat message. "If you're free right now, go to the maternity hospital and ask Gao Yuan to bring me my pregnancy test results. Deliver them to the villa on the hillside. There's a generous reward." "Are you pregnant?" "I'll let you know the details later. It's extremely urgent. There's a generous reward. I'm setting off now, and don't forget the generous reward." Jiang Ci finally breathed a sigh of relief after sending the WeChat message. "All right, my roommate will bring my pregnancy test results in a bit. Let's eat first," Jiang Ci said, trying to sound casual, while secretly praying that Han Lan would hurry up and that nothing would go wrong. In Shuema and Jiang Yi each had their own agendas. Jiang Yi wanted money, while In Shuema wanted to see that the two of them were indeed in a marriage of convenience. However, things took an unexpected turn when Jiang Ci became pregnant. Lu Yudong glanced at Jiang Ci from time to time. He had long known that she was not simple. Now, she remained calm in the face of danger and told a lie so convincingly that even he began to doubt whether her pregnancy was true. Han Lan arrived approximately 45 minutes later. Her gaze swept over Lu Yudong's house, and she thought, "Wow, so luxurious." Jiang Ci slammed the pregnancy test results onto the table for Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong glanced at it. The date was from a week ago. He frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Ci. So, was the pregnancy really true? In Shuema also took a look at the pregnancy test report. As an actress, she could tell the difference between real and fake props at a glance. But this pregnancy test report was clearly not fake. It came with an ultrasound report and was packaged in a medical bag. In Shuema's face turned completely pale. She wanted to kill Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was too embarrassed to show her grandfather the pregnancy test results, because she knew they were fake. "I'm going to be an uncle." Jiang Yi originally wanted to expose the marriage of convenience and get money from Jiang Ci, but he ended up shooting himself in the foot. "So, uncle, aren't you going to give me a little something as a gift?" Jiang Ci asked Jiang Yi matter-of-factly, reaching out her hand. Jiang Yi looked extremely embarrassed, but with his grandfather present, he felt awkward. It was a fact that Jiang Ci was pregnant, so he could only take out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and give it to Jiang Ci. He wanted to sell Jiang Ci, but Jiang Ci sold him, and he still had to pay for it. He slunk away. Not long after, In Shuema also left with an unusual expression. Grandpa told Jiang Ci a lot to take care of her health, and he also asked Annie to cook more delicious food for Jiang Ci. Then, Grandpa went to take a nap. Han Lan and Jiang Ci chatted downstairs for a while. Jiang Ci said that she had taken the dormitory back from Lu Yudong. "Really? How did you get it back?" Han Lan was also very excited. She didn't want to share a house with someone else. "It's all about using tricks. TCH, it's true that President Lu isn't going to bother with you. Do you think you can outsmart him? He's incredibly shrewd." Han Lan scoffed at Jiang Ci's words. Jiang Ci nodded, but then she wondered, how clever could he be in front of his grandfather? Han Lan said, "All right, go on. Your boss Lu is waiting for you upstairs. Don't forget about the generous reward." "Okay, I'll send you a red envelope." After saying that, Jiang Ci picked up her phone and transferred 888 yuan to Han Lan. Han Lan happily accepted it and left. After the house quieted down, Jiang Ci breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling a bit scared. If things had gone slightly wrong, her grandfather would have found out about their arranged marriage, which would have been a huge blow to him. Fortunately, she came up with a quick idea. Jiang Ci went upstairs to her bedroom, where Lu Yudong was already waiting. Chapter 63 is heartbreaking. Lu Yudong was changing clothes in the bedroom. He glanced at the pregnancy test results on the table. With the ultrasound report, it was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. His hand paused for a moment, his mind somewhat dazed. Jiang Ci came in, and her expression wasn't as exaggerated and coquettish as it had been downstairs. She seemed very tired. She lay down on the bed as soon as she entered the room. Having survived the ordeal, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, there is an even more important hurdle to overcome. Now that the child is pregnant, how to successfully abort the child is the problem. Jiang Ci seemed to be talking to herself as she said, "Fortunately, Grandpa didn't suspect anything. I was so afraid that Grandpa would be sad." "Are you pregnant or not?" he asked Jiang Ci, his voice as serious and calm as ever. "Huh?" Jiang Ci opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yudong. who was 5 steps away from her. Why are you asking this question too? Don't you know whether you're pregnant or not? Lu Yudong always wore a condom. The number she was referring to should be that. He also knew that it would be very easy for her to get someone to issue her a pregnancy test form. But for the first time, Lu Yudong felt a glimmer of hope. What if? Condoms are not 100% effective at preventing pregnancy. Who did you ask to get this prescription? Lu Yudong knew she meant not pregnant, and his mood inexplicably soured. My classmate Gao Yuan. She, Han Lan, and I, the 3 of us are a perfect triangle, Jiang Ci said. Oh. Lu Yudong looked at Jiang Ci's relieved expression, a little resentful. The iron triangle? Which corner are you? Me, Jiang Ci said, her eyes lighting up as if she were thinking back to her student days. I was the sharpest point. She even used her hand to measure out a triangle. I can see that. It's heartbreaking, Lu Yudong said. Huh. Jiang Ci, I didn't quite understand what he meant. Jiang Ci sensed that Lu Yudong's tone wasn't very friendly. She thought to herself, today is Grandpa's birthday, and he's finally overcome a hurdle. Shouldn't he be happy? Why is he like the weather in June, so unpredictable? What did I do to upset you again? Jiang Ci asked, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Are you unhappy because my brother came? I didn't tell my brother about the arranged marriage. He figured it out himself. If I told him, wouldn't I just be making things difficult for myself? Once I tell others, the agreement is over. What good would that do me? Lu Yudong didn't say anything. But at night, he tormented Jiang Ci relentlessly. Jiang Ci's eyes welled up with tears. What do you mean? Are you upset because I hurt Yin Shuama's feelings by saying I was pregnant? I'm heartbroken. But that's not what I'm heartbroken about. Then which one do you feel sorry for? Jiang Ci thought to herself. Anyway, it's not me who you feel sorry for. Lu Yudong seemed to be blinded by desire. He didn't answer and kept kissing Jiang Ci's neck. On Monday, everyone in the company was talking about Jiang Ci being pregnant. She was going to the tea room to get coffee when her colleague cautiously advised her. Jiang Ci, drinking coffee isn't good for your health. Why don't you get milk or plain water instead? When Jiang Ci returned to her seat, she found that someone had placed a new, thick cushion on her chair. When others encounter Jiang Ci, they dare not get close to her, for fear that something might happen if they bump into her. Jiang Ci was very surprised. Only Han Lan knew about this. Jiang Ci questioned Han Lan on WeChat. Did you tell everyone in the company about this? No, my colleague just asked me where I went on Sunday, and I said I went to deliver something to you. She was surprised and said, you went to Mr. Lu's house? What did you deliver? I saw Yin Shuama at your house that day, so I just said I delivered your pregnancy test results. If Yin Shuama keeps bothering Mr. Lu, everyone at the company will know she's breaking up someone else's family. If Mr. Lu dares to do anything, it will be considered marital infidelity. They'll be exposed online. Praise me, didn't I do a great job? You're such a blabbermouth, Jiang Ci said. I'm not, my colleague is. Jiang Ci. Han Lan also knew that Jiang Ci's pregnancy was fake. Why was she making such a big fuss about it? What would that say about Jiang Ci? In time, if Jiang Ci's belly didn't show, they would definitely say that Jiang Ci faked her pregnancy to win favor. In that case, it wouldn't be Yin Shuama who would be exposed online, but Han Lan. Jiang Ci was upset and thought, how am I going to explain this? Wouldn't I be a big liar? The people in the company seem to be trying to please her, but in reality, they are trying to please Lu Yudong's seed. Or rather, they are indirectly trying to please Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci is very knowledgeable. She was telling Jiang Yi the truth. A marriage of convenience would be a huge burden for her with a child. She still had a bright future ahead of her and wanted to become a certified public accountant. How could she get married or find a job with a little one to take care of? Moreover, Jiang Ci felt that Lu Yudong was indifferent to this matter, and he would definitely not help Jiang Ci find a way to abort the child. The training director sent a notification. From now on, the new E-Star training sessions, held every Friday, will be held on Mondays. This week, it will still be Mr. Lu's class. Please submit the assignments Mr. Lu gave last time to the group chat. Han Lan sent Jiang Ci another WeChat message. It's your CEO Lu again. Jiang Ci frowned slightly, thinking, doesn't he get tired of teaching all day? More than 20 assignments were submitted to the group one after another. No one dares to disobey the orders given by the CEO. Class started, and Jiang Ci and Han Lan sat together in the last row. Lu Yudong was giving a lecture on stage. He said that he would be going on a business trip the week after next, so he would finish the class this week first. He also mentioned that he had just assigned homework last week and was afraid that everyone would forget. Where is he going on a business trip? Han Lan asked Jiang Ci via WeChat. How would I know? It might have been a last-minute decision. Lu Yudong began to review the previous assignment, specifically the crisis public relations section, which was quite important. Only Jiang Ci's work is passable this time. The rest of you need to redo it. Lu Yudong said very seriously. These trainees were selected from among the best, even the most outstanding individuals, but in Lu Yudong's eyes, they had all become novices. The temperature in the entire classroom dropped several degrees. Your family has such good upbringing. We don't have that kind of luck. Han Lan looked dejected. Nonsense. Jiang Ci felt a little sweetness in her heart. Her eyes shone as she looked up at Lu Yudong. Unfortunately, Lu Yudong's gaze also turned towards her. Jiang Ci quickly lowered her head. Chapter 64. Afraid people will say, I'm a bad wife teacher. What are you happy about? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci on the way home that night. Jiang Ci's little face beamed with pride. This is the first time you've praised me. Of course I'm proud. Jiang Ci couldn't hide her happiness. You're overthinking it. Lu Yudong slightly raised the corner of his lips. How? I'm afraid people will say I haven't raised my wife well, Lu Yudong said calmly. Jiang Ci turned her head to look out the window, ignoring Lu Yudong. He always liked to pour cold water on people. Where are you going on a business trip? Jiang Ci asked Lu Yudong. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Go back to Qingcheng, but don't tell Grandpa. Weren't you away on a business trip? Why didn't you tell him? Jiang Ci turned her head to look at Lu Yudong, somewhat surprised. Just don't tell anyone. Just say I'm on a business trip. Isn't this a business trip? Lu Yudong did not answer again. He stared straight ahead, appearing as if he would keep his mouth shut. Jiang Ci thought to herself, somewhat defiantly. Fine, I won't say it then. Jiang Ci stayed at the Lu family's house for another 3 weeks without any major incidents. To her surprise, her grandfather's health did not deteriorate and even showed signs of improvement. He took a walk every morning, occasionally went swimming, and paid close attention to his diet. He had a strong confidence and perseverance in fighting the disease. Jiang Ci occasionally accompanies her grandfather for walks and swimming. She also told her grandfather, Grandpa, I admire you so much. Fighting against the heavens brings endless joy, and fighting against illness also brings endless joy. Grandpa just smiled. Jiang Ci thinks that her grandfather might be motivated because he has a great-grandson. How disappointed would Grandpa be if one day he found out that she didn't actually have any children? During those 20-odd days, Jiang Ci even went for a medical checkup once, just to make it seem like it was a real medical procedure. Lu Yudong has finally gone on a business trip. Unexpectedly, on his first day back from his business trip, In Shuama invited Jiang Ci to dinner. She called Jiang Ci. Having been provoked and alienated by In Shuama several times, Jiang Ci had no good impression of In Shuama at all, and she refused to go. Do you know what Yudong went there for? In Shuama asked on the phone. Jiang Ci was stunned. She had asked Lu Yudong several times why he was on a business trip, but he just wouldn't tell her. It seemed that In Shuama knew, and Jiang Ci could even hear the smugness in her tone. Of course I know, Miss In, please don't say any more. Jiang Ci's tone was also unfriendly. If they went to eat, In Shuama might find a group of men to gang rape her, take nude photos of her, and embarrass her in the whole of Jiangzhou. Miss Jiang, please don't think so badly of me. In a few days it will be someone's death anniversary, and I would like to talk to you about it. Jiang Ci thought to herself. If it weren't for the anniversary of her grandparents' death, Lu Yudong wouldn't have kept it from her grandfather. But who exactly is it? Curiosity drove Jiang Ci, and she also wanted to see what In Shuama was really up to. In Shuama invited Jiang Ci to the most romantic rooftop garden restaurant in Jiangzhou. When Jiang Ci arrived, In Shuama was already there, dressed in white, looking like a fairy. Jiang Ci was just wondering why In Shuama, who always presented herself as charming, was wearing white today. Miss Jiang is here, In Shuama said. In Shuama always referred to Jiang Ci as Miss Jiang. What do you want? I'm afraid that if I follow Miss In, we'll be photographed by paparazzi. Jiang Ci looked around. In Shuama smiled slightly. Miss Jiang is so funny. This place is a membership system. The annual membership fee is 200,000 yuan. Those paparazzi can't get in. What's up? Jiang Ci felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, wanting to finish the conversation as soon as possible and leave. Do you know why I'm wearing white today? I don't know. No. Jiang Ci shook her head blankly. Tomorrow is my father's birthday. Jiang Ci's mind went blank for a long time, which is why In Shuama wore white clothes. This is probably because Lu Yudong was away on a business trip. Birthday anniversary? Your father passed away? Jiang Ci asked. Yes. Every year on my father's birthday, Yudong goes back to be with my mother, without fail. I dare not go back, afraid I'll cry my eyes out. My father saved Yudong's life, and Yudong bought several houses for my mother in Chingchun, and he goes back to see her every year. Yudong and I dated for a year, and our relationship was tumultuous. He worked hard to build his career in order to marry me, but I was angry at the time, upset that he wasn't spending time with me. I went abroad, and he called me more than a dozen times a day and even went abroad to look for me, but I didn't come back. Yudong got angry and told me that if I didn't go back, he would find someone for me within a year. Now, I'm back, but the position of Mrs. Lu is already taken. A few days ago, he told me that he would marry me in a few days. Jiang Ci thought to herself. Inshuama probably said all this just to get her to abort the child. In fact, Jiang Ci knew some of the past between Lu Yudong and Inshuama. He had photos of Inshuama at home. Inshuama had always been thinking about Lu Yudong and wanted Jiang Ci to divorce him. Jiang Ci also knew something about Lu Yudong's future marriage to Inshuama. Chapter 65. Did you miss me or not? Jiang Ci naturally didn't want Inshuama to be smug, thinking that Jiang Ci had been provoked by her. However, Jiang Ci just happened to lack a reason to abort the child. I knew he didn't love me, Jiang Ci said. I'm going to get rid of his child right now. Jiang Ci spoke with righteous indignation and conviction, as if she were sulking. This also proves that she loves Lu Yudong, and although they are married, it is not a marriage of convenience. Don't be impulsive. I think you two might get divorced sooner or later. You're a single mother with a child. Inshuama seemed very sad, but what she was thinking was, sure enough, Jiang Ci is young and easy to fool. I know. I'll take the day off tomorrow to have an abortion, Jiang Ci said, then angrily took a sip of water. Ms. In, I'll add you on WeChat. Jiang Ci added Inshuama on WeChat, so she could show Inshuama the abortion report later. In this way, she would have a legitimate reason to have a miscarriage. After she left, Inshuama revealed a sinister smile. The next afternoon, Jiang Ci asked Xing Baohua for leave, saying she was going for a medical checkup. She also asked Han Lan to take leave so she could go with her. How could the two directors not approve such a fake document? The two girls went to the hospital where Gao Yuan was. Jiang Ci, you should just tell others that the baby has petrified. Why do you have to have an abortion? Isn't that unnecessary? Han Lan asked Jiang Ci in the taxi. What do you know? Inshuama wants me to abort, then I'll give her proof. Besides, everyone in the company knows I'm pregnant. I'll show them the abortion certificate, and they won't say anything after that. If they're all frozen in shock, I'll have to explain to each and every one of them. They'll all think I faked the pregnancy to fight with Inshuama, Jiang Ci said. She originally wanted to announce to the whole company that Inshuama made her abort the child, but she felt that would be too cruel, so she gave up on that idea. Gao Yuan gave Jiang Ci a receipt for termination of pregnancy. After leaving the hospital with the receipt, it was still early, so Han Lan bought an ice cream for Jiang Ci from a roadside vendor. The two sat by the roadside, eating and chatting. As for how and when to tell Grandpa, Jiang Ci thought, I'll wait a while, otherwise Grandpa won't exercise properly. Lu Yudong knew he wasn't pregnant, so there was no need to explain. Inshuama had been keeping an eye on Jiang Ci from inside the car. She had been following Jiang Ci in a very discreet car ever since Jiang Ci left the company. But Jiang Ci was in the hospital for too short a time, and how could she eat ice cream right after having a miscarriage? Judging from what Jiang Ci is holding, it appears to be a document for termination of pregnancy. What exactly happened? Did they not actually bleed? Did they deceive Inshuama by saying they hit her? Or was Jiang Ci not pregnant at all? Was she just trying to deceive Lu Yudong? If she wasn't pregnant, Jiang Ci's claim of being pregnant was definitely a way to win Lu Yudong's favor. That's definitely the case. Jiang Ci also sent a WeChat message to Inshuama, showing her the termination of pregnancy document. At this moment, Inshuama did not see the joy of Jiang Ci losing her child, but rather the unhappiness of feeling tricked. Thinking of this, another wicked plan came to Inshuama's mind. Jiang Ci returned to the company, placed the receipts on her desk, and pretended to go to the restroom. Sure enough, someone saw her receipts. The news that Jiang Ci has miscarried quickly spread throughout the company. She secretly went to have an abortion while President Lu was away. Who gave her the guts? Maybe there's something wrong with the child. I reckon her baby is only a month old. What could possibly be wrong with it? Even if there were a problem, We wouldn't be able to tell. Besides, if there was a problem, wouldn't she wait for President Lu to come back and discuss it before getting an abortion? It's just a matter of a few more days. She must have secretly gone to get an abortion. Rumors are circulating in the company that everyone seems to be waiting for a storm to break. A few days later, Lu Yudong returned. In front of Lu Yudong, no one would dare to mention that Jiang Ci had aborted her child. No one would dare to risk their life. Jiang Ci went to the operations department to get some operational materials, and on her way back, she needed to take the elevator. When the elevator reached a certain floor, it stopped. Jiang Ci kept looking down at the materials in her hand, not knowing which floor it was. She glanced up when she saw someone coming up and saw that it was Lu Yudong. "When did you get back?" Jiang Ci asked him, her voice filled with surprise as if she had been away from Lu Yudong for a long time. "Just now. Did you miss me?" Lu Yudong stood in front of the elevator without even turning around. His tone was casual, as if he were asking, "Have you finished your work?" Jiang Ci felt a little sad when she thought of what Inshuama had said. She thought to herself, "She didn't even tell me where she was going on her business trip." So she said, "I haven't thought about it." Lu Yudong's face darkened. When they reached his floor, he got off the elevator. After getting off work, Jiang Ci got into Lu Yudong's car. The atmosphere between the two was very subtle. "I bought this for you," Lu Yudong said, handing Jiang Ci a box of high-end chocolates. "Thank you." Jiang Ci opened the heart-shaped chocolate, thinking, he probably never buys these things for Inshuama. Jiang Ci took out a chocolate and ate it. "Grandpa is doing well lately," Jiang Ci said while eating chocolate. "No." And then, that was it. "And you? How are you?" Lu Yudong asked again. Jiang Ci stretched and said, "I'm still the same. You can see that I'm doing great. I'm eating well and sleeping soundly. Since you're not here, I'm sleeping in a bed all by myself. So, do you miss me or not?" Lu Yudong asked again. Chapter 66. Since I'm not pregnant, what's there to be afraid of? Jiang Ci lowered her eyelashes, seemingly feeling somewhat aggrieved. Thinking about how he called Inshuama more than a dozen times a day and went abroad to chase after her, Jiang Ci felt less than a feather. He stayed in Qingxing for 5 days and made one phone call to Jiang Ci to inquire about his grandfather's condition. Jiang Ci knew that she couldn't demand too much from this marriage. After all, it was just an agreement and would end one day. If that's the case, why say I miss him to make him happy? I didn't think about it. Jiang Ci reiterated. Lu Yudong's face darkened for the second time. After arriving home, Lu Yudong took out all the things he had bought for his grandfather and said that he had gone on a business trip to Nanjing. Jiang Ci thought to herself, this is blatant lying. They clearly went to Qingxing. They probably know that Grandpa doesn't have a good impression of Inshuama, so they don't say anything related to Inshuama. He's so considerate. That evening, back in his room, Lu Yudong couldn't wait to ask Jiang Ci for help. Thinking of what Inshuama said that day, Jiang Ci felt listless. She was just a tool in a marriage of convenience. Moreover, he was so protective of Inshuama in front of his grandfather just now, and he didn't even let his grandfather know where he went. Jiang Ci then lost all interest. Unhappy, Lu Yudong whispered in Jiang Ci's ear as he pressed down on her. His voice was extremely deep and sexy, making Jiang Ci's ears itch, and the itch went all the way to her heart. I don't want to do it, Jiang Ci said, her eyes slightly lowered in the darkness. Lu Yudong's steady breathing hit Jiang Ci's face, and Jiang Ci flinched. Why? Are you really pregnant? Lu Yudong asked suspiciously. No way. I just don't want to, Jiang Ci said again. Since you're not pregnant, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Yudong didn't care. Jiang Ci was not very cooperative and even a little resistant, which caused her to oversleep again the next day. Lu Yudong seemed unaffected. He got up early as usual. Even after he finished washing up and returned to his bedroom, dressed impeccably, to get his watch, he saw Jiang Ci get out of bed and stumble. He stared at Jiang Ci, smiling broadly. What are you laughing at? It's all your fault, Jiang Ci said fiercely. You didn't even call me when we were at work. I'm worried you won't get enough sleep. After all, it's quite difficult for you to only get 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night, Lu Yudong teased her. I'm going back to my dorm tonight. You dare. Jiang Ci had no choice but to get up and wash. As expected, I was late when I arrived at the company. Xing Baohua didn't say anything, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and finally just lowered his head and coughed. Jiang Ci miscarried without asking him for leave. He was unsure how to explain this to President Lu, and he felt very anxious. The people in the office were gossiping again, saying, President Lu came back yesterday. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. But wait, didn't she just have a miscarriage? Doesn't President Lu know? You can't have sex for a month after a miscarriage. Jiang Ci was very sleepy and disgusted by office gossip, so she could only force herself to work hard, but her mind was like mush. These comments went in one ear and out the other. She was already immune to the gossip in the office. Inshuama carried a can of chicken soup to Lu Yudong's office. As soon as she entered, she had an anxious expression on her face. Yudong, which office is Jiang Ci in? Your company is so big, I don't know where she is. Inshuama is an extremely elegant woman and rarely gets this impatient. What? You're looking for her? Lu Yudong asked in surprise. Yeah, what are you two doing having a miscarriage? Miscarriages are so harmful to your health. Inshuama said impatiently. Tell me right now, which office is she in? Lu Yudong found it strange. Hadn't Jiang Ci been saying she didn't have any? Who said she had an abortion? Lu Yudong asked Inshuama with a slight frown. You didn't know? Such a big thing, you didn't know? Inshuama's expression was as if she had seen an alien. I have no idea. I recently had to film a scene at another hospital, so I went to the maternity hospital. I saw Jiang Ci coming out of the OBGYN. Her face was pale, and she looked very weak. She was holding a form in her hand. Later, I asked the doctor, and the doctor said she had miscarried, and the baby was 3 weeks along. Inshuama started crying as she spoke. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have miscarried. How could she do this? Miscarriage is definitely very harmful to the body. Take this chicken soup to her. After saying that, Inshuama wiped away her tears and left. It was as if she no longer wanted to see this human tragedy. Inshuama's acting skills were so convincing that no one doubted that the scene was fake. Inshuama had thought it through. Whether Jiang Ci was faking her pregnancy to win favor or was actually pregnant and had an abortion, Jiang Ci hadn't had an abortion but had a receipt for it. If Inshuama said the opposite, it would definitely arouse Lu Yudong's suspicion. Sure enough, Lu Yudong became suspicious. Chapter 67. Why didn't you consult me? Lu Yudong sat alone in his office, pondering the matter carefully. Last night, she wouldn't let him touch her. Even earlier, she had told her brother with certainty that she didn't want children. She wanted to be a certified public accountant and make a lot of money. She told him it was a lie to her brother, but now that she thinks about it, it wasn't true at all. She did indeed abort his child, without his knowledge. Ginger Porcelain. He used the company's internal phone line to call Jiang Ci. Come to my office. His voice was so cold it could freeze you to death. Jiang Ci was extremely sleepy, and besides, she was doing some accounting and couldn't afford to be distracted, so she declined. Can we wait a bit? Now. Helpless, Jiang Ci had no choice but to put down her work and go to his office. The moment the person entered the door, he was instantly roused by his barely suppressed anger as he asked, You aborted the child? What? Jiang Ci didn't know what he was talking about. During the days I was away, did you abort the child? Lu Yudong stared intently at Jiang Ci, his eyes seeming capable of killing. Jiang Ci frowned slightly, thinking, she's not pregnant at all. Didn't she tell him already? I wasn't pregnant, I was just lying to my brother that day, Jiang Ci said. But then she noticed a stainless steel round lunchbox on Lu Yudong's desk. She wondered, who came here? Could it be Inshuama again? Again? Inshuama initially came to her wanting her to abort the child. Now, she had done Inshuama's wish, and she came to tell Lu Yudong that Jiang Ci had aborted the child. Inshuama is a person whose mind is undeniably ruthless. She is both good and bad. Jiang Ci was no match for her at all. She knew that no matter what Inshuama said, Lu Yudong would believe it. Because Inshuama was his white moonlight, his first love. She gave a cold laugh. Anyway, it's no use what I say. Since you've decided I had an abortion, then I had it. I'm leaving. Stop. Lu Yudong forced down his anger. He stood up from his seat and walked step by step to Jiang Ci, eventually cornering her against the door with nowhere to retreat. Jiang Ci frowned slightly and looked up at Lu Yudong in fear. Why did you abort it? He stared at Jiang Ci with bloodshot eyes, only 10 centimeters away from her. Sure enough, Inshuama could stir up all his emotions. Jiang Ci had never seen Lu Yudong like this before. We're going to get divorced sooner or later, so why not get an abortion? Jiang Ci raised her eyes, her gaze filled with stubbornness and determination. Why didn't you discuss it with me? I didn't even tell you I was pregnant, so I was trying to lull you into a false sense of security. In that case, why should I discuss having an abortion with you? How much are you going to pay me? Jiang Ci asked him, with a carefree and heartless expression. How much money do you want? Lu Yudong stared intently at Jiang Ci and asked her, enunciating each word clearly. 50 million. Money is the easiest thing to handle. Good. Lu Yudong seemed extremely angry and had lost all temper. Jiang Ci suddenly laughed. What's the use of saying all this now? The child is gone. I'm sleeping in your dorm tonight. Lu Yudong hissed in a low voice. I don't want to see you. Okay. Jiang Ci readily agreed. Lu Yudong turned around, and Jiang Ci opened the door and left. As she walked, she thought to herself. She had already told him that she wasn't pregnant, but he just wouldn't believe her. He got so angry over just one sentence from Inshuama. What kind of person is he? It's better to go back to the dorm and stay away from his violence. Jiang Ci walked quickly down the corridor. People who met her were all whispering. She probably had a falling out with President Lu because she had aborted the child without his consent. Xing Baohua was uneasy when he saw Jiang Ci go to President Lu's office. He was worried because he hadn't given Jiang Ci leave after her miscarriage and was afraid that President Lu would be angry. Right now, he's going to Lu Yudong's office. When Jiang Ci saw him on the way, she simply greeted him as director and nodded. It's clear that Jiang Ci and President Lu have had a falling out. Xing Baohua felt a chill run down her spine. He knocked on Lu Yudong's office door. Just then, Lu Yudong lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair in frustration, making Xing Baohua even more afraid to speak. What is it? Speak. Lu Yudong was very impatient. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, it's like this. Jiang Ci went to had an abortion before. Afterwards, she didn't ask for leave, so I didn't give her leave either. This is probably not good for her health. I didn't think much of it at the time, so please don't take offense, Xing Baohua said. How did you know she had a miscarriage? Yes. After she came back from surgery, she put the form on her desk and went to the restroom. The person next to her saw it and told me. Go ahead. Lu Yudong's eyes were already filled with smoke. If it was a fake pregnancy, why bother to get a form? Are you? All right, Mr. President. I'll send you. Lu Yudong frowned in annoyance. Xing Baohua left quickly. After get off work, Lu Yudong didn't want to go home and sat alone in his office. He didn't turn on the lights, nor did he show any intention of leaving, even as it grew quite dark. Chapter 68, He'll Never Find Her. Jiang Ci returned to her office, her face ashen, and remained silent. She returned to her dormitory alone at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Deng Yu happened to be in the dormitory. When he saw Jiang Ci, he said, You're back, Jiang Ci? Han Lan glared at Deng Yu. Han Lan had already told Deng Yu that Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong were married. She didn't say much, just that Jiang Ci was married and her husband was Lu Yudong. Han Lan realized that Deng Yu had a crush on Jiang Ci, and she wanted him to give up on that idea as soon as possible. Han Lan asked her, Why are you back? Don't even mention it. I'm so angry. They never trust anyone. Jiang Ci threw her bag on the bed. What exactly happened? Han Lan asked her. If you're in a bad mood, let's go out for hot pot. Deng Yu is treating us to hot pot. If I had known you were coming back to stay tonight, I would have called you from my office. Let's go have some hot pot. Anyway, it's Friday, and we don't have to work tomorrow. Deng Yu was trying to liven things up, not expecting to run into Jiang Ci today. Jiang Ci thought to herself, she hadn't done anything wrong. She told her brother she was pregnant because she didn't want him to succeed in his blackmail. She had also explained it to Lu Yudong. So why did he still believe that Jiang Ci was pregnant? He thought she had aborted the child while he was away. What was wrong with his brain? Let's go, Jiang Ci said defiantly. The three of them walked out of the dormitory together. Because Deng Yu was there, Han Lan didn't ask Jiang Ci too many details. She knew that Jiang Ci had a fight with Lu Yudong. It must be because the miscarriage had angered Lu Yudong. But Jiang Ci's pregnancy was fake. She was the one who got the pregnancy test results. Didn't Lu Yudong know that? Fortunately, Jiang Ci's dormitory room has been preserved. Lu Yudong drove out of the underground parking garage and saw three people chatting and laughing at the entrance of the dormitory across the street. He frowned deeply. Were they just heartless, or did they not care? His car sped away. When they got home, Grandpa asked, Where's Xiaozi? Why didn't she come back? Lu Yudong sank deep into the sofa, rubbing his forehead. She went to live in the dormitory. Why are you back in the dorm again? Lu Yudong was silent for a moment, then said, Grandpa. How? The child may be gone. She did it by accident. Lu Yudong probably felt very guilty and heartbroken towards his grandfather. Unexpectedly, Grandpa was very open-minded. It's all right. You don't need to feel guilty, and Xiaozi, it doesn't need to move to the dormitory because of this. The child is gone. It's just that this child wasn't meant to be with you. Sooner or later, you'll have another one. What do you say, Yudong? Grandpa looked at Lu Yudong with expectant eyes, hoping to get a positive answer from him. However, Lu Yudong was not sure if that day would ever come. Yes, I will, Lu Yudong replied dismissively. Then call Xiao Ci back, Grandpa said earnestly, sitting opposite Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong felt a pang of irony when he recalled Jiang Ci's cheerful demeanor when she went out with others. Let's do it another day, he said. When is another day? Tomorrow at the latest. Lu Yudong hesitated for a moment, then said, Okay. Grandpa sent Jiang Ci a WeChat message. Xiao Ci, why did he kick you out again? Jiang Ci was eating hot pot, looking quite enthusiastic. Rather than saying she was happy, it would be more accurate to say she was using happiness to relieve the grievances and sadness in her heart. A WeChat message from her grandfather warmed her heart, and although she had felt wronged before, she no longer did. She sniffed and replied to her grandfather. So I'm just hopeless? Come back once you've calmed down. He's just a person. Please be understanding. Jiang Ci replied, Grandpa, it's Friday today. I'd like to go shopping with my roommate tomorrow. Is that okay? Come back soon. Grandpa is worried about Xiao Ci being out there. Jiang Ci had read those words countless times. It had been many years since anyone had cared about her like that. Jiang Ci's eyes welled up with tears. She missed her grandfather too. Even if she wanted to go back, she would need Lu Yudong's permission. Besides, she didn't want to go back at all. In Lu Yudong's eyes, only In Shuama's words were worthy of belief. Jiang Ci felt increasingly frustrated, and on her way back, she even blocked Lu Yudong's WeChat and phone number. He won't be able to find her. Chapter 69, He Really Wants You to Get Pregnant. On Saturday, Jiang Ci and Han Lan went shopping and happened to come across Tianjia Bookstore, the largest bookstore in Jiangzhou. This place has 4 floors and is more luxurious than a typical shopping mall. It's also a popular spot for online celebrities to take photos. Jiang Ci wants to buy a textbook on financial cost management from here, and then buy some practice questions. If she passes this last exam next year, she can get her CPA certificate. When the two entered, they found a long queue inside the bookstore, seemingly for a book signing. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was Chu Shua. Teacher Chu, Jiang Ci asked in surprise. It was early autumn, and Chu Shua was wearing a gray shirt that he looked very stylish. Jiang Ci, you're at the bookstore too. Chu Shua glanced at his watch as he signed autographs. You guys go ahead and browse. I'll be signing autographs for about 15 more minutes. Jiang Ci went to choose the textbook she wanted to buy, while Han Lan bought a novel and kept muttering, The books here are so expensive. Chu Shua finished signing his autograph, and he was still holding 2 books in his hand. This is for both of you, 1 copy for each of you. Jiang Ci handed over a book titled CPA and Life. You wrote this. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up as she looked at Chu Shua with admiration. Right. Jiang Ci looked at the words Chu Shua had written for her on the title page. Wishing you a speedy realization of your life's ideals. Thank you, Teacher Chu. Both of them probably felt that what happened at the hotel last time was too embarrassing, so neither of them mentioned it. I need to go back to the office now. Do you want to come with me? Chu Shua glanced at his watch again. He's very busy, and he has to be on time all the time. Jiang Ci had always longed to work in a law firm, so she was naturally happy to hear Chu Shua's invitation, especially since she had nothing else to do that day. The two then got into Chu Shua's car. Chu Shua said that tomorrow, he would go home and find Jiang Ci's notes on financial cost management. He had highlighted the key points and made annotations. With Jiang Ci's intelligence, if she worked hard, she would definitely pass. Come work at my firm after you get here, Chu Shua said casually. Jiang Ci thought of Yang Mani, who had also gone to work at an accounting firm before obtaining her CPA certificate. I haven't received my certificate yet. Can I still go? Jiang Ci asked. Han Lan nudged Jiang Ci's arm and gave her a wink. The meaning was clear. Even if you have a falling out with President Lu, don't treat work like a game. Job opportunities at New East are so rare. She thought Jiang Ci was just being stubborn. Sure, you can start as an assistant. You'll pick it up quickly when you become a full-fledged accountant. Jiang Ci was already very tempted. Becoming a certified public accountant had been her dream since she was 15. Moreover, large corporations are full of gossips. For example, right now, people are constantly watching her and Lu Yudong's little affair, spreading rumors all day long. Why don't they use this time to work properly? Maybe it's because Lu Yudong is the rumored boyfriend, so everyone is paying close attention. But living like this, being gossiped about all the time, is not a good thing. Most importantly, Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong have had a major falling out, which has caused her to lose interest in Shindong Group. When Jiang Ci arrived at Chu Shua's law firm and stood downstairs, she was stunned. Zhongnan's certified public accountants. Last time at the hotel, Chu Linxing mentioned that Zhongnan accounting firm belonged to Chu Shua, the largest accounting firm in Jiangzhou, and the top accounting firms are all located here. Jiang Ci suddenly felt her heart surge with excitement. You're from Zhongnan accounting firm. Founders and partners, Chu Shua said. Jiang Ci instantly felt a great deal of admiration for Chu Shua. Chu Shua gave them a tour. The place was basically one accountant per office, and everyone was busy. Through the glass door, she could see everyone working intently, all dressed in uniforms, meticulous and precise. This is what it means to specialize in something. Jiang Ci wanted this kind of work environment. It was like the place of her dreams. Are you still hiring? Jiang Ci asked Chu Shua with sparkling eyes. Hiring. One of my partners, accountant Zhua Xiao, is looking for an assistant. She's a female accountant, but unfortunately, there are very few people who meet her requirements. Want to give it a try? Jiang Ci nodded solemnly. This is the kind of work environment she's always dreamed of. To avoid troubling Chu Shua, Jiang Ci and Han Lan took the bus back. Jiang Ci, I still think that job opportunities at Shindong Group are rare. You should reconsider your decision to resign, Han Lan said. Jiang Ci glanced at herself. I can't stand it anymore. We've all fallen out, and besides, the people at the company are such gossips. Han Lan agreed with this point. When Han Lan asked Jiang Ci why she had a falling out with Lu Yudong, Jiang Ci told him the whole story about what happened on her grandfather's birthday. However, there was one thing Jiang Ci concealed, the purpose of getting the pregnancy test results. She said it was to prove something to Yin Xuema, without mentioning the marriage of convenience that Jiang Yi had mentioned. What angered Jiang Ci the most was that Lu Yudong listened to Yin Xuema and everything. Han Lan nodded thoughtfully, then said, It sounds to me that President Lu was not actually listening to Yin Xuema, but Yin Xuema's words just happened to touch a nerve with President Lu. He really wanted you to get pregnant, but you just happened to have an abortion, which angered him. Him. Jiang Ci looked at Han Lan for 3 seconds, then said, Him? Impossible. Han Lan felt that since the two of them had a misunderstanding, she should help clear it up. Chapter 70 Jiang Ci blocked him. After returning to her dormitory, Jiang Ci went to her room to pack her books. Having decided to change jobs, she began writing her resignation letter. In her room, Han Lan dared to send a WeChat message to Lu Yudong. However, she didn't have Lu Yudong's WeChat account yet. She was just an ordinary employee. If it weren't for Jiang Ci's connection, Lu Yudong probably wouldn't even know her. Han Lan nervously added Lu Yudong in the training group and filled in the application information as about Jiang Ci. In just a moment, Lu Yudong passed the test. Han Lan began to write the text by hand, and then read it carefully several times to check for any typos, afraid that her boss would find out about her carelessness. Lu Yudong saw her WeChat messages. Knowing that it was Yin Xuema who stirred things up again, and that Jiang Ci was indeed not pregnant, there was no possibility of her having an abortion. Lu Yudong's anger subsided. Although he was disappointed, it was ultimately a misunderstanding. Han Lan told Jiang Ci about this. Although Jiang Ci said, Why are you meddling in other people's business? But she wasn't really that angry. Misunderstandings always have to be cleared up. Although she was still angry that Lu Yudong only listened to Yin Xuema, Lu Yudong sent Jiang Ci a WeChat message, Go home. However, the message was never sent because Jiang Ci had blocked him. For the first time in his life, Lu Yudong was blocked. He laughed in exasperation. What a temper. What audacity. I called her several times, but all I got was the system message. The mobile number you dialed is currently busy. It seems he's blocked my phone number too. He had no idea how many surprises Jiang Ci had in store for him. Since she's in a bad mood, let's just wait until Monday. Unexpectedly, on Monday morning, Xing Baohua handed Lu Yudong a resignation letter from Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci's resignation letter was written conservatively, mentioning the care and help she received from her colleagues. But she hoped to leave the company within 2 to 4 weeks so that the company could find a replacement for her work. President Lu, Jiang Ci works diligently in the finance department and does an excellent job. She also gets along well with her colleagues. I don't know why Xing Baohua said with difficulty. As the finance director, he's become a pimp, constantly having to watch the moods of Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong. Xing Baohua didn't know why Jiang Ci resigned. But Lu Yudong knew that Jiang Ci was having a disagreement with him, so she wanted to resign. However, acting so impulsively was not like Jiang Ci's personality. Not approved. Lu Yudong wrote 2 words with a livid face and signed his name. Xing Baohua gave Jiang Ci the president's reply. She frowned slightly. As soon as she got her CPA certificate next year, she would resign immediately. If he didn't approve it, she would submit it once a week. He would get annoyed sooner or later and couldn't wait to get rid of Jiang Ci. In the afternoon, Jiang Ci received a local package containing Chu Shua's notes on financial cost management. The notes were very detailed, clearly showing he was a top student. Jiang Ci stroked the notes, feeling quite pleased. Chu Shua also sent a WeChat message. Did you receive the notes? It shows you've already signed for them. Jiang Ci. Received, thank you very much. Chu Shua also sent Jiang Ci a job application form via WeChat. Didn't you want to apply for an assistant position? Fill out this form first. The table is very detailed, and it seems that Zhongnan accounting firm has very strict requirements for hiring. But Ms. Chu, my resignation application has been rejected. I might not be able to start work for the time being. It's okay. Fill it out first, and I'll put your resume in the talent pool. Okay. Obviously, it's inappropriate to fill out another company's job application form during working hours, so Jiang Ci plans to fill it out when she has time. Now, Jiang Ci's bag contains 2 books. One is CPA and Life, signed by Chu Shua that day, and the other is a textbook on financial cost management that she bought from the bookstore. Now, she will also bring this notebook to make use of her spare time, such as during lunch breaks and mealtimes. Just as Jiang Ci was about to start working, the internal phone on her desk rang again. I'm going home to see Grandpa tonight. It was Lu Yudong who gave the order, which consisted of only this one sentence. Jiang Ci hummed in agreement. No matter how much she quarreled with Lu Yudong, she was never ambiguous about matters concerning her grandfather. But my schedule this afternoon might be uncertain. Jiang Ci's implication was that she didn't want to go back with Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong understood perfectly. He remained silent for a moment, then said, Go back yourself. That afternoon, Xing Baohua asked Jiang Ci to deliver some documents to the tax department. He said that after delivering the documents, she wouldn't need to go back to the company, which meant that Jiang Ci could get off work at 4 o'clock. After leaving the tax bureau, Jiang Ci took the bus back to the villa in the hills. There was no traffic at this time, so she arrived home quickly. Grandpa was very happy to see Jiang Ci return, but he didn't mention the child at all. Grandpa wanted to eat braised noodles, so Jiang Ci went to the kitchen to make them for him. Just as the grandfather and grandson were sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing about whether the braised noodles were delicious, Lu Yudong returned. Chapter 71. Whom did he fall in love with? Upon seeing Jiang Ci, Lu Yudong glanced at his watch. Skipping work, Lu Yudong's voice was always deep and magnetic, calm and unperturbed. Director Xing asked me to deliver something to the tax bureau, so I don't need to go back to the company. Jiang Ci replied casually. Grandpa finished his noodles and said, I'm going for a walk outside. You two chat. After saying that, Grandpa smiled and left. Lu Yudong sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked Jiang Ci up and down. After washing the dishes, Jiang Ci came out of the kitchen, picked up her canvas bag from the coffee table, and was about to leave. Lu Yudong reacted quickly, grabbing Jiang Ci's arm. The canvas bag in Jiang Ci's hand slipped on the coffee table and almost fell to the ground. This was the second time Jiang Ci had sat on his lap. The first time was when she was just putting on an act in front of Yin Shuama. Ready to leave? Lu Yudong squinted, carefully examining Jiang Ci sitting on his lap. Jiang Ci looked sullen, her face flushed and her ears bright red. She stared straight ahead with an air of righteousness. Didn't you tell me to move to the dormitory? I've seen everything, so of course I'm leaving. You're so temperamental? Lu Yudong began to tease with a laugh. Speaking of temperament, Jiang Ci thought of his bloodshot eyes. That was true temper, wasn't it? She laughed coldly. We don't know who has a bigger temper. Compare me. Lu Yudong said. Under normal circumstances, I have a very good temper. Okay. Jiang Ci scoffed. Everyone in the company knew that Lu Yudong was not someone to be trifled with. He always had a stern face, as if it said, keep away or you will die. How dare he say, okay? Isn't it good? This time, his voice was gentle, and he was indeed good-tempered. I reserve my opinion. But you, when did you become so obedient to me? I tell you to go home, and you go home. Lu Yudong asked her again. When have I ever disobeyed you? Jiang Ci faced Lu Yudong and began to vent her anger from the past few days. If I disobeyed you, would you tear me apart? Jiang Ci couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Lu Yudong's bloodshot eyes. Swallow them alive? I wouldn't dare do something like that. It's illegal. Lu Yudong lowered his head and said with a smile. Of course I didn't really swallow it whole. I meant. Jiang Ci tried to argue, but just as she was about to, she suddenly realized. How did she fall into his trap again? She's never on guard. Why did you stop talking? Where are you? Lu Yudong continued to ask Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci didn't say anything, but her face slowly turned red again. Where exactly is it? Lu Yudong asked again after seeing Jiang Ci's reaction. He wanted to ask her questions she couldn't bear. I've been in a bad mood these past few days, feeling heartbroken and trembling, Jiang Ci said, changing the subject as she looked up. Lu Yudong's hand suddenly touched Jiang Ci's left chest. Jiang Ci's heart leaped into her throat, and she dared not move. Heartache and trembling. First you have to be moved. For whom are you moved? His hand moved slightly on Jiang Ci's chest, as if testing her heartbeat. Jiang Ci's heart was pounding. He was really pushing her to the brink of suicide. Jiang Ci couldn't say a word. After a long silence, she finally said, though her words betrayed her true feelings, it's not for you. Is that so? Lu Yudong said faintly. You're not moved by me? Then wouldn't I be spitting blood and dying? Then you shall die. If you die, I will be your first-order heir, and I will inherit all your estate. Jiang Ci said with a hint of smugness. Lu Yudong laughed again. I forgot you were a spouse. That's right, you can certainly put on a show like murdering your husband and seizing his property. Jiang Ci lowered her head. Her heart was pounding, and her breathing was rapid. Have the two made up? Just then, Grandpa's voice rang out in the room. Jiang Ci quickly jumped off Lu Yudong's lap, her face full of shame. Lu Yudong remained seated on the sofa, calm and composed. He stared at Jiang Ci with a narrow-minded look. Jiang Ci blushed and hurriedly said, Grandpa, why are you back so soon? You don't want me to come back? That's true. I should have given you 2 more time. I was tactless, Grandpa said with a smile. Jiang Ci had never seen her grandfather laugh so heartily. It seemed that her grandfather was not upset about losing the child. But what her grandfather said still made Jiang Ci feel shy. She left with the words, Grandpa, why do you always tease people? And ran upstairs. Chapter 72, My Future Husband. Lu Yudong chatted with his grandfather for a couple more minutes downstairs. As he was getting up to go upstairs, he accidentally brushed against Jiang Ci's bag while walking past the coffee table. Jiang Ci's bag, already slipping precariously, was further damaged by Lu Yudong's brush, causing her books to fall to the ground. As she bent down to pick them up, she opened the title page of one of the books, which read, Wishing you a speedy realization of your life's ideals. Chu Shua. Instantly, Lu Yudong's face darkened. Chu Shua's handwriting was flamboyant and included the date and address. Last Saturday, in Tianjia bookstore. Jiang Ci read over 100 pages of this book and folded a corner at the spot where she had read it. I read over 100 pages in 2 days. I'm quite diligent in my reading. There's also a set of notes on financial cost management, also from a junior master's program. It's covered in dense notes with lots of content. Another textbook was bought from Tianjia bookstore and has their stamp on it. So, where did Jiang Ci go during the few days she didn't come back after striking a tantrum with him? With a gloomy face, Lu Yudong put the 3 books back in their original positions and went upstairs. It turned out that Jiang Ci's resignation was not unfounded. He said that she was not a person who acted impulsively. As expected, it was a well-thought-out decision. You're up here? Jiang Ci asked when she saw him come up. Her tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of longing in her expression, the kind of sweet, girlish emotion. The question hasn't been answered yet. Who exactly is it that you're attracted to? After saying that, Lu Yudong leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Anyway, it's not you, Jiang Ci said in the same coquettish tone as before. I know it's not me, Lu Yudong said casually. It's just someone I'm in a marriage of convenience. I don't care. These words made Jiang Ci's heart sink. You know that's good. Where am I going to sleep tonight? Jiang Ci glanced at him sideways. He was lying on the recliner, and his mature masculinity and unwavering authority were extremely captivating to Jiang Ci. I'm planning to go back to my dorm in a bit. Now that you're back, you should sleep in the bedroom. Do you expect me to go out and sleep with other men? Lu Yudong's tone was indifferent, with a hint of coldness and sarcasm. Jiang Ci hummed in agreement. She knew that if she slept in the bedroom, she would never get a good night's sleep. Sure enough, her body was covered in bruises again that night, and she complained in a slightly coquettish tone, You hurt me. Who would do that without feeling pain? Lu Yudong asked coldly. Jiang Ci recalled his words about marriage of convenience earlier that day. Although they had reconciled, he still trusted In Shuama's instigation. Jiang Ci still harbored resentment and said somewhat vengefully, "My future husband." "Oh, is that so? Who is your future husband?" Lu Yudong started laughing again, a laugh that seemed to send chills down Jiang Ci's spine. Lu Yudong's attitude was a bit strange, but Jiang Ci felt that he was fine downstairs and couldn't possibly change his mind so quickly. If that were the case, he would really be unpredictable. Jiang Ci thought she was overthinking it. "I'm ignoring you. Going to sleep." With that, Jiang Ci turned over and went to sleep. The next day, when Jiang Ci went downstairs, she saw that Aunt Fong had already packed her bag. She was stunned for a moment, and then asked Aunt Fong, "Auntie, you didn't touch the things in my bag, did you?" Aunt Fong said, "Madam, your bag was almost on the floor. If I didn't let you touch it, why would it be safely placed on the coffee table?" Jiang Ci was relieved to know that her bag was still the same as it was last night. Lu Yudong noticed all of her little actions. After getting into the car, Jiang Ci held her bag tightly with both hands. While waiting at a red light, Lu Yudong glanced at her casually, then said mockingly, "What's in your bag?" "Afraid I'll steal it." "It's a treasure." "I'm just afraid you'll steal it." Jiang Ci said casually, "It is indeed a treasure." Lu Yudong wished he could crush the treasure. Chapter 73 June and Little Flower. After arriving at work, Lu Yudong called Han Lan into his office. Han Lan was filled with trepidation. This was her first time in Lu Yudong's office. She knew that Lu Yudong's visit to her must be related to Jiang Ci's matter. Han Lan looked at Lu Yudong from afar, trembling with fear. She just couldn't understand how Jiang Ci could sleep with this man every day. Did Jiang Ci meet Chu Shua on Saturday? Sure enough, Lu Yudong's first words were about Jiang Ci. At this moment, Han Lan felt as if she were sitting on a tiger bench, with Lu Yudong acting as a lie detector. She dared not hide a single word. She recounted in detail what happened when she met Chu Shua at the bookstore that day. Then Chu Shua took them to his accounting firm. Jiang Ci longed for an elite-like work environment. Chu Shua said that they were hiring assistants and asked Jiang Ci to apply. "You only gave her a book? No notes?" Lu Yudong asked Han Lan. "Yes." Chu Shua said he would give me the notes in a few days. "I understand." Lu Yudong frowned again. It seemed that besides the time Han Lan mentioned, they must have met privately before. "President Lu, I've actually tried to persuade Jiang Ci for a long time, saying that jobs at Shindong are hard to find and that she should think it over carefully. But she's longed for that kind of work environment since she was 15. Besides, she's very annoyed by how our company is always watching her gossip." Han Lan didn't forget to pat herself on the back, implying that Jiang Ci's desire to work at the firm wasn't because of Chu Shua. "She said that." Lu Yudong frowned slightly. "What? Gossip?" "Yes, that's right. Especially since you, President Lu, are the one with whom she's been rumored to be having an affair. Everyone in the company is watching her every move. When things are going well, they praise her, and when things are going badly, they kick her when she's down. Jiang Ci knows this all too well. She wants to earn her place in the company through her own abilities, not through this." Han Lan added, trying to portray Jiang Ci as a career woman, implying that her job hopping wasn't because of someone else's looks. "Go. Don't tell Jiang Ci about what happened today." "Absolutely not." Han Lan thought to herself, "If this causes another conflict between you two, who will be held responsible?" Upon hearing the amnesty decree, Han Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief and left. In the afternoon, the Human Resources Department released new office regulations, slightly adjusting the original content and adding a new clause. Colleagues should care for each other and are prohibited from spreading gossip. Each instance of gossiping will result in a fine of 200 yuan. Upon seeing this new rule, everyone in the office began to whisper among themselves, saying that it was specially made by President Lu for Jiang Ci's miscarriage. "Shoo, don't gossip, or you'll lose $200. The other person slapped their own mouth, saying, "Look at my mouth." Jiang Ci also felt, why does this clause feel like it was tailor-made for her? After get off work, Jiang Ci had some accounts to finish, so she let Lu Yudong leave first. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Ci stretched and finished her work. The office was empty and very quiet. Jiang Ci opened the job application form that Chu Shua had given her and began to fill it out. Jiang Ci didn't finish filling out the several pages until 9 o'clock, and then she sent them to Chu Shua. Jiang Ci took a taxi back to the Lu family home. She was exhausted and threw down her bag and phone before going into the bathroom. The phone rang several times the moment it hit the bed. Lu Yudong casually turned his head and saw two words, Chu Shuo, another first-year master's student. Jiang Ci hadn't locked her phone yet when she unlocked it. Chu Shuo had sent her several voice messages on WeChat, and on those voice messages were Jiang Ci's job application form to Chu Shuo. He didn't come home all night. He was doing this at the company. No one can match their skill in using this cunning tactic. Lu Yudong remained calm and went downstairs to make a phone call. After Jiang Ci came out, she saw that Lu Yudong was not in the room. She dried her hair while looking at her phone and listened to Chu Shuo's WeChat message. Chu Shuo said that she had not filled in a few details, such as her award experience and competition experience, and asked Jiang Ci to fill them in more. Jiang Ci said, "Okay, thank you, Teacher Chu. Hearing Lu Yudong go upstairs, Jiang Ci quickly put down her phone. "Where did you go just now?" Jiang Ci asked. "What? Afraid I'll ruin your good time?" Lu Yudong said casually, his tone mocking and teasing. Jiang Ci couldn't tell whether he was being sincere or not. "Nothing, just asking casually." Jiang Ci carefully probed his expression. "Make a phone call to a German or a Chinese person." Jiang Ci paused in her hair-drying motion, her eyes filled with admiration. "You speak German? Is it strange?" Lu Yudong asked back, looking at Jiang Ci. "No, I had no idea before. There are many things you don't know." His tone revealed his dissatisfaction with Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci thought to herself, June weather is really unpredictable. After getting into bed, Jiang Ci whispered in Lu Yudong's ear, "I've given you a name." Lu Yudong frowned. "Nickname?" "Yes." Jiang Ci chuckled to herself, wondering if she had overstepped her bounds by giving him a nickname. "What? June?" Jiang Ci finished speaking, looked him up and down, and suppressed a laugh. "Why is it called June?" Jiang Ci pursed her lips with a hint of triumph. "Does it sound good?" "It doesn't sound good," Lu Yudong said, then rolled over and pinned Jiang Ci down. When he was angry, Jiang Ci, whether genuinely ignorant or feigning ignorance, tried to appease him. In any case, her secret contact with Chu Shuo and her plan to secretly switch jobs had already enraged him. But she acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Yudong disliked her innocent look. "I am June, what are you?" Lu Yudong kissed Jiang Ci's neck fiercely, breathing into her ear. Jiang Ci's face burned painfully. "Me? I'm a flower ravaged by June." Lu Yudong pressed down on Jiang Ci. Under the clear moonlight, the room was quiet, with only the sound of flesh touching flesh. Chapter 74. I've never seen her this affectionate before. The day after Jiang Ci arrived at the office, she received an email from the Human Resources Department, a job posting. She was puzzled. She was already an employee of Shindong Group, so why was she receiving recruitment emails? Shouldn't recruitment be posted on job websites or the company's official website? She read it carefully. The company was going to establish an audit department, which would be independent of the Shindong Group and would be a separate subsidiary of the Shindong Group. It would be headed by Lucas, a famous German auditing expert, and the company was now recruiting talent both externally and internally. The minimum educational requirement was a master's degree, and those who had passed the Certified Public Accountant (CPA) exam would be given priority. In addition to meeting the hardware requirements, one must also pass 3 exams, 2 written tests, and 1 interview. This job posting was very attractive to Jiang Ci. She really wanted to go, but her qualifications were only an undergraduate degree, which didn't meet the requirements for a graduate degree. Judging from the recruitment requirements, it is clear that Shindong's standards are higher than those of Zhongnan. Jiang Ci initially thought the job application form from Zhongnan University was very formal, but now it seems like a joke. Jiang Ci is the kind of person who finds things easy to obtain challenging. She only feels she has realized the value of her life when she obtains things through great hardship. For her, the audit department of Shindong was as distant as the stars in the sky. New East is a global international company, while Zhongnan is only well known in Jiangzhou. Jiang Ci quickly weighed the pros and cons. She felt anxious all morning because her requirements did not yet meet the audit department standards, and she had already filled out a job application for Zhongnan University. She felt like someone trying to have her cake and eat it too. At noon, she had lunch with Han Lan, and Jiang Ci shared her inner thoughts. It's obvious that staying at Shindong is the wisest choice. Going to the audit department is like an internal transfer, while going to Zhongnan is like changing jobs, and I'll have to build up my qualifications all over again. Jiang Ci was very distressed. But my qualifications don't meet the requirements of the audit department. What's so difficult about that? Just ask your husband, Hanlan said. Hanlan never expected that Lu Yudong would act so quickly. She had just told him the reason why Jiang Ci wanted to change jobs a few days ago, and Lu Yudong blocked Jiang Ci's path to changing jobs from all aspects. Jiang Ci rested her chin on her hand. I don't really want to ask him for help. She had asked Lu Yudong to let her stay at Shindong because at that time, she needed a stable job and money. Now, she wants to realize her own value in life. If she asks Lu Yudong for help, there will definitely be rumors in the company that she got in through connections. She hopes that her path to becoming a certified public accountant will be clean and honest. Why not ask for help? Do you think that if you don't ask, people will assume you didn't get in through connections? Even if you pass the exam on your own merit, you still don't have the CPA certificate, so people will definitely have some doubts. Hanlan analyzed the pros and cons for Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci nodded. That makes sense. Even if she went to the audit department, her level would be at the bottom. Besides, given her background, people would inevitably gossip about her. She made up her mind to ask Lu Yudong for help. By the way, I heard that the top floor of the office building, which has always been closed off, is currently being renovated and will become the audit department's offices in the future, Hanlan said. Let's go take a look after we finish eating. Okay. Jiang Ci was also eager to see the auditing environment of Shindong and how it differed from that of Zhongnan. After dinner, Hanlan and Jiang Ci went to the top floor of the office building. Jiang Ci was amazed. The spacious and bright office, the abundance of green plants, and the glass rooms all spoke of vision, elite, and professionalism, and there was even a separate gym. Jiang Ci, I heard that the gym in this building is only for people from the audit department. Even the yoga instructor is the very famous Yi Chi, Hanlan said with a hint of jealousy. Jiang Ci didn't know who teacher Yi Chi was, but he was very impressive. I wonder if she'll be allowed into such a high-end place. You should just ask President Lu to be less demanding when it comes to the selection of hardware requirements. You're a piece of cake for the exam, aren't you? If you do a good job and get the certificate next year, who will dare to look down on you? Hanlan was trying to persuade Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci solemnly hummed in agreement. But Lu Yudong's WeChat and phone number are still on her blacklist. Jiang Ci stuck out her tongue, debunking his myth. She hoped he hadn't sent her any WeChat messages in the past few days and knew nothing about her. After get off work, she sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. Honey, are you off work? I'm waiting for you in the underground parking garage. When Lu Yudong saw this WeChat message, he knew her purpose. Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. I even went out of my way to bring him back on WeChat. I've never seen her so affectionate before. Chapter 75, does this have anything to do with you? On the bus. Honey, are you off work? Are you tired from work today? Jiang Ci asked ingratiatingly. Still the same. Lu Yudong said in a calm tone as he drove indifferently. Oh, I'm afraid you'll get very tired. What are you worried about? It didn't last long last night, Lu Yudong said casually. Jiang Ci blushed instantly. She didn't mean that, absolutely not. What exactly is he doing? Where is he trying to steer the conversation? Jiang Ci coughed softly, thinking of a way to subtly steer the conversation toward auditing. I received an email today saying the company is setting up an auditing department. Is that true? Lucas is scheduled for an interview next week, Lu Yudong said. Next week? Jiang Ci asked in surprise. If it starts next week, she won't meet any of the requirements. She doesn't have a master's degree and hasn't obtained her CPA certificate yet. Yes, so what? What's it to you? Is this any of your business? Lu Yudong's attitude seemed to show particular disdain for Jiang Ci's level. This is a game for high-level elites. What are you, a low-level staff member, worrying about? Clearly, Lu Yudong's words dealt a heavy blow to Jiang Ci. Am I really that bad in your heart? Jiang Ci asked, her face contorted with grievance. Lu Yudong smiled as if relieved. It's not too bad. Weren't you going to resign? When Lu Yudong brought up the topic of her resignation, Jiang Ci felt quite embarrassed, and her tone inevitably became somewhat lifeless and pale. I just couldn't stand how gossipy the people in the company were a while ago, and I was a little disgusted. Lu Yudong laughed mockingly. Still not telling the truth? Not saying you were seduced by Chu Shua. So, what's the meaning behind your concern for the audit department? Lu Yudong's tone had changed, becoming somewhat businesslike. I'm taking the CPA exam, I thought. Since it was a favor to ask Lu Yudong, Jiang Ci's words were somewhat weak and lacked conviction. What are you thinking about? Getting into the audit department? Trying to get in through connections? Lu Yudong asked her. I. Jiang Ci's tone was somewhat hesitant, but she finally nodded solemnly. Yes, I really want to get in. I will do a great job. You're telling me this when someone's about to resign? Lu Yudong clearly didn't believe Jiang Ci's claim that she was doing a great job. Jiang Ci, I didn't expect that pleading with Lu Yudong would be so long-winded. Furthermore, he seized on the fact that she resigned, so she'll never be able to turn her life around. If he finds out that she once sent her resume to Chu Shua, he might not even know how he died. I don't have the final say on this. Lucas is in charge of the recruitment. You know how meticulous the Germans are. Jiang Ci was stunned for a long time. Did Lu Yudong mean that he refused? With her academic qualifications, she wouldn't even have the chance to take the exam. If you don't have the final say, why did you say so much just now? Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Lu Yudong turned his head to look at Jiang Ci. Has your true nature been revealed? Jiang Ci ignored him, adjusted the back seat, and pretended to fall asleep. We couldn't go through the back door, and the conversation died down. With her eyes closed, her mind was racing, filled with a determination to get into the audit department despite any setbacks. That evening, Lu Yudong went to take a shower, while Jiang Ci wrote her resume on the table. The job posting stated that only a Chinese resume was required, but Jiang Ci decided to send a German resume as well, to give Mr. Lucas a good first impression. She doesn't speak German. However, Lu Yudong met. Jiang Ci finished her Chinese resume. After Lu Yudong came out of the bathroom, drying his hair, he saw Jiang Ci sitting in front of the computer. Jiang Ci turned her head and looked at Lu Yudong with fawning eyes. Honey, can you do me a favor? What? Please translate my resume into German. Please, husband. Jiang Ci clasped her hands together in front of her chest, extremely devout. Jiang Ci, don't you think you're getting a little too arrogant? Jiang Ci softened slightly. I know it's incredibly inconsiderate of me to have Mr. Lu translate my resume, but I really don't know German at all. I don't understand a single word, and I really want Mr. Lucas to have a good impression of me. Please. Besides, your wife is just a lowly clerk in the finance department. Doesn't that make you lose face? Even if it's just in name, you're not a good match. As she spoke, Jiang Ci stood up and pressed Lu Yudong into the chair. I'll give you a massage. You can do whatever you want tonight. I have no objection. Go downstairs and talk to Grandpa. Lu Yudong picked up the mouse. Okay, I'll go right away. Jiang Ci said and went downstairs. Chapter 76 included his English name. Jiang Ci came up from downstairs an hour later, and Lu Yudong was already leaning against the bed reading a book. She sat down at the computer and looked at Lu Yudong's translation. She couldn't understand it, but she thought it was very detailed. To Jiang Ci's surprise, at the very bottom of the German resume, there was another name, Ethan. Jiang Ci then asked Lu Yudong, Who is Ethan? I wrote it. You forgot. Jiang Ci pointed to the English text on the computer screen for Lu Yudong to see. Never mind, just take it with you. Jiang Ci was a little confused. She thought Ethan was probably Lu Yudong's English name. Although he said that Jiang Ci was not qualified to apply for the audit department and refused to help her, he still wrote his name at the bottom of his German resume. With the endorsement of the president of Shindong Group, it would be difficult for the other party not to take Jiang Ci seriously. Jiang Ci felt very warm inside. He always helped her unexpectedly. If such a marriage of convenience were to end one day, how heartbroken would she be? When he married In Shuama, how should she conduct herself? Jiang Ci checked the resume and sent it to the HR department's email address. Moreover, she decided that she would tell Chu Shua another day that she would not go to his company. Given how Lu Yudong treated her, even if she couldn't go to the audit department, she shouldn't have any other ideas. After getting into bed, Jiang Ci rubbed her head against Lu Yudong's chest without saying a word, but her eyes felt hot. Don't be so self-satisfied. I sign every foreign language material I submit to prevent others from plagiarizing, Lu Yudong said casually. Jiang Ci, what's wrong with this person? Why do they have to extinguish the emotions that others feel? Jiang Ci got angry, picked up her phone, and changed his contact name to June. Lu Yudong saw it with just a glance. Not just some random passerby anymore. Lu Yudong asked casually. Yes, that's right. I have a name now. What's my nickname in your phone? Jiang Ci suddenly asked. She had never looked at Lu Yudong's phone in all this time. Xiaohua. After a long silence, Lu Yudong said. Jiang Ci was indignant. Why did he always have to be one step ahead of her? She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and went to sleep with her back to Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci was in a good mood the next day and worked diligently all morning. At 11 a.m., she received a call from an unknown number. Jiang Ci. The voice on the other end was a capable and pleasant female voice. Yes, you are? The other person didn't sound like they were advertising. I'm Zhuo Xiao, a partner at Zhongnan Certified Public Accountants. You're the assistant Chu Shuo found for me. I was driving outside just now and happened to pass by Shindong Group. I'd like to chat with you for a bit. Do you have time? The other person's tone was very tactful and frank. Jiang Ci thought to herself, this is an office. It's a big no-no to talk about interviews with people from other companies. She didn't say much. Although she didn't want to work at Chu Shua's firm anymore, she still had to make it clear to them. She said, okay, there's a Pinyin cafe across from our company. Shall we meet there in a bit? Okay, I'll be there soon. Jiang Ci worked for another 10 minutes before going downstairs. Zhuo Xiao was about 40 years old, with extremely radiant skin. Dressed in professional attire, she exuded the confidence and brilliance of a professional woman, which made Jiang Ci somewhat envious. Accountant Zhuo? Jiang Ci sat down opposite Zhuo Xiao. Jiang Ci? I just ordered you a steak and a salad. Is that enough? Zhuo Xiao asked Jiang Ci enthusiastically. That's enough. Thank you, Accountant Zhuo. Jiang Ci hadn't expected Zhuo Xiao to be so thoughtful, which made her unsure how to refuse. Jiang Ci, I've looked at your resume. Your educational background isn't very high, but that's okay. The junior accountant told me about your performance, and I'm very satisfied. I know you have a clear plan for your future. Have you decided when you want to start working at Zhongnan? Zhongnan. Right now, I'm extremely busy and urgently need an assistant. In our firm, the salary for assistants varies depending on the accountant. I can offer you 12,000 yuan. Zhuo Xiao succinctly gave her the salary offer. A salary of 12,000 yuan is much higher than Jiang Ci's current salary. Jiang Ci stirred her coffee. Accountant Zhuo, it's like this. I want to stay at New Oriental now. I don't want to switch jobs. You don't want it anymore? Zhuo Xiao was clearly surprised. I heard that Shindong is currently setting up an audit department. Are you planning to go to the audit department? Jiang Ci nodded solemnly. I'm so sorry, Accountant Zhuo. I see, Zhuo Xiao said. However, I've seen the job posting for the audit department of Shindong Group. It's extremely selective. Putting aside the educational background, you also have to pass the CPA exam. I imagine there are just too many people vying for it. Do you think you have the qualifications? If you don't pass the audit department of Shindong and then come begging to us, we won't take you. Although Zhuo Xiao said this with a smile, Jiang Ci could hear the severity in her words, telling Jiang Ci not to miss this village. I know. I'm just not very bright. I probably know the road ahead is bumpy, but I still want to try. I don't want to have my cake and eat it too, Jiang Ci said. Although Jiang Ci refused Zhuo Xiao's request, Zhuo Xiao was still moved by Jiang Ci's honesty. Besides, Chu Shuo only put Jiang Ci's resume in her email. Today's interview was initiated by her, not Jiang Ci. Therefore, Zhuo Xiao doesn't blame Jiang Ci and actually appreciates her quite a bit. So that means we can't be colleagues for the time being? Zhuo Xiao asked again. Jiang Ci said with a smile. Then I can only have a meal with my friend Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was very pleased to see Zhuo Xiao so calm and composed. The two ate together and chatted about many things unrelated to work. Chapter 77 completely enraged Lu Yudong. Xing Baohua went downstairs for dinner, and at first glance, he saw Jiang Ci and Zhuo Xiao across the street. He frowned. The most unhappy person about Shindong Group's establishment of an audit department is Xing Baohua. Most of the functions of the finance department will be transferred to the audit department, which is equivalent to directly sidelining him as the CFO. Given Jiang Ci's status as Mrs. Lu, she will definitely be going to the audit department as well. His nightmare of Jiang Ci climbing over his head is finally about to come true. He didn't want Jiang Ci to go to the audit department, since Jiang Ci knew a lot about the finance department and would be in big trouble if an audit were to happen. He knew Zhuo Xiao and had a romantic entanglement with her when they were young. Xing Baohua wanted to go see President Lu so that he would know that Jiang Ci was currently talking to Zhuo Xiao. As a finance professional, Jiang Ci's association with an accountant from another accounting firm would arouse Lu Yudong's suspicion, even if Jiang Ci had nothing to hide. Just as they were about to get on the elevator, they ran into Lu Yudong, who was coming down with his assistant. President Lu. Xing Baohua greeted him politely. Lu Yudong was going to eat, so he only said, Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu, I'd like to ask for leave this afternoon. I ran into an old classmate. She was chatting with Jiang Ci at the coffee shop across the street. If you need anything, please call my cell phone, Xing Baohua said. Lu Yudong frowned slightly, thinking, Jiang Ci knows Xing Baohua's classmate? For a director like Xing Baohua, there's no need to ask for leave if he's not here for half a day. He specifically told Lu Yudong that it was probably because he happened to run into him. As Lu Yudong walked out of Xindong Group, his gaze fell on the coffee shop across the street. Jiang Ci was indeed chatting with a graceful lady. Who is this person? Do you know him? Lu Yudong asked his assistant. Zhuo Xiao, the assistant said to Lu Yudong. A partner at Zhongnan's certified public accountants. Getting to know most of the company leaders is one of the assistant's jobs. Lu Yudong's face darkened instantly. If he remembered correctly, Zhongnan accounting firm belonged to Chushua. No need to ask. The reason Zhuo Xiao was chatting with Jiang Ci was to let Jiang Ci understand her future work environment. Jiang Ci has a really good plan for her future. She's doing both things well. Lu Yudong knows that she has already sent her resume to Chushua. She has also sent her resume to the audit department. Even if one side fails, she still has the other side as a backup. Go eat first. After saying that, Lu Yudong went back upstairs to get his car keys. Since she wanted both, he decided to let her experience what it felt like to lose both her wife and her army. Lu Yudong first called the Human Resources Department and asked them to reject Jiang Ci's resume. But, Mr. Lu, you translated Jiang Ci's resume. Sister Zhu from the HR department reminded Lu Yudong. The implication was that signing Ethan's name at the end of the resume was a way of hinting to the HR department to let Jiang Ci take the written test. Pass. Lu Yudong didn't explain further. Sister Zhu thought to herself, did Jiang Ci offend President Lu again? She can never handle the consequences, yet she always manages to offend him. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Yudong called Chu Linqing again. What's your son's phone number? The person on the other end didn't dare to breathe and said, my son? How did he offend President Lu this time? Tell me his phone number. If my son has offended Mr. Lu in any way, I will apologize on his behalf in advance. But Mr. Lu, please calm down. Mobile number. Lu Yudong hated the other party's nagging and issued an ultimatum. Chu Linqing gave out the number, and then, when he was about to call Chu Shua immediately, he found that Chu Shua's phone was busy. Where are you? Lu Yudong asked Chu Shua over the phone. He gave Jiang Ci a chance, quietly setting up an audit department and adding content prohibiting office gossip, all in an effort to keep her. He even personally translated Jiang Ci's resume, but Jiang Ci was completely ungrateful and wanted to switch jobs. This completely enraged Lu Yudong. Is something you need, Mr. Lu, in my office? Why would I contact you if there's nothing wrong? Lu Yudong said disdainfully. After Chapter 78, stop trying to seduce my wife. Chu Shua's office. Lu Yudong didn't say a word and put down a stack of materials. Chu Shua took it with surprise. The contents were, more than 10 years ago, his father, Chu Linqing, colluded with several other companies to frame Lu Yudong's father. Chu Shua became increasingly alarmed as he looked at the document. Do you know when I will submit these materials to the procuratorate? Lu Yudong asked calmly, sitting opposite Chu Shua. Chu Shua's face had turned pale. According to the contents of these materials, Chu Linqing should be sentenced to at least 20 years. Was it the moment Jiang Ci came to work at my firm? Chu Shua asked. Lu Yudong's establishment of the audit department became known throughout Jiangzhou. Chu Shua had always suspected that he already knew about Jiang Ci's plan to switch jobs. Today, he came directly to Chu Shua's office to confront him, which made Chu Shua even more certain. Very smart. I don't need to tell you what to do. Lu Yudong narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Chu Shua. Although Chu Shua liked Jiang Ci very much, compared to his father's 20 years in prison, he would rather temporarily give up Jiang Ci. But, didn't you and Jiang Ci have a marriage of convenience? Chu Shua asked. This was the viewpoint that Jiang Yi had conveyed to him, and he believed it without a doubt. A marriage of convenience? Lu Yudong took out a cigarette and calmly reached for his lighter. Do you think I would do that for a marriage of convenience? I wouldn't need to care about her life or death if it were a marriage of convenience. Chu Shua felt that Lu Yudong's words made some sense. I understand. Chu Shua was in a terrible mood. Regardless of whether it was a marriage of convenience or not, they obtained a marriage certificate. Seeing how obedient Chu Shua was, Lu Yudong stood up to leave. As he reached the door, he paused again. Don't try to seduce my wife anymore. Chu Shua has remained silent for a long time. As long as they have a marriage certificate, he is indeed seducing them. This afternoon, Jiang Ci had absolutely terrible luck. She had just returned from the coffee shop when she received an email from the HR department. Thank you for submitting your resume. but it is still far from meeting our requirements for auditors. We hope you will continue to work hard. It's still a huge gap. Jiang Ci instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. It seems that even the resume translated by Lu Yudong was useless, as these emails were indeed personally reviewed by Lucas. Lu Yudong had no say whatsoever. Then, she received a WeChat message from Chu Shuo. Jiang Ci, thank you for trusting our firm and submitting your resume, but Accountant Zhuo Xiao said you declined. In that case, we won't force you. Accountant Zhuo will look for a new assistant. In an instant, both jobs went down the drain. Jiang Ci was feeling very down, thinking, is my skill level really that bad? She couldn't concentrate on work all afternoon. She left work at 5 o'clock and went to the parking lot. Lu Yudong hadn't arrived yet, so she stood there, stepping on her own foot with one foot to calm herself down. This was the first time in Jiang Ci's life that she felt so insecure. Jiang Ci looked down at her feet and slowly shed tears. Lu Yudong walked over, stood there, and saw Jiang Ci's forlorn expression. This was the first time he had seen her like this. He was initially very angry because of her timing, but seeing her pitiful appearance, his anger subsided considerably. Lu Yudong started the car with the remote. Jiang Ci came to her senses and quickly got into the passenger seat from the other side, wiping away her tears as she did so. On the bus, she kept covering the other half of her face with her hand and looking out the window. As they exited the garage, Lu Yudong asked, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm really that bad?" Jiang Ci choked up. "I think I'm so capable, but I'm actually useless at everything." Lu Yudong couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips slightly. "Why do you say that?" "The HR department replied to me today, saying that my qualifications are far from meeting their requirements." Jiang Ci lowered her head. "Even with your endorsement, it's useless. Aren't I embarrassing you?" Lu Yudong's answer was simple and clear. He neither said lost nor didn't lose. But clearly, Jiang Ci didn't want to hear his answer. She just wanted to confide in herself. "I was always in the top 3 in my class since I was little. I went to a top junior high school and then a top senior high school. In my second year of high school, something happened at home. My father passed away and my mother was hospitalized. I took care of my mother while continuing my studies. Given my family situation, I didn't take the postgraduate entrance exam. I gave up my school's guaranteed postgraduate spot to someone else. But I've always felt that it wasn't my fault. But today," Jiang Ci said, fiddling with her hands. "But today, the HR department sent me an email saying that there's a huge gap between my qualifications and their requirements, a huge gap." Lu Yudong glanced at Jiang Ci, and just then, a tear fell from Jiang Ci's eye and landed on his leg. Then, 2 more, 3 more. Tears flowed like a river. Lu Yudong suddenly felt that he had gone a bit too far. "Is that all?" he asked. Also, Jiang Ci's eyes flickered. She didn't want Lu Yudong to know that she had also submitted her resume to Zhongnan University. After all, they had already rejected her. She wanted to avoid trouble and didn't want to bring it up. "It's not this one thing, but another one. I don't care about it much. The rejection from Xindong's HR department really hurt me. Don't take it to heart." Lu Yudong seized on her words. Jiang Ci said, "Don't you think I'm embarrassing you? It's already lost, what can we do?" Lu Yudong said casually. Chapter 79, Crying Again. When we arrived home, Aunt Fong was setting out the dishes. Jiang Ci said dejectedly to her grandfather, "Grandpa, I'm not in the mood to eat. I'm going upstairs now." "What's wrong with Xiao Ci?" Grandpa asked Lu Yudong. Only the 2 of them remained at the table. Lu Yudong suddenly felt that today's meal was a bit lonely. "Setbacks at work. She's having a setback at work. Why don't you help her?" Grandpa said, somewhat reproachfully. Lu Yudong didn't say that Jiang Ci's setback stemmed from him. "Go and make Jiang Ci a bowl of noodles in a little while." "Grandpa," Lu Yudong refused sternly. "Yudong." Clearly, Grandpa wasn't like Lu Yudong's subordinates, who would be terrified at the sight of his glare. "Go do it. Grandpa's watching you. How can you starve if you don't eat?" Helpless, Lu Yudong went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of noodles for Jiang Ci, with an egg on top. In the past, he would never have done something so humble. But this time, he even carefully picked out the yolk. He asked Aunt Fong to bring the ginger porcelain up. Jiang Ci was sitting at her desk reading a book. She hadn't brought Chu Shua's notes or the book CPA and Life home, fearing it would cause unnecessary conflict. Every time she went home, she only brought the textbook Financial Cost Management. But at this moment, she couldn't concentrate on anything and just stared blankly at the book. Aunt Fong brought over the noodles, and she specifically instructed, "Madam, This was made for you personally by President Lu. Him. Jiang Ci didn't believe it at all. That's right. This is the first time in all these years that I've seen Mr. Lu cook. Come on, madam. Aunt Fong picked out a few noodles for Jiang Ci, afraid they would clump together. Jiang Ci was somewhat puzzled, but she felt that Lu Yudong might feel guilty for not being able to help her. She looked closely at the cut egg. The yolk was gone. Jiang Ci was touched by his thoughtfulness and couldn't help but recall her childhood. When her father would occasionally come home, Jiang Ci would want to make noodles for him, and her father would pat her head and say, "Daddy will make noodles for Xiao Ci." When Dad made eggs for Jiang Ci, he would first boil the eggs, cut them open, stir-fry minced meat and vegetables to fill the yolks, and then put them in a noodle bowl. Lu Yudong didn't do that, but it already moved Jiang Ci deeply. Jiang Ci wolfed down her food while tears streamed down her face. She misses her father very much. Although her father has left her, she is not that far from him. He is right beside her. Lu Yudong sent a WeChat message to Sister Zhu in the HR department downstairs. A position is available for an audit department assistant. Good day. After sending the WeChat message, Lu Yudong went upstairs. Finished eating? Lu Yudong asked. Thank you. Lu Yudong made noodles for Jiang Ci, who was feeling very humbled. You're overthinking it. Grandpa asked you to make it. Lu Yudong said expressionlessly. Jiang Ci was still moved. She had eaten messily, with a noodle still stuck to her lips. Lu Yudong was beside her, and Jiang Ci hugged Lu Yudong's waist without caring about anything else. He was warm and had a scent different from her father's. Lu Yudong's unique, cold, and sexy masculine aura captivated Jiang Ci. It was different from her father's. But Lu Yudong's eyes. Jiang Ci pressed her face against Lu Yudong's body and sobbed. She missed someone but couldn't make a sound, which made her feel wronged, and she cried even louder. Lu Yudong frowned. Crying again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back. I won't cry anymore. I'll stop now. Jiang Ci hurriedly got up from Lu Yudong and wiped her tears. She had no idea that just now, her snot, tears, and noodles had all gotten on Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci, Lu Yudong looked down at his clothes, gritting his teeth. When Jiang Ci saw his spotless shirt, now wrinkled and dirty from her actions, she felt as if she had done something rude and hurriedly stood up from her chair. Don't be angry. I'll wash it for you, okay? As she spoke, she stood in front of Lu Yudong and began to unbutton his shirt. Tears still clung to her face. Her eyes were wet, giving her a pitiful, tear-streaked appearance, and her hair was slightly disheveled. She lowered her head, unbuttoning her shirt as she muttered to herself. So it was just an accident. Why is she being so unreasonable? What kind of temper is that? Jiang Ci started unbuttoning from the bottom button and worked her way up to the top button. Looking directly at Lu Yudong's body, she still felt a little embarrassed, her face flushed and her ears burning. Lu Yudong remembered that the last time was the same. She felt her face burn when she saw him changing clothes. It's been so long, and I still haven't adapted. I'm still like a virgin who has never experienced anything. Unfortunately, she is no longer one. She had already given him her virginity. Lu Yudong found it amusing, so he spread his arms wide and let Jiang Ci take off his clothes. Change it for me, Lu Yudong said to Jiang Ci, standing there without moving. Jiang Ci was putting the shirt in the bathroom to wash when she replied, Okay, sir. Doesn't he know how to dress himself? Jiang Ci first put water and laundry detergent in the basin and soaked the clothes in it. Your husband isn't dressed yet, Lu Yudong shouted from outside. Okay, wait a bit. I'll soak the clothes. Jiang Ci was flustered and somewhat reluctant. After coming out of the restroom, Jiang Ci casually took a dark blue shirt from Lu Yudong's wardrobe and put it on him. Lu Yudong looks good in dark blue clothes. To be precise, he looks good in any color. He's a clothes hanger. Are you still cold? After changing his clothes, Jiang Ci looked up at him. Lu Yudong, while rolling up his cufflinks, said casually, You're quite attentive. Jiang Ci thought to herself, What do you mean by being attentive? It's clearly just being hardworking. Chapter 80 Why are you staring at me like that? Lu Yudong went back to bed to read, while Jiang Ci sat at the writing desk. Jiang Ci suddenly realized that the two of them, who both loved reading so much, were truly a diligent and studious couple. Why don't you come to the bed to see? Lu Yudong asked her. I'm afraid if I stay in bed too long, it'll be too comfortable, and I won't want to do laundry later, Jiang Ci said. She felt that her fate of washing Lu Yudong's clothes was a bit like Yang Bailao's daughter, and she felt quite sorry for herself. Washing clothes with your head hanging from the rafters and your skin pierced by an awl That's admirable spirit, Lu Yudong said to Jiang Ci as he turned a page of his book. The arrangement of the desk in the bedroom was similar to that in her grandfather's house, with Jiang Ci's position always facing away from Lu Yudong. Jiang Ci sometimes heard Lu Yudong turn the pages of a book very quickly, turning a page in no time, but other times he turned very slowly, not turning a page for a long time. Whenever he stopped turning the page, Jiang Ci wondered to herself, what's wrong with him? Why isn't he turning the page? Has he fallen asleep? Jiang Ci will turn around and take a look. This happened several times in a row. When Jiang Ci turned around again, she met Lu Yudong's gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? Lu Yudong looked up and asked her. Caught red-handed, Jiang Ci had nothing to say, so she simply said, I'm going to do the laundry. She ran to the restroom. Washing clothes is a piece of cake for Jiang Ci. She has been washing her own clothes since elementary school. She didn't use a washing machine in college because she thought it was too expensive and that washing machines didn't clean her clothes properly. Washing a shirt is no problem for her. She finished washing quickly, without wringing it out for fear of damaging it if Lu Yudong did, and left it dripping in the bathroom before taking it to the balcony to dry. His clothes, like him, are very precious. When Jiang Ci got into bed, her hands were red and very soft. She unconsciously said, You looked very good in that shirt you were wearing earlier. Is that so? Lu Yudong said calmly. Yes, you look good in dark blue, gray, and black. Jiang Ci's mind flashed through several images of him wearing these colors, looking incredibly handsome. Especially one time, when you wore a dark gray shirt, several of our female colleagues in the office discussed it for a long time, almost to the point of wanting to tear you apart. Is that so? Lu Yudong's tone remained calm. In that case, buy me a few more. Jiang Ci. She just wanted to praise Lu Yudong. After all, both men and women love to hear nice things. If Lu Yudong had a better temper, she would suffer a little torture at night. But she didn't expect that Jiang Ci would shoot herself in the foot. Unwilling, Lu Yudong turned his head to look at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci forced a smile. Of course I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. I'll come back a little later tomorrow night and go shopping with Han Lan at Shindong Shopping Mall. I'll buy you a shirt and then come back, okay? Or I can just go to the dorm tomorrow. Casual. Jiang Ci was overjoyed that Lu Yudong agreed so easily. The next day, as soon as she got to work, she messaged Han Lan, asking if they could go shopping together that evening and stay at the dorm together. Does President Lu not care about you? Han Lan asked in surprise. He lets me do whatever I want. Jiang Ci was very happy. But why did Han Lan feel that there was something fishy going on inside? But she couldn't pinpoint exactly where the problem lay. Jiang Ci made plans with Han Lan to have dinner and shop at Shindong Shopping Mall right after getting off work in the afternoon. Jiang Ci felt like a caged bird that had finally seen the sky, and the two of them chatted and laughed. Shindong Shopping Mall is the most upscale shopping mall in Jiangzhou, but after looking at several stores, Jiang Ci felt a bit discouraged. The shirts here easily cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan each, and Lu Yudong even asked her to buy him a few. He couldn't bear to part with even one piece of ginger porcelain, let alone several pieces. Go ahead and buy it. Anyway, the money comes from the consumer. It's all his money, Han Lan said. Even though it's his money, you can't just squander it like that. That's right, it's all your family's money. Don't give me that, Jiang Ci said. Han Lan still didn't know that Lu Yudong's assets had nothing to do with Jiang Ci. The two of them browsed several stores and were getting a little overwhelmed. Just as they were about to go downstairs to look at cosmetics, Han Lan wanted to buy a toner, and Jiang Ci wanted to buy a set of face masks. While they were looking at cosmetics, the lobby on the first floor suddenly became much more crowded, with many people rushing in. Jiang Ci and Han Lan looked over and saw Yin Shuima walk in, followed by many bodyguards. She must be here for an event. After all, Shindong Shopping Mall is such a high-end place. Jiang Ci was furious when she saw Yin Shuima. Let's go. Let's continue looking at shirts. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Ci had just stepped onto the elevator when she received a WeChat message from Yin Shuima. Jiang Ci, is that you? I just saw someone who looked a lot like you. Jiang Ci did not reply. Although she was looking at the shirt, she was still uneasy. She guessed that when Yin Shuima saw her, she would start having ulterior motives again. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Ci came out of a store, Yin Shuima followed her. Buying a shirt for Yudong? Miss Yin, are you done with the event? Jiang Ci asked. Yes. Speaking of which, I still have several shirts that I bought for Yudong, 4 or 5 in total. Since Miss Jiang is picking out shirts for Yudong, why don't you take all of these I have? Inshuama said. Jiang Ci frowned slightly, thinking, how can Inshuama be so childish? Sure, the shirts here are pretty expensive anyway, Jiang Ci said with a smile. He even asked me to buy him a few, but I don't want to buy any of them. They're ridiculously expensive. Please don't tell my husband, or he'll kill me. No, I've given it all to you. I would never do something like that. Inshuama thought to herself. I wish I could curse you to death. You're so naive, falling into your own trap so easily for a few dollars. Where's the shirt I bought in chapter 81? Hanlan tugged at Jiang Ci's hand to calm her down. Inshuama saw this and quickly said to Jiang Ci, then it's settled. I'll send the shirt to you another day. Jiang Ci said, if I deliver it to the company, I'm likely to run into him. He'll know I didn't buy him a shirt, and he'll get angry again. Let's wait until after get off work, and you can deliver it to my dorm tonight, okay? Okay, it's settled then. Inshuama said and left. Are you stupid? She keeps using tricks on you, and you keep falling for them, Hanlan said. I squeeze your hand, and you still ignore me. If you get kicked out by President Lu again, I won't take you in. How could I be so easily fooled? Do you think I don't know what she's thinking? Let's go back. We've saved the money for a shirt tonight. Jiang Ci was very happy, and a little smugness couldn't help but show on her face. Hanlan was completely confused and had no idea what Jiang Ci was thinking. Jiang Ci slept well that night, with no one bothering her, and she didn't have to get up early the next day. She slept for 10 hours straight and felt refreshed when she went to work the next day. I hadn't been working long when I heard someone knocking on my desk. Jiang Ci looked up and saw Lu Yudong standing there. She stood up from her chair as if by reflex. Mr. Lu. This was Lu Yudong's first visit to the finance department. Everyone in the office was inexplicably nervous. Although they all seemed to be working seriously, they were all full of curiosity about Lu Yudong's arrival and held their breath to listen to the conversation between Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong. Where's the shirt I bought for me? Lu Yudong frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci thought to herself. It's not like she's not going back. Why does she have to come to the office to ask her for a shirt? I went to Shindong shopping mall all night yesterday, but I didn't find anything suitable. I'll go again tonight. Don't try anything funny. Lu Yudong frowned. What tricks am I going to pull? I have to pick out suitable clothes for you, right? Jiang Ci said anxiously, trying to defend herself. You won't go home until you find something you like. Is that what you mean? The villa is so far from the Shindong shopping mall, Jiang Ci complained. Is it more comfortable in the dorm than at home? He asked her again. The more Jiang Ci listened to this, the more she felt something was amiss. What did he mean by moisturize? She also looked Lu Yudong up and down. He was wearing a black shirt today, and he looked so handsome. He had a lean and strong physique and was very attractive. Hurry up. With that, Lu Yudong left. Just now, Lu Yudong only glanced at the book on Jiang Ci's table and saw it, CPA and Life. She no longer takes this book home. She only reads it during work breaks, and she does it very secretly. The people in the office were not quite sure whether President Lu came to urge Jiang Ci to buy him clothes or to go home and stay there. However, the fact that President Lu came to the finance department office in person was enough to show that something was amiss. Everyone sent Jiang Ci links to shirts, but she just said thank you to them. She had her own ideas. Jiang Ci wasn't going home again that afternoon. She sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. Honey, let's go shopping for clothes again tonight. You're so attentive to me, shouldn't I thank you? Lu Yudong replied, his tone quite sarcastic. Originally, he only planned to let her stay in the dormitory for one day. Now it seems like this is going on forever, and it feels like letting a tiger return to the mountains, which could lead to endless troubles. Jiang Ci only sent a smiley face. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Inshuama's shirt was delivered by someone. She didn't come out in person. The 3 shirts, one black, one dark blue, and one gray, were all colors that Lu Yudong usually wore. She knew Lu Yudong very well. Jiang Ci and Hanlan carefully examined the shirts and discovered that each shirt had 3 letters written on the back, L.YD. It should be an abbreviation of Lu Yudong. Where's the tailor shop? Jiang Ci asked. There's a house suit shop right behind our dorm. It's an old brand. It's been around since the early days of the People's Republic, Hanlan said. What are you going to do? Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Ci pulled Hanlan and took 3 shirts out the door. She asked the tailor at House Suit Shop to make 3 shirts exactly the same as the one she had brought, but the label had to be changed. It shouldn't say L.YD anymore. The craftsman said the project would take 10 days, and the materials might not be exactly the same. They could only look identical. It just needs to look exactly the same. After delivering the suit, Inshuama sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. Yudong, last time I was in Dubai, I ordered 3 shirts for you. I ran into Jiang Ci buying shirts for you that day, and I told her she didn't need to buy any more. I gave her the shirts. She wanted to save some money too. Lu Yudong was furious when he saw it. Jiang Ci then sent him a WeChat message saying she would be staying in the dorm for 10 days. Lu Yudong suppressed his anger and agreed. He wanted to see what tricks Jiang Ci would pull. During these 10 days, Jiang Ci was living the high life. She went out to eat good food with Han Lan every day, watched TV series together at night, and even finished reading Chu Shua's book, CPA and Life. It has to be said that Chu Shua has a deep understanding of certified public accountants. During these 10 days, the audit department on the top floor began recruiting. Occasionally, when Jiang Ci sees well-dressed elites going to the top floor for interviews, her mood instantly drops as she thinks about her unfulfilled dream of becoming a CPA. Chapter 82 Provoking. How Suitshop finished making these 3 shirts on a Friday. Jiang Ci reluctantly said goodbye to Han Lan and took the 3 shirts home. She hadn't seen Lu Yudong for several days. It's already very difficult for ordinary, low-level employees to see the CEO. Lu Yudong sat on the sofa, looking at her with interest mixed with a hint of anger. You're back? Lu Yudong asked her. Where's the shirt you bought? Jiang Ci took the shirt out of her canvas bag. Lu Yudong could tell at a glance that it was custom-made in Dubai. She didn't even bother to change the packaging, which showed how much she cared for him. You've gained weight. Lu Yudong looked at Jiang Ci's round face. The few pounds I lost during my last illness have all come back. Huh. Jiang Ci quickly touched her face and said in a panic, I've gained weight? How could that be? Lu Yudong sneered. Why not? They eat junk food every day. Huh. Jiang Ci thought to herself. If I had known I would gain weight, I wouldn't have eaten so much. The food outside is heavily seasoned, which suits her better, while Aunt Fang's cooking is lighter. Have you finished reading the book? Lu Yudong narrowed his eyes and asked Jiang Ci. Huh? A book? What book? Jiang Ci blinked, thinking to herself, Chu Shua's book? Lu Yudong doesn't know about it. Is he trying to trick me? A book on financial cost management. Jiang Ci breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't CPA and Life, after all. She said, that's a textbook. How can you finish reading it so quickly? It will take a long time. Lu Yudong smiled coldly, thinking Jiang Ci's expression meant he couldn't see through it. Oh, by the way, why don't you try on the shirts I bought for you? Jiang Ci said, taking out 3 shirts from the exquisitely packaged bag. How much is it per piece? Lu Yudong asked. Jiang Ci held up 2 fingers. 20,000. Jiang Ci didn't answer yes or no. She just smiled smugly. Lu Yudong knew this brand of shirt. He used to order them from Dubai often, costing 70 or 80,000 yuan each. He figured that given Jiang Ci's penny-pinching nature, she wouldn't buy them. Lu Yudong casually tossed his shirt aside, utterly disappointed and furious with Jiang Ci. He went to the bedroom and read a book while leaning against the bed. After Jiang Ci finished taking a shower, she felt uneasy when she saw Lu Yudong's cold demeanor. Sometimes, a person's cold silence is more terrifying than their anger. What's wrong? Jiang Ci stood in front of Lu Yudong and rubbed his arm with her hand. Don't provoke me. Lu Yudong's voice was low, but his barely concealed temper still frightened Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci thought to herself, it really is June, and then quietly turned to hide. But Lu Yudong grabbed her by the back and pulled her onto the bed. I told you not to provoke me. Lu Yudong had been holding back a lot of anger lately, with nowhere to vent it. She returned, but kept flirting with danger, her naivety and innocence seeming to be an act. She did such a thing, yet she remained completely innocent, which infuriated Lu Yudong for no reason. Lu Yudong tore Jiang Ci's clothes. Get me into the audit department. Jiang Ci said to Lu Yudong, who was 10 centimeters away from her. Jiang Ci used to not want to use connections and wanted to enter the audit department with a clean record to avoid being gossiped about as soon as she joined. But now it's not possible. Seeing others having a lively interview process while she can only stand on the sidelines, she is anxious. She really wants to work in auditing, but unfortunately, they won't give her that opportunity. She can only get her CPA certificate next year, but by then, there will be more variables, and the recruitment requirements may be even higher. She couldn't care less about anything else and wanted to ask Lu Yudong for help, even though it was the last thing she wanted to do. Jiang Ci was panting, her eyelashes fluttering, and her nostrils trembling slightly from her breathing. She looked like an extremely cute girl. But why does Lu Yudong always find her requests so offensive? Jiang Ci was very capable. She could easily provoke Lu Yudong's anger every time. She only sets fires. She's not responsible for putting them out. The task of extinguishing the engine rests with Lu Yudong himself. You only came back for this. Lu Yudong gritted his teeth. Of course not. Jiang Ci wanted to say that it was just in time, but before she could finish speaking, her lips were sealed by Lu Yudong. No. Lu Yudong gave his answer before Jiang Ci could finish speaking. Jiang Ci's fighting spirit was completely extinguished. Chapter 83 LJ. The next day, when Jiang Ci woke up, she found herself nestled in Lu Yudong's arms, and he hadn't gotten up yet. Jiang Ci was in excruciating pain all over her body, and she was also angry because Lu Yudong had refused her request to join the audit department the night before. She turned around, her back to Lu Yudong. Yudong. Lu Yudong's phone rang. Today? Are you free? She's free too. Okay, I'll be there at noon. Lu Yudong hung up the phone. In Shuama's filming is about to wrap up. She's going to another city to reshoot some scenes. Before she leaves, she's treating me to dinner, and she wants you to come along too, Lu Yudong said to Jiang Ci after hanging up the phone. Jiang Ci thought to herself, In Shuama is so fast. Then, honey, put on the shirt I bought for you, Jiang Ci said gently, turning her head to look at Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong frowned as he looked at Jiang Ci, thinking, she knew perfectly well that this dress was a gift from In Shuama. In Shuama might have deliberately wanted to embarrass her. Is she brainless? I won't wear it, Lu Yudong said decisively, picking up the shirt next to him. Jiang Ci knew that once Lu Yudong decided not to wear it, he would never give her that face. In desperation, she knelt on the bed and pressed her lips to Lu Yudong's mouth. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss Lu Yudong. The kiss lasted quite a long time. What are you doing? After the kiss, Jiang Ci pulled back slightly, and Lu Yudong frowned. However, it was clear that his voice was not a question. After the kiss, Jiang Ci felt embarrassed and didn't dare to look up at Lu Yudong. She placed one finger under her lips, as if she had just been presumptuous. I just wanted you to wear the shirt I bought. Jiang Ci was holding one of the 3 shirts in her hand. Take responsibility for what happened. Lu Yudong felt that he couldn't get through it without wearing it. Jiang Ci was very stubborn this time, and Lu Yudong wanted to see what Jiang Ci was really up to. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility, Jiang Ci said hurriedly. They went to the coffee shop that In Shuama had booked. In Shuama watched the couple walk over through the window. The woman was charming and the man was composed. This man should have belonged to me. In Shuama wanted nothing more than to strangle Jiang Ci, especially after learning about her mother's identity. Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong sat opposite In Shuama. Jiang Ci seemed completely oblivious to the impending awkwardness and just smiled. In Shuama got angry when she saw Jiang Ci's appearance. Then, as if only then did In Shuama recognize the shirt Lu Yudong was wearing. She picked up her coffee and took a sip. Hey, Yudong, you look great in this shirt. I didn't expect that after all these years, your figure hasn't changed at all. I ordered the same size for you before, and I still order the same size now. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for giving the shirt to Yudong for me. This is In Shuama's scheming, making Jiang Ci lose face on the spot. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ci acted as if she didn't understand anything. Miss In, what are you saying? I don't understand. In Shuama was very pleased with herself, while Jiang Ci probably naively thought that she wouldn't expose her in front of Lu Yudong. In Shuama could tell that Jiang Ci's I didn't understand was just an excuse to cover up her embarrassment. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing for her to give her husband a shirt that was a gift from her ex-girlfriend. I said this shirt of Yudong's was a gift from me. I asked you to give it to Yudong, didn't I? I delivered it to your dorm room, In Shuama said calmly, stirring her coffee. Miss In, you need to provide evidence before you speak. You've never given me a shirt. This shirt was bought for my husband at a huge expense. Jiang Ci looked aggrieved and was trying her best to argue. Lu Yudong stirred his coffee with his head down. She didn't know why Jiang Ci was arguing about this. She didn't recognize the clothes that were custom-made in Dubai, and she thought no one else would either. A huge sum of money? How much did it cost? In Shuama couldn't help but sneer. It's laughable that Lu Yudong married such a stupid woman. Given the scene today, we should bring in more reporters. Jiang Ci held up 2 fingers again. So many. 20,000. In Shuama looked a little disdainful. 20,000 was considered a lot. 2,000 yuan apiece. That's expensive, Jiang Ci said seriously. In Shuama thought to herself. Is Jiang Ci an idiot? When has Lu Yudong ever worn clothes costing less than 5 figures? Lu Yudong coughed softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yudong, you have good taste. This dress was custom-made for you in Dubai, costing 88,000 yuan. I used to order more than 20 for you every year. Your name is on the tag on the back. In Shuama, with an expression as if talking to Jiang Ci was casting pearls before swine, turned to Lu Yudong and began to speak. What? A trademark? Jiang Ci seemed completely clueless, looking utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? The trademark on the shirt I ordered for my husband clearly says LJ, which stands for Lu and Jiang. Lu Yudong loves Jiang Ci. Isn't that right, my husband? Jiang Ci turned her head and asked Lu Yudong. What? In Shuema exclaimed in surprise. I see. Who do you take my husband for? Someone just anyone can look at? You're an outsider. What right do you have to look? But I can take a picture for you. After saying that, Jiang Ci stood up, took out her phone, flipped up Lu Yudong's collar, and took a picture of the logo. After taking the picture, she even straightened Lu Yudong's clothes. Lu Yudong realized that Jiang Ci had come for revenge. Jiang Ci was not as foolish as In Shuama had imagined. She was very clever. He had witnessed her intelligence more than once or twice. This morning, I even used the beauty trap to get him to wear this shirt. Although he felt wonderful this morning, the thought that it was just part of Jiang Ci's scheme made him feel like he had been used. LJ? Interesting. He hadn't looked at the trademark carefully at all, but now he suddenly really wanted to take a look. Look, Jiang Ci handed the phone to In Shuama. You still lied, saying you gave the shirt to me. Would I be so stupid as to give my husband a shirt bought by another woman? In Shuama was speechless. After carefully examining the fabric of Lu Yudong's clothes, she realized that they were not made in Dubai at all. Jiang Ci used a clever trick, and she fell for Jiang Ci's scheme, causing her to lose face in front of Lu Yudong. I have to catch my flight. I have to go. With that, In Shuama picked up her bag and left. Chapter 84. So, who's on your side? After In Shuama left, Lu Yudong showed no sign of leaving. He asked the waiter to order another steak, as if he wanted to have a long talk with Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was originally a spirited rooster, but as soon as In Shuama left, she lost her temper and humbly stirred her coffee with her hand. She was afraid that Lu Yudong would take his anger out on her. After all, In Shuama was his white moonlight. She used to order more than 20 shirts for him every year. This time, she was tricked by Jiang Ci, and Lu Yudong would definitely avenge her. But as long as she doesn't report it to In Shuama and doesn't embarrass Jiang Ci, she'll be content. How much did the clothes you bought for me cost? He asked Jiang Ci softly. He realized that Jiang Ci had used a trick to switch the shirt In Shuama had given him, but he hadn't looked closely and hadn't noticed it. 2,000 apiece. Haven't I said that several times already? Jiang Ci's tone was somewhat hesitant. Where did you buy this? Lu Yudong looked down at the shirt. It was so realistic that it was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. A shirt that cost 2,000 yuan could actually rival something that cost 70 or 80,000 yuan abroad. It was custom-made by House Suit Shop, and I specifically asked them to put the logo on. The logo was on the back of the collar, and Lu Yudong really wanted to see it, but he hadn't yet. Where are the clothes In Shuama sent? Jiang Ci licked her lips. He had finally asked the question, and she instantly became sweaty. Well, I gave it away. Jiang Ci touched her head. Oh, who did you give it to? Lu Yudong asked gently, turning his head toward Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was extremely afraid that Lu Yudong was about to cause a storm, so she said nervously, I gave it to Deng Yu. You remember, right? He came with me when I bought the computer last time. Remember? His physique is not much worse than yours, so he shouldn't disgrace these clothes. Jiang Ci was a little uneasy, afraid that Lu Yudong would make her take the clothes back. Why didn't you take it back? Why would I take it back? Jiang Ci lowered her head, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked quite aggrieved. On the surface, I am Mrs. Lu. So many people in the company are watching me. Even if I were to wear a green hat, I wouldn't do it so willingly, would I? I'm not stupid. If my person wears clothes given by another woman, what about my reputation? So who's on your side? Lu Yudong calmly cut his steak with a knife and fork, his voice remaining gentle. Of course it's you. Lu Yudong did not refute. Since you knew she had ulterior motives, why did you accept her clothes? She always humiliates me and makes you kick me out. If I don't fight back myself, am I supposed to wait for you? Jiang Ci lowered her head even further and muttered to herself. You like her too much. What kind of taste do you have? Besides being pretty. What did you say? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci with a slight frown. Nothing. Jiang Ci braced herself on her chair with both hands, shrugging her shoulders. She was very timid at the moment. She knew that Lu Yudong was laying the groundwork, and that he would send her to hell soon. She was very uneasy. Although Lu Yudong had laid the groundwork for so long, he didn't explode. After dinner, he drove home with Jiang Ci. As soon as they got upstairs, Jiang Ci began to undress him. "What are you doing?" Lu Yudong asked her. "Are you this unreserved with other men too?" "No, a 2,000 yuan shirt doesn't bring out your style. Hurry up." After saying that, Jiang Ci hurriedly took off Lu Yudong's shirt and put it on the bed. When she was looking for another shirt for Lu Yudong only glanced at it and saw the label on the collar. Sure enough, it was LJ. "Are the other two the same as this one?" Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci. "They're the same. Both cost 2,000 yuan apiece." "Put it away," Lu Yudong said. "What?" Jiang Ci had already taken a dark gray shirt out of the closet. She put it on Lu Yudong with practiced ease, buttoned it up, and talked to him while looking up at him. "Put it away. You want to wear it?" "But..." Jiang Ci wanted to say that he thought clothes costing 20,000 yuan were too cheap, let alone 2,000 yuan. It was not worthy of his status. "The quality is not bad." "Really? If you like it, then I'll order shirts for you from House Suit Shop from now on. It'll save you money. Even if you have money, you can't just spend it recklessly, right?" Jiang Ci said happily, her face beaming. "The quality of this shirt is good. It won't make you lose face." "It must be exactly the same as these three," Lu Yudong said. Jiang Ci replied, then suddenly remembered something. "Trademarks. Are the trademarks exactly the same?" "Same." Jiang Ci was a little puzzled, wondering, does he even know what LJ means? However, Jiang Ci had no choice but to comply with his request. "How often do you order one item?" Jiang Ci asked again. 2 items per month." Chapter 85, calling him by his full name. The next day at work, Han Lan specifically messaged Jiang Ci on WeChat, saying there was something she wanted to tell her. "What's up?" At noon, Jiang Ci and Han Lan were eating spicy hot pot outside. This Malatang shop is tiny, tucked away in a corner of a high-rise building, but it's always packed with people. Jiang Ci and Han Lan could only squat in a corner to eat. This time, Jiang Ci ordered the extremely spicy version, which made her lips turn bright red. "I went to deliver some documents to our director today, and she was on the phone. She said Lucas is coming to China tomorrow and will start his new job immediately," Han Lan said. "You wanted to go to the audit department, right? I think you should seize this opportunity." Jiang Ci frowned slightly. "It won't work. The HR department returned my resume. It's obvious that it doesn't meet my requirements. Even if I submit it again, it will be in vain. Also, I asked Lu Yudong for help, but he refused." "Keep your voice down. Don't call me Lu Yudong. Call me President Lu outside. Walls have ears." Han Lan glanced around. "What I mean is, even though HR rejected your resume, you can translate it into German and give it directly to Lucas. Maybe you'll get lucky." Jiang Ci thought to herself. That's right. It's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings. Han Lan didn't know that Lu Yudong had already translated Jiang Ci's resume for her, and Jiang Ci planned to print out several copies to give to Lucas when he arrived. Because she had hope in her heart, Jiang Ci was very excited and chatted and laughed as she returned to the company with Han Lan. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the lobby, they saw Lu Yudong coming out of the elevator. He was probably just about to go eat. "Hello, Mr. Lu." "Hello, Mr. Lu." Jiang Ci and Han Lan greeted Lu Yudong at the same time. Lu Yudong walked quickly, and after only glancing at Jiang Ci, he frowned. "Spicy food again," he said. After saying that, he walked over. Jiang Ci instinctively wanted to say something, but he walked past her, so she remained silent. "What did he say?" Han Lan asked Jiang Ci. "He said you don't like spicy food?" Han Lan looked very shocked. "Right. He's even interfering with what we eat now. He's really meddling. Now he's not just a CEO, he's my husband." Han Lan shook her head helplessly. "You're just bullying us single people. Don't you have dengue too?" Jiang Ci teased, but in her heart, she was filled with the expression on Lu Yudong's face when he said those words. He was taking care of her. That's right. He was indeed taking care of her. Us? We're not even close to getting together yet. Han Lan knew that Deng Yu had a strong liking for Jiang Ci. If Jiang Ci hadn't already gotten married, he probably would have started pursuing her long ago. Jiang Ci lowered her head, feeling a mix of sweetness and sadness. She knew that this fleeting sweetness would soon vanish like a bubble in the water, and that her time was running out. As Lu Yudong walked to the entrance of the hall, before he even stepped out, Two sour voices came from outside the door. She's Mrs. Lu, so it's only natural for her to call her husband by his first name. But we can't do that. We can only call him President Lu. Then, the two girls who were talking walked into the hall and saw Lu Yudong. The two of them instantly trembled like leaves. They should have known better than to say it. How could it be such a coincidence that President Lu heard it? They greeted Lu Yudong and then jogged up to the elevator. As Lu Yudong walked by, he thought to himself, where did Jiang Ci call him by his full name and let someone hear it? Normally, she calls him President Lu, and at home she occasionally calls him husband, addressing him by his full name, which he has never heard before. Jiang Ci returned to her office, removed the name Ethan from the back of the German resume, and then printed it out, making 2 copies each in Chinese and English. Applying to work in the audit department is considered an internal transfer, so Jiang Ci didn't shy away from showing it in her resume. Just as the resume came out of the printer, Xing Baohua walked in from outside and saw the resume that Jiang Ci had printed. Is Xiao Jiang printing his resume? Xing Baohua asked with a smile. Ever since learning Jiang Ci's true identity, Xing Baohua has always maintained a smile towards her. Yes, I want to apply to work in the audit department. Jiang Ci felt that being able to work in the audit department would be an honor for the finance department, and Xing Baohua would be happy. Oh, really? Go ahead and call, Xing Baohua said thoughtfully as he returned to his small office. He thought to himself, no, Jiang Ci can't leave. She absolutely can't leave. Once Jiang Ci goes to the audit department, he'll be in big trouble. Chapter 86. When do you plan to have a baby? The audit department on the top floor was renovated, and Lucas took his place. Every day, new people came for interviews. Some of these people had master's degrees, and some had doctorates. Their academic qualifications were quite high. Jiang Ci took her bilingual, Chinese and German, resume to Lucas's office. Lucas was in his 40s, very easygoing and humble. His English was good, so he had no difficulty communicating with Jiang Ci. Ms. Jiang, you can submit your resume directly to the Human Resources Department. I'm new here and not very familiar with the employees, Lucas said. To be honest, Mr. Lucas, I did submit my resume, but the HR department returned it to me. However, I really want to work in auditing. I was an outstanding graduate in school, receiving scholarships every year. I passed 3 subjects of the CPA exam and now work in the finance department. You can take a look at my resume, Jiang Ci said humbly. Lucas said, oh, and began to look at Jiang Ci's resume. Moreover, Jiang Ci was one of the few people who had a resume in German, which left a very good impression on Lucas. Miss Jiang, do you understand German? Lucas asked Jiang Ci. Oh, I don't understand. And your resume? My husband translated it for me, Jiang Ci said reluctantly, not mentioning Lu Yudong's name for fear of putting Lucas in a difficult position. You're married? Yes. We just got married not long ago. When do you plan to have children? Given the circumstances in our country, I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang. Lucas shrugged. Jiang Ci knew that this question was very common for women in China when they applied for jobs. Lucas also said that this was due to the national situation. Therefore, Jiang Ci had no reservations at all and simply said, I probably don't plan to have children in the next 5 years. Because her grandfather looks very healthy and should live for another 5 years without any problem. If she wants to have a child, she basically has to wait until she divorces Lu Yudong and finds another boyfriend, which is a long way off. She probably won't have a child for at least 10 years. Lucas thought for a moment. Okay, Ms. Jiang, come to take the written test on Friday. I'll leave your resume with me for now. Jiang Ci was overjoyed, thinking to herself, indeed, it's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings. She submitted her resume to Lucas without Lu Yudong's knowledge, partly because she didn't want to use his connections, and partly because she didn't want him to interfere. Just as Jiang Ci was submitting her resume to Lucas, Xing Baohua also prepared a transfer application form, had Lu Yudong sign it, and applied for Jiang Ci to work as a field accountant at Shindong Shopping Mall, with the position of team leader. Lu Yudong frowned slightly as he looked at the resume. Should I have her work on site? Yes, but I was afraid of delaying your meeting, so I didn't dare to make the decision on my own, Xing Baohua said in a fawning tone. I rarely see him at the company either, Lu Yudong said, leaning back in his chair. What? Xing Baohua didn't hear clearly. Go talk to her yourself. I have no objection. Lu Yudong handed the application form to Xing Baohua. Back in the office, Xing Baohua assigned the task to Jiang Ci, sending her to Shindong Shopping Mall for a month. But I just applied to work in the audit department, Jiang Ci said. Don't be impulsive. It would be best if you could go to the audit department. If you can't, working outside for a month will be a good experience. You'll get a promotion when you come back to the finance department. Even if you go to the audit department, you'll only be an assistant. Xing Baohua whispered to Jiang Ci, sounding like he really wanted Jiang Ci to stay. But what he really meant was that he didn't want Jiang Ci to go to the audit department. Chapter 87. This matter is not up to her. Lu Yudong in his car after get off work. Jiang Ci told Lu Yudong about the two choices she was facing. I submitted my resume to the audit department myself, and Lucas kept it. I'll take the written test on Friday. Jiang Ci was a little smug. She felt that although she was unconventional, she had achieved her goal. Oh, Lu Yudong was slightly surprised. You? Yes, me, Jiang Ci said. Xing Baohua's offer is also very tempting. You said I translated the resume for you? Lu Yudong asked casually. No, I'm afraid people will say I got in through connections, Jiang Ci said. Fortunately, I didn't use the name Lu Yudong to flaunt my identity. Jiang Ci felt that Lu Yudong's words had a hidden meaning. Moreover, her German resume clearly stated that he was named Ethan. What did his English name have to do with the three characters, Lu Yudong? Or did he know that Jiang Ci had called him by his first name at noon? But the key question is, how did he know all this? How does he know everything? Being rejected by HR at the audit department doesn't seem to have affected your confidence, Lu Yudong said casually. I've always wanted to work in auditing since I was a child. I won't give up until I achieve my goal. Jiang Ci clenched her fist. Lu Yudong thought to himself, since she fought for it herself, she should go if she can. He casually picked up a book from beside the car. It had a dust jacket and was wrapped in plastic, making it look very high-end. Here's a book for you, he said. Jiang Ci was a little puzzled, but when she saw Lu Yudong written on the waistband, she gasped. You've published a book too? Jiang Ci asked in surprise. What do you mean also? Who else has published a book? Lu Yudong pretended not to know anything. Jiang Ci suddenly realized that she had almost let slip. Nobody. She lowered her head and flipped through the book, which was titled Common Misconceptions and Countermeasures in Performance Appraisal. Did you write this? Jiang Ci asked. She had a strong feeling that Lu Yudong's words and actions today were very targeted. It's written by the HR department, and it's under my name. From now on, you're only allowed to put this one book in your bag. Nothing else. Or if you do, don't let me see it. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. He spoke in his usual emotionless but absolute tone. Jiang Ci felt a chill run down her spine. Did Chu Shuan know about that book? If not, his targeting was far too strong. It seemed she would have to be extremely careful in front of him in the future, or she wouldn't even know how she died. Fine, I won't let you go then, Jiang Ci said somewhat defiantly, since she had already finished reading Chu Shua's book anyway. She carefully put Lu Yudong's book into her bag. The next day, Lucas went to Lu Yudong's office to discuss some issues. The new department has not yet been established, so naturally there are many problems. Did Jiang Ci send you her resume? Lu Yudong asked Lucas in German. Yes. She works in the finance department. I have a good impression of her. She's quick-witted, logical, clear-headed, and very professional. Lu Yudong suddenly felt a surge of pride. He lowered his head and coughed softly. You may not know, but she is my wife. In fact, Lu Yudong's move was also to get Lucas to go easy on him a little, since Jiang Ci had been performing well recently, hadn't angered him, and hadn't contacted Chu Shua. Xing Baohua in the finance department had limited abilities and couldn't train outstanding talents. Lucas was very shocked, saying that Mr. Lu's wife was very low-key, personally came to him to submit her resume, and was so outstanding. But Lu, you're not up to par. Jiang Ci told me that you two shouldn't have children for the next 5 years. You're the one who can't handle it, aren't you? Lucas joked with Lu Yudong. She said that. Lu Yudong frowned slightly and asked Lucas. Yes, he seemed very confident. This is not up to her, Lu Yudong said. Chapter 88, then I'm afraid you'll be unhappy. Jiang Ci accepted Xing Baohua's suggestion and went to work at Shindong Shopping Mall every day to summarize the accounts there. She was very busy. Now she doesn't go to get off work with Lu Yudong anymore. She goes to work alone, goes home alone, and then falls asleep as soon as her head hits the pillow. On Friday, she went back to the company to take the audit department's exam, which consisted of 2 sessions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. There will also be an interview next week. At the written test site, Jiang Ci ran into someone, Yang Manny. The audit department was recruiting from the public, and Yang Manny also participated. After all, the salary of the audit department of New East China University of Technology was very attractive, with a starting salary of 20,000 yuan and no upper limit. Yang Mani successfully passed the preliminary test and entered the written test. This time, Yang Mani's brother, Yang Dong, accompanied her. Yang Dong had heard from Yang Mani that Jiang Ci was also working at Shindong, and Yang Mani judged that Jiang Ci would also apply to work in the audit department. Anyway, Yang Mani loved to watch the drama unfold, and she wanted her half-brother and Jiang Ci to have a fight. Upon seeing Yang Dong, Jiang Ci tried to avoid him, but Yang Dong had already seen her, and his eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Jiang Ci, just you wait. Yang Dong looked at Jiang Ci with a direct and blatant gaze. Last time Yang Dong flirted with Jiang Ci, Lu Yudong had him beaten up. Instead of learning his lesson, he felt that Jiang Ci was a stubborn and strong-willed girl, which made him feel uneasy and resentful. Moreover, Jiang Ci was really beautiful, and it would be a great honor to take her out. When Jiang Ci saw Yang Dong, she was reminded of the time she went to the police station. Lu Yudong was unhappy that time. On Monday, the audit department released the results, announcing the list of those who had advanced to the second round of interviews, and Jiang Ci was among them. But she suddenly didn't want to go to the audit department anymore. She wrote an email to Lucas, saying that after thinking about it, she was more suited to the finance department. She thanked Lucas and apologized for causing him so much trouble. Lucas found Lu Yudong and said, "Lu, did you know that your wife gave up her job in the audit department?" "I don't know." Lu Yudong was also somewhat surprised. After all, the audit department had always been Jiang Ci's target. "Could you ask her why?" "Her written test scores were among the best, and I don't want to miss out on such a talented person," Lucas said. Based on Lu Yudong's understanding of Jiang Ci, she would prefer to work in the audit department, not the finance department. Could it be that she wants to go to Chu Shua's company again? He glanced at his watch. It was almost time to get off work. However, her closing time at Shindong Shopping Mall was the same as the mall's, 10 p.m. He went out for a meal, stayed in the office for a while, and then drove to Shindong Shopping Mall without telling Jiang Ci beforehand. At around 10:10, Jiang Ci dragged her tired body out of the mall, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. She was wearing a white shirt and jeans, and always carried a canvas bag. She looked every bit like a female college student. However, at this moment, perhaps because she was tired, her eyes were downcast, and she looked somewhat pitiful. As Jiang Ci walked to the entrance of the mall, Lu Yudong's loudspeaker blared a few times. She slowly came to her senses, then got into Lu Yudong's car, still slurping her milk tea. Eating junk food again. Lu Yudong frowned as he looked at the milk tea in Jiang Ci's hand. Jiang Ci was very sleepy, and her mind wasn't very clear. She glanced at the milk tea in her hand and said, "It's sold in your mall, and I'm not the only one drinking it." "She's not my wife, so it's none of my business," Lu Yudong said, and then started the car. Jiang Ci's muddled mind cleared up a bit because of Lu Yudong's words, and a lot of sweet feelings stirred in her heart. She silently placed the milk tea in the small trash can in front of the car and looked out the window. "Why aren't you going to the audit department?" Lu Yudong got back to the point. "Didn't you always want to go?" "To go. Did Lucas tell you?" Jiang Ci looked out the window. "I saw Yang Mani on the day of the written test. She passed too." "And then what? What does that have to do with you?" "I'm afraid you'll be unhappy." Jiang Ci lowered her head and began fiddling with her hands. Jiang Ci's words inexplicably made Lu Yudong happy, and she began to care whether he was happy or not. He turned his head and glanced at her. "Why wouldn't I be happy?" "Yang Mani's brother, Yang Dong. We were both taken to the police station last time. If I go to the audit department, I'll definitely be an assistant like Yang Mani, and conflicts are inevitable at work. Her brother will take advantage of the situation. I can tell he's a troublemaker. I'm afraid that if a conflict happens, it will embarrass the audit department, and you'll be angry and unhappy. So I won't go. In the finance department, even if her brother wants to do something, he won't have a legitimate reason. I'll wait until next year, when I officially get my CPA certificate. I'll hone my skills in the finance department for another year." Jiang Ci remembered that last time, Lu Yudong walked in front of the police station without an umbrella, and she didn't want that to happen again. Lu Yudong gripped the steering wheel. Feeling the cool breeze tonight was very refreshing. "Are you really not going?" he asked Jiang Ci again. Jiang Ci nodded solemnly. "I'm not going." Just as Jiang Ci finished speaking, Lu Yudong's phone rang. His phone was positioned between the two of them. She glanced at it and saw 3 words, "Inshuama." Jiang Ci felt annoyed again in an instant. Lu Yudong answered with his earphones, but Jiang Ci couldn't hear what he was saying, They were probably just chatting about everyday things. Jiang Ci looked out the window, unhappy, but she had no right to speak. After Lu Yudong finished the call, he didn't say anything to her. After arriving home, Lu Yudong went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Jiang Ci fell asleep immediately. She knew that Lu Yudong had been holding back for the past few days, wanting to touch her, but after seeing In Shuama's phone call, she was determined not to give in. Lu Yudong came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel and saw that Jiang Ci was already asleep. When she was asleep, she looked like a little pig, with a face like a porcelain doll and skin that was so delicate that it seemed like it could be broken with a touch. He sat on the edge of her bed and couldn't help but gently stroke her face with his index finger. He then recalled her saying, "I'm afraid you'll be unhappy." Lu Yudong went downstairs and called Lucas, asking him to reject Yang Manny during the interview without giving a reason. In addition, he called Xing Baohua and asked the finance department to send more staff, as working at the Shindong shopping mall was very tiring. Xing Baohua was filled with trepidation, thinking, President Lu is really doting on his wife. He quickly arranged for 2 more people to come. Lu Yudong originally wanted to find someone to supervise Jiang Ci to prevent her from drinking milk tea, but obviously that was impossible, since she had legs. Fortunately, my days working at Shindong shopping mall are almost over. Chapter 89. If you're so capable, why don't you call Lu Yudong? After a month, Jiang Ci and 2 other colleagues returned to their original office from the Shindong shopping mall. Xing Baohua was overjoyed to learn that Jiang Ci had given up her job in the audit department. The day Jiang Ci returned, he promoted her to finance manager. As long as Jiang Ci worked under him for the rest of her life, he could rest easy. Winter is approaching, and Jiang Ci's winter clothes are still at her mother's house. She hasn't brought them to the villa yet. On Saturday, when Jiang Ci visited her mother, Aunt Jiang Ci asked her to bring some daily necessities for her mother. Jiang Ci wanted to go back to her mother's house and pack her clothes. The house is an old-style building without an elevator. When Jiang Ci went upstairs, she accidentally twisted her ankle. The twist was quite serious, and her entire right foot swelled up. She intended to go home and soothe herself with a hot compress. But to her surprise, she was startled by the erotic scene in the living room as soon as she opened the door. My brother, Jiang Yi, and a woman were doing that in the living room, completely naked. Jiang Ci couldn't bear to look and quickly turned away, but the other person did so with composure. Jiang Yi, who is this? How come he has a key to your house? Don't tell me you're doing this behind my back. The woman said sarcastically, while calmly wrapping a bath towel around herself. Xiaofeng, what are you saying? This is my sister, my own sister. She works at Shindong Group, and her husband is Lu Yudong, a rich man. Jiang Yi was even more sarcastic. He still held a grudge against Jiang Ci for swindling 1,000 yuan from him last time, and he was determined to get revenge this time no matter what. Are you dressed yet? I'm going inside to pack my things, Jiang Ci said awkwardly, her back to her. Oh, aren't you the boss's wife from Shindong Group? Why are you going inside to pack your clothes? Buy a few more mink coats. They'll make you look so glamorous. You seem so stingy. You don't seem like a rich man's wife at all. Jiang Yi's girlfriend, Tianfeng, said even more sarcastically, which puzzled Jiang Ci. Tianfeng then turned to Jiang Yi. Didn't you say last time that Lu Yudong's grandfather was sick? To me, your sister seems like a nanny that Lu Yudong bought. The reason Tianfeng was so harsh on Jiang Ci was definitely not because of Jiang Yi, but because Jiang Ci was the woman Chu Shua liked, and she liked Chu Shua very much. Girl, weren't you pregnant? Why is there no sign of anything now? Don't tell me you were pregnant last time. You were just lying to your brother, right? Your nephew is gone, and you still say it wasn't a marriage of convenience? Who would believe that? If you were really married, wouldn't Lu Yudong buy you some clothes? Would he make you come back to get them? I gave my nephew 1,000 yuan. Give it to me. Jiang Yi reached out to Jiang Ci for money. Since you've decided it's a marriage of convenience, you know that Lu Yudong's assets don't belong to me, and I have no money. You can go talk to Grandpa again and see if he still believes you, Jiang Ci said, returning to her room. She walked with a limp, and when Tianfeng saw this, he started to mock her again. I never expected that the dignified So Lu would marry a cripple. You're wrong about my sister. She probably twisted her ankle while walking. She's a perfectly normal person. Even if Lu Yudong is blind, he wouldn't be that blind, Jiang Yi said. Jiang Yi had mentioned Jiang Ci's matter to Tianfeng several times. He knew he wouldn't get any benefit from his sister, and there was no point in even trying to get Lu Yudong's money. They wouldn't give him a single penny. So, He did his best to be sarcastic. Oops, I twisted my ankle too, honey. Tian Feng, wrapped in a bath towel, shamelessly twisted his ankle. Carry me. Me. They're here. With that, Jiang Ci walked over and hugged Tian Feng. Jiang Ci ignored it, pretending not to see it, and continued tidying her clothes. Would Lu Yudong treat you like that? Don't say I look down on you. In my opinion, you really are Lu Yudong's hired nanny, acting as his granddaughter-in-law in front of his grandfather, and incidentally serving his grandfather's daily needs. Rich people are very cunning. Tian Feng continued to mock. How much does he pay you a month? 20,000. To hire a caregiver for your mother? You're selling yourself for a little less than you deserve. Look, your brother treats me much better than Lu Yudong does. Jiang Ci knew why Tian Feng spoke so viciously, but he didn't say anything. After all, what Tian Feng said reflected his true feelings. Yeah, if you're so capable, call Lu Yudong and see if he'll come and carry my lame sister downstairs. She's Mrs. Lu now, still wearing her old clothes. It's so beneath her, Jiang Ci said with a cigarette dangling from her lips, her attitude extremely sarcastic. Call Lu Yudong, Tian Feng said again. Jiang Ci, I didn't know why Tian Feng kept urging her to call Lu Yudong, but she knew that neither Jiang Ci nor Tian Feng had good intentions. Jiang Ci, I didn't take their words to heart at all. Of course, and importantly, she didn't dare call Lu Yudong, because she knew he wouldn't come, and she didn't want to trouble him. Just as Jiang Ci finished tidying up the clothes, her phone rang. It was Lu Yudong. Chapter 90 Don't Daydream. Jiang Ci went to the balcony to answer the phone. Why aren't you home yet? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci, in the tone of a superior addressing a subordinate. Oh, I just finished visiting my mom, and I came to pack my winter clothes and pick up some daily necessities for her, Jiang Ci said. Around what time will you be back? Jiang Ci glanced at the clock on her phone. About 2 more hours. Lu Yudong, your good wife sprained her ankle. If you two really aren't in a marriage of convenience, come and take her home. Jiang Yi's commotion came from behind Jiang Ci. Jiang Yi and Tian Feng appeared behind Jiang Ci at some point. Tian Feng was still wrapped in a bath towel, looking as if he was afraid that outsiders would not see him. Did you sprain your ankle? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci. It's nothing. It was just when I was going upstairs. Jiang Ci suddenly felt very wronged. Her own brother didn't help her, but instead made a fool of himself in front of outsiders, making her a laughingstock. Her voice choked up. Lu Yudong hung up the phone. Jiang Ci would never let Jiang Yi see her emotions. She wiped away her tears discreetly, turned to Jiang Yi and said, Brother, do you think you can trick me into falling for your trick? Whatever you want to see, I'll make sure you don't see it. Whatever you want to show off, that's what you lack. I don't lack it, so why should I show it off? You and your girlfriend are showing off like this, so your relationship probably isn't that great, is it? After saying that, Jiang Ci went back to her room to pack her things. Tian Feng leaned against the door frame, looking Jiang Ci up and down. All she had was youth and innocence. There was nothing else. What kind of taste did Chu Shua have? Jiang Ci knew Tian Feng was watching her, but she continued packing her clothes as if no one was there. By the time her phone rang again, she had almost finished packing. It was Lu Yudong calling again. Open the door, Lu Yudong said. Jiang Ci was wondering which door to open when she suddenly realized. Could it be that Lu Yudong has arrived? She hesitated for a moment, then limped to the door and saw Lu Yudong standing there. You sprained your ankle? Lu Yudong looked down at her foot. Jiang Ci thought to herself. He probably came here specifically to prove to Jiang Yi that their marriage was not a contractual agreement. She hummed in agreement. It's not serious. When Lu Yudong entered the house, he helped Jiang Ci sit on the sofa. He squatted down to look at Jiang Ci's feet, and then said, You packed your clothes without telling me? Come on, let's go home. Lu Yudong stood up, naturally picked up Jiang Ci in his arms, and went downstairs. He didn't look at Jiang Yi and Tian Feng even once from beginning to end. Jiang Ci lived on the 3rd floor. Lu Yudong carried her down step by step. Thinking of how Lu Yudong had carried her like this at the hospital last time, Jiang Ci felt warm inside. She clung tightly to Lu Yudong's neck and rested her head against his chest. Lu Yudong glanced down at her. As he reached the stairwell, he happened to run into someone. Lu Yudong frowned slightly, then carried Jiang Ci out as if no one else was there. Jiang Ci saw clearly that the person was Chu Shua. He looked so anxious that Jiang Ci thought he must be going to his brother's house, but he was covered in sweat. What was he in such a hurry about? Chu Shua saw Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong standing there, motionless, and turned to look at them. Lu Yudong put Jiang Ci into the car. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Chu Shua was still staring at them. So he leaned down and pressed his lips to Jiang Ci's lips. Jiang Ci suddenly felt hot all over. She cooperated perfectly, wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Yudong's neck. She knew that Lu Yudong was doing this for Chu Shua's benefit, to tell Chu Shua not to have any unrealistic thoughts and to curb his possessiveness. Lu Yudong turned around and got into the driver's seat, glancing at Chu Shua again. Does it still hurt? Lu Yudong asked Jiang Ci after getting into the car. It doesn't hurt anymore. Actually, you didn't need to do this at all. There's really nothing between him and me. Jiang Ci was still a little resentful about Lu Yudong kissing her earlier. What did I say? Lu Yudong smiled insincerely. What is your brother plotting now? Why would he go to your house? This? I don't know either. Jiang Ci said with a slight frown. Thank you for earlier. What are you thanking me for? Lu Yudong asked. Thank you for giving me face earlier. Otherwise, my brother would have continued to believe that we had a marriage of convenience, Jiang Ci said. Although she spoke confidently to Jiang Yi earlier, she knew that she was guilty. If Lu Yudong hadn't come, she really couldn't have proven it on her own. Thankfully, he arrived. Although he kissed her for Chu Shua's benefit, Jiang Ci felt better knowing that it also saved her face, didn't she? You're too kind, Lu Yudong said, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Chapter 91 Bedroom Pleasures. Chu Shua went to Jiang Yi's house. Why are you here? Jiang Yi asked Chu Shua in surprise. Did you see my sister and Lu Yudong? I saw it. Chu Shua's face was pale. They seemed to be very much in love, and it wasn't a marriage of convenience. Although Jiang Ci resisted a little when Lu Yudong kissed her, it didn't mean anything. I think Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong are doing very well. It would be difficult for you two to break them up. You'd better not even think about it, Tian Feng said sarcastically. Just now, she had deliberately provoked Lu Yudong to come. Of course, she also knew that Chu Shua was coming. She had sent Chu Shua a WeChat message, and Chu Shua probably bumped into Jiang Ci and Lu Yudong. Tian Feng wanted to let Chu Shua know that it was useless for him to be thinking about Jiang Ci. President Chu, please don't take this seriously. Lu Yudong just came upstairs and complained that Jiang Ci was losing face as a rich man by coming back to pack her clothes. He yelled at her, and when she resisted, he picked her up and left, saying he would punish her when he got home. You should go and see for yourself, Jiang Yi said hurriedly. Chu Shua's eyes immediately reddened. What did you say? He turned and left. Chu Shua, Tian Feng called from behind, but Chu Shua walked very fast. Tian Feng was wrapped in a bath towel and dared not go out, so he could only anxiously wait behind. Look what you've done, Tian Feng said to Chu Shua. You think I don't know what you've done? Fine, we're both the same. I made Chu Shua pursue my sister. He saw you sleeping with me, but did he show any emotion? No. He only has my sister in his heart, so you should just give up on that idea, Jiang Yi said in a roguish manner. Tian Feng was furious. She really liked Chu Shua, but Chu Shua said he had someone else in his heart and told Tian Feng to give up the idea. Tian Feng got excited and told Chu Shua that if he didn't agree, she would debase herself and sleep with Jiang Yi. Today, she specially sent a WeChat message to Chu Shua to come and watch the show. Who would have thought that Jiang Ci would also come back? Tian Feng then provoked Lu Yudong to come. Lu Yudong and Jiang Ci have arrived home. Lu Yudong carried Jiang Ci directly to the upstairs bathroom. When he went upstairs, he asked Aunt Feng to bring up the dragon's blood medicine for treating bruises and burns. He filled a basin with hot water, brought a stool for Jiang Ci, then rolled up his sleeves, squatted down, and began to wash Jiang Ci's feet. Jiang Ci instinctively flinched. She was too uncomfortable with President Lu personally washing her feet. Don't move. Lu Yudong grabbed her foot. Jiang Ci's hands and feet are always icy cold in autumn and winter. Now, with them in his hands and soaking in warm water, the warmth permeated her whole body. Jiang Ci felt so comfortable, as if she had returned to her childhood when her father washed her feet. She hadn't felt this closeness for so many years. He specifically massaged the swollen areas on Jiang Ci's body. Are you comfortable? He asked Jiang Ci, looking up at her. Their eyes met in a flash, and Jiang Ci sensed a feeling flowing between them. She stared into Lu Yudong's eyes and had a strange feeling that he was both her father and her husband. Jiang Ci even felt an urge to kiss him. Why are you staring into my eyes? Lu Yudong noticed that Jiang Ci always liked to stare into his eyes. Jiang Ci finally came to her senses and said, Your eyes are beautiful. Lu Yudong was clearly in a good mood, and he asked again, "Are you comfortable?" Jiang Ci nodded, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Comfortable. Lu Yudong continued to splash water on Jiang Ci's feet, as if a gentle stream was flowing through Jiang Ci's heart. The restroom was quiet, with only the pleasant sound of running water. Time seemed to stand still. Just then, a commotion arose downstairs. Aunt Fong seemed to be stopping something, and a male voice said, "Why did he hit Jiang Ci?" Then came the noisy commotion of people going upstairs, and the door to Lu Yudong's room opened. Lu Yudong frowned slightly, as if he were enraged. Jiang Ci recognized Chu Shua's voice, but she didn't know what had happened. Lu Yudong washed his hands under the tap, dried them with a towel, and then went outside. "Where's Jiang Ci? What did you do to Jiang Ci?" Chu Shua's voice came through. Aunt Fong went into the bathroom to apply dragon's blood to Jiang Ci, so Jiang Ci couldn't leave for the time being. "I didn't come looking for you, but you came knocking on my door," Lu Yudong said sarcastically. Chu Shua didn't respond. He just stood there. "How I treat my wife is none of your business, an outsider," Lu Yudong said calmly. "Accountant Chu, has no one told you what the consequences are of trespassing on someone else's property? How are you treating Jiang Ci? Where is Jiang Ci?" Chu Shua scanned the room. Jiang Ci was worried that the two of them would get into a conflict, so she said to the other aunt, "Aunt Fong, could you please hurry up a bit? I'm washing my wife's feet. You want to see this kind of intimate bedroom fun?" Lu Yudong said calmly, sitting on the sofa as if Chu Shua was nothing more than an insignificant subordinate of his. Chu Shua was slightly shocked. Playing tricks, seducing someone else's wife, making her visit your firm, getting her to fill out her resume, arranging an interview for her while she's at work. You're quite capable, aren't you, Chu Shua? Lu Yudong listed Chu Shua's crimes. "You've really secured your position as a male mistress, stealing my man, Lu Yudong's woman. Did you have the guts of a lion?" Chu Shua was clearly shocked by Lu Yudong's words. How did Lu Yudong know these things? Did Jiang Ci tell him? Are the two of them that close? Jiang Ci was also shocked. How did Lu Yudong know about these things? Why does he act as if he saw it with his own eyes? What else is there that he doesn't know? Chapter 92, I'm so angry with you. Upon hearing Lu Yudong's words, Jiang Ci shrank back into the bathroom, too ashamed to come out. Her feet, which had been warm just moments before, were now chilly after being removed from the hot water. The sound of Lu Yudong speaking made Jiang Ci shiver all over. "I didn't," Chu Shua protested. Lu Yudong gave a light humph. "You have the guts to come to my house, but not the courage to admit it. You better not have it. So, you set up the audit department just for Jiang Ci?" Chu Shua asked again, somewhat incredulous at Lu Yudong's extravagant gesture. "Yes. So," Lu Yudong said calmly. "Actually, it wasn't entirely because of Jiang Ci. The main reason was that the entire Xindong Group's financial system was very large, and he didn't trust Xing Baohua that much. Xing Baohua's abilities were limited, and he also had his own ulterior motives. However, it was Jiang Ci who pushed for the establishment of the audit department. You set up this department for Jiang Ci, but Jiang Ci didn't end up in the audit department?" Chu Shua was clearly somewhat disdainful. "You don't need to worry about this. This is the result that Jiang Ci and I discussed. As for why, you don't need to know." Lu Yudong lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and looked Chu Shua up and down. He knew that Chu Shua must have been provoked by Jiang Ci to come here. Chu Shua stood there for a long time, and then he left dejectedly. Hearing that the room was indeed quiet, Aunt Fong came out of the bathroom and went downstairs. Jiang Ci also came out wearing slippers. She stood next to Lu Yudong, head bowed, hands clasped in front of her, like a student who had done something wrong standing before her homeroom teacher. "Don't be angry," she said to Lu Yudong, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. She even tugged at Lu Yudong's sleeve cautiously. "What did you say?" Lu Yudong looked up at her, her face full of dejection and guilt. "Don't get angry." Jiang Ci raised her voice, and her tone changed slightly. "You're even giving orders?" Lu Yudong was clearly dissatisfied. "Don't be angry, it's all my fault. I wanted to change jobs, but I didn't tell you," Jiang Ci said in a slightly coquettish tone. Lu Yudong gave Jiang Ci a sneer. "I'll let it go this time, but you'd better behave in the future." Jiang Ci nodded. She knew that once Lu Yudong had her under his thumb, he would have a handle against her, making it difficult for her to disobey him. She didn't know how Lu Yudong knew, and she was a little scared, but Lu Yudong set up the audit department for her sake, which could completely cover up everything. So what else could Jiang Ci complain about? Lu Yudong rubbed his forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ci asked with concern. I just came out of the restroom, and the lights suddenly became brighter, making it hard to see. Lu Yudong said slowly. And also, anything else? Jiang Ci asked hurriedly. You're the one who made me angry. Jiang Ci. Is it serious? Let me rub it for you. Should I put in some eye drops? Jiang Ci whispered, trying to appease Lu Yudong. No need, it'll be over in a bit. Lu Yudong kept his eyes closed and rubbed his forehead. His WeChat notifications kept ringing. Check my phone for me. Lu Yudong ordered Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci thought to herself, is he a mind reader? How does he know everything she's thinking? Just a few days ago, she realized that she had never looked at his phone. Jiang Ci took his phone and found that it was a message from Shuemo, a photo of her filming in another city. She had bright red lips and dressed very tastefully, clearly the kind of strong woman type. There was also a text message. Yudong, I'm going back to Jiangzhou in a few days for the press conference of Dear Dr. Luo. Are you coming? I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Jiang Ci remained silent, feeling extremely uncomfortable. What? Lu Yudong asked. Shuema is filming out of town and will be returning to Jiangzhou in a few days for a press conference. Do you miss her? Jiang Ci felt a pang of grievance without realizing it. Let me see it. Lu Yudong held out his hand. Jiang Ci handed him the phone and left. She went to the bathroom to pour out the water from washing her feet, thinking to herself. He probably regretted showing his phone to Jiang Ci, so he took it back and replied himself. I wonder what he replied to Shuema. What a pair of scoundrels. At this moment, Jiang Ci felt both guilty and resentful towards Lu Yudong. She felt guilty for all he had done for her, but she hated him for his entanglement with Shuema and their public displays of affection in front of her. Chapter 93. You must be honest with President Lu. This feeling of guilt and resentment towards Lu Yudong persisted until the next day. At noon, Jiang Ci invited Han Lan to eat malatang, a spicy hot pot dish, but unexpectedly, they ran into Lu Yudong and a group of executives returning from outside. I guess they went to investigate this morning. After meeting face to face, Jiang Ci felt awkward, and her feelings for him were very strange, so she lowered her eyes and deliberately hid behind Han Lan. Lu Yudong walked past her and said, Why are you always avoiding me? Also, you're not allowed to eat spicy hot pot. Jiang Ci and Han Lan stopped in their tracks. Lu Yudong stopped them with just one sentence. If they weren't allowed to eat malatang, a spicy hot pot dish, they would eat something else. In the end, they chose to eat hot pot. At the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Ci spoke much more carefully, in a very low voice, and always addressed him as General Manager Lu. I have no idea how he found out about those things. It puts me in such a passive position, Jiang Ci said. Han Lan was also feeling guilty. After all, she had betrayed Jiang Ci before. She could only try to smooth things over. So, is there anything else you haven't confessed? Confess now, and you'll be treated leniently if you confess, and severely if you resist. Speaking of this, Jiang Ci suddenly remembered. That day he gave me a book and told me that I could only put this book in my bag from now on, and no other books. Do you think he knew about the book Chu Shua wrote? Han Lan nodded vigorously. He definitely knows. This isn't just a hint, it's an explicit statement. I'm also wondering how he knew. Then, Jiang Ci talked about Shuema's WeChat message from yesterday. Speaking of this, Han Lan got excited. Take Dengyu with you. Make him wear the shirt Shuema gave him, and give Shuema a hard time. She's just a mistress. What's there to be arrogant about? But Jiang Ci felt that this was not a good idea. Shuema was his ideal woman, and they would be together sooner or later. Her marriage to Lu Yudong was only a marriage of convenience, and it was destined to end. We'll see. Jiang Ci said slowly as she ate her hot pot. When they returned to the company, Han Lan reminded Jiang Ci, be sure to tell President Lu the truth. Although Jiang Ci resisted, she knew that if he were to use an indecent method to get her out one day, she would be even more embarrassed. So, she took the book CPA in Life that Chu Shua had given her, along with his notes, and went to Lu Yudong's office. You ate spicy hot pot again? Lu Yudong asked, frowning at Jiang Ci's red lips. Jiang Ci licked her cheek and said, No, we had hot pot this time. Jiang Ci, is it interesting to play these tricks? Clearly, Lu Yudong was angry because of Jiang Ci's double-dealing. Don't be angry. Jiang Ci's voice became fawning as she thought about how she had taken the initiative to apologize to Lu Yudong today. I didn't mean to, I only put in a small amount of chili. I came to bring you this. After saying that, Jiang Ci placed the notebook and book on Lu Yudong's desk. Lu Yudong already knew this, so he wasn't surprised. Is there anything else? No, there's really nothing between him and me. Jiang Ci hurriedly waved her hands. Take it away. Lu Yudong pushed it in front of Jiang Ci again. He only cared about Jiang Ci's thoughts and had no interest in Chu Shua's things at all. Isn't this a case of leniency for confessing? Jiang Ci asked cautiously. I guess so, Lu Yudong said. And this, here you go. What? Jiang Ci saw Lu Yudong push 3 tickets over. Upon picking it up, I realized it was from the promotional event for Dear Dr. Luo. Without a doubt, it was a gift from Inshuama to Lu Yudong. Where's your ticket? Jiang Ci asked Lu Yudong. I'm not going. I'm not interested in it. So, does that mean Inshuama gave Lu Yudong 3 tickets? She's really something, giving away 3 tickets. Jiang Ci felt depressed when she thought of Inshuama. Jiang Ci turned and left, and when she returned to her office, she complained to Han Lan about Inshuama. See? You're being kind to her, but she doesn't appreciate it at all. At all. Giving you 3 tickets. Is she trying to imply there's a third party involved? Han Lan asked. The method I told you at noon will work. Jiang Ci thought about it and decided on this. Chapter 94. Is it because I punished you and made you angry? The promotional event for Dear Dr. Luo was held on Saturday afternoon. After Jiang Ci visited her mother, she went with Han Lan and Deng Yu. Inshuama gave them front row tickets. Moreover, the venue was very hot, so Deng Yu took off his coat and was only wearing a shirt. Han Lan made him wear the shirt specifically to provoke Inshuama's eyes. Inshuama saw Jiang Ci in the first row, as well as her friend Han Lan, whom she had met before at the Shindong shopping mall. Lu Yudong was not there. In particular, when Inshuama saw Deng Yu, her gaze was fixed on him. She recognized the shirt he had bought. Jiang Ci and Han Lan were quite happy to see Inshuama looking so angry. After the promotional ceremony ended, Inshuama pulled Jiang Ci aside and asked, Where's Yudong? My husband. Jiang Ci said. He said he wasn't interested in these things, so he sent me. I'm here on his behalf. Where's the shirt I gave to Yudong? Why did you give it to someone else? Inshuama's gaze seemed to want to slowly torture Jiang Ci. Don't blame Jiang Ci for this. It was a gift from President Lu. When my business failed, I applied for a job as President Lu's driver. He didn't hire me, but he invested in my game company and gave me a helping hand. Since he helped me with my business, it's no big deal for him to give me a shirt or 2. Deng Yu said at the opportune moment. Inshuama was so angry that her chest heaved. Jiang Ci was shocked. So, when she went to buy the computer, Lu Yudong already knew Deng Yu? Then why did he pretend not to know him? Was it to extract more information? Is there anything that Lu Yudong doesn't know? She bounced around in front of Lu Yudong like a clown, but Lu Yudong knew perfectly well what was going on. Jiang Ci got a good deal from Inshuama and was in a good mood when she returned to the villa on the hillside. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got home, he saw Inshuama sitting on the sofa, talking to Lu Yudong. Grandpa is not in the living room. Jiang Ci knew that her grandfather didn't like Inshuama and probably went back to his room when he saw her coming. Jiang Ci's face instantly turned from sunny to cloudy. Stand there. Lu Yudong scolded Jiang Ci in a low voice. Jiang Ci was already dissatisfied with Lu Yudong for keeping his acquaintance with Deng Yu a secret from her, and then she was made to stand in front of Inshuama, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. Last time Grandpa was sick, he made her stand as punishment once. Jiang Ci stood there defiantly, thinking, Inshuama is really awful. She came to my house beforehand to stir up trouble and gave Lu Yudong a preconceived impression. How can you just give away something that someone asked you to give me? Lu Yudong frowned slightly as he sat on the sofa, scolding Jiang Ci as if he were reprimanding a child. Jiang Ci snorted and turned her head away because she saw Inshuama's smug look. If anyone's going to give a gift, it should be me. What's the point of you giving one? Lu Yudong said again. I haven't even given the guests gift yet, and you've already taken action. Did I give any permission? Don't you know who's in charge of this house? Jiang Ci was still angry and didn't catch Lu Yudong's underlying meaning. Inshuama's smug expression suddenly turned sour. What did Lu Yudong mean by this? Was he saying she was a guest, that he and Jiang Ci were family, that he was the master of the house, and that Jiang Ci had to listen to him? Was the husband the head of the household? After sternly reprimanding Jiang Ci, Lu Yudong turned to Inshuama and said gently, I've already told her off, and she won't do it again. Don't you have a commitment notice? Understanding Lu Yudong's unspoken message of seeing her off, Inshuama had no choice but to stand up and leave. Jiang Ci went upstairs, put her bag down, and sat on the bed. Not long after, Lu Yudong also went upstairs. Lu Yudong walked up to Jiang Ci, seemingly laughing at her petty nature. He gently stroked Jiang Ci's chin. "It's nothing. Are you angry because I punished you? Or because you know I know dang you? Do you know everything?" Jiang Ci asked Lu Yudong, raising her face. "Almost." Lu Yudong lit a cigarette. Then, Jiang Ci tentatively peeked out to check Lu Yudong's expression. "You even know why I applied for a job at Shindong Group?" Lu Yudong frowned slightly, his hand pausing as he lit his cigarette. Chapter 95, She Always Makes Me Angry. When Jiang Ci went to take a shower that evening, Lu Yudong sent a WeChat message to his assistant, asking him to check on Jiang Ci's situation at school. After Jiang Ci got into bed, she snuggled under his blanket to keep warm. It was early winter, and the heating had just started, so the house wasn't fully warm yet. Jiang Ci had just taken a shower, so it was a bit cold. "So, why did you come to Shindong Group?" Lu Yudong looked at her in his arms. Jiang Ci paused for a moment, then said, "Everyone in Jiangzhou knows you're handsome." "Really? So you've had your eye on me from the very beginning?" Lu Yudong said. Jiang Ci laughed and said she wouldn't bring up the matter again, whether it was right or wrong. The next day, while Jiang Ci was still at work, House Suit Shop delivered 2 shirts, one dark gray and one light blue, both made to the same size as last time. The shop assistants waited in Jiang Ci's office and asked her if it would be convenient for the person to try it on. If there were any problems, they would take it back and make alterations, which would be done in an afternoon. Jiang Ci thought for a moment. She felt that Lu Yudong had never worn the color Jifeng blue before, and since he was such a picky person, he might return it. She decided to let him take a look. She sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message. "House Suit Shop sent you 2 shirts. They'd like you to try them on. If they don't fit, they'll take them back to be altered. Bring it up." Jiang Ci asked the shop assistant to wait in the meeting room while she took 2 shirts to Lu Yudong's office. Unexpectedly, there was a middle-aged woman in Lu Yudong's office whom Jiang Ci did not recognize. The middle-aged woman kept staring at Jiang Ci, and her gaze seemed somewhat unfriendly. "This is a shirt. I brought it up for you to see because you've never worn this color before, and I was afraid you wouldn't like it." Jiang Ci neatly placed the 2 shirts on the table. The neatly folded shirts clearly display the LJ logo. "What do you think?" Lu Yudong raised his head and looked at Jiang Ci beside him. Jiang Ci lowered her eyelids and looked at the dress. "I think it should be nice. You look good in anything." Lu Yudong smiled and said, "You see beauty in the eye of the beholder." "I'm being serious," Jiang Ci retorted earnestly, thinking to herself, "What's wrong with Lu Yudong? He's even using the word lover. It's cheesy, but it's still pleasing to the ear." Lu Yudong didn't argue with Jiang Ci. "Ci, go and try it with me." "Where to?" Jiang Ci asked, glancing at the middle-aged woman sitting there. Actually, if no one was around, Lu Yudong could have tried it in his office. "Restroom. Come here." After saying that, Lu Yudong's hand brushed past Jiang Ci, who turned around and followed him to the restroom. After closing the door, Jiang Ci asked Lu Yudong to bend down. She stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, "Who's outside?" Jiang Ci thought to herself, "What if he is Lu Yudong's elder? Wouldn't I be overstepping my bounds?" Ignore them. They're insignificant people. Lu Yudong began to change his clothes. Jiang Ci seemed to be used to changing Lu Yudong's clothes. Her movements were natural and skillful. While changing her clothes, she said in a low voice, "I thought it was an older female relative in the family. It gave me quite a fright." "What are you afraid of?" Lu Yudong asked her. "Afraid of meeting your in-laws." Jiang Ci remained silent, but a sweet feeling welled up inside her. Furthermore, Jiang Ci doesn't even know if she has in-laws or where they are. "Look in the mirror. Does it look good?" Jiang Ci said. Jiang Ci stood behind Lu Yudong, looking at the person in the mirror. He was dashing and had a strong, upright physique, the kind that any woman would be captivated by. What incredible luck did she have to end up sharing a bed with this man? Of course, she knew that what doesn't belong to her will never belong to her, and she would eventually wake up from her dream. It's good to enjoy a good dream a little longer. Okay. After saying that, Lu Yudong unbuttoned his shirt. As Jiang Ci helped him change his clothes, she said, "Then I'll tell him that this color can be ordered from now on. You can keep the shirt here for now. Go." Jiang Ci left the restroom, nodded to the middle-aged woman with an unfriendly gaze, and went outside. "Is this your wife?" the middle-aged woman said. "She seems very virtuous and caring." I bet she makes you very comfortable. Her tone was sharp and sarcastic, implying that Lu Yudong had hired Jiang Ci to be his nanny. On the contrary, she always annoys me. Lu Yudong put his shirt down and casually placed it on the sofa, a slight smile playing on his lips, seemingly genuine. The middle-aged woman glanced at the shirt next to her and saw the label on the collar, LJ. The hand-embroidered logo is very unique, both retro and classic. If I remember correctly, Lu Yudong's wife is named Jiang Ci. Oh, right, Yudong, don't forget my request, she said. Also, this is my personal request. Shuemo doesn't know about it. The house doesn't need to be in my name, just yours. She is Yin Shuema's mother, Duan Liani. I know. I have a new house in Dongjiang. You can move in any time. I'll send someone to deliver the keys to you later. Lu Yudong was smiling, but it was a formulaic smile, devoid of any warmth. Okay, thank you, Yudong. I just feel that I'm getting old, and I'm always in Qingcheng, not by Shuemo's side. I miss her. Also, your uncle is also. Duan Liani was about to cry as she spoke. Don't mention uncle. Lu Yudong's voice lowered. After Duan Liani returned, she met with Yin Shuema and specifically mentioned that Jiang Ci had asked Lu Yudong to try on the shirt. The shirt Lu Yudong was wearing now seemed to be custom-made by Jiang Ci, as it had the LJ logo on it. Yin Shuema plopped down on the sofa. It seemed to be true. Lu Yudong wasn't wearing the clothes she had made for him. He had given away all the clothes she had given him. He was actually wearing the 2,000 yuan shirt that Jiang Ci, that country bumpkin, had given him. What kind of taste does Lu Yudong have? By the way, Mom, we need to move into the house Yudong gave us as soon as possible, since it's in his name anyway. Since one plan failed, Yin Shuema came up with another. No problem. Yudong said that the house is fully furnished and ready to move in. Oh, right, whatever you do, don't mention that incident from 6 years ago in front of Jiang Ci. So Jiang Ci is that brat. She chose the path to hell when there was one. Remember, whatever you do, don't mention it, and it's best not to let her mention it in front of Yudong either. If she does, we're finished, Yin Shuema said. Understood. Duan Liani's expression also became very solemn. Chapter 96, I don't have a daughter as big as you. After getting home from get-off work, while his family was having dinner, Lu Yudong received a WeChat message from his assistant. Mr. Lu, your wife wasn't anything special at school. She had a well-known relationship with Xiao Zhang, and they were voted #1 in the top 10 couples from campus to wedding poll on the campus forum. If Xiao Zhang hadn't died, they probably would have gotten married. Also, when Jiang Ci was job hunting, she only submitted her resume to New Oriental Education Technology Group, which might be related to Xiao Zhang. After reading the message, Lu Yudong put down his phone and didn't say a word throughout the entire meal. Their first night was also related to Xiao Zhang. Jiang Ci was chatting with her grandfather about the animal rescue station, but Lu Yudong showed no interest whatsoever. After taking a shower, Jiang Ci stood in the bedroom, drying her hair while reading a book. Lu Yudong observed coldly. She possessed the composure and elegance of a female intellectual. When she read, she exuded a natural sexiness and scholarly charm. This sexiness had nothing to do with flesh, yet it stirred his heart. By the time Jiang Ci's hair was dry, she had also finished reading a chapter of her book. It's so cold, Jiang Ci sighed as she snuggled into the warm blankets. Were you this cold at school before? Lu Yudong asked casually while reading a book beside him. Jiang Ci lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Why did I never feel cold when I was at school? Back then, she would think all day about her date with Xiao Zhang the next day, and then she would fall asleep sweetly. What makes you feel cold? Lu Yudong asked again. Jiang Ci thought for a moment, then naturally couldn't say anything, only saying, maybe it's because the dorm is small and there are a lot of people, so we don't feel it when we chat at night. What do you do during the day? For some reason, Lu Yudong suddenly became very interested in what happened at Jiang Ci's school. During the day, it's just classes, a monotonous routine, very boring. You won't be interested. Jiang Ci never mentioned the name Xiao Zhang once. He probably couldn't get over it, so he didn't mention it at all. Really? What do you and Xiao Zhang do together? Lu Yudong suddenly asked, his tone casual, as if he had mentioned it unintentionally. In fact, Xiao Zhang's matter was long over, and Lu Yudong didn't want to bring it up at all, but he still did. Jiang Ci suddenly fell silent. She didn't know why he suddenly brought up Xiao Zhang. That name made her very sad. She didn't say a word. Lu Yudong glanced at her briefly and saw her staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Have you ever done this before? After saying that, Lu Yudong put down his book, turned to the side, and kissed Jiang Ci's lips with a somewhat frantic manner, while his hands were unbuttoning her pajamas. Jiang Ci was momentarily confused, not knowing whether it was Xiao Zheng or Lu Yudong. She clung to Lu Yudong's neck, her affection as tender as water. When she kisses him, she is usually very cheerful and proactive, but not as tender and affectionate as she is now. Until Lu Yudong straightened up, his gaze fiercely fixed on her. I am not him. Jiang Ci suddenly felt ashamed and indignant, and tears began to fall onto her pillow. Why did you bring him up for no reason? When did I ever think of you as him? Lu Yudong suddenly lost control and climbed onto Jiang Ci's body, turned off the light, and tirelessly took her again and again. Jiang Ci had no idea what was wrong with him, why he suddenly brought up Xiao Zheng. His mention of him made Jiang Ci feel bad. After finishing, it was already 3 a.m. Jiang Ci was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open and fell asleep. Lu Yudong couldn't sleep, so he lit a cigarette and leaned against the headboard to read a book. It must have been really cold on Jiang Ci's side, because as she fell asleep, she seemed to instinctively snuggle into the blankets on Lu Yudong's side. Lu Yudong was very warm, and Jiang Ci held him close as they slept soundly. Lu Yudong's gaze shifted from the book to the woman beside him, whose face was flushed, perhaps from the heat. She seemed to be muttering something, but her voice was very soft, and he couldn't hear her clearly. What? He leaned closer to her and asked again. Dad? Jiang Ci called out again. Lu Yudong chuckled, surprised that Jiang Ci had such a wicked sense of humor. Fortunately, she wasn't calling for Xiao Zheng. Lu Yudong stroked Jiang Ci's hair, and Jiang Ci fell peacefully asleep. When I woke up the next day, the weather was gloomy and dark. It looked like it was going to rain for a few days, and then it would be winter in the truest sense. After Jiang Ci got up, she folded the quilt and rolled her eyes at Lu Yudong a few times. He was putting on a suit and looked very well dressed. Jiang Ci muttered under her breath, a beast in human clothing. I wasn't thinking about him. As Lu Yudong passed Jiang Ci, he lifted her chin and stared into her eyes. Who are you thinking about? Jiang Ci was speechless, unable to express what was on her mind. Seeing Jiang Ci's slightly lowered eyelids, Lu Yudong couldn't help but tease her. Missing your father? I didn't know you had this kind of hobby. How did you know? Jiang Ci was taken aback. She grabbed Lu Yudong's arm and asked in a panic. You think I'm your father? Lu Yudong let go of Jiang Ci and went to put on his watch. I don't have a daughter as big as you. He went downstairs. Jiang Ci stood upstairs for a moment, then came downstairs. Chapter 97. Besides you. Who else? Jiang Ci kept yawning while eating. She was so sleepy. Grandpa laughed. You're still young, aren't you? What time did you go to bed last night? Jiang Ci, with her thin skin, blushed immediately. Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa won't say, he won't say. Grandpa smiled very happily. Jiang Ci glanced at Lu Yudong, who was eating with a blank expression. It seems that Jiang Ci's exhaustion has nothing to do with him. He's a beast at night and a gentleman during the day. He's truly a hypocrite. But it's Friday today. If you can get through today, no one will care how late you sleep on Saturday and Sunday, Grandpa said. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci felt very excited. She glanced outside again and saw that the sky looked particularly bad. It looked like it was going to rain. Remember to take an umbrella when you go out later. Jiang Ci reminded Lu Yudong with concern. I know, Lu Yudong said calmly. Jiang Ci got into Lu Yudong's car and started sleeping all the way to the company entrance. I had just arrived at the office and was still unpacking when I received a WeChat message from Han Lan. Jiang sir, are you free tomorrow? If so, come with me to my sister's house. I might visit my mom tomorrow morning. Is the afternoon okay? Yes, this afternoon. They want me to go out for dinner. Jiang Ci sent an okay gesture. As she turned on her computer, she thought, wait a minute, Han Lan's sister's house, which is Deng Yu's house. Han Lan mentioned last time that her sister's family lives in a large single-story house of over 200 square meters, where the whole family lives together. Could it be? Is Han Lan's visit to her sister a pretense? But her real purpose in going to see Deng Yu? But Jiang Ci was very busy today. She is now a finance manager, and she has more to do than before. She is a very responsible person and works diligently. She didn't chat with Han Lan for the time being. The new East Star training has been moved to Friday again, and this time it's Lu Yudong's class again. It's been a month and a half since his last lecture. Jiang Ci and Han Lan sat in the second row. Jiang Ci was surprised to see Lu Yudong walk onto the podium with a bright and energetic look on his face. He never seemed sleepy, and his eyes seemed to be able to see what everyone was doing. Jiang Ci had been struggling to stay awake all day and was already exhausted. Although Lu Yudong's lecture was very engaging, she was really drooping her eyelids. Han Lan nudged her, afraid she would fall asleep. She also passed Jiang Ci a note with a drawing of someone visiting another person's house, meaning she wanted to remind Jiang Ci not to forget their appointment the next afternoon. Jiang Ci was jolted awake by the comical painting, and most of her drowsiness disappeared. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips slightly. To express her gratitude to Han Lan for not letting her doze off, Jiang Ci drew a heart below and wrote 3 words, "I love you," before sending it to Han Lan. When she looked up, ready to continue listening to the lecture, she realized that Lu Yudong had already stepped down from the podium. He was calmly lecturing as he walked towards Jiang Ci's seat. Jiang Ci thought to herself, Lu Yudong has never stepped down from the podium when he gives lectures. What is he going to do this time? Then, Lu Yudong took the note from Han Lan, read its contents, and stopped lecturing. The entire classroom was completely silent. He looked up and asked, facing Jiang Ci, "Who do you love?" Huh? Jiang Ci finally came to her senses. Being caught daydreaming in class by the teacher was something that would likely mean she and Han Lan would be standing outside the door next. After all, she was a dignified finance manager now. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Ci made a gesture. First she pointed to herself, then she made a heart shape, and finally she pointed to Lu Yudong. "Besides you, who else could it be?" Jiang Ci said innocently and aggrievedly. Lu Yudong remained silent for a moment, then took the small note and went back to the podium to continue lecturing. Having escaped danger, Jiang Ci breathed a sigh of relief. Han Lan was terrified just now, but fortunately Jiang Ci reacted quickly enough. But in the eyes of other colleagues, Jiang Ci showing affection with President Lu in public was just too saccharine. One gave them a chance to show off their love, and the other showed it off without holding back. They all remembered Jiang Ci's words. "Besides you, who else?" How much sincerity is there in Chapter 98? After class, Han Lan was still in shock. She patted her chest and said, "That was terrifying. Luckily you came up with a quick thinking. What's so scary about him?" Jiang Ci wondered. "Don't talk like that without knowing the situation. Have you heard how decisive he used to be? He fired the entire PR department. That's because you sleep with him all the time and don't feel scared. But before, weren't you terrified of him?" Han Lan said, still somewhat frightened. When he fired the person, Jiang Ci hadn't even come to the company yet, so she didn't know what was going on. However, she used to be quite afraid of him. During a team-building activity, when her phone rang in his hand, she felt like she had lost half her life. "Keep helping me tomorrow," Han Lan continued. "How can I help?" Jiang Ci stopped in her tracks. Judging from Han Lan's tone, she felt that Han Lan had some ill intentions, like inviting a wolf into the house. "Dress me simply, preferably plainly. Make it seem like your family is poor," Han Lan said longingly. "Okay, so you just want to make yourself look good in front of Deng Yu's parents so that you don't look down on your poor friends, right? I understand. You're afraid I'll steal your thunder," Jiang Ci said. "Get off work." Jiang Ci got into Lu Yudong's car. "I already arranged with Han Lan today that I'll accompany her to her sister's house tomorrow afternoon. Deng Yu is her sister's brother-in-law, meaning she's going to meet her in-laws. She asked me to go with her, and I agreed. I'm just asking you for leave," Jiang Ci said seriously. "Go ahead," Lu Yudong said gently. He knew that what Jiang Ci said in the training class today was just a temporary measure for her. She probably said those words to appease him because she was afraid he would get angry, but in any case, it sounded quite nice. The two of them fell silent again. Jiang Ci suddenly remembered that he had fired the entire public relations department, so she started a conversation again. "I heard that you fired everyone in the public relations department before. Why?" "Dislike." Jiang Ci hummed in agreement, but she actually disagreed with his statement. "It's so hard to find a job these days. Just because he doesn't like it, he fires everyone. Is that reasonable? Is there no reason?" Jiang Ci asked again. "He holds a position but doesn't fulfill his responsibilities. His self-media articles are always full of self-praise," Lu Yudong said. Jiang Ci suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She turned her head and looked at Lu Yudong. "You don't like people who flatter you?" Lu Yudong glanced back at her and continued driving. "Divide the people." So what I said today, Jiang Ci felt that she had gone a bit too far and might have crossed his bottom line of not liking others to flatter him. She wanted to ask if he would stop using such flowery language in the future if she had stepped on a landmine. "What are you saying?" Lu Yudong seemed confused. frowning slightly as he looked at Jiang Ci. If I said, I love you, you wouldn't be offended, would you? Jiang Ci said again, her face slightly flushed. So you're admitting you're just flattering me? Lu Yudong retorted, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Jiang Ci suddenly realized that she had fallen into his trap again, and that he had tricked her into believing that her love for him was just flattery. She had nothing to say, so she could only turn her head to the window to ease her embarrassment. How many points? What? Jiang Ci asked. How much of it is genuine? Jiang Ci thought for a moment. He had just agreed to her request for leave, which was quite good. If she said something he didn't like to hear, it would hurt his feelings. So Jiang Ci said, 10 out of 10, full of it. 10 points. Lu Yudong played with the word. If it were 12 points, you would give it 12 points, right? Of course. The highest score, Jiang Ci said. Jiang Ci waited for a long time but didn't see him make a decision, so she leaned back in the seat and fell asleep. Lu Yudong knew perfectly well that if I love you was flattery, then 10 out of 10 was even more obsequious. On Saturday, before visiting her mother, Jiang Ci deliberately wore her most shabby clothes. She doesn't usually wear makeup, so she washed her face, applied face cream, carried her canvas bag, and even put on the big black-rimmed glasses she used to wear in school that blocked blue light. She stood in front of Lu Yudong, adjusting her glasses, and asked, Is it shabby? Lu Yudong was sitting on the sofa reading a book when Jiang Ci asked him this question. He put down his book and looked Jiang Ci up and down. Not shabby at all. Very cute. Lu Yudong was telling the truth. She already had a small face, and the black-rimmed glasses made her face look even smaller. Jiang Ci panicked a little, went upstairs to find even more shabby clothes, changed out of the ordinary sportswear, put on her old-school uniform, carried a big school bag, and walked up to Lu Yudong. Is it shabby? She continued to ask Lu Yudong. Lu Yudong was already frowning. Not shabby at all. To make my wife look bad in comparison to her. She certainly has a beautiful idea. This has nothing to do with her. Jiang Ci said. If you fire her, I'll be furious with you. After saying that, Jiang Ci slung her canvas bag over her shoulder and left. Chapter 99. I feel so sorry for Yudong. When Jiang Ci went to see her mother, Jiang Ci told her some good news. Tu Ying's little finger twitched a few days ago. Really? Jiang Ci was overjoyed. 6 years. Her mother had been bedridden for 6 whole years, and now she was moving again. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Jiang Ci was incredulous and wanted a more definitive answer. How could that be? I've been taking care of patients for years, and I can still tell the difference between peripheral nerve necrosis and instinctive reactions. Aunt Jiang Ci was wiping Tu Ying's hands. Thank you, Aunt Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci's eyes were filled with tears. She believed that her mother's recovery was entirely due to Jiang Ci's efforts, and she was extremely grateful to Jiang Ci. All right, this is what I should do. Aunt Jiang Ci patted Jiang Ci's head. In the afternoon, I went to Han Lan's sister's house with her. It's a high-end residential area in Shengshu Jiangnan community on Dongjiang Road, where people live at a comfortable middle-class level. It was Deng Yu who opened the door. Why are you dressed like this? Deng Yu looked at Jiang Ci, who was dressed like a high school student, with slight surprise. Jiang Ci just smiled and remained silent. To highlight Han Lan's maturity and beauty, Jiang Ci was particularly dull tonight and dressed plainly. Compared to her, Han Lan was even better than a fairy from heaven. Han Lan used the excuse of visiting her sister to come and meet her future in-laws in advance. Deng Yu's parents had a very good impression of her, and she was overjoyed. Deng Yu felt quite depressed and rarely spoke. After leaving Deng Yu's house, Jiang Ci and Han Lan walked in the brightly lit residential area. To make you look better, I ruined my image. Here's the money, 1,000. And to make you look so beautiful, another 1,000. Thinking about the image she had ruined, Jiang Ci felt humiliated. Are you robbing me? Are all rich people this stingy? Han Lan knew that Jiang Ci had sacrificed a lot, so he sent her a small red envelope. 99 cents. Han Lan, Jiang Ci, you already have such a rich husband. Why would you care about my few coins? 2 girls were walking and playing around when they almost bumped into a woman walking her dog. I thought I was seeing things, but it really is you, Jiang Ci. What a coincidence to run into you here. In Shuama, dressed in pajamas and leading a large husky, appeared opposite Jiang Ci. She looked Jiang Ci up and down, then laughed. No wonder Yudong doesn't like you. Dressed like this, aren't you trying to embarrass him? Jiang Ci was also very surprised to run into In Shuama here. and In Shuima's words were merciless. So you live here? Jiang Ci was somewhat reluctant to talk to In Shuima. In Shuima smiled and said, I didn't buy this house. Never mind, I won't tell you. Anyway, it's under his name. If I tell you, you'll be unhappy. He comes to stay here occasionally. So you're saying the house belongs to my husband? We're married, and I own half of his assets. So Ms. In, you're living in my house too. Jiang Ci said matter-of-factly. I have the right to decide when you have to move out. In Shuima's chest ached with anger. Look at how shabby you are. How could he possibly be interested in you? He still took a liking to me, who is so poor, but he didn't even notice the glamorous Miss In. Shouldn't you reflect on that? Jiang Ci clenched her fist, answering without any hesitation. Oh, right, there's something I need to tell you privately. Come here. In Shuima didn't continue the topic. She ordered Jiang Ci. Han Lan pulled Jiang Ci's hand, trying to stop her from leaving. But Jiang Ci knew that what In Shuima was going to say was definitely related to Lu Yudong, and she was curious, so she went over. 6 years ago, when Yudong was starting his business, he was injured at a construction site. Lam got into his eyes, and he had to have a corneal transplant. He waited in the hospital for a long time, and just when he was about to despair, someone in the hospital passed away and voluntarily donated their corneas. Later, I took care of Yudong during his surgery until he was discharged. Then we started dating, and we became inseparable. Don't mention this to him. Yudong is bothered by people saying that his corneas belong to someone else. Don't let it slip. If Yudong gets angry, don't blame me for not warning you. After saying this, In Shuima led her dog away. Jiang Ci stood there blankly, her mind completely empty. She never mentioned it. Her father forbade her to mention it before he passed away. Unexpectedly, Lu Yudong also minded others mentioning it, simply because the cornea wasn't his own. Look at how shabby you are. I'm worried for Yudong. It's such a waste. In Shuima turned back and mocked Jiang Ci even after walking a long way. Chapter 100. Add my wife's name to this house. Jiang Ci stood there stunned for a long time until Han Lan called her, and she finally came back to her senses. What did she talk to you about? Don't let her instigate you. Han Lan reminded Jiang Ci. They said I'm stingy, Jiang Ci said casually. Let's go buy clothes. He's spending President Lu's money to support his mistress. Serves him right. Although Han Lan knew there was no one to believe In Shuima's words, she was sure the house belonged to Lu Yudong, and In Shuima wouldn't be stupid enough to lie like that. Jiang Ci was also angry. The two of them took a taxi to a shopping mall. They didn't go to Shindong. They were furious about what Lu Yudong had done. If they spent his money on his shopping mall, wouldn't it just go into the pocket of this capitalist? Jiang Ci even sent Lu Yudong a WeChat message with a straight face. Give me money. I'll buy you clothes. Lu Yudong hadn't given Jiang Ci any money in a long time. Lu Yudong was a little surprised to receive Jiang Ci's WeChat message, but he still asked, how much do you want? 200,000. Before long, Jiang Ci received a transfer of 200,000 yuan. She didn't expect Lu Yudong to be so generous. Unlike Han Lan, Jiang Ci was not only angry that Lu Yudong was keeping a mistress, but also angry that he didn't mention what happened back then. He only knew that the corneas weren't his own, but he didn't know about the person who donated the corneas. Jiang Ci really wanted to cry. She bought a lot of clothes at the mall, all of them high-end and classy, with each piece costing 20 or 30,000 yuan. When she got home, she was wearing a high-quality cashmere sweater, a short skirt, and a pair of tall sheepskin boots, and she was carrying many shopping bags of clothes. Lu Yudong sat on the sofa downstairs reading a book. Lu Yudong could tell at a glance that the bag in Jiang Ci's hand was expensive. What? You want me to wear a 2,000 yuan shirt while you buy such expensive clothes for yourself? Lu Yudong said casually to Jiang Ci, teasing her. Jiang Ci ignored him completely, went upstairs, lay on her bed, and cried. She felt sorry for her father, but she knew that even if she felt sorry, she couldn't tell Lu Yudong. Her father forbade it, and Lu Yudong also minded. Besides, his affair with In Shuima had been going on for a long time, and whether Jiang Ci was there or not wouldn't affect their relationship. Jiang Ci was just a tool. Once her purpose was over, she was discarded. Who bullied anyone from the Lu family? Tell me. Lu Yudong went upstairs, put the book on the coffee table next to the sofa, and looked like he didn't care about anyone. Jiang Ci knew that she couldn't say a word about the grievances she had suffered tonight. To do so would make her seem petty. No. After saying that, Jiang Ci wiped away her tears, sat on the bed, bent her knees, and picked up a book, pretending to read it. Not going to talk? Lu Yudong asked again, his tone harsh. Don't ask anymore. Jiang Ci's voice was a little hoarse from crying, and she spoke in a muffled voice. She even raised her arm to wipe her tears, looking quite pitiful. Lu Yudong picked up his phone and called Deng Yu. What happened tonight? Why did my wife come home crying? Lu Yudong asked, his expression accusing. Crying? Deng Yu suddenly felt at a loss. She didn't suffer any injustice. So how could this be? Did she suffer some injustice on the way? Lu Yudong glanced at Jiang Ci, who had been pretending to read, but hadn't turned a single page in a long time and was sobbing the whole time. Where do you live? Lu Yudong thought for a moment and then asked. Me? I live in Shengshi Jiangnan Community on Dongjiang Road. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yudong understood everything. He had probably run into Yin Shuima. Yin Shuima had probably told Jiang Ci that she was now living in Lu Yudong's house, and also that she might have been mocking Jiang Ci for being poor, which was why Jiang Ci asked for money to buy clothes. Lu Yudong sent a WeChat message to his assistant, asking him to take care of something the next morning and asking Yin Shuima to come along as well. The next day, Lu Yudong took Jiang Ci to the Housing Management Bureau. Jiang Ci was about to change into her usual clothes, but Lu Yudong said, "No need to change, just wear the clothes from last night." Jiang Ci had no choice but to do as Lu Yudong said. She cried until her eyes were swollen last night. Lu Yudong was holding her hand, and she didn't know where he was taking her, but she didn't ask anything. Housing Management Bureau. Yin Shuima and her mother Duan Liani were already there. Lu Yudong's assistant had informed them that they were coming to the Housing Management Office today to process their property ownership certificates. They guessed that Lu Yudong was going to transfer the house to them. Yin Shuima was also thinking that once the house was in her name, she would no longer be able to say that she was living in Lu Yudong's house. She wondered what Jiang Ci had said to Lu Yudong last night that led him to make this decision today. However, Yin Shuima thought it was fine this way. The fact that Lu Yudong transferred the house to her showed that Jiang Ci already cared about her, and it was fine as long as she cared. Lu Yudong brought Jiang Ci with him. Jiang Ci's eyes were swollen from crying. Yin Shuima was very smug, and it seemed that Jiang Ci was quite resentful. She noticed that Jiang Ci's clothes were no longer the shabby outfit she wore last night. They were very fashionable, and she looked stunning, like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. Yin Shuima also lied to herself. How could she fool Lu Yudong if she didn't dress well? Add my wife's name to this house in Dongjiang, Lu Yudong said to the people at the Housing Management Bureau. Jiang Ci was very surprised. She looked at Lu Yudong with a puzzled expression, completely baffled. Yin Shuima and Duan Liani were even more surprised. Things had turned out completely unexpectedly.